Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is HD.
And this is Pain User.
And we're both back here for the grand finals of IPL Season 2. I am so excited, man.
As am I. We have such a great series in store for you guys here between Nurchio and the fan favorite Protoss from Ukraine, White Raw.
I know, man. This is going to be so insane. Honestly, it's almost like I can feel the electricity in the air. It's almost as if we were in a stadium, an arena, if you will, with thousands of fans from around the world all chanting for one player or the other. And let me hear it right now for White Raw!
Oh, you can hear it for White Raw. But the player I'm looking at right now is Nurchio. What an impressive run he has had throughout this tournament. Getting knocked into the losers bracket by Cloud in round 1, then going on to defeat Kiwikaki, Minigun, Vibe, Goody, Ret, Idra, and Mana. And oh my god.
Oh my god. Nurchio is gonna be going for an 8 pool? A 7 pool?
So he's not going 100% all in here. He's going with the early rush. He's probably going to try and break down the wall. But White Raw's definitely going to scout him before the lings are out. And it's going to be very difficult for him to tear down this wall, especially on Shakuras. I can't help but think that White Raw is going to get up either a second gateway. He's going to put up double gates and he's going to fully wall. And the question is will one of the gateways go down before the cannon gets up?
Okay, well, White Raw comes in here with the latest scout possible. Of course, scouting to the north end first. He does see the spawning pool going down, and I wonder if Nurchio's 7 pool, I'm going to call it a 7 pool. It possibly was an 8 pool.
It was an 8 pool.
Is he going to get in time, man? He's produced 6 Zerglings right now. They are on the way. White Raw immediately responds by throwing down the gate and the forge, and he saved up 105.
No, he's going to wait for another gate.
And he's going to throw out a second gateway, and he will wall this off. So the 8 pool here, it may not do enough damage, man.
Before this happens, let's not take anything away from White Raw. Going all the way through the winners bracket, defeating Coco, Bratok, Select, Straylock, and Mana, winning the upper bracket finals, and he has earned his spot here, but now he is under pressure. Nurchio is threatening to take this first game very early.
Nurchio showing what kind of grit and strength it takes, as well as balls, to play in the loser bracket. I mean, he's survived all these players all throughout, hanging on and fighting by tooth and nail, and he's showing right here he can do the 8 pool, and is he going to get the gateway down?
I think it might go down. White Raw's going to have to wall off the left side here. His probe can't get around. It's stuck. His probe is stuck in position there. He's going to have to pull probes off the line here. The cannon will go up, but the Zerglings are in the main, and that is absolutely terrible for White Raw. These Zerglings are going to wreak havoc in his base. They're going to continue to harass, pick off probes, and poor White Raw. What a terrible way to open the first game of the series.
Oh, no, but White Raw coming back with the cheese of his own, man.
I see it.
I mean, when you're in this kind of situation, you have the forge, you know your gateways aren't going to really be able to produce much units at all, and you've got to deal with these Zerglings in your main. Go for the forge. The cannons are the natural of the Zerg player, and that's what he does, but will he be able to hold off these Zerglings that are inside his mineral line?
Well, he's denying mining for so long here. It's going to be very difficult for White Raw to recover from this, but he does have that cannon going up behind the mineral line, and he already has a zealot out, so he's recovered. He's managed to stabilize here. Nurchio is up by 3 drones right now, 2 now, but he does not know about that cannon in the back of the mineral line, and if he can take out that hatchery, White Raw is going to be in an amazing position here.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to force the Zerg into one base, and it doesn't look like Nurchio has scouted the cannon. It is too late. The cannon has come up. The cannon has come up, and White Raw is going to warp in an additional cannon on the northern edge that makes it darn near impossible for the Zerglings to strike the cannons. Meanwhile, back in White Raw's main, the last Zergling has been disposed of, and White Raw's situation has stabilized for now. However, Nurchio can't say the same for him.
Deposed of, the Zergling received a deposition from White Raw, and now he is out of the game. Is this hatchery going to go down? The second cannon will be in range. We have 3 spine crawlers going up right now from Nurchio. He's probably going to try and wiggle those into position next to the cannons and hopefully take them out, but
does he have enough time?
He does not have enough time. He's going to use the queen to try and delay here, and some drones possibly, but that would not be a wise decision. This zealot going to run by and probably sneak into the main and go after drones, and what a cute play here from White Raw.
Yeah, but Nurchio doing the best he can right here to figure out how he can survive this situation. He does get his spine crawlers up here, but there are 3 cannons just pounding away at those spine crawlers.
Gonna go
and
for
the
the
first
pylon,
crawler
it
gonna
looks
go
like.
down. Oh, that pylon, if it goes down, could be a big blow to White Raw, but the Zealots and the Cannons are going to be able to take that last Mind Caller down, and Nurchio will fall at the natural.
Yep, the natural hatch will go down. That pylon staying alive with 41 hit points. Oh my god. Hit points.
2 HP.
You have got to be kidding me. That is such a sour way to not kill the pylon. It looks like he's going to send in the drones here. He's going to lose so many. The Lings might not even get to it.
Oh my
god. The pylon stays up. The shield regen, able to get it back up. And these Zealots are going to go to town on these drones here. And I think White Raw, the grandpa toss, going to take game 1 with some wise decision making.
Yeah, showing how it's done in the old school, showing why he has not dropped a series at all throughout the IPL of Season 2. He's been beating players left and right. Nurchio now in a devastating situation, man. He doesn't have a hatchery up at his natural. If you look at the army tab as well, Pain User, he's down by over half of his supply. So White Rose in a commanding position, and guess what, man? He's getting a Stargate.
He already has that Stargate on the way. He's also gone up to 2 gate here, and I love this play from White Raw. You would see a lot of players go ahead and grab that Nexus and try and macro out of this, but it's not even necessary. He's just going to end the game here, and he can do such. There's really nothing Nurchio can do at this point to prevent White Raw from just stomping in there with the Zealots and that eventual Void Ray that you know is going to be coming soon. And there we have it, the Void Ray and an additional 2 Zealots. And as soon as these come out, he's going to go in there for the coup de grace and take Nurchio out in game 1.
I honestly feel like even though this is the grand finals and maybe the safe comes up.
GG! Guys, we are back. This is Pain User.
And this is HD.
And we got game 2 for everybody. Wow, what a crazy first game.
I know, man. We were in the middle of doing our nice little introduction. We're talking about what players have beat whom during the announcement and everything. And boom! You can't talk, HD. Shut up, Pain User. Because I'm going to 8-pull. And then Nurchio, unfortunately, he tried really hard, but you know, on that map, it's so easy for Protoss to wall it off. It was a ballsy move, though. It was really ballsy.
Indeed. Nurchio going to be spawning as our red Zerg over at the 9 o'clock position. His opponent in blue, we have White Raw, our Protoss player over at the 6 o'clock.
That's right, man. It's going to be another ZVP here, and it's going to be on Shattered Temple now. I can't help but feel that White Raw is feeling very confident after that win. Nurchio may be a little bit concerned that his cheese didn't really do all that well, and to be honest, there's no one to blame but himself for that. When throwing down the hatchery, you always need a unit here to spot the area around the hatch. So it's a little bit unfortunate that he didn't see it, and kudos to White Raw for doing such a crazy and very highly experienced veteran move, which is when dealing with the cheese to build a cannon behind the hatchery.
The gateway. Yeah.
Yeah,
and the cannon behind the hatchery.
Yeah,
that was
that's what I was talking
as well.
about. Yeah.
That was sneaky. I don't think that Nurchio was expecting that at all. He was going to try and macro out of the cheese, take that early advantage, and then just run with it. But White Raw didn't want to have anything to do with that. And I love the fact that he didn't drop his Nexus. He followed it up with a Stargate. And then as soon as Nurchio scouted that, he left the game.
Yeah, the greedy cat will get killed. I don't know where that saying came from, but honestly, when you're ahead, you don't want to necessarily always grab that Nexus, especially if you know the Zerg's on one base, he's not getting another hatchery. Most likely, he's going to all-in you.
Well, if Nurchio's in the all-inning type mood, this is a really good map to do it on, and we already see White Raw going for the very quick expansion here. Pylon and Forge below the ramp. He's even going to drop the Nexus before the first cannon. This might be a little risky. Is it going to get blocked? No, the Nexus does not get blocked. Nurchio, though, has now scouted him. He knows what's going on. Is he going to be able to inflict some damage here? We see 4 Zerglings on the way right now. He's getting gas for speed. The first cannon on the way now for White Raw. How is he going to wall this off if Nurchio's in the all-inning mood? This is a great map to do it on. Like I said earlier, he could do some sort of a 2-base timing push here with Speedlings and Roaches and inflict quite a bit of damage.
Or perhaps even Banelings. Never forget that Banelings are somewhat good as well against the Protoss wall. But Nurchio, for now, he's going to get his hatchery. Doesn't necessarily mean that he isn't going to all-in the Protoss player. There have been many, many different discussions on the ways that Zerg can do an eco attack, such as a Roachling all-in, Baneling bust, all those kinds of things. Looks like the Zerg Zerglings will get in, Pain User, and they will be able to possibly make their way up the ramp and harass the Protoss mineral line once again.
Well, White Raw has probes in position to deflect this, and what great moves from both players here. I mean, just so aware of what the other player is trying to do, and White Raw blocking that ramp perfectly. Gonna kill one of those Zerglings. No, great micro from Nurchio, and he's gonna try and sneak in up the ramp here.
Oh, he gets two
of the Zerglings will make it in, but that's not enough to make up for the fact that he went pool first and invested in these 4 Lings. The Lings will stay around for quite a bit, however, and they will get some vital scouting information in White Raw's base. Now, Nurchio getting his natural expansion up here, he has produced some additional Zerglings, and I really wonder what he is trying to accomplish here with the Lings. He's just going for map control, it looks like, going to grab the Xel'Naga and try and deny any scouting probes from getting into his main.
Well, here's the thing that Nurchio has got to deal with, and it's really a decision that's quite crucial. Is he going to try to play a macro game with White Raw, or is he going to try to all-in this 2-base play from White Raw? Because he knows that White Raw went for that Nexus right away, so immediately the Protoss player has a great advantage over the Zerg. Nurchio has to decide if he wants to hatch or if he wants to go and be aggressive, and that's quite a situation that he's got to decide what he wants to do. Now, we do have a Zealot coming in here. Good micro from Nurchio, keeps the drones away. It looks like he will lose 1 drone, make that possible.
He's already lost 2. That Zealot has 2 kills. He will take out 2 drones right there. Just rallying his first Zealot in. I love that move from White Raw right there. Nurchio not really prepared, didn't have enough Zerglings to deal with that.
Yeah.
But he does have speed now, and he's trying to harass in the main with these 2 Zerglings that he has had alive virtually since the beginning of this game. Now, the wall at White Raw's natural is not complete. It's going to be difficult for him to plug all the holes there. He's going to have to add another building on the far right, which makes him vulnerable to some kind of a timing push here. And we have an early layer coming from Nurchio.
Not just an early layer, man. It's also an early Stargate coming out. So we are going to see a quick take to the skies by White Raw once again.
Yeah, the Stargate I expected. The early layer like this, I didn't. He's not taking that conventional early third. He's going for a very quick layer here. Now, what does this signify? Are we going to see early mutas, or are we going to see early hydras? I think we're going to see early hydras here, and he could potentially use those for a really powerful bust at the natural.
Well, the fact is, Nurchio is building a spine crawlers at his front door, and a lot of times when Zerg players build spine crawlers at their front door, that means, hey, I'm worried about the possibility of a ground attack.
Absolutely.
And on top of that, it usually means they're going to go for mutas. Yeah. The thing is, when a Zerg player goes for 2-base hydras, they don't really build spine crawlers at the front. When they're going 2-base Spire, then they will build spine crawlers. So
I agree. So he's taking the defensive pose, getting the mutas up so he's safe to some sort of a ground attack, and then he's going to take to the skies. Is he going to have the mutalisks in time to deal with the Void Ray? That's the question.
I think he will. The Spire is about 60 seconds out. This first Void Ray is only going out to scout for Overlords, and this Phoenix has made its way in, and it has scouted into the main. Now, there will be Spore Crawlers coming up because the Evo Chamber is going to be just a few seconds away from completing.
Now,
so I think White Raw won't really be able to do that much damage with his Air Forces.
Well, the thing is, though, is he will be able to almost entirely neutralize the Mutalisks. Phoenixes are so good against mutas. I don't know if that's really the best tech choice for Nurchio right now. The Stargate tech is already there. He's going to be able to continually produce Phoenixes here, and we see that's what he's doing.
3 kills on that Void Ray, man.
I know, and he's also going to be able to deny the third for quite a while here. And there we see him transitioning back. He's going to get those missile attacks. He canceled the Spire, and he's going to get that Roach Warren and a Hydralisk Den. So trying to fake White Raw out here, going to switch back into Hydras. And now the question is he going to go for a bust here? White Raw still hasn't scouted this, so he doesn't know about the switch. And, oh, that is a lot of Phoenix.
Yeah. White Raw right now does have a lot of Phoenix, obviously opting to go for the more air-based play. He may be able to pop off a Queen. Yes, he will, and possibly make that too. Now, there is a Spore Crawler coming up, and with the Spore Crawler, I think Nurchio will be able to hold simply because the Phoenix will not be able to hit the ground, and the last Void Ray goes down. That's a huge
White Raw
mistake.
Getting really sloppy right there in his control, not pulling out anywhere close to early enough, and he's going to lose his Void Ray as a result of that. So that's too bad for for him, it's a very expensive unit that he invested in early on, and he could have used that to deny the third, actually, that we now see going up in the top left-hand corner. It would have been great to utilize that Air Force to control the space on the map and try and deny that third.
It's extremely costly, man, that initial first Void Ray, especially if you're only making one and you're just using that to pop Overlords. All the things you could have killed, the hatchery, more additional Overlords, there's a lot of different things you could have done with it, and now Whiterun's really only limited to a Phoenix air fleet. And unfortunately, while Phoenix are really cool and everything, I'm afraid they don't fare all that well against an entirely Hydra-composed army, and that's what we see coming out of Nurchio, about 7 Hydralisks right now.
Well,
and that's a pretty large army.
They can do pretty well against an all Hydra army. It just depends on the engagement. Phoenix is obviously ripped through Hydralisks. They get that bonus damage and they just cut through them like a hot knife through butter. But once Hydras reach that critical mass, they can start to take down the Phoenixes. Now, we've seen a lot of players go with this charge lot style to support the Phoenixes. The charge lots
are pretty good against Hydras.
Oh, absolutely. And the charge lots engage on the ground, combined with sentries, that Guardian Shield, and then you use the Phoenixes to just swoop in and pick up as many Hydras as possible during the battle. It really just comes down to the engagement and who gets the better jump on the opponent and how many units he's actually able to lift. And we see these Hydras coming in and picking off one of the Phoenixes.
That's pretty huge. Well, that Phoenix had a lot of energy right there. That's going to limit the amount of Graviton Beam that Whiterun is going to be able to launch out. Now, Nurchio, do note his macro here at 78 drones, man. Only 13 minutes into this game, he's got a very large economy, but we are going to have a big battle here. The Phoenix going down once again. Whiterun with the uncharacteristic blunder right there. He needs to save his Phoenix for the Graviton Beam, and we have a really big battle right here. The drones are coming off the line.
Has so many units, though. I think he has more than enough to crush through what Nurchio has right now. Nurchio gravely underestimating the size of Whiterun's force, and he is just gonna plow his way through the third right now. Nurchio pulling all of his drones off the line, but it's not gonna be enough.
It's not gonna be enough, unfortunately. Nurchio is gonna have to forfeit the expansion at the top left-hand corner, and I can't help but feel with that expansion going down, will he be able to recover? Because he invested so many drones, so much minerals into that hatchery. His army now has really just broken down into just lings and roaches, and I'm afraid that it just isn't gonna be enough.
I mean, look how many stalkers we have out right now for Whiterun. I mean, his army just absolutely exploded, and I can't help but think that it was that early Nexus that he really capitalized on, and now he is going for the throat here. Nurchio is wounded, and Whiterun smells blood. He's going into the natural right now with everything he has. Can Nurchio hold? I don't think so.
I don't know, man. This is the grand finals. Nurchio is fighting valiantly, but like you said, Whiterun going for the jugular. We have a fungal growth going down from Nurchio's Infestor. Not bad at all, but those shields will regenerate over time, and there just isn't enough fungal to continually lock down those stalkers and whittle them down to a death. So Whiterun is gonna take a victory right here in game 2 as well, and we have Nurchio, the man who's been fighting through the loser bracket relentlessly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is HD.
And this is Pain User.
And we're back for game 3 in the grand finals of IPL Season 2. I just want to thank you guys all for tuning in here. Once again, the players are fighting for either $10,000 or $15,000, man. So much money. You could buy a new car with that much money.
You could buy a couple new cars with that much money.
I don't know, maybe a couple used cars. I don't know, a couple of new cars. I don't know, what new cars are you looking at?
Hey, it depends on how high class
you're looking at cars made in North Korea or something, man? Come on now.
Well, I mean, hey, my car is honestly only worth like $6,000 used, so I'm a little bit on the cheap side of things right now.
I would not want to be riding in your car in an accident.
Hey, here we are. It's accident safe.
All right, we'll see about that. We'll have to do some research. Here we are. It's game 3, man. It's Whiterun versus Nurchio. Whiterun taking a quick 2-0 lead in this series, and here we are in Terminus. Whiterun is going to be spawning at the 3 o'clock position, and Nurchio is going to be spawning at the 6.
Now, on Terminus, I think Nurchio is going to have an opportunity here to really play his style. He can get into that macro game, and he can start using his strategical play to his advantage. We haven't really seen him really have an opportunity yet in any of these games.
Absolutely, man. I feel like Nurchio really prefers to play the late game style. This is a map where he can play that late game style. However, the players haven't exactly spawned cross-spawn. They've spawned close by air in some respects. I mean, they're right next to each other in terms of, 3 to 6 o'clock. and we've already seen White-Raw opt to go for that quick Stargate 2 games in a row. It would not surprise me to see him take to the skies once again.
No, not at all. It's a very common trend in PvZ right now. A lot of players going for that quick Void Ray followed by some subsequent Phoenixes. It allows you to get some control over the map, and it allows you to harass the Zerg while trying to deny that third. You can kill the drones on the way to build the third, and you can kill the third itself if you get lucky and he's not ready or if he's out of position.
Absolutely, and sometimes those Void Rays can be very annoying because they can also pick off Overlords. I think last game there was a Void Ray that was going Overlord hunting, man. It was Overlord hunting season. Killed off about 3, I believe, and it set Nurchio back in supply by a considerable amount.
Yeah, Nurchio was constantly getting harassed throughout that game, which made things very difficult for him. You noticed when the eventual armies clashed over at Nurchio's third that his army was lacking. Yeah, he didn't have nearly enough to hold it off, and I think partially he was caught off guard, and he had been droning for too long. And also, I think it goes back to a lot of those Overlords getting picked off. Yeah. I mean, he did lose quite a few Overlords there. And that will affect your overall supply later on in the game.
Yeah, not just because Overlords, obviously provide supply for your units, but also because you gotta invest another 100 minerals and a larva to reproduce that Overlord, and it costs time. So it was quite painful for Nurchio. This game, he will have Zerglings out once again, but he's going to go straight for the backdoor rocks rather than trying to run by the cannon. And I actually like this because no player really expects those rocks to go down immediately.
Yes, and also this game, he doesn't have nearly enough range to run around the cannon. It would be way more difficult for him. He'd probably lose all the lings, but hopefully he's not sending that Overlord into the cannon. Okay, he's going to stop that over the Nexus. We have seen players
it happens, man.
Forget about that Overlord and send it over the cannon. It does happen from time to time, but White-Raw really getting an early lead in all these games with that super fast Nexus. He's dropping that before the first cannon, and yes, it's a little bit risky. I'm surprised Nurchio hasn't actually tried to, perhaps metagame him a little bit and go for a super early pool. We did see that in game
first
one,
game.
But that's on Shakuras.
Yeah.
The Protoss player has enough time to scout you, and he also has enough time to react if he sees the lings coming. On a map like Terminus, it would be much more difficult for White-Raw to do anything. If he saw those Zerglings coming, it might be too late. He might have already dropped the Nexus.
Absolutely right. And it doesn't look like either player is going to go for that early rush you were mentioning. Maybe Nurchio will do it again. Haven't seen him do it quite yet. Also,
he's actually going for the early third this game.
Yeah, he is going for the early third. I was going to say just out right now. He's going to play that eco game, and this is a game where you can hold on to that third hatch very easily. But I wanted to point out, guys, that the Zealot was able to push those Zerglings away earlier, and White-Raw is so intuitive, man. He knows that, yes, there may be Zerglings hitting these rocks. It's a danger. So he brought the Zealot out, but now there's a lot more Zerglings, and White-Raw cannot afford to pull this Zealot away because that forms a blockade for his wall.
It does indeed, and he may indeed pull that Zealot as these rocks get closer to death. He needs to be careful, though. Yeah. Nurchio really staying active, and he will pull that Zealot out to come assist. Might be a little worried about a run by here, but I think he has enough units to prevent the Lynx from getting in there, and he will thwart that attempt at blocking. And wow, White-Raw already had the back entrance blocked off just in case those Lynx were able to take down the destructible rocks. And we once again see an early Stargate here from White-Raw. He will be getting a Void Ray out now, and he's going to head across the map and try and clean up some of those Overlords, but this game, Nurchio's done a much better job spreading his Overlords around, so it's going to be difficult for White-Raw to really to find all those Overlords. I only see about 2 that are in the immediate vicinity of Nurchio's base.
It may be possible here that White-Raw isn't going to reveal the Void Ray quite yet. We can see it's just parked right now on the cliff overhanging over outer space, but he's maybe waiting for a couple more Phoenix, and here we go. He's going to move in with 1 Void Ray, 1 Phoenix. This is enough to kill off a Queen, and that may be what he's looking to do. He's going to wait for the Void Ray to come in, look for the Graviton Beam, and the Void Ray begins doing its work, but 2 Queens are coming.
We have 3 Queens in position. I don't know if he wants to stay here and continue to fight this Queen. He's going to lose that Void Ray. They are on creep, and they will get that last shot off.
Yeah.
And that's a 4th Queen joining the mix. So Nurchio having none of the air harass this game. He says, White Raw, I don't want to have anything to do with it. He's going to stop that right off the bat and not sustain that heavy damage that we saw him take last game.
Yeah, last game, though, the Stargate just did so much work against Nurchio. It set him back in Overlords, it set him back in drones, it caused him to just frantically scramble around, trying to figure out what he would do to defend against that. This game, though, he held it down with his queens. He suffered no damage at all. He even killed off the Void Ray outright. And I have to say, for the first time in this series, it looks like Nurchio has an advantage to start things off. He has 93 supply over 68 right now.
Yeah, but White Raw ahead in probes right now, 49 to 48. And that just shows how great his macro has been throughout this series. He's really staying on par with the Zerg player and gets another Phoenix right there. He's done such a great job throughout this series picking off Phoenix, but still, White Raw finds a way to do damage with those Phoenix and the Void Ray. But he can't lose too many more of those. Phoenix are very expensive units, and now we see Nurchio moving out with a pretty big squad of roaches here. Speed is actually about to finish. Is he going to go on the offensive at the third here? He's probably going to head back and try and finish off those rocks, and White Raw has not very many units to hold this off. He only has 2 Stalkers and 2 Sentries, but he does have an Immortal on the way. Is that going to be enough?
Well, he only has 2 warp gates as well, so this really slows down the amount of units he can reproduce. He does have 4 sentries, and that may be enough to hold off in terms of force fields for a while, but the Zergling's able to find just a little nook to come in,
the force
and
fields.
he is going to lose the cannons at the back door. White Raw in a lot of trouble. He has to warp in more units, but I don't know if he's got enough, Pain User.
He has been caught off guard here. It looks like the third will go down immediately, and now Nurchio taking a huge lead in this game. We do have a Void Ray out for White Raw. That will be able to eventually kill all of these units, but how much damage is going to be done before he can get rid of them all? That Immortal doing a great job picking off roaches right now. He's just going to town.
This Immortal right here is Scarface on the top of the stairs. He's like, you want some of me?
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, he's taking out those Immortals along with the, taking out those roaches along with the Void Ray doing the same as well. Will the sentries force field? Yes, they will. A gateway goes down. White Raw is just barely hanging on right now, Pain User.
Did you like that, HD?
I like some of that.
Did you like that?
I like it.
Okay. There we go. Now the Immortals holding that off in conjunction with the force fields, but so much damage taken right there. I don't know if he's going to be able to recover. He's going with a mostly Void Ray, Immortal, Sentry, Stalker composition here, and that's perfect for dealing with roaches, but he's only working off of 2 base right now. Nurchio, sitting very pretty, is going to fall back to his main here, and now he's getting up some defensive structures just to prepare for an eventual counter, because he knows he is so far ahead right now. 132 supply to 104. What's White Raw to do?
Well, White Raw is going to have to figure something out. I mean, yes, he can grab the Nexus again and try to play that macro game, but he's taken some significant damage. That's a lot of money that he would have been making right now if he hadn't lost that Nexus. So he has an option. He can attack, or he can try to outplay his opponent and sit back and wait. But he does have this Air Force, and the Air Force is mobile, so he will maybe possibly be able to deny this hatchery. However, the attack squad of Hydralisk is coming, and I think Nurchio has enough Hydras to push away the Void Rays. So, wow, Nurchio here is on top of everything, Pain User, and I can't help but feel that Nurchio is about to take this game, man. He's really looking solid.
Well, he does have an eventual death push on the way right now. Gonna try and take out that Void Ray. No, he's not gonna catch up to it, because, God, those Hydras are slow off creep.
I know, man.
Slowly lumbering their way over to the base, but White Raw actually putting together a nice little squad here. I think he might be able to hold this off.
I think White Raw will be able to hold it off. However, Nurchio doesn't need to necessarily commit because he killed off the Forge. The thing, though, is he has Hydras, and they're really slow at retreating, so perhaps Nurchio...
well, he can afford to trade right now.
Yeah, this may be a one-way ticket. He may not have a way to come back out of here, so he is going to engage. He can't afford to trade, however, like you pointed out, Pain User.
He can indeed.
And it looks like the Colossus is going to come in here, and that may be enough to push away the Roaches and Hydras. Note, extended thermal lance is
I
on the way.
mean, Nurchio just doing a great job right now, though. Most of the time, we will see the Zerg player get caught up in those force fields and not be able to do much damage.
Nice pull.
But Nurchio running in and out, baiting those force fields, is getting so much cost effectiveness out of this group of Zerg units right now. He has killed the Colossus. He's killed all the air units, the Phoenix, the Void Rays, and he continues to stream in units here. Yes, White Raw might hold this off, but he has taken heavy damage in terms of his army and his army composition.
This is one thing that Zerg players never really notice is when you're attacking and you looks like you're about to win, why stop? Why macro up another hatchery? Just keep attacking. Rally all your hatcheries over to the opponent, and you will eventually break their back.
I agree. He is saturated on 4 bases right now. He has taken that middle 4th, so he's going to be relatively ahead in that regard. Well, he's way ahead in that regard.
He is
White
so
Raw
far
has,
ahead, man.
He has reestablished his 3rd, and he is holding on. He's back up to 129 supply, but Nurchio soaring at 168, and he's really just going into that Sauron Zerg mode right now. He has 4 hatches up. He's rallying to his reinforcement point, and then he's just sending wave after wave of attack. If we see him take a 5th base here, and
things are going to go crazy.
Things are going to go crazy.
Absolutely nuts, man. And did you say he's soaring?
Sauron. Oh, I said soaring in supply.
Yeah.
Soaring like an eagle. He's up in the 189s right now.
I want to fly like an eagle. What he's doing, man. Space Jam's up in here. He's going to come in with more roaches. And I think he's going to be able to take the Protoss army out. White Raw not even bothering to pull his Colossus back.
going down immediately.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't pull his Colossus back, man. White Raw being very careless with his units this series. And I think that may cost him the game right here, right now. He just doesn't have enough firepower to deal with the roaches and lings, man.
You couldn't have said it any better. Just getting careless right there, not paying attention to his units. Those Colossus will go down, and those were his saving grace in this game. If he was going to come back into it,
the holy beacons of light, man.
I had visions of, 7, 8 Colossus stomping their way through Nurchio's base, and Nurchio not having made the Corruptor switch and being ready to deal with them. But all those Colossus go down. Looks like Nurchio's going to get the 3rd again here.
Ooh, that's disastrous.
And that could spell doom for White Raw. I don't know how he's going to recover here, folks.
Well, if the Nexus does indeed go down, yes, it will.
And so does the GG. We're back. This is Pain User.
And this is HD.
And we got game 4 of this series in the grand finals of IPL 2 between White Raw and Nurchio. Nurchio going to be spawning in the top right-hand corner as our red Zerg. The map is Tal'Darim Altar. These two are set to go head-to-head. White Raw spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. He's going to be our blue Protoss for this evening. And wow, these past games have been intense. Nurchio taking that last game in a pretty intense display of macro where he just started pouring on the hurt with an attack and just didn't let up. He just kept going.
I know, man. He never let it off. You even called it the Sauron Zerg, and then I started singing about Michael Jordan and Space Jam. I don't know how those two things are related, but sometimes the HD-isms come out, as you like to call it.
I love the HD-isms, man. I'm gonna write a list one of these days and compile all of them.
Oh yeah,
actually, that would be a lot of work.
Taylorisms then.
There are Taylorisms.
Oh, there are many Taylorisms.
You just gotta catch me, man. You gotta catch me at the right time.
I just don't want to put you on the spot, my friend.
Oh, I would never do that to you, HD.
I know.
I love you too much.
I love you even more, man.
Is he gonna go for hatch first?
I don't know. I don't think you can hatch first against Protoss. However, it is Tal'Darim Altar. You can if the Protoss scouts the wrong way first, and it looks like White Raw did.
Ooh,
but
White Raw
going down.
is sending out that second probe that we see a lot of players doing this day and age, and he actually sent it around the drone to the left of the Xel'Naga, and what a brilliant move from White Raw there. He might be able to sneak this drone into the natural here, and he could potentially get a wall up, preventing Nurchio from getting out and drop a cannon behind, which will delay that natural expansion by quite a bit. Whether or not he goes for that is entirely up to him.
It's really hard to do considering Nurchio's already got the pool up, and the Zerglings will probably be coming out along with the Queen in a couple moments. White Raw could, he could throw up some pylons and maybe even throw up some gateways here if he wanted to do the ultimate cheese. Doesn't look like he will. However, Nurchio flipping the script a little bit, gonna try to block the Nexus with his very own drone. And Whitera, on the meantime, just doing a little bit of scouting, and he's been a gangster, has stolen 5 minerals from the natural of Nurchio.
Every little bit counts, especially at this level. It's just extra annoying. Oh, that probe getting down to 3 hit points. Is he gonna bring the other probe over? No, he's gonna get that Nexus down, not too worried about it. Had a small window of opportunity there to maybe kill that scouting drone, but not a big deal. Doesn't really matter. And he's going to keep that other probe on the far side of the map at that northern Zelnaga tower, maybe to bring really that back later. Possibly build a pylon.
Not only that, but it's really smart because in this early stage of the game, control of this tower gives you vision of all the units that may try to run up on the northern edge. And if you can control this tower as well, you get full vision of everything going on between the 2 players.
It does indeed give you full vision of the map, and that's very important.
Random fact 101.
It's very important. Well, like you said, in the early portions of the game, it's super important because any potential rush or anything of that nature, some random pylons going up, proxy pylons, anything like that.
And not just that, but also if the drone decides to take the short route to go for the 3rd expansion, the probe will see it as well. However, wow, nice move by Nurchio. Nurchio was looking to grab the hatchery, and he just juked the probe by a hair right there, and he's going to get that hatchery down, man.
Yeah, he's saving up right now for enough to eventually get that down, and taking a very, very quick 3rd. I'm surprised he's actually not working those rocks down and going for the safe expansion. It's just a little bit risky to take that far expansion. You never know. White Raw might send out a probe, and wow, look at that brilliant move from White Raw right there. The probe getting chased back as he sends out another one over to the 4th.
No!
I don't think they'll get in.
Nurchio gets 1 Zergling in here. That's actually really good.
That is good. He can get some vital scouting info if he's able to sneak into the main.
And I think he will be able to sneak into the main. Not a single gateway unit on the floor right now. And Nurchio gets a full scout off, sees a double gas going down, very indicative of a Stargate. And there's the Stargate.
Oh my god, White Raw with that sneaky special tactics probe is going to get into the 3rd and find out exactly what Nurchio is up to. And he pulls it away very, very quickly there. Did Nurchio see it? I think he did. He's going to send that to the back. So
yeah, Nurchio also showing a very high level of awareness here, realizing there could be a second probe coming out, and he kills off the probe that was constructing the pylon. Whitera's special tactics.
Is he gonna let it just? Is he just gonna let it build here?
Possibly.
There is no.
There we go.
He doesn't have enough warp gates to support any kind of a push like that.
Nurchio's gonna lose the Overlord here, Pain User. He really could have just scooted on over to this ledge. A lot of pro players have been using that
position,
and unfortunately, he's not.
Yeah, well, he will lose that initial Overlord, but
he gets a scout on the Stargate.
He did see the Stargate, although the Stargate is very close to the front. He probably could have spotted that with a Ling at the front door or something along those lines. And no Void Ray or Phoenix yet from White Raw. He's going to open with a Phoenix, so now we do have that Phoenix on the way, and he's also following that up with a Robo, so getting much earlier Colossus this game.
Yeah, and I kind of like that. All the games so far, we've seen him go for that really, really fast Stargate play. However, in this game, the map is very, very wide. On top of that, I just don't feel like Stargate units are as effective on this map. I mean, if you look here, the natural and the main are very close together, easily defendable with queens and spore crawlers, and I just feel like going for the faster Colossus play may be the right unit to go with, especially considering if you get Colossus up chilling right here, and you get a unit to spot the high ground, the laser beams can start hitting the drones as well.
Well, it's a good thing that Colossus can see the high ground, so he can snipe the drones from behind the mineral line there.
Sometimes we forget.
But I couldn't agree with you more. That position below the natural is the sweet spot on this map. It's just absolutely essential in almost every matchup.
Yeah.
You see Terran players putting siege tanks there, bunkering it up, taking control of that area however possible, especially against Zerg, and Colossus can also get into that sweet spot and do some serious damage. What a crazy proxy position from Nurchio. I doubt that's going to get scouted, but if it does, he's going to have to run a queen all the way over there and drop a creep tumor.
I highly doubt it is going to get scouted as well, Pain User.
I'm surprised he didn't go for that sentry.
Yeah, well, he's going to get a couple Zerglings in here, and he's going to see the robotic support base, so all suspicions confirmed. There are quick Colossus on the way, and I actually really like this because Nurchio went for the Spire first, and I think his Mutalisk may come as a huge surprise. And look how many probes are actually pulling off the line to deal with these Zerglings as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of probes right there. And the Zergling's still harassing in the main right now. Gonna continue to, and that Stalker will clean them up. So White-Raw now just scouring the map with those Phoenix, gonna take back control of those Xel'Nagas. Nope, he's just gonna fly right over those Zerglings and not worry about it too much. And if you see that Zergling, it's really well hidden right there. Actually, a little bit under the Xel'Naga almost, making it very difficult to spot. And we do have an Overseer down in the bottom left-hand corner, just kind of hanging out for now.
And the Spire has now finished. However, not a single Mutalisk in production, nor a Corruptor. There is +1 weapons on the way, and I was really curious if Nurchio was going to try to go for some kind of a 3-base Muta attack, and he will. He's making 7 Mutalisks right now, Opinions, and I really like this. This is going to give him the possibility to surprise White-Ra, because, you know, Mutalisks are very, very unexpected, especially considering White-Ra's gone Phoenix. However, when you look at the flip side of things, Phoenix are so good against Mutas. I can't help but feel that this may be a bit of a build order blunder.
Yeah, they're phenomenal against Mutas, but he is sacrificing several of those Phoenix right now just to get a few drone kills. I don't know if that was worth it at all.
Yeah.
Gonna lose 2 Phoenix right there, you know, in lieu of taking out a couple drones, but...
What really matters is the fact that his Phoenix number was depleted when he's got to deal with Mutas.
Absolutely. The Phoenix are gonna be so essential in holding off this Mutalisk attack here, and he's just going with some mass Mutalisk tactics here.
Really surprising.
White-Ra now has a beautiful Sim City over at the 3rd. He has that almost completely walled off, and he does have some cannons there as well. And he's continuing to build on his Phoenix numbers, and that could prove to be a disaster for our Zerg player here.
Nurchio,
Can Nurchio deal with that? With these Mutalisk numbers, it's almost counterintuitive to continue to produce Mutas here, unless he has some sort of a strategy to start whittling down the Phoenix numbers. He can't just go mass on mass.
I almost feel like he thinks that his Mutalisks were well hidden, that his Mutalisks haven't been revealed yet, and that he's hoping that White-Ra is going to stop the Phoenix production, perhaps. But unfortunately for him, that's not the case. There's still additional Phoenix building. There's +1 air weapons on the way. These Mutalisks could be flying into a death trap, man. That's 6 Phoenix ready and loaded to go, and they are going to be able to push these Mutas away so easily. And I think Nurchio may have to start to invest into either infestors or into corruptors.
Yeah, White-Ra just building up those high-tech units right now, going with that Phoenix Colossus unit composition that we've seen used to such great effect. And we do have +1 weapons on the way. Oh, 2 Phoenix going down right there. White-Ra making a little bit of a miscontrol. He's going to lose 2 of those. And now Nurchio feels like he might have an opportunity to move in here. Is he going to continue to pick off these Phoenix? But just taking so much damage on those Mutalisks every time he goes in.
Yeah, Nurchio is trying to be as irritating as possible, realizing he's got to justify the cost of these expensive Mutalisks. However,
the ends justify the means.
However, he just doesn't quite have enough HP on these Mutalisks to continue attacking. A couple of them in the deep red, and you know, if they go down, that's a pretty large hit. He's still producing Mutas and Lings Pain.
Yeah,
this is like the late season 1 style that became somewhat predominant, the Muta Ling style against Protoss, but it never really became super popular because the Phoenix is such a hard counter.
Yeah, the Phoenix is an amazing counter to Mutas, and White-Ra knows this. He's going to continue to build up his Muta numbers, and he's committing all out here. Nurchio taking heavy losses, all the Zerglings going down, a ton of the Mutas going down, and that is so many minerals invested in all, minerals and gas invested in all those Mutalisks. And he just lost a ton of them, and he's virtually accomplished nothing here with these Mutas.
Ooh, nice snipe.
The Phoenix are going to be able to just overrun them at some point here, and as he builds up those Stalker numbers, his ground army is just such a force to be reckoned with here, and we always see this style from White-Ra. Players always seem to be in a position where they feel forced to take the fight to White-Ra. He's such a defensive, macro-style player, and he just waits for people to make mistakes, and it seems like they always hand it to him.
Hey, and he played the race that plays it best. The Protoss race can sit on 3 bases and stay there for almost infinity, and they can wait and build up a very large army, and once it's maxed out, it becomes the death ball that every Zerg fears and dreads so much. Now, what you've got to start asking yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, is does Nurchio have enough forces to deal with that death ball when it moves out? He's only got Mutas, and Lings are so fragile and flimsy. He really could use some more bulky units. He could use some infestors in this composition so much. I think even Roaches would be somewhat helpful as well, and dear God, I hope he makes Corruptors.
I completely agree with you. And we've seen a lot of Zerg players transition into this late game hive style where they get either ultras and infestors with roaches, or they go roach infestor with broodlords. And I think either of those unit compositions would be great for him right now. But he's very hard-headed in this Mutalisk composition right now, and he is going to get some of them picked off here by these Phoenixes, and he continues to take heavy losses on the Mutalisk pack. And I'm just worried that
we have a massive run by Pin User. Look at all the Lings running in. Nurchio almost committing his entire ground army into Whiterus main and his natural. The Mutalisk also fighting the Phoenix as well. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget this is Game 4 of the Grand Finals of IPL Season 2. If Nurchio does not accomplish enough damage with this attack, he could very well lose to Whitera, and Whitera could possibly take the first place prize.
Well, here's the beauty of what he just did. The Lings are expendable for him right now. He kept the Mutas alive. The Mutas now over the natural, he was able to keep them alive, and he's already remaxed. So he's going with this strategy where he's going to try and just dump his Zerglings, get rid of them, and he has such a huge income right now off of his 5 bases. But White Raw is moving out with everything, and he has a ton right here. The Lings are going to get evaporated. The Mutas are coming in trying to do some damage here, but there are so many Blink Stalkers.
I know, all these Blink Stalkers have +2 weapons as well. Look at how fast the Mutalisk evaporates, and this was the situation we were talking about before. The Colossus lasering everything down from below the natural. Nurchio throwing whatever he has left to try to hold on. This is the last game. If he loses, this is gonna be it, and Whitera could possibly be crowned the Season 2 champion of IPL.
I don't know how Nurchio's gonna hold on here. He's trying his best. He has 28 Zerglings in production right now, trying to harass and kill as many of these Stalkers with the Mutas as he can, but I just don't think the upgrades are there. The upgraded Stalkers so good against the Mutas, and right now White Raw just on the warpath, continuing his trail of death throughout the Zerg base. He's cleared the entire natural, he's cleared the resupply lines, and Nurchio, what's he gonna do here? His back is against the wall. He's got a knife against his throat, and I don't think he's got what it takes to pull it off.
I don't know if he's gonna leave yet, man. He realizes this is for a difference from $10,000 to $15,000. He's gonna try to stick it in for as long as possible. Can't quite get the counterattack backstab, realizing his main is starting to go down, man. And the situation continues to get bleaker and bleaker. Look at these Lings and Mutas. They're running in. They're trying to do what they can for the swarm, but they're just gonna die outright. And Nurchio with the
All right, we have had some fun in the early rounds, but now it's time to get serious. This is the finals, and here's our Slayers Protoss player. He is
Slayers Project.
It's a good thing Street Fighter voice guy reminded me.
Yeah, there you go. He's a new face. You get used to it. Probably see him a lot in the future. And here's our Zerg player, War 3 Pro and StarCraft 2 Pro at the same time. He is
MVP Violet.
Violet, another one of Mole Traps and my Code A kids. We're so proud of him.
One of our Code A-lets.
Yep, getting through Code A, getting into Code S, showing the world that he is a great Zerg player.
Now, the one time we did see a PvZ on this map before, we saw that the Protoss was able to just get a wall with just a pylon and a gateway in that little choke. And it looks as if Golden, I don't know why I say Golden. I keep getting his name wrong. Frozen. Gosh. The Protoss player is going to go ahead and do something similar.
During the break, Moletrap got hit in the head with a clown hammer, and he's having a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I've got these birds like
it's okay, guys. Don't worry though.
Circles around my head.
Yep. It's just he's just dazed. Won't last very long.
And there's that gateway in that choke point now.
That's right. Oh, it looks like he wants to block the hatchery for a little while. Pretty normal thing, and it looks like it's going to be a speedling opening for Violet. He may have something completely different planned, but that Roach speedling push is so good against Protoss. We've been seeing it so much. I would have to imagine that's probably what he's going to do.
Depending on what they do.
Yeah, and Frozen has got to mention that too. What? We are real Slayers. All right.
Whoa.
Set in the lower right.
He just put down 2 gas before his core, man.
Really?
He is going super gas heavy right now.
Now, a Protoss that gets that much gas that early, normally, in a lot of cases, that means DTs.
It often does. And, like I said, we saw sort of a gimmicky kind of play in him from Frozen the first time. he may just be thinking, all right, you know what, this guy's Code S Zerg. Let me just try and cheese him out and see if I can get an extra win for my team.
Yeah,
if not, we'll snipe him with someone else.
Drone walks right in. Not a care in the world, and he will see the Cyber Core hidden a little bit behind there. It's going to get cleaned up by the Zerglings. And Violet probably going to expand pretty soon. He's getting Zergling speed on the way right now. And, you know, in the most recent GSL finals, we saw Inca try DT openings versus Zerg quite a bit. Oh, but forget that. Forget DTs. It is a Stargate.
Gosh.
That's right. So we've got a very, very fast Stargate, and the drone sees it right away.
That was a little bit newbie by Frozen. That drone just hid in the corner of his base, and he's like, oh, it's gone. I don't see it. It must have disappeared or burrowed or something.
And this is something we mentioned about this map before.
It just comes back in and scouts everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of places you can hide units on this map. The bushes sticking up everywhere can hide worker units very, very easily. And he's going to try to pull the Zealot out of position. That Stalker's going to end those dreams for that Zergling and his friends.
Yep, does 36 health off that pylon, though.
Yeah, chipping it down bit by bit.
Not too bad. Yeah, so MVP Violet knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
He knows it's a Stargate. He's producing another Queen, although that's normal for this timing anyway.
And a Void Ray indeed on the way for Frozen. Now, Violet did see this.
Oh, and
So
actually,
how's he gonna
he wants to kill that pylon, man. And he might get the pylon. He is going to get it and surround the Zealot. He says, oh my gosh, he might even kill the Stalker.
He is all in,
The
producing
Void
the
Ray.
tunnelings right now. He knows that there's not going to be a lot of gateway units out. They certainly won't be with that gateway unpowered. Look at that. Frozen having to reproduce a lot of pylons to keep the Lynx from getting in. He's going to keep doing it. Oh, the Lynx can get in, though.
Get in. They're going to kill the Sentry and the Probe.
And this is going to be very, very annoying for Slayer's Frozen. Look at everything he's had to spend on it.
That Void Ray cannot charge up. There's not enough hit points on the single Zergling for him to charge up, but still doing tons of damage. 11 kills on that Void Ray.
Yeah.
Single-handedly stopping that from killing him.
That's a lot of Zerglings. So here they come.
Here they come, and he can't quite squeeze through with that extra pylon there, but he's killing the other two pylons. The health is almost gone from one of them. Sentry comes out.
Frozen has to spend so much on these pylons. Really being a bit of a money drain right now for Slayer's Frozen, but Violet needs to be careful. This is giving him time to prepare for that Void Ray eventually. I don't know if he's going to be able to kill Frozen right now. I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, he's actually lost over 24 Zerglings at this point. Although he did kill a Zealot, Stalker, a couple pylons, a couple sentries. So
Forge being produced by Frozen, probably going to put a couple cannons to help at the front there. But Violet has done a very good job of making Frozen spend a lot of money. 2 Void Rays coming across the map, though. What does Violet have to prepare for this? Only a couple Queens.
Yeah, he actually was kind of depending on that break working before the Void Rays come in. He only has 2 Queens, and his bases are not connected by creep.
Yeah,
so this Void Ray these 2 are going to be able to take out that Queen pretty easily if he doesn't get back to the other side of the creep.
There's a Phoenix there, too.
Oh, the Phoenix cancels any idea of a retreat, and that Queen goes down.
I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised that Violet wasn't better prepared for this.
This is actually really bad.
I mean, it's really, really hard to kill Protoss with just Lings. And now, look at this. Violet is in huge trouble. He's getting some Spore Crawlers, 2 at each base.
Yeah, I don't know if the Spore Crawlers are the natural are going to go up, though.
Dying so fast.
Forced to cancel those 2 charged up Void Rays there at level 3. And he is going to take out the natural expansion. Queen's going to pop out and immediately die.
Yep.
And only barely prolong the life of that hatchery.
Yep. And wow, Violet thought he had a chance. He got too aggressive, though.
Wow.
Made too many Zerglings, did not prepare at all for the Void Rays. I'm so surprised.
That is really surprising that he didn't do anything for the Void Rays.
Yeah. And now
that's actually really shocking.
Yeah, all Frozen really has to do is micro a little bit. Can he keep the charge? He doesn't. But there's only 1 Queen there. A couple Spore Crawlers. They're not going to be able to do it. You know, now the Spore Crawlers do burrow in 6 seconds, though.
Oh, yeah. Well,
it's
it
faster.
Might die in 6 seconds, too. Oh,
yeah, that's the thing.
Gets a couple shots off and dies. And the queen gets picked up. None of the spores are brewed right now.
Violet doesn't
He is
have
doing
enough.
so much damage. This might be the end. We might see Frozen take out MVP Violet, the Code S player for the MVP team.
Yeah.
And Slayers has a history of their no-name players really taking the gold, and it might happen here again.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Frozen will get 2 wins at least for his team right now. There's not a lot Violet can do about this. And MVP Violet, wow. Really making a very surprising, I gotta say, a little bit disappointing choice here on this map.
And he's trying to get some Zerglings out to just do a last-ditch counter all-in, but there's a cannon and sentries back at the main base of Frozen, and he's actually supply blocked. That's kind of funny.
Putting up a ton of pylons. Is he just walling off his mineral line with pylons?
He's just making extra pylons just because he's supply blocked
got a ton
himself.
of money. Trying to micro quite a bit.
The Zergling counter probably not going to work.
All right, so Violet does more or less hold it. He is getting Hydras, so I suppose he's still got a chance. He's so far behind, though. 30 supply behind.
Good old 1 gas Hydras.
Yeah.
Which is nearly impossible to do, actually. Hydras takes so much gas to pump out a lot of them.
Here's the thing, all right? So Violet, way too aggressive with those Lings early on. Frozen did a good job of holding that. So hard to kill Protoss with just Lings. I'm really surprised he pursued it that much. Then, on the other hand, Frozen came back, didn't macro really at all while that attack was going on. Thought he had the game won right there, so he gave up macroing, and that's a terrible idea. So now that he couldn't end the game, Violet has a chance to come back, but he is pretty far behind.
Yeah, he's definitely far behind, but Frozen
Lings getting into the natural, but
letting him get back into the game a little bit. He's getting his natural back up again.
Yep.
But yeah, this is, and the thing is he's actually, he might, never mind, that ground army is too big. I was going to say, with just air units, a few Hydras can hold off for a while, but with this ground army moving across as well, I don't think he quite has enough to deal with that and the air. He's got enough Phoenixes to lift half the Hydras right now.
Well, I think Frozen just kind of went a little while ago. You kind of realize, hey, I mean, I'm so far ahead, I don't need to kill my opponent right now. I can just sit back and macro a little bit.
There's 4 Void Rays, man.
Yeah, that's a lot of Void Rays.
That hatchery's going to have to be canceled. It is canceled. He's falling back into his natural, trying to get the spores.
It's a lot of Hydras, though, I gotta say, but the ground army is just going to be too much, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be tough. And even if he doesn't go in and attack right now,
a lot of Lings on the way.
He can just contain Violet to 1 base and just take his second base. He is taking his second base right now. And he can just macro up a ton of units and keep him contained with force fields even if he wanted.
Yep, MVP Violet definitely on his back foot right now. If he's able to win this, it would be pretty much a miracle.
That would be a miracle.
There's some high ground right there.
And there are no incredible miracles in this team league.
Not in this team league. Nope.
Just kind of posturing, taunting Violet, saying, come on, I dare you to come out and play. And there's not going to be a chance of a Link counter this time. Force fields him off. Keep him from coming in and sniping the air units. He's just got enough force fields, it doesn't even matter at this point.
Yep, I mean, it's still 30 supply ahead, so Violet's been keeping up at least, but on 1 base, there's only so much a Zerg can do.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's cannon.
He's cannoning him in as well. That's just insult to injury a little bit there.
Hydra's on the high ground. And they might be able to hit that cannon.
And there's a lot of Zerglings there. When those force fields fall, they're going to stream out for one last counterattack. The force fields stop them, though, from the Hydras joining in.
Nope.
That is not going to work. The Void Ray is doing some damage.
Yep.
And the cannons are warped in as well.
Yep. Violet basically done for here. Not a whole lot he can do against that.
He doesn't even have he needs a creep tumor there also, so those Hydras can actually micro a little bit.
Just started a Nidus
Nidus network. But he doesn't have any overlords out on the map, so
yeah, that's the thing.
That's going to be tough for them to actually accomplish anything with that.
Yep, he doesn't have any overlords at all by the opponent's base. I don't know how he's really planning on using the Nidus. He can, kind of, well, he can only really Nidus into his own base right now. I mean, there's no
yeah,
overlords
he
out
can
there.
Nidus over the ridge. He's sending out a slow overlord to the north to try and Nidus get something outside so he can do a counter, basically.
If he can possibly take, like, a hidden base or something like that.
But here's the thing. Frozen is is getting a third base and Colossus with Thermal Lance.
Yeah.
So I'm a little surprised Frozen isn't trying to end the game right now, but he's going to be able to in the long run. He's actually retreating his army and just leaving those cannons there.
That Overlord is heading all the way across the map. It's going to take forever to get there. That Void Ray may find it. Looks like Violet is going to break out. Maybe take a second.
He does have a decent amount of Hydralisks, I guess.
Yeah, he does. All right. Something getting taken out there. Wow. Nidus Worm is up. This is such a weird game.
Yeah, it's very strange.
So bizarre.
And you know, it's been a lot longer than of a game than I expected. But if you go back, it really all just came down to the fact that he's like, oh, I'll just break him with Zerglings, even though he has Void Rays, and not get any air defense.
And here comes the Hydras for Violet. Does he have enough? This may not have been the best decision. There is the Colossus out, and that army is going to get ripped to shreds. Zerglings or no Zerglings.
Wow, the Hydra's actually doing a decent job.
Yeah, well,
killing off some units.
The last Void Ray goes down too.
Wow.
Those Hydras, though, a bit of trouble.
Oh. And Hydras do not move faster on water, only on creep.
Nope.
So they're going to have a hard time getting back to the base where there's not really too much. Well, actually, he's hatching a few Zerglings. He might be able to hold off this specific attack if he can somehow snipe that Colossus, but it's going to do so much damage to the Lings and Hydras from behind, and we might finally see a GG here.
Spore Crawlers can
MVP
hit the
Violet.
Colossus, though.
That's true.
Transfusing the Spore Crawlers, that's so good.
Wow.
Violet manages to hold. I mean, Frozen, he's being very, very cautious, but... And that's okay. I mean, he's so far ahead right now.
It is 110 to supply to 31.
Yeah, he's 80 supply ahead right now.
He's going to have a second Colossus out in a moment.
So Frozen just taking things very slow.
And
wants to make sure they doesn't give Violet a chance at all.
Uh-oh, Queen caught off guard. Gets the transfuse off before it dies, but there's no more transfuses left. Spine Crawler's starting to go down. Drones having to be pulled, but if they get pulled off, they're just going to die to those Colossi. And, wow.
As you
that
can see,
Hatchery's going to go down again.
50 more Harvesters for our Protoss player. I mean, this is it. It was GG a while ago. GG now.
GG.
Looks like Slayer's Frozen has...
And it started up here at the upper left. We have the one, the only.
And that, of course, is Fruit Dealer.
Audience going crazy right now. Down
Rightfully
here
so.
at the bottom right, formerly known as Into the Rainbow, he has changed his ID. He is Hope Torture.
And I have to say, I'm a little bit excited because these are the best spots that Fruit Dealer could possibly hope for. He's as far away as you can get, and that's actually a pretty good distance away. When you're in closer positions, if he's on either side of you, then he can get into your natural extremely fast from his own natural, and that gets extremely hard to deal with. But as is, it's already looking pretty decent for Fruit Dealer as far as Delta Quadrant games go.
Yeah, definitely very far away from his opponent. He will probably be expanding here unless he does take out the destructible debris over here. Hope Torture, known for having very strong harassment. He is really good with medevacs. If you're a Zerg player and you get to the mid to late game, you've got to hang on.
Yeah, and you know, there's a few ways you can deal with medevac harass. Of course, having your creep up everywhere so you can scout is very important. Having your Overlord space correctly is quite important. And getting a lot of Mutalisks or Infestors is going to be the best way to deal with that really mobile threat. Now, we've seen Fruit Dealer likes both of those. He likes to open mutas and go into infestors, which is fine, but there's going to be a timing in between large muta numbers and infestors having that presence that if Hope Torture takes advantage of that, it's going to be very good for our Terran player.
We do see Hope Torture going to finish the refinery and the barracks. Pretty soon we're going to see what kind of build he's actually going to go for.
That's right. And our Zerg player, Fruit Dealer, he's going to go ahead and probably get speed first.
Yeah,
but
I think so.
Sometimes he does open Roach first, and that can be a pretty interesting opening on this map. You know, if it's close positions, he can get right over there and harass the depots at the wall, or if there's no depots at the wall, and sometimes just walk up the ramp. But it looks like he's going to go for speed.
Sending the scouting SCV He is going to see exactly what his opponent's up to. Note he did get an extractor first. He only has one drone mining Vespian gas right now, and he is indeed, as you predicted, Artosis, going for link speed.
That's right. Now, if he gets a second queen or goes ahead and goes straight to lair, that's going to be the next interesting thing that we're going to have to watch for here. He's only mining with one drone, which makes me think he's going to pop out a second queen, but he's got to get that hatchery up first.
Here's the hatchery, and it gets planted. Meanwhile, the SCV is chased out. Well, obviously you didn't see the hatchery get planted. This SCV will get picked off. Meanwhile, we have the tech lab here coming up and the factory. What are your thoughts, Artosis?
Well, it's pretty standard. Not sure exactly what strategy is going to go for. Maybe blue flame Hellions, because that is pretty good on this map. The natural is very open, especially with the speed first build. You're not going to have your spine crawlers up by the time it gets there.
The SCV has actually managed to stay alive this entire time. I predicted it would have been picked off. So that means he did, if I can just grab the Terran structure here, spot the expansion.
That's right. Now, a second queen is being made here by Fruit Dealer. He's going to want to use the extra energy to lay down a creep tumor pretty quickly here. He's got to get his creep up. That is actually the most important thing in Zerg vs. Terran nowadays, is having good creep coverage. That is what ZVT has evolved into at this point.
Well, when you got a lot of creep everywhere, your units move so much quicker. You're going to get surround your opponent a little bit faster. Hellion actually pops out. I didn't expect him to actually sneak out of there.
He's got to be careful, though.
Yeah, it's already in the orange.
Drawing the Zerglings over to his Marine.
Meanwhile, we have the second command center on the way. So this Hellion basically is going to clear all the ground out here and allow him to get an expansion up.
This is very interesting, too. He's getting siege tanks with siege mode right now. Now, this is going to allow him to do what we saw him do against Czech Prime, which is just go 3 base, huge timing push, and that is so deadly on this map.
The Hellion has managed to get inside the base, but the creep tumor was up. These links and get over there a little bit quicker. Takes out the Hellion.
And the crowd going wild at losing that first Hellion, man. It is just electric in here.
We have a siege tank on the way now, and he is going to be upgrading siege mode to keep this expansion safe. We do see a lot of players get the orbital command before lifting, dropping that first mule here, but he will have that expansion up very soon.
Now, Fruit Dealer has got his lair already, but not doing anything with it quite yet. There we go. Starting a Spire, as you see on the production tab.
Right up here, Spire on the way. This could be pretty strong against Hope Torture's expansion build, because there's a lot of area that he's going to have to defend. His buildings, as you can see, pretty spread out. Meanwhile, he's getting a second factory, so we're going to see some more mech-oriented play.
But he does have the armory up.
Oh, take a look at that.
Definitely going to have some Thors out here pretty quickly, just getting the initial siege tank or two to set up. They're going to, of course, help clear the rocks first at the expansion, but then they're going to be set up, and he's not going to be very attackable, especially if he has a couple Thors out. With a couple Thors, you can cover both mineral lines quite easily against Mutila's Grass.
Looks like he's actually going to expand to the back location. He gets this up a little bit later, but honestly, it's going to be a lot safer, at least if he gets attacked by ground.
You know, this is pretty interesting. Look at this, attacking those Zerglings, make them back up. Nice positioning by Fruit Dealer to watch everything going on and seeing what units are popping out. But, you know, this is actually very similar, in fact, almost exactly the same as what he did to Czech Prime, which shows us, you know, he did the same build every game in the TVTs that we saw a couple of days ago. Against OGS and Snare. Now he's doing the same build we saw him do TVZ here. So he definitely likes to keep with the strategies he knows and likes. Yeah,
that's very true. He's going to be turtling for at least a little while here. Now, it's funny when you look at these two guys, totally different styles. Fruit Dealer doing different stuff every game. And yeah, Hope Torture really kind of sticking with one build. This is the build I want, and I'm going to use this and practice it most and try to win with efficiency.
Now we see Evolution Chamber and the Infestation pick going up for Fruit Dealer while he takes that third base at another main. Pretty interesting. Not making a ton of mutas, but he's going to be able to probe at least a little bit with the mutas he has, despite the Thors being there. You know, if he techs straight up to Hive, that could be a pretty good move for Ultralisks.
Yeah, that could be a very strong move for Ultras, actually. And one thing about Fruit Dealer is it does seem like he wants to just stall in the mid-games.
Yeah.
He wants to stall out until he can get enough gas and get those Ultralisks out. 3 mutas out here. This shouldn't be too impactful, but we'll see.
Yeah, look at that. Thor just making them fly right away. But, yeah, well-placed Thors. No damage done by those mutas. And it looks like he's making the Roach Den and a Baneling Nest. So he's going to go ahead and go Infestor Tech right now. That's his plan. And it's going to be interesting to see if he can control them a little bit better than Check Prime did in the match. You know, he had a lot of Infestors to a very similar opening by him as well.
Got another expansion over here. Note the locations he's expanding it over here and up here. That means if Terran pushes one, the other expansion will at least survive.
Yeah.
So he's spreading himself out. Meanwhile, the Terran looks like he's going to try to secure this location pretty soon here. Or a command center, rather, actually almost complete here. By the way, guys, I do apologize. I know I sound like I have throat cancer. I just had a cold. I got to go to the doctor tomorrow. But not calling in sick today. No way. No sir. You cannot miss this match.
Now, I love what we see Fruit Dealer doing here. I wish he'd spread creep a little bit more aggressively, but other than that, you know, spreading these bases out, it's going to be so hard to get attacked. And look at that, Zerglings cleaning up any scouts that Hope Torture does send out. But, you know...
Scouting Marine over here is going to spot this expansion. And he knows. He sees the creep.
But at the same time, Command Center landing at the natural of Hope Torture, so his economy is actually getting pretty huge at this point. Also, we have a Hive making for our Zerg player.
So Hive on the way. He does have a lot of gas stocked up. He's sitting back, meanwhile taking out the destructible debris over here, and he's going to be able to expand to that gold expansion.
Now look at this evolution chamber. He's getting melee attack. This means 100% he is going to go Ultralisk once he hits that Hive, not Broodlord. He does have the Spire, so he had either option open to him. So definitely we're going to see him rush right up to Ultras, and it's going to be off about 4 base. He doesn't really have drones at his newest expansion yet, but off 4 bases, you can get a lot of Ultras to complement your Infestors, and that's going to be a scary army.
We have a drop coming over here. He is moving out, and he is going to be going for this expansion over here. So it's starting up. He is actually beginning his harassment phase, but the Muta spotted.
He's just going to slow that down, targeting the medevac. Can he get the medevac? It's huge if he does. He gets the medevac. A bunch of Marines stuck on the high ground. Totally useless right there.
He's going to expand again. It's turned into a macro game. Economics is key on this map. He's going to take the gold location. I'm predicting that the Terran player probably not going to expand or push out, until he's at about 160 supply, maybe even more.
Yeah, in fact, he may even want to max out before moving out, but that can be scary because as we've seen from Fruit Dealer, if you let him get a bunch of bases going, he will get like 80, 90 drones. He'll lose his first max, but the second will be almost pure ultra and he will roll you over.
Now we see that he is also getting Overlord speed, excuse me, and I'm expecting to see ultras pretty soon here.
Yeah, he's getting Baneling speed. He's just basically upgrading everything. He has a bunch of ultras making right now. Roach, Baneling, Ultra, Infestor, and Zergling. He is using a lot of the Zerg arsenal right now.
The Zerg just waiting to see if Terran's going to move out. He wants to counterattack if Terran pushes. It doesn't look like Hope Torture is actually going to do that, though.
No, it looks like Hope Torture is going to play very safely. Now, the maxed biomech army of, you know, a bunch of siege tanks, Thors, and ultras are out. But anyways, this army, it can be quite fearsome. What he's going to need to do is snap the Marines with the fungal growths, and we see a drop going over here.
He's going to try to drop again. Now, he didn't have that momentum from the previous game to get off a very effective drop. You can see the spine crawlers here, and actually an Ultralisk and Queen just sitting over here flirting with each other. I don't think this is a good idea to drop in attack. He doesn't know that the Ultralisk is here, though.
He can snipe anything in there, and targeting the Queen, takes the Queen out, picks it up, losing only 1 Marine. Decent move right there, but he does not want to lose that. Look at this, another drop over here. And fungal growth, there you go. Infestor's very good against this type of harass, but he should be targeting that medevac. There we go. Gonna take that out, and these Marines are gonna go down.
Well, that attack was pretty much useless. Looks like he will at least get the Queen. He does get the Queen. But you need to do more harassment than that. We got another drop over here. And
he is waiting for it.
He's ready.
Go, fungal growth, man.
Is he not gonna do it? He's not gonna fungal growth?
Gonna wait till they're all out, perhaps?
That must have been miscontrolled move there. He does fungal growth and cleans that up.
Drop those infested Terrans, take that out.
This Marine's actually still alive, by the way.
Very annoying Marine over there. All right, in the middle of the map now, it looks like it is time. Hope Torture, he is moving out. He's at 174 supply after losing those drops, which is, so it was basically maxing. Here we go. Oh, Fruit Dealer not wasting any time, looking like he wants to engage, but so many Sea-Chinks.
He backs up right now. He's just trying to stall. He wants to get more Ultralisks. Meanwhile, the Marines stimmed, rush towards this expansion. I don't know if Fruit Dealer can save it in time.
Looks like he's going in the wrong direction and just targeting the hatch, maybe? Nope. And just going to go right through all this. But there's a lot of Banelings coming in here with Infestors. And bam!
Oh my god. He saves the expansion.
Beautiful moves by Fruit Dealer.
Ultralisks, by the way, small counterattack over here towards this expansion. Not that impactful, though. Humiliated medevacs, I almost called them dropships, backing off. We have a small Viking fleet. I think he might try to land and just take out this expansion. Not a bad idea at all. Meanwhile, another push going up to the top right here. He needs to get rid of one of these hatcheries, or Hope Torture's economy is going to be out of control, especially with the gold expansion now taken.
You know what's really great right now? Oh, he's attacking up this hill. Hold that thought. Some Ultras up there, but he's got to bring more. Looks like these Ultras going to fall very quickly to these Marines. But flanked! Look at this. Beautiful. The Infestors bungling and just surrounding everything. Oh my god, this is how you play Zerg.
The Fruit Dealer's fruit is just too good. You gotta buy it, and it's being sold this game. He's moving in from the bottom here. This might be the last chance here for Terran to try to do any damage. Sieging up at the wrong time. Meanwhile, counterattack down here at the Planetary Fortress.
Banelings going for the SCV so they cannot repair. Cleaning up the attack of Hope Torture. And oh my god, Fruit Dealer. He is so good.
He is so good. In fact, he might even be able to save this expansion.
Oh, I think he might. He has a lot of Speedlings coming in here, and they're going to surround these Marauders. They have to be picked up. And an Ultralist on the counterattack with some Roaches. Just so many Ultras out for Fruit Dealer right now.
Fruit Dealer, one of the only Zergs to make it this far in the tournament, is now dominating in a matchup I think a lot of people expected the Terran player to be dominant on, at least on this map. So he might be able to get this expansion, but I think he's just going to run him over here.
It looks like he's going to rush in here, and Hope Torture knows he's in trouble. This is one of the worst maps for Zerg, but really, Hope Torture didn't do enough damage early, and look at this. This is that Ultralisk army that Fruit Dealer is becoming so well known for.
So, I think that's going to be GG in a minute here. We're going to go into game number 2. Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is, you know, I wonder if Hope Torture will learn from this. Such an amazing game by Fruit Dealer, but Hope Torture's got to put on more pressure early in the game.
Unbelievable. He will take out this expansion, but of course he won't have a base, so that doesn't really matter.
Nothing left here. Dropping some extra Ultras, laying his own creep in there with the Overlords he brings.
Wow, he was actually that behind on mules.
Yeah,
but he actually dropped him. That's embarrassing.
They aren't going to help him right now. So many Ultras. Fruit Dealer.
And these guys, it's actually probably Mutiny that's probably going to fly off of this area and leave the map because you wouldn't want to be on there.
GG.
GG. Over here at the upper left, or lower left, rather, excuse me, the Fruit Dealer. Whoa, so many fans for him. Down here at the bottom right, formerly known as Into the Rainbow, he is none other than Hope Torture. There we go. Got to get those timings out right.
Now, it's close positions by air. It's kind of interesting because the ground route is quite far. It's going to make Mutalisks a really great choice. And it could make something like a Banshee Rush very effective, but that is not really the style that we've seen so far out of Hope Torture, so I don't expect to see anything like that. But I would definitely like to see a Mutalisk opening by Fruit Dealer here.
As you can see, they're just out of vision of each other. Interesting scouting path. We normally see Zergs come from right here and spot. And I don't know if you guys are picking up the sound of the audience here in my headphones, but it is like the building is actually shaking. It is so crazy down here. It's so awesome. Here comes the drone. Going to expand.
Yep, he's going to go ahead and take a hatchery first. Now, this is pretty cool. If you go hatchery first and you skimp on the ling speed, you can actually get mutas out to stop the tank drop. So if that's what he ends up doing, but again, that's quite risky because without Ling speed, you really don't have anything to stop other early attacks. So there's a lot of gambles that could take place here.
Gambling, of course, illegal in Korea, so these guys are quite risky.
More risky than we even thought.
Scouting drone here. Now, he actually got his Overlord over here. He's not going to use the Overlord to scout. He needs to get position over here and see if the Terran's going to expand. So he's going to send a drone out. And this is an interesting path he's actually going here.
Yeah, he actually...
Does he actually not know?
Yeah.
He actually doesn't know. Oh, my God. This is so bad.
He didn't see any buildings as he went over. I thought he saw the SCV go by, though, which would give it away.
Well, he clearly wasn't looking, so this is going to be awkward. This might mess up the build order that is planned out here from the Terran. So he's going to go up here. He probably assumes the Terran's actually north.
Yeah, we'll see with where he sends this drone next. Now the hatchery is up. Will he make single queen or double queen? Throwing up that spine crawler right away. The Marine's on the way. He's got a lot of Zerglings making, though. Starting his first queen now at the natural expansion.
Looks like he just wanted to feign pressure. Force the Zerg to make some extra Zerglings instead of drones early on.
Which is a great move, a very high-level move. As long as he's making Zerglings, he's not spending that money on drones, and that affects the economy hugely. But there's a lot of Zerglings out. No walling up right now for Hope Torture. This actually could be pretty dangerous.
So he's sending the links. Looks like he's going to try to kind of MacGyver a wall in over here.
Last second
He does
wall.
get it up. Very nice save.
Now, pretty interesting. A tech lab's going up on both the barracks and on the factory. So we definitely could see a tank drop. And there's a lot of things we could see. Banshees, tanks is being made out of the factory.
You know, one thing about this tech lab is he might have just made that to block the
that's
wings,
quite true.
so that might actually not. But then again, you know what? He could just get a Banshee. I mean, it's pretty convenient to swap right now.
Yeah.
Is he going to do it?
I think we're going to see a drop ship and a tank drop. That's my best guess. And sadly for Fruit Dealer, his layer is not even half done.
Dropship on the way. This is very hard for Zerg to stop. If they get the tanks up in this region, just like in StarCraft I, it's a nightmare.
Now there's a few tactics you can use. You can throw some spine crawlers at the ledge, spot with the overlords, and stall a lot. You can actually stall for quite a long time. But with siege mode, they actually deal damage so fast that you should eventually lose the hatchery if the Terran executes this correctly.
He's going to have another queen out here. Just larva injecting Fruit Dealer, very good at just getting as many drones out as possible. And take a look-see, though. This could be bad.
Yes, it definitely could. And loading 2 SCVs as opposed to the siege tank, this is kind of interesting because he could have done this a long time ago. You wait till the siege tank was almost done. So this is actually a very indecisive move here by Hope Torture.
Hope Torture's going over here. Will the Fruit Dealer have the necessary fruit to deal his way out of this situation? Only time will tell. It's hard to say.
But the Spire, it is being made, and I think he may make some missile turrets here.
Yep.
He does not want Mutas to be able to clear this. And here come those spines.
Take very long to root themselves, but I think this one should at least be in range.
Yep, it is in range. He's going to have to move that siege tank back, but he has SCV to repair it. Picks it up. Nice move there. And, oh, very good. Look at this. 3 queens hitting that turret, teaming up. And the spine crawler's walking back. Now, see, this is how you do it. You go up, you go back, you go up, you go back. You just try to stall the siege tank from killing you while you get mutas. But, oh, look at this. He needs to move that siege tank back. This is completely crazy. He is blocking this so well right now. Oh, and will he get the dropship?
Oh my God, it lives.
That was huge. He needs to keep that dropship alive. It's very important at this point.
He is still in range of the extractor. That's going to hurt the Zerg's gas, especially if he's getting a Spire.
You know, the Spire is done. We have a lot of mutas making right now. 5 being hatched up. And only 1 missile turret so far.
He's going to go in for again. I don't know if it's going to be in range, but he doesn't want him to get these missile turrets up.
He loses that SCV. That's actually quite bad as well.
Yeah.
He needs that to repair anything mutas attack. And he targets the SCV.
Nice.
Smart move. takes out the turret. Only one turret left. 5 meters can take that out. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Looks like Fruit Dealer is going to go ahead and save his...
He's also stopped a Viking. He was sending a Viking over here for support. Mutas are in the main. This main does not seem to be too terribly well defended. Once again, the Viking manages to stay alive, just like the dropship.
Gets that dropship.
I spoke too soon. He does get the injured dropship.
And there's not a lot of Marines here. But there is a Viking helping out a little bit. The turret gets up, realizes he has to run away. So he has a bunch of damage to Mutas. It's going to be harder to remove that tank on the cliff.
Expansion over here at the upper right.
Nice little hidden one. It's going to be one of the last places scouted by Hope Torture.
Now this is
He's going. Targeting the siege tank. And he gets rid of it. There's no dropship, so no problem. Awesome. Healing some of those mutas. He is just dealing with everything exceedingly well.
Normally they're called mutas, but when Fruit Dealer plays them, they're fruit flies. Just annoying. The Terran's base.
Yeah.
We got drones going over to the expansion, and Terran, by the way, 1 second, does not have vision of it.
Yeah. He's not really been scouting. He doesn't have a base up, and in fact, look at this main base. He has the command center, so he's going to go ahead and expand, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and keep just one factory and add in a lot of biological units.
Could be going Thor Marauder here. That's quite effective. Oh, Muta's a bank in there. Pull back. This turret. Loneliest turret in the game.
It's a Nesh turret. Well, let's see. What are you doing, Fruit Dealer? What's your plan here? Ooh,
yeah, let's take a look.
Let's take a look at his upgrades he's getting. He's getting Overlord speed and Overlord drops, as well as a Roach Warren and Baneling Nest. So that is pretty awesome. We could see Baneling drops in the mineral lines. That can be quite good against any sort of anything, man. I mean, it's just great killing SCVs with Baneling drops. But also, I think he's going to stall him out a lot with Roach drops.
Looks like we got an expansion over here at the north. So he's again expanding in regions where the Terran can't attack and kill everything in a line. Much safer than taking this expansion. Muta's down here.
Mutas. Looks like they're going to be fended off quite easily. There's plenty of missile turrets and Thors all over the place. Now we have Roach speed being upgraded as well as Baneling speed. He's just getting all his P's and Q's here, Tasteless.
Well, Terran's going to have to do something pretty quick. Terran, hold that thought. Quick drop here. He backs up. He knows the mutas are on the map.
There they are! Going after that dropship. He kills the dropship. That is very nice. The mobility of Hope Torture is being destroyed.
Okay, this is really bad for the Terran. Yeah. The Terran has lost momentum just like in the first game. You actually have to be so effective with your first drop in Terran versus Zerg. It's the only way to get the Zerg completely out of position. And in this case, he has had no efficacy with that.
Right now, 25 supply lead for Fruit Dealer. That is pretty awesome.
Viking, stray Viking out here on the map. He shouldn't have had it out there.
At every turn, those mutalisks are there and eliminating whatever Hope Torture wants to do. I think even now, a player like Hope Torture is going to be rattled.
Yeah, this has to be getting under his skin. It feels like the Zerg is just everywhere and doing everything. And he's got a lot of creep, I want to point out on the map. That's very good if you're Zerg. The units are going to be very mobile. I think this is a last-ditch effort. Unless he's going to go for the gold.
Yeah, he may just siege up here. That's sometimes quite common of Terrans. To siege at the watchtower gives the tanks such vision that they can really maximize their range.
Looks like you're right. He's not going to push. He's actually going to hold this position.
I think that the best thing you could possibly do at this point is just turtle up, half map it, and go mech. Because Fruit Dealer is showing, oh, look at that. Roach is trying to do something.
We got a drop over here in the main. Baneling drop in the worker line. He did get some SCVs, not a ton. Thank God I didn't miss that. I almost missed that.
Fruit Dealer.
We got another drop. And note, the army is in position over here. This is how you take out Terran, just like in StarCraft 1. You just wait for the Terran where his slow, immobile, but very powerful army is, and attack him where he isn't.
It's such a good move. Now, if we take a look at the unit counter real quick, we have 78 drones against 53 SCVs. So he's doing great. And the drop is now coming. Here we go. This is actually going to be huge. There's nothing there to defend. It's such a single missile turret. And Hope Torture, he cannot be happy with this. A lot of Zerglings, a lot of Roaches coming out. And this is going to annoy him severely. A lot of SCVs dying.
He's just doing so much damage. Meanwhile, another army's moving in over here. He spots the other drop.
Oh no, Hope Torture being peeled apart by Fruit Dealer, just like an orange.
Fruit Dealer taking him out right now. And he's actually going to have another attack over here.
He's going to drop on the army, engaging the main army. This is how confident he is at this point. And the Roach-based army cleaning up, killing siege tanks, killing Thors, killing Marines. Fruit Dealer!
Unbelievable!
Fruit Dealer!
The Terran hasn't even taken care of this drop in the main yet. There's still Roaches killing SCVs. He's not taking out the destructible rocks over here, so it's not like he's going to be able to get an expansion.
Fruit Dealer is unbelievable. He is so good. He's got 4 bases right now, just running circles around Hope Torture.
Fruit Dealer is out of control. I don't know if the Terran's going to even stay in the game for much longer. Oh my God.
Wow.
That is a lot of Banelings.
He is morphing 38
That is so
Banes.
many Banelings. That's the kind of, you can actually like right click on a planetary fortress and blow it up.
Yeah, he's got about 35 of them right now.
This is going to be the killing blow here to an already almost dead player. His economy is in shambles. Wow. And here we go, drop. He's got Infestors out. He didn't even have to wait until Ultras.
And this style of play that Fruit Dealer does, I have not seen any other Zerg do it. He opens Muta, he gets into all this other tech suddenly.
We got a drop over here in the main.
Oh, well, looks like he will kill a little bit, but Fruit Dealer is going to get angry and counterattack. So I don't know if this is a good idea. You don't want to make Fruit Dealer angry.
You pissed off the Fruit Dealer.
Here he comes.
He's going into the main.
A lot of siege tanks up there, but the Overlords dropping Banes all over the place. Up come the Zerglings, and here are the Infestors. What are they going to do? Oh my God, Fruit Dealer.
Expect GG any second. This game is over. Terran doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of coming back from this.
Oh, infested Terrans all underneath the fungal dropships, and that is it. 2-0.
On the map, Kulos Ravine down here at the bottom right. We have our Zerg player, the Fruit Dealer. That's clean for the Fruit Dealer. I don't know if you guys can hear the cheers, but people are going crazy. People actually did bring fruit like I asked them to, by the way.
Yeah.
Down here at the bottom left, we have Hope Torture.
Now, one quick thing I would like to point out is this Overlord. Notice how it's floating to the left. Now, if you are one of the 7 Zerg players that has not X'd off Kulos Ravine in your map pool, always scout to the left or right with your Overlord versus Terran, because it gets over the ledge at their choke point before a Marine is out.
Really?
Yes, so that is very important. It's like a free scout to that position if they're there. Otherwise, you can't get that Overlord there because Marines will be out and just catch him.
That is very interesting. Looks like our Terran player going to go for Bear. Oh no, that's not Barracks first, excuse me. Going for a Barracks, but at the entrance.
Now, I'm excited to see if Hope Torture is just going to do the same thing he's been doing. A lot of harass space play. It's very good here. Ooh, hatchery
wait a
first
minute.
at the goal.
That is risky.
Now,
this is very interesting.
Yeah, he's got a lot of cool builds on this map. Really, it's very hard to predict exactly what he's going to do because he is the only player that plays Kulos Ravine in 48 different ways, and we've only seen like 3 of those 48 so far at Tasteless.
A lot of this is going to come down to scouting. If Hope Torture is smart enough, he's going to count all the drones and say, wait a minute, you should have an extra base.
Even by the spawning pool health, he should be able to tell that something is up. And out goes that drone. In goes the SCV.
Getting his feet all sticky on that creep. So we're going to have to see. Does he go look up there? If this expansion's spotted, it's going to have a way different outcome than if he manages to get away with it. And very nice. As you can see, the Overlord does get over here. Artos' prediction was correct. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh.
He builds... There is an Overlord to watch this now. If he builds a bunker, though, and the Marine just goes straight up there, I don't think that there's any way that Fruit Dealer is going to be able to stop this.
But he backs off.
He does have drones, though. He smartly sends drones right away. Those could have definitely harassed and perhaps even stopped a bunker from being made. All right, Fruit Dealer. Pretty cool.
Fruit Dealer is pretty good. He's getting a Roach Warren out now. What are your thoughts?
I think that we may see some sort of two-base, very powerful attack come out of Fruit Dealer here. He's got to get pretty mobile. The problem is that, any sort of tank drop or something can still take out this hatchery. There is high ground above it.
Yeah, that's true.
And roaches aren't going to range to hit that, so you need layer tech to deal with it. Basically, I just want to see when he wants to go for his layer.
Tech lab over here. And what is he going to get out of this? Possibly, because he doesn't think he's going to go for... Oh, no, he might actually go for a drop. He's getting a tank. He's going to do it again.
Yeah.
Now, remember, this area is pretty small.
Yeah.
If you have a spine crawler or two here...
It's going to be very hard. The ledge is much smaller than Lost Temple. It can be quite hard to take it out then.
And if Hope Torture starts to lose momentum, it's going to be disastrous. Layer on the way, halfway done.
Yeah, he's getting a well-timed layer here. And this is pretty cool. Those spine crawlers are actually going to have range of almost the whole ledge. And if he could actually spread creep around the other side, that would be the ultimate coolness, but we aren't going to see that here today.
One tank, drop ship. He's making Marines. I'm curious to see what he puts.
Okay. The Marines will snipe the Overlord that is sitting on the ledge, and he won't have any vision. You need vision in this game to shoot things that are shooting from the top of the high ground. So that, I think, is what we're going to see. Just suicide the Marines into the Overlord, and if he doesn't have another Overlord in the vicinity, it could be quite deadly.
Well, I guess he's hoping that they won't have anything else there. He gets 2 Marines and 2 SCVs. Uh-oh. I don't know if this is going to work.
Yeah, I don't know. And notice the roaches. We take a look right over here.
He does not see it.
Look at those roaches right there. They're actually sitting behind. So the area which he can't be hit by the spine crawlers, the roaches are going to cover. This is actually quite brilliant. I had not thought of this till I saw the roaches sitting there.
Here he goes. He's going to drop. We have spine crawlers up here.
Now here we go. It's sieging up.
Here come the roaches.
Here come the roaches!
He's going to get the tank.
Beautiful move.
Nice. Saves the tank.
Wow. Wow. Just wow.
Oh, my God.
Fruit Dealer had some elaborate plans.
I don't even think Hope Torture knows what to do with this dropship now. He seems to be kind of moving it around like,
Yeah, this is
too bad he can't get up here with the statue. The roaches maybe can't reach him there.
It's too high up.
It's just too high.
We only have 3 range.
Oh. Got a Viking out here.
Nice. Super good Viking timing right here. And as he kills that, no vision.
He can't see up there.
That's right.
Well, we got...
At the same time, Nidus Worm. Oh, my God. Beautiful move right here. And a lot of speedlings coming out. SCV's coming. But he needs to kill the Nidus. The Nidus is the important thing to kill here.
There was so much attention being played over here to that we actually
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. I think it's going to be GG.
Yeah,
he did it again.
This is so awesome.
Sorry we were a little late on spotting that Nidus Worm, guys. There's so much action with the drop. Unbelievable. That's it. He's done.
Yeah.
3-0.
Crazy, but it is a best of 7.
He's giving him so much fruit. He's shoving the fruit down his throat. He's like, rah, rah. He's killing him with it. Fruit Dealer. Unbelievable. Wow. So, does anybody care if this base is gone? No. I can't even believe Hope Torture's going to stay up here. He knows he's dead.
Yeah.
He knows it's over.
He's, he's mining with mules, and looks like he wants to just bring his Vikings and his medevac over and see if he can do something. That was such a smart move.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed. And the dropship play is beginning, but so many speedlings.
This is just brutal.
Yeah, he's going to lose all his units here. Things just not going well for Hope Torture.
Yeah,
There's basically nothing left.
He does have mules, though.
Yeah, that's true. Those things are pretty good.
Well, this is essentially checkmate.
Lands his Vikings, lets him die.
I think Hope Torture might be trying to regain composure in his booth, going over, right, what am I doing wrong? And there it is, GG.
3-0.
Starting at the south location here, we have a legendary player, the Messiah of Zerg, a fruit dealer.
Going crazy in here for him.
So loud in here, it's just insane. Up here at the north, he was formerly known as Into the Rainbow. Changed his name to none other than Hope Torture.
All right.
And he has a lot of fans in here as well. By the way, I apologize for my voice. I have a cold. I'm going to the doctor tomorrow.
I hope you feel better soon, Tasteless.
I was not going to call in sick for this day.
Oh, no way.
No, I'm just not. It's not going to
What would I
happen.
do without you, Tasteless? Without you, I am nothing.
And you can see he's actually just checking right now for proxies. Is he going to hide in barracks anywhere? There's so many locations you can hide structures around here.
Yeah. But no proxies today. By the placement of that barracks, it tells us he's going to make a factory right next to it, most likely.
Yep, right there.
But no gas yet. So, in fact, we may not be seeing that. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's very strange.
Might just throw up a second barracks there or a command center.
We're going to find out soon.
Still no gas. Oh.
Zerg decides to expand.
Nice fast expansion after scouting all the possible areas that you could have a proxy racks.
And I guess he's going to get a command center. That's the only explanation. Now, this area from here to your ramp here is such a large area. It can be very difficult to defend.
That's right.
Assuming he gets past this location here.
It's a pretty cool strategy that we're seeing here, but a very late scout here by Hope Torture. Looks like no gas yet from Fruit Dealer.
He actually wants to make the command center over here, but he's blocking from doing that.
Gonna move the barracks down there, though.
I guess he can just wall off this area over here.
Yeah, pretty easily. I like that a lot.
It's pretty smart. I like it.
The new destructible rocks, they have a lot of health, they have a lot of armor. It's going to take a while to get through there, especially as Zerg. Your Zerglings do not do a lot of damage to that. So you kind of have to get roaches up there or something, which are so slow at this point without speed. It's a very safe build that we're actually seeing here from Hope Torture.
Blizzard definitely did a great job by putting stuff like this in the game.
Oh, yeah.
And actually fixing this map, because this map was actually a nightmare when it first came out in the beta. It's so good now.
Yeah, it was pure Cheeseville, and nowadays it's actually getting a lot better. I'm definitely enjoying my games there a lot more now.
So much money on the line. Hope Torture, he's got to know that he's pretty deep underwater right now.
Yeah.
He needs to get back here. This is not just about money too. It's about your future career as a pro gamer, sponsorship, stuff like that. And Fruit Dealer, who's been an underdog for multiple phases of the tournament, just keeps proving everybody else wrong.
That's right. Now speed being researched for Zerg player Fruit Dealer, and a lot of barracks being made for Hope Torture. All right,
yeah.
He gets my seal of approval on this build order.
Yeah,
a lot better than what we've been seeing. I like just Marine Marauder play on this map because they can get quite mobile, and it's a hard force to take care of as Zerg.
SCV getting chased away. Now, I doubt the Fruit Dealers experienced this build very much before. We haven't seen this map this opener very much on Desert Oasis.
In fact, I've never seen this on Desert Oasis yet. And there's just so many things that Terran can actually do on this map. There's a lot of different cheeses, a lot of different legit builds. It's definitely going to be something he's going to have to adjust to on the fly. But that is Fruit Dealer, man. He's very good at that.
So far, we've seen a huge change in Hope Torture's play style. I'm really liking this. This could be a much brighter day here for him.
Yeah, this is what he needs to do if he wants to go ahead and win this. He definitely needs to change his style up. Fruit Dealer's had his number all day long. And this is a really good start. He's going to make a very marine-based army. Now, obviously on this map, you almost have to go Mutalisks as Zerg. It's just so good on this map. Ooh, but take a look-see here. In the main base, we have a Baneling nest going up right away. So it seems like he has some idea of what's going on here. If he has speed Banelings, this mostly marine-based army that Hope Torture is making will not do very well at all.
It's actually pure marine right now. He's even making marines out of the one with the tech. This is going to be bad.
Oh my god. Where is it? I see it on the production tab. It is an infestation. Okay. Infestors own marines in a way that you just don't understand, people. Even if you've seen it and played against it, they own marines. And along with Banelings, like, he's not going to do any damage to Fruit Dealer here. This is amazing. You expect to see Spire. That's what Hope Torture expected. And the Marines, they are moving out. Wow. This is actually crazy.
And the travel distance is pretty long on this map.
Yeah. But with a force like this, if he opens Mutas, then this force is so fearsome, you are actually like, oh no, and you start making a lot of Zerglings. But Marines with Stim micro pretty well against Zerglings. So, you know, he's just going to get out a few Banelings, keep him on the creep, make maybe an Infestor, and it's going to be gross. It's going to be gross. It's going to be human carnage.
He's on the creep now. He stims. He's going in.
He has a very specific timing. Look at this. Here he goes. Banes being morphed. A ton of Banes being morphed. And look at this. He's rallying in there. There we go. And, oh, just a few Marines left. And Fruit Dealer cleaning up this first attack. I don't know how he knows every move that Hope Torture is going to make. This is amazing that he actually opens like this against a Marine-only attack.
Well, it's so smart because this build that we're seeing here from the Terran is designed to beat a player who goes Muta. And I mean, even you said it, you're a Zerg player.
It's a perfect
people go Muta on this map. Yeah. So this counters that kind of timing push perfectly.
Completely.
Fruit Dealer.
Man. He is so amazing.
He's so good. Now he's going to take the gold base.
He is. He's even upgrading pathogen glands is what they're called. It's the plus energy to infestors. And that means that we're going to see a lot of infestors, which I do like. I love the fact that he's actually skipped mutas altogether. He says, okay, this is a muta map. That's what he's going to expect. He's going to be ready for it. I'm going to go completely not muta. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's making a lot of infestors. He's upgrading his Zerglings. He's expanding. You know, infestors aren't the most mobile units, but after defeating that many units already, that many Marines, killing that many, he's already so far ahead that it's going to be hard for Hope Torture to really do anything that is going to scare him.
We got a ton of barracks here. He does have a Thor, but look, when Zerg gets this this hatchery, well, excuse me, when this hatchery completes, Terran is going to have to attack. You cannot let the Zerg sit on the gold base in this kind of situation.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's going to have such a sick economy going, and you do not want Fruit Dealer to have a good economy.
No.
Now, if we take a look here, notice he's making medevacs right now. He may want to go for some sort of drop. He's either going to do a strong timing push with Thor Tank and Marines, or he's going to do a drop. Now, if we look down here in the Zerg main base, notice 2 Spine Crawlers and 2 Banelings. You know what that says, Tasis?
And an Infestor, actually, as well.
That says, yes, please drop me. I would love to.
He's completely prepared for that.
I would like 100 million won. Please drop me. Doing little scans, doesn't want to run into Burra Banelings.
Those are, of course, scans that could have been mules.
Kind of a funny little army composition here.
Looks like he might try to set up and try to shoot the extractors, maybe? No, he's actually going to occupy a gold base.
Yep. But I don't know, man. Fruit Dealer looks like he can just go ahead and take another base right now. This army is not the most mobile thing I've ever seen from Hope Torture.
It's getting Hydras.
Cool.
Expanding the creep. As you can see, he's doing a great job of that. And I got to say, Fruit Dealer's looking very strong.
And we have a drop in the main base of the Zerg.
Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. We have a drop over here, and it's in a location that's hard to spot.
That's right. And look at this. He's actually done decent damage so far, but here comes the Infestor. Bam! Bungled, but no more units clean it up quite yet, except a few more Infestors
Just shoots
coming.
some Infested Terrans.
Oh, I love it. And some Terrans popping out as well. Infested Terrans, own Terrans.
Yeah, man, they were pretty good. Oh, it's just, it bungles that and drops this over here. Man, this is unbelievable. Now Terran on the move. Terran's going to try to push. Zerg has to be prepared. He has Hydras and Lings. I don't know if Hope Torture can do this. And another excellent bungle here.
This just slows down Hope Torture. Also wastes a lot of energy on those medevacs. He's got to be careful here, though. Here come the Hydras. Hydras on creep. Very scary. And look at this. Going to engage. Doesn't want to lose all this, though. Marines and tanks, very good against Hydras still. But the right fungal growths will take out those Marines. And here comes a drop into the Terran main.
Into the Zerg's main.
Oh, yeah, into the Zerg's main with the Terran units.
And this is going to be a distraction. That's going to allow him to push
forward.
Oh,
from the low ground.
Very nice.
Awesome move there. He's going to want to pick these units up immediately. Picks them up. Time to run. Doesn't quite fungal in time.
Oh, these are the guys who got left behind. Oh! Okay. Terran trying to get into position. He's going to reinforce his army here. Meanwhile, the gold expansion is up for the Terran. Zerg expands again. But I don't know if Terran is safe in this position right here.
Yeah, this is a scary place for everyone. He's so close to attacking the Zerg, but Fruit Dealer gets so many units, and look at this.
Looks like we got a drop over here.
Looks like he wants to hit the Terran main, and there is nothing in that Terran main. So this is actually something that's going to be so deadly. But at the same time, a push coming. Is he going to push? Some Marines running in.
Bungled.
Gets fungled, but here comes the Zerg drop. Here we go. This is going to be deadly. Hope Torture in a lot of trouble here. He has almost no units anywhere near his main base.
And his other units are just still streaming down here. But at this point outside of his approach base, he has to live. He's going to lose a lot of depots. Terran may try to just go in here and try to smash the Zerg, finish him off if he can. I don't think it's going to happen.
No, he's losing everything. All of his
links over here on the tanks.
Oh, beautiful moves. And all that has to happen now is this push has to be broken. Can he break it?
This is Hope Torture's only chance is to win with this push.
Right. Targets those Banelings, does a ton of damage, and beautiful fungals all over the place. Pushes back the first wave of the Zerg army, but still, there's so many hatcheries here he can reinforce. That is the strength of the Zerg.
Zerg is getting chased down now.
He's dropping a mule for repair. I like it.
Not a bad idea at all. But I don't know if it's going to matter.
Many dead hives.
He does have a ton of units over here the Zerg has to get rid of, but meanwhile, he doesn't have anything much in his main. These are all his production facilities. You can see the Marines, the tanks trying to save it.
Right.
To save the spot.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like the gold base may be taking down the drones migrating up to that new base up north. Bringing gold minerals as yes.
Well, this is a very interesting situation because the Zerg actually doesn't have much of an army anymore.
And back here, it looks like he is going to stabilize. Very important part of the game right there for Hope Torture.
Oh my god, it's so many spine crawlers.
Oh wow, but look down here, the Terran is moving.
Terran's edging forward.
He's got to be very careful with this army. He has to keep alive. And actually, he's got more supply right now.
Oh my god. I think you're right. But now we could have a Baneling drop over here.
Wow, the Baneling drop could be very good. Running in now. Here we go. Overlords with the Banelings being targeted. But he drops them out. Kills a lot of stuff right there. But the Thors live as well as the tanks. SCV's repairing. Wow, this is an amazing push by Hope Torture.
Meanwhile, the production facilities for Hope Torture are actually coming back. We actually might see one of the most insane comebacks of the entire tournament.
Yeah, this is crazy. And right now, he's got this base with all these spine crawlers, also taking an island. Good usage of the drops. Both islands. Awesome moves here under the heat of the battle in this pressure-filled situation. That's exactly what he needs to do.
He's going to engage. He's getting closer.
Zerglings tank splash is going to really hurt those tanks. And Baneling still being dropped on the tanks.
Wow, almost took out all the tanks there.
Somehow they are all still alive.
Terrence reinforcing.
Wow, this is a constant stream of reinforcements, and it looks like he is in trouble. Look at this, hatchery's going down. If he can get into the main base, all the tech will be gone for Fruit Dealer.
He moves in with some more lings.
Oh my, a ton of Zerglings, but the Marines are here to help. No more Banelings. Oh, I tell you right now, I am actually getting chills up and down my entire body, Jason.
This is unreal.
An epic comeback by Hope Torture. What a crazy game.
This is just unbelievable. I'm totally speechless that the Terran actually has come back. The Zerg still has this location, as well as the islands, but he's going to lose his main.
Yeah, losing the main is actually the really painful part. It's all his tech structures. He's got his lair. I don't know, man. He's going to have to choose which tech structures to rebuild before that layer goes down and throw them somewhere safe.
All right, this is just insane.
Looks like he's scouted now all the Terran new production facilities.
I think Zerg might actually tap out.
Yeah, it's looking not very good. Nice bungles.
Yeah, very nice. Impressive play here. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He is forcing the medevacs to be drained of energy. We have another drop over here. Oh, no, excuse me, it's full of drones. Oh, but he's going to take out the island expansion.
Wow, one island expansion already going down. This is going to leave him with Spinecrawler Central in the top left island.
Hope Torture tries to expand down here. Denied, however. So many Spinecrawlers here. I don't think this thing is going to get killed anytime soon.
Yeah, he's going to have to use siege tanks over there.
Now remember, Terran only has one expansion, and it is the gold. So maybe if Hope Torture can hang on.
And it looks like he's going to attack into here. Poor move. The Hydra's picking up a lot of important units right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have any more medevacs. It means his island might actually be safe.
Wow, that's actually really nice. Now, let's see here. Taking out the remaining buildings.
He did manage to get one drone over here, so he can retake the island.
But right now, it's pretty risky. Let's take a look at the supplies. Oh, a nice Hydra's coming in. The Marines with no medevacs, but they do plow through. GG, Hope Torture,
wow.
Showing he is not done yet.
Over here at the top center, I guess you could say, we say left side of the map, is the Fruit Dealer. Down here, on the other side, as you can see, by the way, tons of fans here showing up to show their support. We have, formerly known as Into the Rainbow, he is now known as Hope Torture.
Now, Hope Torture likes to torture people by giving them hope. Proxy's a barracks.
Oh my God.
He knows that this map is the best map for 14 commands, 14 hatchery rather. And that is something that, of course, our Zerg player Fruit Dealer loves to do. So if he chooses to do that, this is actually going to be just a build order win. And in fact, he's getting a gas. So this might even be
it's Reaper.
Proxy Reaper.
That's very interesting. This is just... Now, remember, there's going to be a small amount of time when the Zerg can spot and be like, wait a minute. Uh-oh.
A lot of Zerg players don't wait for that Overlord to finish scouting because it actually doesn't get all the way across the main base before you have the minerals for the hatchery. So I think Fruit Dealer is just going to blindly expand anyways. Looks like maybe. Yeah, he does, in fact, go for the blind expansion without scouting all the way for the barracks. But of course, that barracks could be anywhere in that base.
So he's got vision over here. He goes, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something's going on here.
Yeah, this is... This could be quite bad.
Remember, in the patch, the Reaper build time was reduced.
Increased,
excuse me.
By 5 seconds, so definitely a good fix. But
he sees it.
Here we go. Oh my. What is he going to think here? What does he do? The SCV coming out. He's going to definitely want to try to make a bunker.
Is he going to cancel? No, I guess not.
I don't think he's going to cancel, and I think that might be the best choice. Let him attack that instead of his drones. That's what I would hope for.
Reaper. Almost out. A second one will be made soon. There it is.
Now, no gas going out yet for our Zerg player. And also Nitro Packs going up for the Reapers. I like this. Going right to the main base. hit some drones. That's what you want to do.
Oh, this is so bad for the
And
Zerg.
he's got to control this perfectly. If he gets surrounded by drones, it's going to be very, very bad. Good moves here by Fruit Dealer. 2 drones down. 3
Gets a
drones
3.
down.
We're waiting for the queen to come out. Lings are on the way. Oh! Is he gonna get it? And no,
Gets away,
he escapes.
barely gets away. Only 2 hits left to the Zerglings. It's micro time, Tasteless.
It's micro time, micro wars here. These kids are micro machines, man.
I used to play with those when I was a kid.
Me too. Excuse me. He's just gonna go for the hatchery here. There's nothing to can really do about this when he goes down here.
Zerglings coming down. They want to kill that SCV. Will they get it? Yes!
Yes, they get the SCV.
Oh, wow. He's going to have to send another SCV over there for sure. And this Reaper may get surrounded. No. Microed out of there. Very nice. Zerglings going for the counterattack. The Reapers have to chase. So those Zerglings, oh, they turn right around in the smoke. Beautiful move. Using the smoke. That is so amazing. That is what that smoke is for. Ambush. Amazing play here.
I can't believe that. I cannot believe you turned around. I was positive he was just going to go for the counterattack, but that was such... Oh my God, that was so high level.
Of the smoke, that is something we don't see a lot yet. That is why Blizzard put in the game for moves like this.
Unbelievable. I cannot... Look, frankly, if this is rock, paper, scissors, this is supposed to be this builder that Terran's doing is just supposed to win automatically. Reaper
Roach.
chased out by a Roach.
This is so crazy.
He's going to try to intercept the Reaper. Does he get it? Ah! And he does manage to escape, going past the utility bot, formerly known as the Automaton 2000.
It's still known as that version.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Not really, but thank you.
So the Fruit Dealer's still in this. He did lose some drones, but he seems to be bouncing back. Remember, Terran had to sacrifice some SCVs to try to get ahead.
In fact, it's 20 drones versus 17 SCVs and a mule. But there are 2 hatcheries up and a queen. So he's going to be able to really use so many units, so many drones rather, and get his economy way ahead. Right now, making a lot of roaches. I think he may just try for a counterattack here. And if all there is Reapers, it is going to kill.
Reapers are out. Nice positioning over here. Meanwhile, we have more drones being pumped out here. The Fruit Dealer likes his economy being strong.
Right now, let's take a look at these supplies. It's kind of scary. 44 against 27. Fruit Dealer way in the lead.
I cannot believe he held out that rush. That is actually so insane. You can see the Reapers jump down, try to get around. There's more roaches over here. He's sending just a ton of roaches. He's going to see if he can't just break them. Now, Reapers can outrun roaches, but they don't win in a one-on-one fight if they're forced to stand their ground.
Yeah, and now he's hitting these barracks. Luckily, the barracks has a lot of hit points, but he's got to get some SCVs up there. I can't believe he's not repairing this barracks right now. He should have been ready for this. Oh no, and the Marauder is actually blocking the SCVs from repairing.
He's going to get it.
So bad.
He could get it. Even with this one Roach not attacking, he does break it down.
Marauders, they do a really good job against Reapers, Roaches, but and he's losing so many SCVs. Oh my, just targeting SCVs, getting so far ahead economically speaking.
He's getting, this is such a mission success here from the Fruit Dealer, just taking out SCVs. Meanwhile, these Reapers did not manage to do anything. I was watching them on the mini-map the whole time. Let's see if he can come back now, though. The Reapers hop up, but the Queen is there.
Taking one out.
Takes one out.
She's very protective of her baby drones.
And nope, this is denied again.
Wow, the Zerglings even have speed at this point. He's got 2 bases going very well, and in fact, adding a 3rd hatchery. That is natural.
He's going to hardcore 2 base. Yeah, he's just going to try to take him out now.
Which is just a perfect choice right now. The Reaper Ass really didn't do enough.
Terran takes the island over here. That's one thing going for him.
Yeah, that's actually a very smart move. He realizes, you know what, I cannot get out there and actually expand to my normal place, so this is what I have to do.
Nice block there. He's going to go for the barracks again. I don't know if this is a wise decision by the Fruit Dealer.
It takes a lot of hits from Harder to actually kill a Zergling.
That's true.
He's not repairing.
What?
He just assumes the Zerg will run away, and the barracks may go down.
What?
Barracks goes down again. Fruit Dealer.
Oh my God.
Are you serious?
You know, what's so funny about that is I saw him do that, and I thought, well, he should really just turn around, you know, because the Terran could repair it. And of course, the Terran thinks, well, I can repair it, so he just needs to turn around. But then he actually called his bluff.
Yeah. Beautiful move there.
Gold Expo being taken here.
And a Spire going up.
Yep.
I don't know how you're going to deal with 3 base Spire after an opening like that, Hope Torture. There. You better do something ghostly.
He goes up here, takes out the SCV. You know, it's like the Terran player can never just get it started. You know what I mean? He's been so behind now.
I don't even know what his game plan is going to be from here. You know, turtling is going to allow Fruit Dealer to just make his Ultra Army. Maybe a Thor drop? Okay. Thor drop, decent idea right now.
Thor drop on the way. He can defend the island with this.
Now, the sad thing is the Spire is just about to finish. And when that thing finishes and a bunch of mutas pop out, he has a lot of money banked up, as we see, and starts 9 mutas. And unless 5 turrets go up at that expansion, maybe 4 plus quick repairing and a Thor, maybe 3 and a Thor, I guess would actually do it. But no, he has to prepare for this right now. These mutas are almost done. Some turrets going up, but I think the timing on them is a bit late.
Let's see here, the Zerg. Mutas have hatched. But actually, does the Zerg actually know? The Zerg doesn't even know about the island.
Yeah.
The island, excuse me.
But an Overlord was up there, and Thor's attacking it. I think he can put 2 and 2 together.
That's true.
And here it goes. Realize, the turret's just in time there. Hope Torture's got to counter everything that Fruit Dealer does right now. They're just going into the main base.
Muta's just going to see if there's any holes here. And nice, takes out an SCV, delaying the command center. That's one small victory there. Meanwhile, the Zerg expanding again, a Fruit Dealer out of control.
Yeah, he is completely out of control here, man. He knows everything in this base. He just flew right through it. He knows what's going on. He knows how many units there are. He knows how likely an attack is at this point. He knows, I mean, this is just a great position for Fruit Dealer to be in.
Getting a Baneling nest now.
Yeah, he's doing that thing that we were talking about, getting everything at once. He's getting drops, getting speed, getting roach speed, getting a Baneling nest, and droning up while expanding twice. This is how you peel apart Hope Torture, everyone.
Got a lot of drones over here, almost oversaturated at the Gold Expo, so that means he's going to be able to get a ton of stuff.
Yeah, a ton of stuff, and stuff is the right word for it, too, because
he's going to get everything. Yeah. Now, he's going to fly in here once again. I think he wants to intimidate Hope Torture into stimming, and he does.
Yeah, these mutas actually don't mean a lot right now. Just do whatever you can with them. The final army is probably just going to be, you know, what we've seen already from Fruit Dealer. A lot of ultras, a lot of infestors, a lot of everything. But mutas, just use them for whatever you can right now. Keep Hope Torture in his base for as long as possible.
The mutas continuing to just fly around and annoy, Hope Torture. The command center's on the way down here. He's going to expand again. This could be a timing where we're going to see Hope Torture attack. But then again, there's so much money on the line. He might just want to sit back and take it easy.
Yeah. He may want to do that, and I think it's a pretty good idea.
I mean, he's so ahead.
Yeah, it's his game to lose from here, really. He's up 40 supply right now. He's getting every single upgrade. There's no way he's going to be attacked. It's just life is good for the Fruit Dealer at the moment.
Life is not good for this one Marine. This is going to be bad.
And we got a drop. A lot of Banelings in here, a lot of Zerglings, and he's also got the mutas to come along if he wants.
There's no way he can save this island, I think.
Yeah, no, he should be able to take this out, or at least the SCVs. And here come the mutas as well. Here we go. This is huge. And the Zerglings start dropping out. Here come the Banes, but you don't want the Banes running into the Thor.
Oh, the Banes going into the Thor.
Yeah, well, he does kill the Thor, so that's good. And plenty of Zerglings left over. They're going to clean up. We have some dropships going to the island. And he's He's already lost so much over there. At this point, I want to show everyone his supply. 178 to 102.
Oh my God. Talk about a difference.
Yeah. That is a huge difference. He's going to double the supply in a moment here after he gets some Overlords out.
Oh my God. He's actually able to get the medevacs. Now, there's a weird situation going on here because he's kind of stuck on this island.
Yeah, from his army. This makes it so that he cannot attack the Zerg player. He can't do it.
He's got to be careful. He's got to figure out how to get this army out of here because the fruit dealer's getting ready for another attack.
Looking to see if he can do anything over here. Got Banes and Overlords.
Banelings dropping on there, on the tanks.
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
This is going to be so gross. This is R-rated, everyone. If you're under 17, turn this off.
If you have children in the room, you don't want to tell them to leave or cover their eyes.
Here we go. Zerglings and Banelings being drawn. Roaches coming in. Siege tanks going. The Banelings going after the Marines. Almost nothing left for Hope Torture. And I think we're about to crown our first GSL champion, Tasteless.
The greatest StarCraft player in the world, a fruit dealer, now goes back in there and takes out the island.
Everywhere at once. Totally wild.
I can't believe this. This is just insane.
Over 100 supply more than his opponent.
He stopped the build. He shouldn't have been able to stop. It was a build that was designed to directly counter his opener. He stopped it. He drove the Terran all the way back into his base.
Oh, wow. Look at this. He's cleaning up, but there's nothing left, man. Oh! Hi. I'm making 39 Banelings. He's just making pure Zerglings at this point. Doesn't matter what he makes, because he is just worlds ahead, 178 to 86.
We got a big drop, though. Remember, Hope Torture came back from shambles in that last game.
That's
Maybe
right.
He's going to do it this time.
A lot of Banelings are going to have something to say about this, I think. Here they come, and Fester. Oh. This also is going to be
Here we go.
One drops themselves units in it.
Oh my God.
Fruit Dealer. Looks like this is it. We're going to see a GG in any second. And Fruit Dealer is going to be our champion of the first GSL. Amazing, astounding, stellar Zerg play.
This guy is so good.
Undoubtedly,
he's
the best
winning
Zerg.
with a race that nobody else can win with.
Yeah.
Right now. And he's doing it. He's got unbelievable strategies, so many different styles. By the way, I guess it's his last-ditch effort. And it doesn't matter.
Don't think so, buddy. Goodbye, Medevac. Goodbye, Marines. Hope Torture. He's just pulling himself together for the GG, realizing that he has been destroyed.
And this is going to be it.
Look at that fearsome army. Here we go.
Perfect balance of units here. Wings, roaches, banelings, and festers.
Oh! Fungal Growth, GG! Fruit Dealer is our champion.
Will be remembered for the rest of the time. And here we go. The grand finals of BlizzCon is upon us.
Down here in the bottom left of Deadwing, our Zerg player makes some noise for StarTale Life. And his opponent to the north in the top left from Team Acer, it's MMA!
Not a lot of people expected these two players to be in the grand finals. Life came into BlizzCon as the rank 14 seed out of 16, and MMA was ranked number 9. Both players had difficulties even getting to BlizzCon throughout this year. MMA started the year strong. He had a very difficult midsection of 2014, but he recovered with 2 major championships, DreamHack Moscow and then WCS Season 3, and very similar was Life.
That's right. You know, it was very iffy for these guys. So they came in as underdogs. They came in as people that were just brushed aside. In fact, I believe that almost all of the professional analysts said, you know, I think both these guys are losing their first rounds. But they tried so hard. They practiced so heavily, really got into it, and you can see it's paid off in dividends.
And it is so difficult to call who's actually going to come out on top here. It's really going to come down to this. Well, every single moment, every single decision throughout this game is going to be incredibly important. And already we start to see both build orders taking shape.
Well, this is exactly what I want to see throughout the series. A pretty quick Zergling speed for life. I mean, that's his unit, right? The speed Zergling. This is what he gets all of his success off of. The scouting, the aggression, the defense. This is his key unit. Whereas MMA, on the other hand, a more reactive Terran player, going to open with the Reaper so he can scout what's going on.
And he will need to do that considering the way that Live just played against Tasia. Incredibly aggressive and very unorthodox. That wasn't really typical Zerg play that we saw from Live. MMA, very similar to Tasia. Probably in a straight up fight is the favorite, but tricks are probably going to be the way that Life is going to edge through.
Well, one of the tricks is to play completely different from how you've played before. He was very cheesy, very aggressive and sneaky in his match against Tasia, and Life is a really smart guy. He realizes MMA was watching and studying, so I think he's going to go for some macro play here.
On Deadwing, it would be the smart choice here. A nice, large 4-player map. And the Reaper does get a Zergling kill here already, and that is a good start here for MMA to get a single Zergling kill, and he's going to try and get a second one here. This one's going to be a little bit more difficult to get. He does not want to lose a drone here.
Well, it looks like he should get another Zergling, I think. Oh, yeah. There you go. He does get a second. This is actually very nice by MMA. A lot of the times you don't even kill one Zergling with this, but some very strong micro coming out from our Terran.
And MMA here, he's moving 2 Marines south of his main base. As he's scouting at the same time with the Reaper, he's going to try and catch a drone, transferring from the main base to the natural, and it looks like he's going to get one here. And MMA, a great start here. 2 Zerglings down, a drone as well. And he does have the option to poke in and scout. 2 Marines inside his main base here. Going to deny any Overlord scout as well. So he really keeps what he's doing in this game. Well, he could away from Life here, but he has chosen to throw down this starport. Maybe a little bit worried about potential Zerglings coming towards the front here.
Yeah, he definitely could be. He realizes speed could be finishing up pretty soon, and he is right about that. It is just about finishing right now, so Life will go out and scout, but you're right, Apollo. So far, MMA taking a little bit of an advantage, and this could get into Life's head a little bit. To lose 2 Zerglings and a drone to a Reaper, it's pretty uncommon for Life.
That is pretty uncommon here, but the game continues on here as we have Life at 46 applied, MMA to 39. The first couple of Hellions are coming out now, and this is where MMA is going to be able to continue his pressure with that first Reaper.
Well, he is pushing forward right now. Going to see that, in fact, this third base is making right now. The Queen's going to come out and kind of deny any harassment. Not an easy place for MMA to really harass, being on the high ground.
With MMA taking a second gas here, it really opens up his options, because you normally see the third command center come in to really push your production, your economy, and just play for the longer stages of the game here. Life's hiding Zerglings, which could give him more information on this game if he's able to get in there. But I think we may see an armory come in. He could try to use Hellbats here for a frontal attack. There is the armory coming in, so it looks like we are going to see that, but there is an Overlord very, very close here for Life.
And that's right. If he pokes up and sees the armory, he's going to know all he needs to know to be able to stop this. But still, it is a very tricky push to stop.
Right.
You know, you have a couple medevacs, a whole bunch of Hellbats, and some Marines with stim behind that. That's a scary force indeed.
And Life is playing pretty safe overall. He's got 5 Queens. He's built a Spine Crawler in the dark here. He has no idea what MMA is doing behind this. For all he knows, this could be a third command center, a double engineering bay, and just a very long game here. Baliness coming in at a regular time here, maybe a little bit earlier than normal, should I say, actually. But this push is going to come out.
He is making some Zerglings as well. It doesn't look like he's actually checked this yet, but, you know, he does know the gas is there, so he knows this is within the range of possibilities of what could occur.
Well, this push is going to happen here, Autosis. There's a lot of Hellions, and Hellions still being made here. Overlord's kind of slowing down and hopefully supply capping Life here as MMA sets up for his first decisive push of the final.
That's right, but we do have a Spine Crawler, we do have some Queens, and 20 Speedlings. So do you think this will be enough, Apollo? Can he hold on right here?
I'm I'm not too sure he can. The Baneling Nest is going to complete. Banelings are going to be incredibly important. MMA, transform his Hellions into Hellbats, and here we go.
Uh-oh, the Hellbat's going to start walking up this ramp right now. He is morphing some Banelings, but they may be too late. Moving forward right now is MMA into this Spine Caller. The Queen's trying to hold their ground, but he really needs these Banelings.
Hey, the Baneling's going to connect. They need to connect here. If they do morph, he's going to have to split and well. Pretty decent connections, but not enough. There's still 3 Hellbats. There's still a lot of Marines, and this Medivac is healing these as well. A great move from MMA.
It certainly is, but he hasn't lost drones yet, so if he can kill this army off still without hurting his economy too badly, life is still in this game. He is still working on nice transfuse on that Queen, pulling the Queen back now. Still a single Hellbat pushing forward, and it looks like MMA will pick up and retreat.
Only a single drone killed there, 39 Zerglings, 5 Queens. Damage was dealt, and damage will continue, but life has pushed the majority of this off. Actually, this drop here equals the drones from the original push, Artosis.
That's right.
But things to keep in consideration. No third command center, no engineering base. 1-1 is done. We're going to see a lot of drones coming in from life. He is going to take a lead in this game.
You know, he did sacrifice quite a bit for such a powerful push, and for life to hold it without really losing a lot of drones, I gotta say, I think life is totally fine here, especially when you look at his upgrades. He's already got 1-1, he's starting Baneling speed and even +2 carapace, and that is miles ahead of where MMA is at.
All right, well, extra production coming in here for MMA. He salvages his bunkers. He thought there could be a counter-attack coming in here, but that is not the case. He's going to start to feel out this game a little bit more because that's all he's seen was that push. Doesn't really know exactly where he is in this game, but as we can see as observers, there is a 20 supply difference here for life, who does see that third command center about to be taken.
That's right. Those scouting Zerglings actually doing a great job for him. He understands the timing of this third base, and he can adjust accordingly. Now, he does have another hatchery on the way. No fourth base. Okay, just this second starts up his fourth base. He's already taken down the rocks. His creep spread looking okay, but not quite as good as he'd like it right now.
Well, MMA does have a drop on the left-hand side here, but Mutalisks are starting to come into this game here with 4 in the production tab. These Hellions must get some damage done here for MMA, but as we can see, there's already units here for life. He's expecting this type of play, and that's very easily dealt with here. And with the Mutalisks popping out, this will be pushed back very easily.
That's right. So still not a lot of economic damage done to life. And, you know, we always talk about how he's an aggressive Zerg. He's in your face. He's sneaky. He's cheesy. But really, this guy is fantastic at macro play, too. If you don't kill any of his drones, he's as scary as any other Zerg in the world.
And even though this game may look very equal for the majority of people right now, the big difference are those upgrades. Once these 2-2 upgrades complete here for life, every fight he takes will be so cost efficient here. He's going to get fantastic trades with MMA, and that's where he's going to start to, you know, further his lead.
Well, MMA right now pushing down. He does have quite a few medevacs. Probably going to look to push back some of this creep. And if he can do that, it's going to be really nice for him. These bases are kind of close together. Not a lot of creep at the moment, but it looks like Life wants to come in and try to kill this army off.
Yeah, there's not a lot here from MMA. Boost back towards his Hellions and actually give a bit of support in this fight here. Life is fighting in this army, and he pushes his back once again. How much and how many reinforcements does MMA have here to help out? As once these buildings go down, that is it. And there's a lot of units here for MMA.
Oh, that's right. Already 2 medevacs picked off right now, though, so Life did do some damage with this. He got rid of all the Hellions as well, so those are some strong kills. But overall, MMA still fine.
All right, the game continues on here. Those upgrades about to kick in here for Life, +2 attack finishing. He's getting his air upgrades for his Mutalisks. And at this point here, MMA needs to start dealing damage here to Life. He really hasn't been able to do too much in this game. He's got fantastic production set up, but he's just slightly behind the curve here. 20 supply behind. Life going in again.
And he does get a nice surround off these Mutalisks pushing forward right now. Life trying to mix it up more and more and more. Some few Banelings coming up. The Marine count is getting a little bit lower, but reinforcements do come in, and it looks like he will hold on.
Yeah, trades once again here, and Life kind of winning these fights. He's extended his lead by a 30-odd supply hit. Scan from MMA, having a quick look in between the bases here. What kind of units do we have? How kind of saturated is that fourth base? And he sees there's no gases on that fourth base. A pretty big tell here for MMA to slow down the aggression a lot. Knowing that Life's Zerg count could be a little bit low, that there isn't full saturation on that base. He doesn't need to keep on being hyper-aggressive. He maybe feels that he's a little bit closer in this game. than he was first anticipating.
Yeah, I think you are definitely right about that. He's got to watch out for the mass amounts of Zerglings, but hold on, we do have the mutas going into the main base, multiple turrets going up, but they're a little bit too late. He will get right into this main mineral line and be able to, not quite take out the turret. Very nice repair by MMA, but he will lose quite a few SCVs.
Yeah, losing 5 so far, and he is going to continue to lose on that turret, getting very, very low, but with more SCVs coming to repair, he will hold on from this point, but he did lose 7 SCVs there, and as you can see, the supply still furthering for life here, 180 to 140. MMA does have those two upgrades complete now, so the upgrade advantage pretty much disappeared here for life.
That's right. He's fought right back into this game. Still no 4th base for MMA, but that's okay because Life hasn't taken his 5th yet. When Life does end up doing that, though, it's really going to split him up from where he's got most of his defense.
All right, well, Mutalisk looking for some weaknesses, and that is a naked mineral line. No defense there, but Life may not have quite seen that, as doesn't want to overcommit, does not want to lose these Mutalisks.
Oh, and he is flying in right now. Ooh, some Widow Mines there. He's got to be very careful. MMA on top of his micro. Oh, Life may be going for a big attack, bringing these Lings in to set off some Widow Mines. Doesn't succeed on all of them.
No, those 2 Widow Mines are huge right now. They need to detonate onto these buildings, otherwise they're going to come crashing through. First 2 players got some really good hits here. One of the Widow Mines goes down. There's only 1 left, and that is a lot of Banelings here, Autosis.
It certainly is, but we do still have a Widow Mine up there. In the meantime, MMA is trying to do another drop over at Life's side of the map. Will this bring Life home with his Mutalisks, though? It looks like yes, it will.
Yes, it will. That gives MMA some more time to increase his army strength and kind of prepare his defensive once again. This drop, beautiful here from MMA, buying himself some necessary time.
All right, it looks like MMA going to push out down his 3rd base ramp, trying to push back these Lings and Banes, does successfully do so, and he's got a great defensive position here, Paul. I think the attack timing for Life has actually come and gone. He has to back up and find a new strategy.
He's chosen the infestation pit here, going to go into high blood. Hold that thought, as Life is going to decide to attack up into this. There's a lot of Marines up here. The Widow Mines go in and they get some pretty good connections.
Oh my god, the Banelings rolling forward, trying to get all these Marines, even some SCVs being taken out. This Thor being targeted down, picked up by MMA. Some great micro with these medevacs.
And the Thor goes down, but there's still a lot of Mutalisks here. How many Marines are going to actually hold on? Life has a supply advantage, but MMA starting to push him back from this 3rd base.
That's right, but look at the supply, Apollo. MMA is so far behind, over 60 supply down. Does bro these Widow Mines, they get taken out by the Mutalisk. More and more Lings coming up, and Life presses his advantage. GG!
All right, time to begin map number 2.
All right, over here in the bottom right of Catalina. Make some noise for StarTale Life. And his opponent over on the left-hand side of the map, the Terran player from Team Acer, it's MMA!
MMA in the past has been well known for his Terran versus Zerg, his multiple medevac drops, his highlighted aggression, and he really needs to rely on that here today. But we haven't seen a lot of Terran versus Zerg from MMA in recent times here. It's been a lot of Terran versus Terran, it's been a lot of Terran versus Protoss.
Well, that is kind of something we've seen quite a bit of this year. You know, Terrans have really made a big resurgence, MMA being at the forefront of that at this point. But, you know, this has been a tough map for Zergs. We've seen quite a few of them veto it in various terms. Of course, here at the BlizzCon World Championship Finals, you can't veto anything. You got to play every map, and you got to play it like it's your last. So what, Apollo, does Life do here to try to take this game? Where is his best chance?
I think aggression again here. I think that MMA, Artosis, is very, very emotionally invested into winning BlizzCon. He wants it more than anything else. He's mentioned how he's potentially thinking of retiring coming next year. It's all or nothing for him. If he was to lose this next map to some type of all-in, I think it would really rock his confidence against Life.
I have to agree with you there. You know, if you lose that game where you went for a very strong Hellbat push in game number 1, gave yourself a good chance to kill him off early and start the series off right, and then on the map that you chose, the map that you feel most comfortable on, and you don't even get to play Zergs on that much because it is a bit Terran favored, you can't lose that map. You can't come back against Life in a situation like that.
So we're going to have to keep our eyes on if we see that aggression come out from Life. We see pretty much the regular build coming out from Life here. Hatchery first, and then we saw the spawning pool, then slightly after was the gas, the extractor, to bring in the Vespian gas, whereas on the other side of things, MMA chosen command center first here on a map that more so favors the same build we saw previously in the Reaper opening because of how easy it is to scout, to go in, to find out and figure out what your opponent's doing. Why do you think that is?
Well, Apollo, I have to say, I think that these two, like, these are very seasoned tournament veterans, okay? These guys travel all around the world. They both won countless titles. They both just play at the absolute maximum level of this game. And I think that this finals here at BlizzCon is a battle of wills. This is a bunch of mind games. They want to trick and out-trick each other and get that mental advantage, knowing how much pressure there is in front of the biggest audience we've seen in StarCraft II to date.
Wow, Artosis. You know how to play a crowd.
Thank you, Apollo.
All right. Build's starting to take shape now. We have the second gas being taken from... second gas on the natural here. Actually, I was a little bit confused there. Second gas by MMA, hiding it away from Life here. Whereas Life has just got his Zergling speed on the way, third hatchery coming in, and it's going to be quite important to try to figure out what MMA's up to here. With the second gas, he once again opens up his options. He can afford to get the starport down here. He can afford to build up the Hellion count and switch into Hellbats again. He could go into Banshee play. There's multiple different choices he can make.
Yeah, there's quite a few possibilities here. What would you prefer on a map like Catalina? Do you want to see the heavy... Banshee, Hellion harassment, or would you prefer that he goes for another push like we saw in the last game?
I think Hellion Banshee can be quite good, but by the looks of it, I mean, he's already chosen my answer for me. It's going to be potentially very similar here to what we saw previously. Both are kind of good. I do like aggression coming out from MMA. The second to third base is quite far away from each other. It's not as easy as a creep spread. There's chances to either use the Banshees in the main base because of the airspace. There are chances here from MMA to get damage done for sure.
Well, we do have a medevac on the way. A couple Widow Mines being produced right now. Something we definitely have seen on this map in the past, can be used very effectively to pressure and sometimes even in medevac drops.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see here. But Life is trying to figure out what's going on. He's got a Overlord moving in, but he switches back. He sees the Tech Lab and Stim being researched. And then he's going to see the factory moving over. The Widow Mines just down that ramp.
Ooh, he needs to hide those Widow Mines. You don't want to show those Widow Mines. Okay.
I think he may have just missed it, but he saw the starport. And is going to start to wonder what's going on. He's added on a Bailey Nest very early and started Zergling production. Life smells what MMA is up to.
Well, MMA bringing over this medevac right now with a couple of Widow Mines. No detection right now for Life, so that could turn into being a big deal.
Yeah, he cannot let these land. Absolutely cannot let these land.
A lot of Zerglings being produced right now. He doesn't have any extra creep spread in his main base. The Hellion's going to try to maybe draw attention, but the medevac not being able to get anything off so far.
This is a lot of Zerglings that Life is building here. It's almost more than you need to defend, Artosis.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Apollo. We may be seeing a Baneling bust coming out of Life here.
I think that's what we are going to see here. The type of attack that MMA went for didn't do anything. He's invested resources into it.
MMA knows. He's going for a siege tank, Apollo. That is exactly the unit you want to be able to stop a Baneling bust. Putting that on your high ground, it can splash and kill so many Banelings that the Zerg just won't be able to break you.
All right, well, let's find out. Is this going to work or not? So many Zerglings have been made. He's 68 already. The tank, though, on a map like this, on a map that has a small choke area just underneath the second base, the second expansion for MMA. It's going to be very difficult to make work here. The medevac trying to still plant the Widow Mines, but here comes the flood.
At least it's nice that he doesn't have the Widow Mines at home. Those help out a lot as well. Ooh, the siege tank going on the low ground. The siege tank moving out. This is going to be bad.
This is huge for Life. Life knows, and now he's going to try and get a full surround. This is so big for Life.
This is huge. Life surrounding the army. The Banelings coming in, going up the ramp. Another siege tank is out, but he busts through that wall, and there are no units to protect this siege tank.
He's keeping the Baileys next to the siege tank, and MMA has walked into this attack. He had no idea what was happening, and he's in so much trouble right now. His complete base is exposed. Widow Mines come to help, but the flood is here. The natural has been exposed. The main base is being absolutely destroyed.
There are so many Zerglings in here. He is killing off so much. All the SCVs being involved.
To that $100,000 first place prize.
Down here in the bottom right of Foxtrot Labs, it is none other than Startail Life. And his opponent in the top left, our Terran player yet to put a victory on the board. Make some noise for Acer MMA.
And this is where it all matters now here for MMA. And as much as the pressure's on him, Artosis, Life already deciding to take the game into his own hands here. He's moving out with a drone very, very early. And from what we saw against Tasia, I think we might have an insight into what we're going to see.
Do you think that this is going to be a proxy hatch, or maybe is he trying to just scout and see what's going on?
Artosis, I think it's going to be a proxy hatchery.
Oh my God, that would just be awesome. I would love to see it. Is Joel, though, kind of sitting at home? Oh. Well, I mean, that's closer to MMA than the hatchery is base, so in some manner of speaking, you're right.
I wish it was what we thought it could have been. But he's come back here. The game's going to just be a standard one here. Reaper opening coming out from MMA. And he's going to be trying to figure out, of course, what Life's up to. What are some of the key components here for MMA to really think about playing in these positions on this map?
Well, you know, you do have that wide open choke point at your natural base, so it can be hard to actually wall that off quickly against quick speedling attacks or anything like that. Of course, where do you take your third base is one of the biggest questions here. Do you kill the rocks and go down? Just like right there that our wonderful observer is showing us here. I believe it is Funka. And do you take maybe the gold base, which is to the left there, which is, you know, the gold base, though, is a little bit crazy. You can see it is so easy to attack it from all angles, from high ground, behind the minerals. It's a hard one to take, but again, that's why I feel like this is a life map. That's the type of base you can take as a Zerg and stay on the aggressive side of things and, you know, get an advantage.
Yeah, and just remember the way that the map order was selected is Life chose map 1, won it, and then he won his opponent's map, and then got to choose the third map, which we're in currently. And Life wanted to play Foxtrot, which you said plays to his strengths.
Well, right now we do have a Reaper coming in. Of course, Reaper's quite good on this map, going to be able to scout what's going on, as well as have a bunch of jump-in points, so can be quite annoying to deal with these. I don't expect it's going to do a lot of damage, though.
No, it shouldn't get too much done here. There is a drone that's very low on health on this natural, and it is going to be hunted down, but these two Zerglings here for protection as they chase around the gas here, taking a lot of damage themselves, though, and MMA very close to getting a kill here.
Ooh, gets a Zergling, but it looks like that's it for now. Very, very close. Great micro by both sides.
He comes in and tries to poke in, but will have to return out here. Single gas by MMA. At this point, he usually is looking to take a second one. And he's moving Marines into position again to deny scouting, and there is the second gas coming in. So MMA not really playing to the more standard of openings here, which we see the single gas and third command center just a safer, well, not really safer, but more economy opening focused.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta say, even though this isn't quite as standard, and even though MMA has lost both previous games, I like what he's doing, Apollo. Opening up with a Reaper into a little bit more tech. I feel like that's something that's good against Life. You know, a lot of times Life goes low eco or goes for something that's so greedy that you can punish it with a build like this. But so far, MMA just hasn't been able to put anything together.
Well, MMA is going to try the same build that he used in the previous game here. He's got 2 Widow Mines on way. Of course, the Starport and the Medivac's going to follow. And we'll see what success he can get, because he didn't really get anything from this previous game. And then, of course, he walked into that attack from Life. And the Overlord trying to figure out what's going on. 2 extra Marines come in. And he's going to scout the Starport again here.
Oh, very good scout, especially considering he hadn't seen those gases. Really tells him a whole lot.
And 4 additional Zerglings do get made. His response to the Starport previously is still to get that Baneling nest quite early, just in case we are to see Hellbats. Only a couple of extra drones, but mostly Zerglings here. And here comes the drop.
All right, this time, he does have a little bit more in that medevac with those 4 Marines as well.
Yeah.
Just a slight variation on what we saw in that last game. In the meantime, Life is pushing his creep, destroying these rocks so he can defend that 3rd base as well. But he's really got to be careful here about this drop. Once again, the Widow Mines are quite a threat because there's no detection for Zerg yet.
And right now, we've got MMA, who's pulling the attention of Life towards the 2nd and 3rd base with his Hellions and Reaper. And then he's planning to drop inside the main base here. The medevac or natural. Here it comes. He's going to boost in. He's going to drop the Widow Mines.
Oh, one Widow Mine gets down, and it does, in fact, bro. The Queen goes up. Looks like she'll take the shot. The other Widow Mine, oh, he's not dropping. Kind of a delay here by MMA, but he does drop out that Widow Mine, and 4 drones killed. A very nice shot.
Very good there, and then the Queen inside the main base as well. These 4 Marines doing the work, and even more drones can go down here, so an excellent, successful drop here from MMA.
Certainly it is. The Speedlings coming in with the Queens will, in fact, clean this up, but he had to make spores. He had, ooh, that's really close. That's really close to going up. Ooh. Oh, that was a bit nerve-wracking, Apollo.
Too close for comfort there. But damage dealt there by MMA. That's a good start for him. Of course, if that had gone wrong, this series is getting worse and worse and worse. But good start. He's got his upgrades on the way. Noticeably, no 3rd command center, if I'm not mistaken, from what I can tell on the minimap here. It's pure barracks. It's pure production. It's a single engineering bay. And he is just ramping up his unit production very, very early on in this game.
It looks like he wants to go for a massive attack here, Apollo. This could be a scary one for Life to try to hold on against. But you know what? Life is getting 1-1. Those should finish up right around the time that MMA is really pressuring. So at least his upgrades are going well, and his production should also.
I feel like this type of attack is very easy to deal with if you're Life, if you know what's going on. But he's got no indication. He's got no overlords close to MMA. He's got no way to scout this out. The only way he's going to do it is if he builds an Overseer or sneaks the Zergling in. The layer's not close. The pressure is continuing. And Life, who's going to be building a lot of drones at this point, because you're expecting the 3rd command center, you're expecting the double engineering bay. But it is the complete opposite here. That single Zergling on the other side of the map could be one way that he gets a scout on this. But if he doesn't, he will get stung by this.
You are so right, Apollo. We see drone after drone after drone created here by Life, just kind of refilling, getting his army, his economy going. But where is his army? He doesn't have much to speak of. He is starting Baneling speed. He is getting a Spire, and even taking a 4th base. But I got to tell you, that 4th base is never going to live against a build like this from MMA.
Absolutely not. The armory's coming in, so we can build Hellbats with this mix as well. But here comes another drop that's going to continue the pressure here. Any kill, any way to slow down Life is going to increase the value of this next push that's going to come out here. And look at that position of these Marines here.
That Marauder just being in the way for everything. Oh my God, he takes out so many Lings and the Banelings. This is a super powerful attack by MMA, and he is dealing critical damage to Life.
And the armory's about to finish, so these units can turn into Hellbats too. There's a lot of reinforcements coming away here for MMA as well. Oh, Life is up against it right now. This is a very difficult attack. Banelings are being moved. Baneling speed must be very close to finishing as well. But he's lost 13 drones in this. He's lost a lot of units as well. Here is the main attack.
Look at this supply, Apollo. Right now, MMA in the lead by 50 supply. He's done a ton of damage to Life. His army is so scary with these Hellbats, with this +1 attack. He's pushing forward, and I don't know that Life can stop him.
If MMA does not make this work, he's got not a lot left in this game. He needs to make it work, and it looks like he can. He's got so many units here. Baneling speed is finished. Can they get the detonations? Link's coming from right to try to help out.
A beautiful flank there by Life, but will it be enough? Still Hellbats left. A beautiful micro here by MMA, picking up those Hellbats, redriving them. Ling's coming up, but MMA just has too much.
He has way too much, and he's going to take out the Baneling nets, and that is the only way to deal with Marines at this point. Mules are coming out, but they're not going to be too helpful here. Marines here without combat shields are still going to do the work.
Choices to defend. Well, here we are on map 4. In the top right, leading 2-1. Our Zerg player makes some noise for Startail Light. And his opponent down in the bottom center of our map, our Terran player winning the last game. It's Acer MMA.
Of course, the further we go into this series, the more intense it gets for both players here. MMA winning this one will equalize the series after losing the first 2 games, and Life, of course, winning puts him just 1 map away from being the 2014 world champion. What strategies are we going to see? Because we haven't seen anything too crazy yet in this series. We haven't seen any double barracks play from MMA, which he has been known to do. We haven't seen anything too wild from Life in terms of the early game either.
Yeah, that is true, Apollo. I want to venture a guess and say I think it might be time for like a Roach Baneling all-in here. I think it's a good map for it. You know, you're close enough that you can get across the map quite quickly, and the ramp leading up to the natural, it's pretty big.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that is a very powerful strategy to use on this map. And as much as Life could be thinking about using that, I think MMA is also thinking that is a very, you know, good possibility to see this come through here. So definitely both players going to be thinking about these possible options here, as MMA can take 2 gases very early on and could play a Hellion Banshee opening, which is quite good against that, but he is just taking a single gas, which would push him away from that. But look at this. On a map that is known for its type of aggression, it's known for its even 2 barracks play. We see 3 hatcheries, then the extractor, then the spawning pool coming out from Life.
Well, you know, he got that Overlord down there, scouted in the right direction, and when he saw it, he was like, you know, I'm not going to sit here on 2 bases and take a reasonably timed third. I need a quick third here to counter your fast command center. So I like what I'm seeing from Life here, but he's got to continue to scout. We saw that that was his hole on Foxtrot. He simply didn't know what was coming from MMA.
Well, the benefits here from Life is he won't reap the benefits of the economy straight away here from 3 hatcheries, but what he will get is the much faster lava injects across 3 hatcheries, which gives him a lot of different ways to play with this. He can use that for a lot of drones and then further his economy. He could use that for a lot of units to be aggressive with. So a good advantage that he'll take with these 3 hatcheries, just seeing where he'll want to put that advantage.
Yeah, it looks like MMA is scouting right now, trying to figure out what's going on. I think he already has a pretty good idea of what's happening. Going in that natural, not seeing a queen, kind of points towards the fact that this could definitely be a quick 3 hatch. So it looks like he will back up with that SCV for now and just continue on his tech route with his second gas.
Yeah, second gas coming in now. So once again, MMA going to open up his options. He's decided not to play for 3 command center builds in this game. It's always about getting that starport nice and early and trying to deal damage and then kind of taking it from there, whether he's successful or not. So we should be seeing that starport come in, and he does have multiple options again to choose from, whether it be the Widowmine play, if he wants to try to go for a Banshee opening, maybe a Hellbat usage as well. So a good couple of choices.
Well, he does throw down, I think it is going to be Hellion Banshee. We see this time he is going for the starport once again, but watching this barracks fly over next to the starport points towards Banshee play, where you can make the tech lab and then switch the add-ons.
And if we were to see aggression come out from Life, the Hellion Banshee's pretty good, obviously. The Banshee can deal a lot of damage against these aggressive units, but scouting is still very important from both sides here. Life has an Overlord coming in to try to figure out what's going on. Likewise, MMA, with his first couple of Hellions, needs to feel out the game here a little bit more. See where the money's being spent, where that lava is going to be spent. And this Overlord, it's going to get the scouts.
Yeah, it looks like without any issues whatsoever, he's going to see that this is in fact going to be Hellion Banshee, and that is a huge amount of information. You need to know that as a Zerg. Even sees Cloak on the way. Of course, that could be canceled by MMA, but he's got to prepare for it no matter what.
All right, second tech lab down nice and early on that barracks as well. So he's going to be able to get Stim into this game and already switching up the barracks play. So he's gone Hellion Banshee into more unit production. And again, hiding away from that third command center. Important just to keep that at the back of your mind here. Double engineering bay after that. And this, again, is building up towards a 2-base timing autosis. I've seen this a couple of times from MMA, an innovation alike, where he waits until his 1-1 upgrades are done, and then he hits hard when those upgrades are complete. Life gonna need to try to figure this out, but in the meantime, he's got Hellion Banshee to deal with.
You know what? I think he'll deal with it all right. He's already got 4 queens. The creep spread's pretty good. He's got his speed. He's making spore crawlers. He's going to be fine against that. But this 1-1 timing attack you're talking about here, Apollo, that's the real scary thing happening in this game right now.
Yeah, he cannot be late on his bailing nest. He cannot be late on bailing speed. This type of attack is designed to kill when those upgrades are complete. And because you don't have a third command center, because you don't want to further your upgrades, it is all about the kill. And if you don't kill, you will lose this game. A very important moment, a very bold choice of strategy here for MMA. The bailing nest comes in, of course, going to be very important to get that bailing speed instantly. But how many drones does he make? Does he even figure this out? Does he not know at all?
I don't think he knows. He could be sniffing it out a little bit. When you go Banshee Hellion, a lot of times you see more than 4 Hellions. A lot of times you see more than 1 Banshee. Hasn't seen either of those, so he might be putting 2 and 2 together here and saying, oh, this could be some other type of aggression with this opening as a feint.
All right, well, Hellions controlling the middle of the map here. The regular timing, by the way, of a third base is around, it can be as early as 9 minutes 30, it can be as late as 11 minutes, so that is kind of the timing where his strategy becomes exposed because there is no third base. Another Overlord goes down, another way to be eliminated in choosing and finding out what's going on and what to do. Units starting to be made here by Life, but it's not to deal with this push.
No, this is just some extra units he wants on the map. He's even taking another base. This is actually looking really, really bad right now for Life. I'm not sure he's going to be able to hold on, Apollo.
Yeah, a couple of comfort banelings being morphed here just to have them, just in case something, maybe a couple of units pushed out here. And this movement there by MMA is almost selling the story of he's about to take his third base, clearing it away. There are 2 tanks with this as well, which are going to support MMA. Will he make this work? If he does, it's gonna be 2-2. The upgrades are completed. This is the time when MMA must move out and he must try to find the victory to tie this series up.
Well, he is moving out with those medevacs right now. Might do a little drop harassment to start this out. The Zergling realizing, wait, where is this third command center? So he's waiting for a drop. Should be able to deflect this for now, but still, the incoming attack is what's really scary.
And because there's 2 extra hatcheries on top of the 3 that is pretty standard, there's a lot of production around for Life. As well as MMA's executed this in terms of the strategy and the build around it, he's not hitting as furiously as he needs to be right now. Well, his 1-1 upgrades. The advantage is gone. Life will have 1-1. Life has bailing speed. Life has a lot of bailings. This is getting a little bit scary. And those tanks that MMA is building, they have to hit the bailings.
They absolutely must. You're supposed to push out the second you hit your 1-1, but MMA is a bit slow. We have this great creep spread. Suddenly, things are looking up for Life. He's got a nice big army, more mutas on the way as well to help out.
Here we go. This is a big push. Remember, it's all about this push here for MMA. Is he going to make it work? There's a lot of bailings now. There's even mulas coming in, 9 of them as well to help deal with this. There's 26 bailings on the field. Is MMA going to make this work?
Well, I'm not so sure about that. He is trying to abuse this area, the 4th base, but the thing is he doesn't have a 3rd base behind this. If he was doing this with a 3rd base landed in mining, this would be really scary for Life. But as is, even if he loses this, he can still win this game.
Oh, Life's moving his units down south here, and he's going for a counterattack by the looks of it. The wall is closed off. There are some units here to push these back, but he's also going to come in from different angles. Now, going to start to go in with the bailings, and they get some pretty decent hits.
Yeah, look how big his army is, Apollo, pushing forward. It loses a few bailings a little bit sloppily and loses this hatch. So still, MMA in this game fighting forward.
Yeah, that attack maybe not the wisest there from Life. He lost a lot without really doing that much, and he lost that 4th. But remember, no 3rd command center, no 2-2 upgrades. It's all about this push. It is always only going to be about this push. Mule is getting into the SCV line here, really slowing down the income from MMA and forcing him to come back to defend.
You cannot be losing your SCVs like this. You need to keep the pressure on much better than that. These Mutalists doing a fantastic job, but he spent a lot of money on him. Will he have enough banelings to crush through this?
He's on creep, and banelings go through. They get a couple of good hits to start off.
That is a good amount of banelings. They are rolling forward, but still the siege tanks and marines, they continue to press. The Mutalists, where are they? They need to come back and help out.
They do, and these banelings come riding through again. How much are they going to get done? Not too much there, and MMA pulls back. A pretty good hit in the center there, but banelings bring it down. Hardly anything here. The marines bringing down the Mutalists, and MMA pushes through again.
Oh, some nice baneling
connections, though. Not that many Marines left. More Lings coming out. The Muta's coming down. Where's the anti-air here from MMA? Oh, there it is. Apollo coming up. The reinforcements right on time.
There's still 30 Marines on this map, but there's a lot of Zerglings, there's a lot of bins, and they come to push his back once again. MMA picks up to get out. Where is he going? He's going to get chased into the main base. That medevac is very low at the front, and it is going to get taken down here, and so are the rest.
Uh-oh, this is bad news right now for MMA, losing his entire army. Every Marine taken down.
Short of all time crowned.
All right, here we go, Artosis. This could be the last game of BlizzCon and the WCS for 2014. Let's make some noise for these players. Up here to the top right, as the blue Zerg player playing for StarTale, it's live!
And his opponent in the bottom left for Acer. If he loses this, he is out. He needs your support, so make some noise. It is MMA.
A year's worth of playing within the WCS system has come very close to its end here. MMA started off in Season 1 with a second place to MC in Europe. He dropped out in the round of 32 in Season 2, which put his BlizzCon hopes almost completely out the window, but he turned it around with a victory in Season 3. Life, on the other hand, started the year incredibly strong as well. He got a top 4 within the GSL in Season 1, and then got a top 12 finish as well, which is a very respectable finish, but then he dropped out of the GSL come Season 3 and started to travel abroad. He went to Intel Extreme Masters, he traveled to DreamHack to pick up points, which he managed to just scrape in to BlizzCon, coming in as ranked number 14 here. Well, 2 very different years, 2 very different stories.
He's certainly a player that deserves it, Apollo, to be here at BlizzCon with so many great players from around the world trying to get these spots. I would still feel weird if Life hadn't made it. He's been just completely out of control since he really first popped on the scene so long ago.
That's right, and that was the area where he was able to pick up so many tournaments in a row. I think he won about 5 tournaments in the span of 6 months during his dominant reign. And Life, here we are again in 2014, very close to picking up another title. He did pick up DreamHack Bucharest earlier on this year, but this would be the cherry on the cake here if he's able to win this. But here we go, the openings have been chosen. Spawn and pull first here. Bit of a more safer opening here for Life in case we were to run into a double barracks, but also Zerglings can be used aggressively if they do manage to run past this Reaper.
That's right. He is running a couple down. I don't know that they're going to get past the Reaper, though. Looks like he's going to pass him right by and realize what's going on. Oh, Skips going through the watchtower.
Artosis, this is... Well, there is a Marine on the way, so shouldn't be too difficult. He didn't build the reactor and factory instantly, which could have been his downfall.
It's funny how bad that would have been for him, in fact. You are right about that. But luckily with this Marine, he'll be able to save the SCV without too much trouble.
And the Marine takes a good few hits here, but he's more worried about the SCV not building the command center than losing the Marine here. He's just going to kind of bring it to the Reaper, sacrifice the Marine, and then pick up these 2 Zerglings with the Reaper. Yeah. And hopefully not lose too much mining time, or building time, should I say, on this command center. So well done there by MMA.
Yeah, losing 0 building time, quite well done. But you know what? That was completely worth the 2 Zerglings. We were talking about how Reaper normally doesn't even kill 1 Zergling really at the top. Well, when 2 run across the map like that and he comes home, you're happy to give him up.
All right, 3 command center build for the first time in this series coming out from MMA here off the back of that Reaper expansion. Of course, this build very vulnerable to different types of bailing attacks, roach bailing attacks. This Reaper important to try to figure out what's going on in combination with the Hellions, which we will be seeing very, very shortly here. But that couple of Zerglings, Artosis, did they see this 3rd command center?
I believe so, yeah. They did, in fact, see it. So maybe a little bit sloppy from MMA, putting it so close, but he wants to be able to float it when he wants. But still, this is... I like that MMA is doing what you suggested, Apollo. He's going back into more of a macro-centric play. He actually wants to play his longer game.
But does Live capitalize on this now? This is an opportunity to do so. There's the baneling nest. There's the extractor coming in. He's scouted it. He's going to try to punish it. If he does, this means he will be the world champion of 2014. This Reaper incredibly important. What information is he going to get? He goes into the main base.
If he can scout that sinking gas in the baneling nest, it's huge. He'll have to give it up. He does see gases mining, but doesn't really tell the whole story, though.
It doesn't know that. Oh, the Hellions, though. They're in the drone line. They're getting 4 or 5 drones there, and also they see the baneling nest. The scouting comes from the Hellions here. Oh, a massive scout here from MMA. But scouting and knowing is half the battle. He's got to get his defense ready. He's got to prepare back at home.
Well, I don't think it'll be too hard for him to do that, Apollo. That was great scouting, being able to see what's going on. Will Life still do it? It looks like he may, in fact. He's making 22 Zerglings. He may just go all in.
Does MMA know exactly what he's playing against? He saw the baneling nest, but he's added on double engineering bay. There are no bunkers coming in. He's seen the structure there.
Oh no.
He knows he's been scouted. He knows he's been exposed from the 3rd command center, but he's not preparing his defenses. Maybe he's not exactly sure what this is.
MMA absolutely must start bunkers right now, or Life has a great chance of breaking through and winning the World Championships. 22 more lings on the way. He's not pulling any punches here.
Here comes a bunker, but a little bit too late here. There's only one, and that is not going to be enough. There's no really late production. He's playing so greedy. The Hellions, they see one circle, but they don't see the rest. He really doesn't know what's going on.
That is so many banelings to be morphing, Apollo.
The Hellions miss it again, and Life is moments away here from being the champion. If this works, he's going to cast a flood. Oh, he sees the Zerglings here, but the banelings, MMA now knows what's going on, but does he have the defense ready? He's got hardly any units.
Apollo, here he comes. That's a lot of banelings, and it looks like he's going to be able to crash through this wall in a matter of seconds. The Hellions coming from behind, trying to surround these Marines. The banelings going up this ramp, but there's so little defense from MMA.
The SCVs are running away, but there's banelings chasing them here. He's going to try and break through into the main base. There's a good detonation to the north here. Life is bringing it to MMA right now. He's going to push through here, and once the rest of these Zerglings come through, can MMA make the hole? This is an incredibly tense moment right now. 3 banelings about to morph.
Those 3 banelings could be huge. They go up on one SCV, so that's not so good yet, but look at this.
There's nothing here.
MMA's SCVs going down. He's about to lose. And Life is your world champion of StarCraft II.
All right, this could be it for our Red Terran player. If he wins this game, he will win the entire thing for Slayers. He is known as
Slayers Kanji.
Slayers Kanji. A huge cheer goes up from the crowd. They're depending on this guy, but not as much as MVP is depending on this Zerg player right here. He's been electrifying in the Team League. Can he keep it up?
MVP Donglegu.
Donglegu has closed out
That's right.
both of the series so far. He won the quarterfinals for MVP. He won the semifinals for MVP. Here he is in a position to theoretically come back and win the finals for MVP as well.
Yeah. Wow, that's a really
about
great
to get
drawing
heavy.
Marauder, I gotta say.
That is actually really good.
That's really good. Props to them. Props to whoever wins our match here on Dual Site. Of course, it is a 2-player map. One side is green and grassy and beautiful waterfalls, things like that. The other side is lava. That's
and more
right.
lava.
Mordor versus
There's another command center
Rivendell.
on fire.
Yep.
Random flames coming out from underneath
That's
there.
okay. Not a problem.
The Zerg player has decided to take up residence on the lush green side of the map in order to infest it and put down nasty creep all over the place.
That goat needs to move out of the way before the hatchery can goes down.
Goat!
Good idea. Otherwise, it will become an infested goat.
I can click on the goat.
New unit for Heart of the Swarm, maybe. And what is this? A bit of a hidden barracks going down for Slayers Ganji.
Ooh.
So I think we're going to see some 2-racks aggression. Ganji going for a pretty quick win. Or does he have? No
He has a
barracks
gas
made.
up, actually.
Yeah, okay.
So
this
he
is
might
very
just be pulling a nada, and nope,
All
there's
right,
a factory going
right
down
away.
there too.
What
so
is
he's just
Ganji planning?
kind of hiding everything.
Huh.
Maybe hoping for a drone scout so he can kind of scare him by not having anything in his base.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, man, but he does have that factory, and he's actually putting a reactor on the barracks. So he's probably going to switch the factory over, get some hidden reactor Hellions, and then float the barracks back to his main.
I think you're exactly right, because that is one of the things that is really good to do here on Dual Site, is that you can run Hellions around The natural is a bit wider open than it is on some other maps, so Hellions can do a little bit of damage.
Yep. Now Donregu just scouted with the drone, went in there in the base.
Yeah, he knows
saw
something.
absolutely nothing. Probably squealed with fear for a moment, and instead produced 6 Zerglings instead of panicking.
And indeed, he is switching. Hellions on the way, and he is going to go ahead and not produce a Marine. I guess not. See what happens there. Donregu not scouting yet, but really, Donregu has shown himself to be such a solid player. I don't know if he's going to be really caught off guard too much by this.
Whoa.
He's getting Zergling speed. That's going to be helpful.
There is a starport going down now inside Ganji's base.
Oh, all right.
And yeah, he didn't produce Marines, so he actually could be vulnerable to a counterattack, but these Hellions are what Donregu has to worry about first. The Spinecrawler is not going to be up in time. He's going to have to be very, very quick with his Zerglings and his Queen.
And this could do some damage. Drones fleeing to the main base. Queen trying to block the ramp.
Oh, nice.
And he does a pretty good job of that, actually.
Blocks with the Zerglings as well, and actually doesn't lose a drone or a Zergling yet.
All right. So Donregu reacting very, very nicely to seeing that, but it looks like we're going to have Banshees coming in afterwards. Tech Lab going down on that starport. Good follow-up. If you get your opponent as a Zerg to go for roaches to hold off the Hellions or something like that, they're not going to have a lot of anti-air. But as you can see right now, Donregu already producing 2 more Queens, deciding that he wants to try to handle the Hellions with Lings and Queens, and that is also going to work so well against the Banshees. And does that Zergling actually see the starport? I wonder.
Does not.
No, it does not. Okay.
No, barely does not see that starport.
Right.
And
Very
yeah,
close,
Banshee's coming out. So you're right. He's kind of put a lot of pressure on with these Hellions, hoping to spur him into at least being caught off guard by the Banshee later on. But he's going to have a lot of Queens out, so he's probably going to be okay. Now, if he gets cloaked, though.
Supply drop coming down for Ganji. Some people do work that into their builds, but usually it's just something that happens when you kind of forget to build the depot. Whoops. So we got a little bit of a look at Ganji's stuff down below his base, and he did switch the factory back over, got a tech lab on it, and now he is going to be pumping out some tanks as well.
He's like randomly building all of his army down at the bottom right.
Yeah, that's so weird. I mean, I'm really actually a bit surprised that Donregu hasn't done some scouting. Oh, he's going to find it right now, though. Zerglings know where it is, and that is actually going to be a bit hard to defend. And really, if Donregu can get in there and kill those production buildings, that's going to put Ganji in a very, very difficult spot.
Yeah, he could. That's kind of bad. His tech lab, which is researching siege tech, is kind of out in the open.
Hold that thought. It's Banshee time. One drone going down.
Banshee time.
Stop. Banshee time. Can't touch this.
There's a Spore Crawler about to pop up there, and a couple Queens are going to help out as well. So that Banshee's going to do virtually nothing. Only 2 kills.
SCV is hanging out in the middle of the map. And what is this? This is kind of a big, crazy all-in push from Slayer's. Ganji's going to try to repair the tanks, keep them alive.
Siege mode's about to complete.
Well,
yeah, he's got 8 SCVs there to repair tanks and Hellions, and he's not repairing his Hellions for some reason.
He's going for the timing on one base here. That's a lot of Speedlings out right now for Donregu, but is it going to be enough? Is this going to be it for MVP?
He has a total of 31 Zerglings, but there are a lot of Marines there.
It could all come down to this right now.
Hellions are so good at protecting those tanks from Zerglings as they shell away at those spine crawlers. Ganji could break Donregu right here and take the series for Slayers. What is Donregu going to do? Respond to this.
Across. And a Baneling nest being produced. Ganji staying back, wants to make sure he has enough. Here he comes. Queen soaking damage isn't enough.
Everything going in.
It might be.
Hellions doing damage, but the Lings succeed in taking out almost everything. Drones coming up to help the Queen finish up. The last tank goes down. The Banshee doing tons of damage, though.
And now you know where Donregu's going to go. He's going to go right for those production buildings.
That is correct. That is correct. Right. And Ganzi cannot protect those right now.
If he can take those down, that is absolutely huge for Donregu. He did a wonderful job defending against that, hardly losing any drones at all. I'm so impressed.
Oh, and he's actually attacking the front as well.
Taking down some supply
depots. He doesn't even have a Marine in his base behind that. He can just repair with SCVs.
And that's going to cost some minerals. Here come the Lings at the production buildings. There's not a lot there, and the tanks are not sieged up. If he can get in there before the tanks siege up, that could be huge.
Oh, he should go right now. The tank does siege up, but it's in the middle of the siege. And he gets there just in time. Splits the Lings to hit both the tanks. Beautiful play by Donregu.
So good. More links coming in right now. It's not going to be enough to take out those buildings, but is the supply depot down at the main? Not yet.
He sent the Banshee up there to take care of that supply depot.
Taking out those 2 tanks was so big.
That was huge.
Yeah, that's going to really force Ganji to play defensive, and it's going to force him to play that without 2 more siege tanks.
Ganji
getting his lair right away.
Ganji has 2 Marines and 1 tank and 3 Banshees.
Yeah.
He's got nothing right now.
Only 37 supply. Look at that. Lings going after the production buildings, and there's nothing that can defend. Banshees pulling back. Tech Lab taken out. No more tanks. And that reactor might go down for the barracks. No, pulling the Lings back. No need to waste those.
Yeah, tank production is completely stopped now.
Yep. Lair almost finished for Dong Regu too. I think we're going to see Mutas pretty soon.
He's got Spore Crawlers back to his main, which is good because there are 3 Banshees out, which is pretty substantial.
Now the only thing right now saving Slayer's Ganji from certain death is the fact that those Banshees are out on the field. That is it.
Yeah, here's the thing though, is Don Regu currently has about double the income. He has 42 drones to the 17 harvesters and 1 base mules of Ganji, so he has a huge economy, and as long as he, like you said, avoids taking damage from these Banshees, he's going to be pretty good in what you could, I don't know if you could call him the mid-game. This game is kind of nuts.
Yeah. Here he comes. Oh, he had to cancel the Spire.
Oh, wow.
Has to restart it. That's going to slow things down ever so slightly, but the Lings get in. Baneling busts the main.
Front down, and Baneling's going to work. Oh, if he catches those SCVs.
Hardly any left.
And Don Regu may bring MVP back into the series one more time. He did it in the round of 8. He did it in the semifinals. Here in the finals, Don Regu looks as if he's about to take them into Game 9 of the finals, unless this push succeeds for Ganji. He's got a tank there and some Banshees.
That's right, the Banshees are still a cause for concern for Don Regu. He does have a good amount of queens, though, if he can keep them transfused. But here's a big push from Don Regu. This is actually a little bit scary.
Whoa, he's got enough Baneleys to kill everything. Is he gonna land them? The tank goes down, the Marines go down. There's still some Hellions, but they cannot do much against
the last Banshee going down, and that is it.
GG!
MVP Don Regu.
Whoa!
He is all right. So here up at the top of the map, we have our red Terran player. Slayers has sent him out, thinks he can get a win. He is.
Slayers Kanji.
Wow, big cheer going up for Ganji. Crowd really getting into it. Can he get the win, though? He's going to have to beat this guy spawning indeed as Zerg. He is a random player from MVP known as
MVP Guinea Pig.
Guinea Pig.
And this is Ganji's best matchup. He is 7-2 against Zerg.
Yeah.
He has defeated some powerful players. We saw him defeat Leenock.
Another MVP cheerful right there. A lot of supporters for MVP. That's a very nice typesetting there, I gotta say. Typesetting, Moltrap, is the art of arranging letters in a pleasing way.
I did not know that.
Typography.
All right, good to know.
There you go. So, you know, like we mentioned earlier, slight disadvantage for Guinea Pig considering that the running paths on this map are very narrow. Not a lot of room for Muta supply either. As a Terran player, Slayer's Ganji can control things with tanks, things like that.
And it's more difficult to counterattack. There are the lanes on the side, so it's possible.
Yeah.
But if the Terran keeps track of everything and they cut them off in one of those passes in the middle, they can make sure they don't go around for a counterattack as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The Zerg player does have that ability to kind of run around, get a flank too. But can Slayer's Ganji take down a powerful random player like Guinea Pig? Scouts him, finds out, he knows what's going on now. And Guinea Pig did go hatch first, getting a spawning pool afterwards. So, very standard opening too from Slayer's Ganji. Didn't try to do anything crazy because he didn't know what he'd be going up against.
Yeah,
Didn't react around that barracks. Probably going to see a Reaper come out, do some scouting.
Yeah, I mean, that's again, slight advantage coming in for him being random.
Yeah.
You know, if he'd known it was versus Zerg initially, he might have maybe planted that barracks at his choke point, at his ramp instead, so he could have a little bit of a wall.
Yep.
Might have gone for 2-rack play instead of quick gas.
Yeah.
So maybe throwing him off a little bit here. He is going to go ahead and get a Reaper first so he can scout exactly what Guinea Pig is doing.
Now, what we've seen most Terran players do on this map, and a lot of maps against Zerg, is get 2 bases, get some Marines, tanks, and make sort of a strong push off 2 base involving tanks, Marines. A lot of times they'll include some medevacs as well. Looks like a bunker started by Guinea Pig, but not going to do anything with it. He does cancel. And
that was the most uneventful bunker rush ever.
Yeah, that's right. I was on the edge of my seat.
You were before, though.
I was back on the edge.
Okay.
Living on the edge. Here comes a Reaper. And he's going to be able to get in, at least do some scouting.
Reaper.
Maybe get a drone or 2.
Reaper opting to save gas by taking the ramp, and almost gets caught by some Zerglings. Takes a hit.
Yep.
Needs to be careful of that queen, and it's probably going to go around. And there's Zerglings waiting for it on top of that ramp.
Yeah, Guinea Pig doing a nice job of deflecting that Reaper. Oh, even having 2 Zerglings up there as well.
He's going to jump up. He doesn't take the bait.
Wow. I got to say, Guinea Pig doing a really impressive job keeping this Reaper from getting anything. This Reaper may not actually end up seeing a whole lot.
Yeah, he is getting some kills, though. He's damaging that queen. He's taking out a couple Zerglings.
Yeah.
And he must psychically know there's 2 Zerglings waiting for him at the top there.
I don't know. I mean,
he wasn't jumping up.
After your Reapers are on there for that long, you have to kind of assume. And it looks like Ganji is going Blue Flame Hellions.
Nice.
All right, so that could certainly cause some damage. Gets him set up for that push that I talked about a little bit earlier.
Oh, look at that.
We're getting taken out, and that Spine Crawler
that was
actually needs to be
beautiful.
canceled. In case you guys didn't know, Reapers actually have an attack that does a lot of damage to buildings. He's probably going to have to cancel that again if the Reaper comes
watch
in.
out, Reaper.
Reaper getting very low on health.
Yeah, that was actually really cool. He just took out 2 creep tumors.
Yeah.
And forced to cancel on the Spine Crawler. That was pretty nice.
Yeah, Ganji's doing really, really well. Both players actually playing very well right now. Guinea Pig doing a good job of denying any sort of information from the main base. And Zerglings, they're not going to get in, but they do see 2 Hellions.
I think they saw both the Hellions.
But the Blue Flame upgrade, as you can see, had not finished yet. So that doesn't tell Guinea Pig a whole lot. He did start a second Spine Crawler just in case. That is a good decision, getting an Evo chamber right now. And it looks like a couple more barracks going up for Ganji. So he is going to follow this up with probably Marine Tank as he takes his expansion. Reaper going all the way around looking for that fast third, but he's not finding it.
That's a good idea. Once that Reaper's that low in health, can't really do much more harassment.
Yeah.
So you might as well hang it back, try and watch for thirds, and he actually is going to try and go ahead and get a scout in.
Oh, he
and
does
the Zerglings
get in.
have left the vicinity.
Overlord's
He's going to
like,
get right
hey.
in here and see
Oh, but here come the Hellions. This is so good. The Reaper's going to cause damage at the main base while the Hellions coming in from behind at the main, or the natural.
And he does get a few drones, but is he going to get into the main?
Not a lot of Zerglings defending. He could just sneak past.
Oh,
but they drones.
Drones trying to block. They do succeed in getting all but one of the Hellions. That Hellion is low on health, and it has 4 kills, but it's probably not going to get any more because that Queen is on the prowl.
So managed pretty well by Guinea Pig. Here comes the Reaper again, trying to find a way out. But that Reaper, that Hellion is
wait,
trapped.
actually,
That's dangerous.
Gets one more drone kill.
All right.
Not too bad.
That Hellion does have 5 kills.
Yeah.
A lot of those are probably Zerglings.
That Hellion is like immortal, man.
Yeah. Now finally dead.
The irony.
Yep.
Finally gets taken out by a Speedling.
That's right.
So the Speedlings, by the way, are going to be actually, they're not speed upgraded yet. They're just on creep.
Wow,
speed
that is
speed is almost done. Just finishes. +1 melee attacks is going to be done in a moment as well.
There's a push coming down the map right now, and I'm really, really surprised about this.
That is really the news of the hour.
Here's the thing: the Hellions killed a good amount of Speedlings, but yeah, he is turning around. I don't think this would be the best time to push with that siege mode. I don't think it's been researched yet.
Yeah, he only got 4 drones with those Hellions, so still about even in harvester count.
All right.
And siege mode is complete, actually.
So Baneling Nest and Spire on the way. He did get a very fast lair. Wants to get those mutas out right away. Able to pick off some tanks, do a little bit of damage maybe. Here comes that 2-base push a little bit earlier than we've seen in the past. But it could potentially do some damage. Ling's coming into the natural though. Bunker and some Marines are going to deflect that pretty easily. +2 melee attacks already going for Guinea Pig. Going pretty fast on the upgrades. Yeah, really fast.
We might see I don't think it was Guinea Pig. I don't remember who it was, but on this map the other day, someone did. Why am I not remembering it? That Ultralist build. No, it was Lenok did an Ultralist build on a different map where he just went.
Zelnaga Caverns.
Yeah, a different map. He went for very, very fast upgrades though, and just tried to control things. And actually, now that I think of it, this is not very similar to that build at all, but because of the Mutalist. But anyway, sometimes if they focus on those early upgrades, it is for later game units. But if not, those Zerglings are going to be able to do a lot of damage to those Marines. They do not have very much armor.
Ganji is building a ton of missile turrets right now. There were 6 in production at once
a little
while ago. So he knows the timings for this type of build. He knows that mutas are on the way soon. And indeed, the first mutas for Guinea Pig have popped up. And with that many turrets around, it's pretty unlikely that they're going to be able to cause a lot of damage. Might be able to snipe off an extractor, maybe an SCV or two. I should say refinery for Terrence.
I like how Ganji checked the top left base just for an expansion, since certain sneaky Zergs that are named after Nesty
it's true.
have snuck expansions against Terrence on this map before, and he is now moving down the map with a sizable army. He's got 3 tanks, a bunch of Marines, a couple medevacs to support them,
out.
and I'm surprised to see no Hellions actually. That might be kind of fun to include.
A lot of Banelings being produced right now by Guinea Pig. He's going to need him to hold this off. And Ganji, of course, looking for that third. Guinea Pig did just start it.
Stimmed his whole army for those like 4 Zerglings.
Here they come though, leaving some units on the low ground. Very good decision.
Siege is up.
Wow, Guinea Pig pulling back just in time. He almost lost a lot more Banelings, and that is going to be so hard to attack into.
Yeah, they're slow Banelings. There's no creep, but speed is about to finish for those Banelings. It's seconds away.
I don't know if he can attack, though. There's a lot on the low ground.
And he's just going to retreat. He may not be able to retreat, actually.
Burrowed Banelings.
Oh, Burrowed Banelings, though. He could take out the whole army. Oh, half the army goes down.
That's pretty big.
Wow, took out half the bio. He still has all the tanks, though.
Not quite enough, but nice move there by Guinea Pig.
Those Mutalisks are just running around.
Yeah.
There's actually not many Mutalisks that come back here either. Look at this. He's going to siege up on the low ground and ferry Marines up, use the tanks to protect the Marines, and then attack things in the main with the Marines.
Yeah, there's going to be forces coming from behind for Guinea Pig, though, so this push may end up being killed.
Oh, yeah, lots of Zerglings. Muta's coming in as well.
And not the best attack right now for Guinea Pig. Going to be barely enough to take out those tanks, but there are still a few Marines left over. And look at that, another drop in the natural right now for Slayer's Ganji. And there is nothing to defend. Medevac going down, but the Queen and the drones must fight.
So much damage being done. He takes out the Queen, he's taking out drones, and Ganji is not even done yet. He finally gets cleaned up, but another push, a huge push of tanks and Marines and Medevacs coming down the center of the map again. And I don't know if he has enough to stop this. He's lost his third. He has very few Zerglings anymore.
Yeah, Ganji definitely has some momentum in this game right now. He is so far ahead in supply, almost 50 food ahead, and I don't think there's really a way that Guinea Pig can hold this off. It's going to be very hard. Nice Marine splits by Ganji too. Oh, a couple
not
more.
The best splits on that second one.
Those Banelings are going to be spawning in just a minute, but they are already in range of the siege tanks.
Yeah, only 5 of those like 20 Banelings morphed, and that was really, really bad.
And Ganji clinging to dear life.
Yeah, siege tanks are not within range of the hatchery, but he can move those Marines in and take things out. And oh my gosh, everything's dying. Banelings coming in, not even doing anything.
That is
I think that Ganji is going to take out our random player here. Guinea Pig
GG
gets crushed, and Ganji.
All right, here we have our Protoss player. He's got 2 wins already for Slayers. Is he going to get a third? We're going to find out. He's known as
Slayers Project.
Is he going to put his opponent on ice?
That's a good one.
What do you think?
Let's see what what race he spawned as. Oh,
looks like it's Zerg, so spawning as our random
MVP Guinea Pig.
Guy. Come on.
So rude.
Guinea Pig. So, Guinea Pig is Zerg. as we can see here. So it is going to be another ZVP. And, you know, we were kind of critical of Slayer's Frozen after that last game. But a lot of players do kind of let their macro slip when they think they're in a game-winning situation. They shouldn't, but it does happen. A lot of people do it. I do it, you do it, we all do it. And after he kind of realized, hey, I need to kind of keep playing this game, he really did kind of macro up really well, played very safely. So I think he will be a challenge for Guinea Pig, absolutely. He scouts him right away. Knows that he is Zerg.
Yeah,
he does have a wall up there.
Immediately scouts him.
Yep.
And he had his pylon at the ramp anyway, so you can go ahead and put that gateway there.
Yep.
Make a nice little wall off. Keep any sneaky Zerglings from slipping through.
Guinea Pig looks like he is going for the Speedling expand opening, getting his gas before the pool. And 2 gas again right away before core for Frozen. Wow.
Sneaky
all right.
snake.
So is it going to be the same build, or is it going to be something different? You know, I mentioned DTs last time.
I'd have to say I've got to assume it's going to be the same build because.
Yeah.
I guess you're right. You know,
or could he confuse him? You could go either way.
It's true.
Yeah.
We just saw that build, and of course, Guinea Pig was in the audience watching.
You watched the game,
so he saw what that opening turns into. Now the thing is Guinea Pig is not going to have as much intelligence because he did not get a drone in there to scout. He was only scouting with the Overlord, so he's not going to see the 2 gas until it might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, he doesn't know the 2 gas came out before the core.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the first time I think I've ever seen a Protoss player do that, actually. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Core?
Yeah.
I can't remember a time I've seen it.
We've seen Terrans get gas before Barracks sometimes, but very, very seldom. And there it is. It is going to be a Stargate.
There it is indeed.
Yeah.
And so he's going to go for the same build. Now, because he hasn't scouted it, we're probably going to see a different situation here. Guinea Pig probably not going to, try and go for masslings or whatever.
And there is a bit of a psychological game going on here too, and that's going to kind of make Guinea Pig think, okay, there's no way he's going to go for the same build, But
and Frozen is over there saying, or will I?
That's right. A little bit of reverse psychology.
Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. You never know. And Stalker cruising around the map, killing a couple Zerglings, going back home to make sure no Overlords go in, and actually his Overlord is heading in the back there to see if he can see some gas mines.
Oh, is he going to see it, though? There's the Centurinas. Okay, so he does turn his Overlord around right away. Does not see the Stargate. There's a Void Ray coming out of it right now.
I didn't see the Stargate, and he actually did not click on the gas geysers.
Okay.
So he didn't check to see if there's a lot of gas being mined. Just a little thing that you can do if you suspect that your opponent has gone for something gas first. You can see how much gas is gone from their geysers.
And there's a Roach Warren going up for Guinea Pig. So are we going to see that 2-base Roach Zergling aggression that we see so often? Or does Guinea Pig have something different in mind? Now, being a random player, a lot of random players do develop, just a lot of really strong early pushes. Just because, again, the chances of you getting a lot of experience in every matchup on every map is pretty unlikely. So you don't want to get into those late game situations a lot of times as a random player.
Yeah, and he's actually going to follow up the Void Ray with a Phoenix. He's going to try and pick off Queens. Now, there is no creep connecting those 2 bases, but he does have both the Queens gathered together at the very least. So they're going to be able to fend off that particular composition.
Look
but
at that.
Second Phoenix is on the way.
2 Spore Crawlers already started.
Nice.
So Guinea Pig did do a good job of kind of anticipating this. Knew that something was up where he couldn't scout it, but this Void Ray charging up now.
He lifts both of them.
Lifted.
And the Void Ray is going to charge down one of the Queens. He may land in time to get a transfuse off. Is he going to?
No transfuse.
Didn't have the energy for it, and so that Queen's going to have to abandon his fellow Queen, go back to the safety of the Spore Crawler.
Yep, there is one Queen here as well. And that Spore Crawler is not going to help too much. It looks like that Queen will go down. And wow, the Void Ray for Frozen getting very low. One of those Phoenixes getting very low as well. So
yeah, forced to fall back with the extra Queens popping out.
Guinea Pig doing a good job of handling this, but now here comes the gateway units as the expansion gets started for Slayer's Frozen.
Yeah, Yeah, he's just putting on a lot of pressure with these Phoenixes now.
Yeah.
And the Void Ray's still going to be sticking around, doing some stuff later on. Might want to try and clear out the tower, actually, with that Void Ray. Would be a good idea. But he might also go for the Overlords.
Yeah, no drones being produced for quite a while for Guinea Pig. Just producing nothing but Lings right now, getting his lair as well. Yeah, I would imagine he's probably going to go into something like Hydra Ling. That tends to work pretty well against Protoss that goes there.
Yep, he has started his lair. It's about 35/87ths the way done.
Wow. That's very precise.
Yeah, I said about. Not exactly 35/87. But his lair is going to be done in just a minute, and then we'll see what kind of tech he goes with. Hydras might be a good call, and is he switching into Robo behind this? There's no... Yes, there is, sorry. There is a Robo Bay there.
That drone's getting taken out. A little bit of harassment being done by Slayer's Frozen. And yeah, it looks like right now, Frozen just wants to basically... Wow, it's like Queen Party there. And it is going to be a Hydra Den. There it is.
There you go, indeed. Hydra Den is going up. Now, the thing is if he goes straight for a robotics bay, robotics support bay, I call it, and starts getting Colossus out, he's going to counter those Hydras before they even come out.
Yeah, drops being researched. Ooh. So, something we've seen once in a while. Yeah, if you see more than 3 Phoenixes, a lot of Zerg players have been getting the drops. We remember, if you remember, probably one of the most famous instances of that. There's been a couple, but one of the most memorable ones is Jelizer taking a game off MC in the finals a couple seasons ago.
Yeah, that was cool.
By Hydra dropping on Terminus, I believe.
If you can get those Hydras dropped in there right before the first Colossus comes out, it can do so much damage. Hydras have so much damage per second. They kill stuff so fast.
You know, the tough part, though, is with all the map control that Frozen has with those Phoenix Eye, is that it's going to be really, really difficult to get the Overlords across the map without being seen.
That is indeed the case.
Yeah.
Man, those 3 Queens going around creeping up the place, getting creep tumors everywhere. He's starting to get creep spread all across the map. And they are also able to kind of keep a little bit less map control for those Phoenixes. Because he's got one at his main and natural still to do larva injects. Just kind of wander around and attack stuff.
Yeah, adding on some roaches as well, so we'll be kind of Hydra with a little bit of Lings added on. It's pretty durable.
He's actually going to have +1 range upgraded Hydras at almost the exact same time that his drop finishes.
And here's the thing right now.
It's going to be a very devastating drop.
Guinea Pig is about 30 supply almost ahead of his opponent. So just in straight up macroing, it's going well. And sure enough, he is going to move the units out on the map. And then load them up, do a drop.
Yep.
And look at this, Frozen's in the base, wondering where all the units are. They're in the middle of the map.
They are bearing down on him right now.
This
He's got some Zerglings there as well, and he really does not have too much there. He actually has 1 Colossus out. The second is not out yet, though, and here they come.
Things up.
Putting up.
And the Phoenixes are nowhere to be found. They're up at the top of the map. There's an extra base started up at the 12 o'clock, distracting them for the moment. But here comes a huge drop into the main of Slayer's Frozen.
And he's
How much damage can he do?
Oh no, the Colossus getting too far forward. It gets picked off. He needed that so badly.
That is huge.
Queen's getting dropped as well with roaches and Zerglings and Hydralis. So much damage being done.
And is he going to be able to transfuse the roaches? Transfusing the Queen before the Void Ray can kill it. Probes coming off the line right now. This has been a pretty good drop so far for MVP Guinea Pig.
Wow. He actually picks off the second Colossus as well. Very little damage done.
Yeah.
Creep going on everywhere. The transfusion is doing so well, keeping things alive, that the roaches are still able to take out the last cannon on the top. And there's still a few more stalkers warping. No, he has 4 warp gates. 5 warp gates so he can get units in pretty quick. He may hold this off, but his base is in tatters.
Yeah, he lost a lot of probes already to everything in his base right now. And more reinforcements coming into the natural. It's going to be almost impossible for Slayer's Frozen to hold this off completely. Another Colossus comes out, but is it going to be able to do any damage? It's on its own. The natural under attack.
Oh, man.
And this game could end very, very quickly.
Yeah, he is down to half the harvesters that Guinea Pig has, and now he's starting to pick away at that natural expansion. Gateway starting to go down. Finally, he's starting to take out the infrastructure buildings as well. He might even just snipe that Nexus, or he could go for the Colossus, and it falls, and GG proceeds. And Guinea Pig has taken...
Blizzard Cup 2012, and to the bottom left of Daybreak we have our Zerg player in a red, starting for Team StarTale, the best Zerg in the world right now. It is...
30 live.
We all knew the life is good, but we didn't know that it was that good.
Yeah. So I'm going to get this guy an LG sponsorship. The top right, in the blue, another StarTale player. You call him the Pink Panther Protoss. He is... Everyone says this guy's got unlimited soul.
Without a doubt, he's the best Protoss in the entire world right now.
He may be the best player in the world, man. He's trying to prove it here.
This is a match between two titans, and it's going to be epic. What are they going to do? Are we going to see a standards game between the two of them? Is Parting going for the immortal push? Everyone is waiting for it. Everyone wants to know, will Life stop it? Does Life have the answer?
That's what we're going to see. You know, Life is showing his trademark 11 cancel, but he's going for the 11 pull here.
Exactly. The trademark cancel and then the 11 pull, and Parting, of course, is going to scout it, and this will also change his... Yeah, this will change his timings, and you know what's really interesting here? Parting is scouting on this map.
Yeah.
This is something, it might sound a little bit silly, but this is something that he did not do on Daybreak at all. Yeah. And Lenok was a player who tried to capitalize on it. He went for double hatch before pool without even scouting it, because he knew exactly Parting doesn't send out his first probe. He sends one out a little bit later, but only to the Zalnaga watchtower.
Yeah, this is a different scheme. And yeah, now has to go Forge before Nexus. He can't go Nexus first. It's impossible to hold with that.
You know, this is so cool, because this already shows us that they know each other so well. And Life was probably a little bit shocked to see this probe in their face. He's like, what? You're actually scouting? I mean, I'm still fine. I have an 11 pool. I can pressure you a little bit. Your timings are going to be ruined. But at this point, he did not really expect his opponent to go for the scout.
You know, at the very least, when you go for an early pool, like an 11 pool or a 10 pool, force the Forge first. And you may not actually do physical damage, but you're going to force their ability to be shaken a little bit.
It also shows how much respect Parting has for Life, because it shows him immediately that he knows that this guy has no respect for anyone, and he could go for a 6 pull even on this map. So he's like, okay, usually I don't do it, but against him, I have to.
Yeah, he's got no choice. There's the photon cannon going down, of course, and the gateway is going to need to make potentially a second gateway here to block. There's a pylon, or probe hiding in there. He's not going to make a pylon, but he will go and check to see if any gases have been taken.
The Lings are already on their way.
He's actually just splitting them here. He doesn't need the second gate.
He's blocking with a probe, and this is something that Life spots immediately. So he's like, okay, well, there's nothing that I can do at this point. The probe's still in the main base here. The hatch now at the natural for Life.
Yeah, he wants to see if there's any gas going off of one base that he might need to be worried about.
Probe is on its way.
And speaking of which, he's going to see it. He's going to see that gas, and there's no third hatchery.
Sees the gas, no third hatch at this point.
And he's going to be able to see that too.
Yeah.
Oh man, Life is going to have to alter his build here. He may have been thinking of a speedling follow-up to put on some pressure.
You know, the Zerglings were just not in a position where they could intercept the probe, so all the scouting information that the Parting has, it's all there. All the pieces to the puzzle, he has them, he knows no third base, but you go for gas. Look at that.
Yeah, he wants to be very, very careful here.
There are different styles that you can play. Life could go into mirrorless play. We'll see very soon when he starts his tech, if he adds the additional gas, if he even builds a few spine crawlers to just wait. If he goes into a faster build because he wants to be safe against an immortal push and decides to take the third base with the safety of the infestors.
He could just go into speed and then play it safe. These Lings have an opportunity to run in here, but he doesn't realize it.
Stargate.
Stargate is the choice. No immortals on game number 1.
And here comes the lair tech for his opponent. No scout on the Stargate. He doesn't know about it. So at this point, Life is really in the dark. He doesn't know what's going on. But with how fast he techs, he should be able to be completely prepared for this.
With a third gas going up, it looks like we are going to see Phoenixes. Fourth gas goes down as well. Probably not Void Ray into Phoenix, but just straight hidden Phoenixes because he knows Life is not seeing a Stargate at all.
There comes the additional gas for Life now, and he has he's up to 4 extractors at this point. We don't see a third base for him just yet.
Oh, that's Sentry.
Interesting to see what exactly his tech transition is.
That was a scary moment for that Sentry, but he pulls back in time. Now, what's it going to be? Phoenix first, I assume? And yeah, Phoenix first, he's going to hide him.
I want to see what Life is going to do, because he could go into Spire, but the Infestors are the much safer option. Spire is something that you can make work on this map. We always reference Nurture against Creator, which was a really interesting series that we saw at BWC in Shanghai. But Life taking such a risk, I rather see him go into the Infestation pit. Yeah, there it is.
He's also going to show the Phoenixes, interestingly enough. Despite the fact that Overlord did not see a Stargate earlier on, he's just going to go and show them. Rallying across the map, starts the second Phoenix. He's going to be able to scout with this, the Infestation pit, and we'll be able to alter things accordingly. He's probably going to start his Robo very soon. There's the Lair Scout, and he sees the Infestation pit as well.
With the Phoenixes, you have not only the option to just take down Overlords and kill a few drones, maybe even a Queen, but you can always get the scouting information, and they are important. He needs something to see what exactly is going on. So kills an Overlord here, nice micro on the Phoenixes so far by parting, and all the scouting information. He doesn't know about the third yet, but he will. Yeah, now he's going to find out.
He flies by, he sees it. Now he knows, oh wow, that's a really late third, so as long as I hold your pressure with your Infestors at my third, I should be okay here. But without Colossi, it is going to be a little bit tough, because what will likely happen in the next few moments is Parting will take his third base, he'll start to wall it off and get cannons.
No, actually, he's adding gateways in his main base, though, instead. He's not going to take a third right away. That's not what I expected.
Yeah, me neither. Usually with this style, when Parting decided to not go for the Immortal push, we've seen him take a third base so often in this matchup. So he apparently really tries to go for a very strong two-base styling here. Takes down a few drones. Harvesters are not a problem, but loses one of the Phoenixes in the process.
Yeah, a bit overzealous with one of those Phoenixes. You know, I have to say, this is not going to be something that Life expects at all if he really hits with a heavy push.
And this is kind of what it's about. It's not only about playing a straight up style and playing the solid, but to surprise your opponent. These are mind games that we are seeing. These players know each other. They practice with each other. They've encountered each other countless times. And now with a different style, with the party using a different style here, that could be so important for him. But it looks like he's going for the third base after all. He's just playing it a lot more safe and later than he usually would.
Yeah, you know, what happens next is he'll take this base, he needs to wall it off, get a lot of cannons up there, and then when the Infestors come, they're going to realize that, hey, I've got a moment where I can maybe push my Infested Terrans. That's where the Colossi come into play.
And he goes straight into the Twilight Council, which is of course so important. If you are really going for a style where you want to have a third base, you need to make sure that you have Blink. You also want to go for the +2 attack upgrade, but Blink is really important here. In case your opponent is trying to attack you, you need to be a little bit more mobile than you already are.
Yeah, very true. Observer for Colossus, in fact, that's very conservative by Parting. Wants to have all the vision in the world about what's coming. That Phoenix might be out of luck. Well, he needs to fumble that. He's not going to. He's just politely asking the Phoenix to leave. A few cannons go down here too. In fact, we're going to have a slight run by. It doesn't matter, there's a Zealot and a cannon. He will get that pylon, and one of the cannon had to be cancelled.
Zealot is on hold position here, so no problem at all. The piling goes down, but that's it. Fourth base already for Life. And you know, Life at this point will be pretty confident in what happens here. We talked to him after Parting was able to win against Sniper, and I asked him, what exactly do you think about the Immortal push? And he said, oh wow, it's really, really strong. I actually think it's too strong. So that was the one thing that he was really worried about. I feel, even though Parting is like a boss in the end game as well, in the late game, this is a scenario that Life is much more happy to encounter.
You know, it feels like, to be perfectly frank here, it feels like when you face Parting's Immortal push, it's in the hands of Parting's sentries, whether you live or you die.
Yeah, and this is why we saw this different opening for Life. So now we have this wall that you already talked about, Wolf. We have the wall at the fourth base, at the third base, he's trying to go for it. At the same time now, the Spire to get the Corruptors out, and of course also to get the Brood Lords later on. This is the composition that you try to head into.
Yeah, and these are the Infestors that are moving across the map that I was talking about earlier as well. He wants to trade Infested Terran energy for some really good, not fungals, he may get a fungal or two if he gets lucky, but he wants to try to take out units. Yeah,
this is the risk that you run. It's so risky if you actually do it, and
he's going to pick it up.
This is really smart. He sends one across, but he has to retreat with the rest of them.
Oh, wow. He's going to lose 4 here, potentially, if the chase is good. Blink is almost done.
Yeah, those Phoenix have to be really careful, but here come the rest of the army, and the infestors are dying. At least 2 additional ones. He will be able to take them out, no problem at all. This attack by Life did not work.
Yeah, a Phoenix for an Infestor is actually a pretty good trade in this type of situation. The Lings are coming for a run by, but the Zealot again is ready. He needs to protect that Colossus though. Nice blink forward. He's taking out so many Infestors. This is actually really critical. There are 2 cannons in place, but they're not walled off. They're very exposed.
The cannons are exposed. Wolves in a couple of units at the same time. More Infestors are dying, trying to save themselves with Infestor Terrans. But here comes Parting. The force fields are good, shielding him against the Circlings. And home he defends with those Stalkers. Well done by Parting so far.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he blinks those Stalkers back, of course, at the third base. He does, saves them, and now he's got a really strong army going in here. The thing is, he's down in supply, but I feel his composition is perfect until those Corruptors get out. He's got a window. Will he use it to attack, or will he use it to take a fourth? He's got a choice here.
He's gonna fall back and just try and do a bit of a timing later against the Broodlords, I think. At this point, we don't even have the hive tech.
Colossus is rallied poorly here. He's gonna lose it for free.
That was not good.
This was a problem against Violet that we saw with his Colossi rallies.
Dungalov. Well, right now, we have the rest of the army going straight for the 4th base. Parting trying to apply pressure, but the Zerglings are running around.
This is not good for Parting. He's got enemies on both sides. The Lings from the back, slowing him down, so the Roaches can do some damage here, but it's not quite enough. He needs to fall back.
He doesn't have a lot of sentries. Wolf, he can't use too many force fields. He needs to fall back, and that's what he does. Only 2 sentries in the composition. Tries to fall back here, but he still has such a huge army supply. He has a damage potential.
He needs another round of Warpins. Imagine if that Pilot had knocked on down the Lings. Imagine if he had one more Colossus here. This would have been a much scarier army.
There come the additional sentries that he asked. Warping them in right now.
The Corruptors are all that Life really has to hold here.
He can force field the rep. He's actually killing the rocks, but if he wants to go for the force, he had a 4th base, he had a chance to just force field the rep and go in.
You know, he could even go into the natural and then force some units out, but he decides to blink in. This is actually a really good angle for Life, but does he have enough units? That's the question.
Parting is fungal, but he's fighting like a lion here against those Corruptors. It's not easy. Being fungal, he can't use his Smite to save the Colossi, but a lot of Life's units are already dead, and Life is dropping in supply. Parting taking a supply lead.
He's got that forward pylon as well. He's got a great position here. He needs more stock as he warps him, and he needs to protect that pylon. He blinks back. Looks like the pylon is barely going to survive.
6 Infestors, that's all that Life has right now, and here comes Parting. He has so many Stalkers against this few Spike Colors. It's not a problem for him at all.
GG! Parting takes the lead, takes game 1.
It is the Blizzard Cup 2012, the grand final. We have a Zerg versus Protoss, and starting at the bottom of the map is our Startail Zerg player. It is
Life.
We just learned in the break how important those ID calls are.
Yes, it's very important. Making fun of the KT old LT War commercials, man. I see those in commercials all the time. It's actually a great parody. And there's the mouse. See it? Looks nice. And there's the man himself. The Royal Roader of GSL. His opponent, his teammate, the Protoss in the blue to the top of the map. He is
Parting, man, the guy who won already the first map on Daybreak with a good performance. This time he's up against his opponent Antigua Shipyard. A map that kind of symbolizes what Zerg versus Protoss is all about these days.
Oh, absolutely, man.
We talked about it earlier. In the early game, Zerg with an early advantage, Protoss with an early advantage, and then later on it's the Zerg who has a high win ratio if he gets those Broodlords out. And no other map has, I feel, split Zergs and Protoss as Antigua Shipyard. In the early game, so strong, an immortal push, a 2-base time against the 3rd base of a Zerg player if he goes for this double expand, and then later on, really difficult for Protoss to take his 3rd base and defend it. Parting has done it in the past, might do it again, but maybe he shows us his trademark style in game number 2.
I actually completely agree. You know, Antigua Shipyard shows like the rawest, most extreme version of what our metagame is like in this matchup in 2012. We have a hatchery first, by the way, for life. And, you know, Parting doesn't seem to be scouting, so he's not going to be able to punish this in any way.
Parting learned his lesson against Leenock on Daybreak. But on this map in particular, he's like, well, I don't have to send out my probe right away. You're not going to do anything fancy. I don't see you opening with an early push here. But Parting is up against a hatch first now. And usually you don't get away with this because your opponent might cannon rush you. But right now, Life will have its pool ready and the Zerglings as well.
He's going to start his third base, and because there was no scout from Parting, he's unable to deny neither the third nor the second base. And, you know, this is an interesting position for Parting now. We talked about how this map is so dangerous in the early game for Zerg, especially once that probe knows about the third base. There's several different builds we can see. We can see the Immortal push, we can see the Void Ray push, we can see a push followed on 2 bases after Phoenix play. That third is so difficult for a Zerg player to defend without creep spread there, and even if your creep is spread there, that ramp, if the Bros gets up there and shuts you out, you've got no chance.
Yeah. Scouting is everything here, and one of the things that you could see is that the second Overlord for Life immediately positioned itself between the 3 bases, so you could see a probe coming in. Some Zerg players try to send the Overlord over to their opponent's base, trying to get a second scout into position so that they can get into the main base and discover what kind of tech their opponent shows, and that's what he's going to do with another Overlord now. But the first Overlord, with the build that he was going for, the early expansion without the pool, that was so crucial to see when is this probe coming? What can the probe do? And do I have to send out a drone to stop it?
Exactly. Here come the Lings, by the way, into the natural. He's trying to hold position them to do a little bit of damage. He's got to avoid that cannon. Look at that perfect placement by Parting. Yeah, if he wants to mine with a little bit more than that many probes, he's going to have to micro, but he should be okay here.
Nice. Tricky. I like it.
2 Zerglings, that's the same cost as 1 probe stops 3 probes from mining.
It's very, very subtle.
Yeah, it's subtle, but it's extremely important. Look at how much damage, how much frustration he's already starting to cause. Parting since he skipped his Zealot.
Wow, he's really killed one.
Yeah.
He's really messing with Parting now.
Oh,
and Parting goes for the Robo. Uh-oh.
Now this is just the first step.
Yeah, it's only step number 1, but still.
Now Parting does not know the angle of approach with the Overlord either. He does take his third assimilator. Oh, this is tense, Calder. What's he going to make first when that Robo's done? This is when everything changes. He's got +1 on the way.
And he started the Robo before he starts +1, which is usually an indicator that you go for the Immortal push. Yes. And, well, Protoss players all around the world are just now hoping to see an Immortal as soon as the robotics is done and not an Observer.
Yep. We're going to find out. No units lost at all for Parting at this moment in time.
Nothing.
Robo is finishing. What's it going to be, Parting? I think it's an Immortal, and it is!
It is an Immortal. He's going for the Immortal push.
Oh, this is so difficult to hold, especially on this map. Life is the teammate of Parting. He's probably practiced against Parting's Immortal push more than anybody else, but this is still not going to be easy. This Ling run by could affect things a lot.
The Ling run by trying to affect the gas here, but what is Life doing against the push now? He's already spreading his creep at the third base. Very important to make sure that the Protoss can't place a pylon in the vicinity, that he has to rely on the Warp Prism, can't use it for the micro. This is something that Parting has shown against Sniper, and Sniper really struggle against this. So spreading your creep, making sure that there is no close pylon is really important. Yeah. And also it gives you the speed advantage that you need to set up your flanks, that you can just delay the push for as long as possible.
This is actually really cool. This is what you need to do to limit Parting's sentry count. As long as he can't mine his gas, he can't build the sentry count that he needs. He may have to use a force field. No, decides to pull back. Again, right now, he doesn't know though. Life doesn't know what push he's about to face. He's about to find out. That's what that Overseer is for.
The Overlord is in, and for his opponent, we have now speed. Life is starting with the Zergling speed, with the Roach speed. He's getting the Roaches. He has all the pieces in position. He sees the Immortals.
Those sentries better turn around right now. He's got no time to lose. He needs to go ASAP, setting up the double wall.
Look at the creep spread here. Third Immortal is ready. Wolf, I certainly hope that you have your ticket for the Parting Express, because the Soul Train is about to leave the station.
It's moving out right now. He's got the triple pylon wall, so even if his natural is breached, the main base will be safe. He's very committed. He's got no turning back now. That group of Lings is not enough to turn him around. He cannot waste time. He needs to protect those sentries, but he needs to keep going.
Sniper lost against this. Sniper did not have an answer. Does Life crush Parting's push, or will he also die? We will see the 2-0. Parting is on the move. Sniper is preparing.
Life is a genius, man. He knows that on this map, you can't actually stop that assimilator from being killed with the normal cannon placement that you have on this map. He's going to lose a Stalker here as well.
This is so smart.
He takes down the assimilator. He makes sure that there's not enough gas for parting to later on warp in those units. And look how many sentries he has once again. He has a high sentry count. The creep spread is good. The circlings are being built. The speed is done. Range attack is nearly completed.
He's got everything in his favor, but can he stop those force fields that have been such a problem for every Zerg player that Parting has run up against?
He did not really spread his creep at the third, and here come the force fields. The pylon is already being built.
Needs to pull those sentries back.
He's going in, he's trying to force additional force fields, and here we go, and there is the gap. We immediately have the trapped roaches, and they are taken apart, but on the other hand, the reinforcements for life are streaming in.
I don't think those force fields could have been any more perfect, Calder. Look at this, he's even got the Observer out now, takes out a tumor, and those rocks are gonna die if he gets up to the top of that ramp. I feel like Life has little to no chance of holding this. Here he goes, needs to walk up that ramp right now.
If he walks up the ramp, then suddenly Parting will be able to use the force fields to block both
Life
ramps.
goes for a counterattack, it looks like, or at least catching reinforcements he can find. He will get this pylon.
And look at it, he already pulls the drones back. He's like, okay, I might lose my expansion here, but I still will have my drone count. And the pylon goes down, another one already being built, and Parting is pushing his way into the natural, or is he?
Yeah, he's just waiting a little longer. He wants to make sure he has that pylon up. We talked about it before, but that pylon is so critical. Without the pylon, you can't use the Warp Prism to lift your immortals. You have to actually micro without it.
He has 13 sentries. This is so many force fields. If you have infestors against this, you just see them pop like pimples, but we don't have infestors. We have roaches, we have zerglings, and once again, those force fields are brilliant.
Parting is the Warp Prism pilot here. He's dropping the immortals out. This is looking so scary because the production is severely affected by the fact he doesn't have that third hatch. He has no macro hatch, and he's got roaches dying already. He can't afford to lose these without force fields being dropped. 2 more roaches go down.
And
Life, get yourself together.
The third base is done, and here comes Parting with the force fields. They are brilliant, and they trap everything. The supply is dropping for the Startail Zerg plays down to 120, and Parting with the patience that he is known for. He's moving slowly
he takes
up
the lead in supply, and he's going to be able to take out these roaches. The overlords are in danger as well. GG!
The Soul Chain defeated Life in game number 2. But his opponent was already a step ahead of him. Is this also true for Cloud Kingdom? Starting to the bottom left, we have in blue the one and only Soul Train conductor.
Starting party. Starting party.
He is the conductor, the winner of all tournaments in Asia the past month. He is just looking fine, man. No matter who he's up against, no matter what strategy he uses, he seems to be unstoppable. Again, totally skips on the forge. He goes for the scout. And in fact, we don't have the pull down just yet. He's going to drop it very soon. He can't really try to drop a hatchery when the probe's already here. And there's the pool.
He goes for the pool, but actually I think that he was toying around with the idea a little bit.
Yeah, he definitely considered it. Yeah, it was a little bit later of a pool.
Well, at this point, Parting is already up 2 games, and if he is able to get another win here, then he only has to win that one additional map to win the entire finals. And Life, he is in trouble, and he knows it. Parting has shown over and over again that he can beat Zergs, and as mentioned before, at the MLG tournament that they just had recently, they played a best of 5, and Parting, yeah, he won it without dropping a single map with a 3-0. So Life, I hope that his nerves are actually holding, that he's not in a position where he feels like he can't beat this guy.
Look at the average playtime for Parting versus Zerg, 17 minutes and 12 seconds. That goes to show you that even though he does this push a lot, that kind of shows that a lot of his games are also really long. 17 minutes and 12 seconds, there's probably like 2 games that Parting has ever played at that length. He plays a lot of games with the Immortal Push and a lot of games in the super late game with 4, sometimes 5 bases with the Mothership. So both extremes are possible, and that's something that Life knows. Their teammates, he's got a lot of experience with this, but it doesn't make it any easier.
And Life now, he has to come up with a solution, and maybe on this map he is going to find one, but it's a decent map for Protoss. This is a map that Hero would choose every single time he's down against a Protoss player. In the Blizzard Cup, we've witnessed him picking this map, I think, 3 or 4 times even. Yeah. So right now, what is Parting going to do? It's a good map for the Immortal Push, it's a good map for the late game. He has so many options here.
You know, sometimes you see Stargate play here too. I feel like it's the least likely strategy. Most of the time you either see an Immortal push 4 and Immortal to take the 3rd. Nice block here, waiting for that cannon. He wants to save the probe, not quite able to do so. That means he's not going to be able to do a follow-up scout.
Yeah. So he does not really know about the 3rd base. He can of course assume that it... Well, actually there was a probe.
Yeah, he's got a probe there. That was just the probe that was to block, I suppose.
Yeah.
Consider, though, only MC really goes Stargate on this map. I don't think we're going to see Phoenixes here. We have seen it before.
He actually played it as well.
Yeah.
We've seen Parting use the strategy too. It's more common to go into the robotics here, but we could see a Stargate for him. I feel, so far his strategy I think is not going to evolve around going into an immortal push right away again, so I could see a Stargate. If I personally was him, I was just, in this situation, being had 2 games, I would just immortal push for as long as I possibly could. Up to the point where Relive defeats me once, and then I would probably
Exactly. See, it's just about that one time, because later on we do have Abyssal City, we do have Belcher Vestige. That's a map you might want to use the immortal push on later. That pylon is probably...
True, actually.
That's probably where we're going to see our tech. Here comes the probe. What's it going to be? Robotics!
He's going for the Robo again before the +1 attack upgrade.
This is intense. I feel like he's just going to do the immortal push again, like you said, until it fails now.
And now it's, of course, the ball is once again in Live's court. What exactly are we going to see from Parting? We will see in a second what he decides to do with the robotics. We've seen him go into a play where he tries to take the 3rd base with the additional Templar Archive. Sorry, of course, the Twilight Council.
Right.
But Live knows that it's an option, that there might be an immortal push coming, and there's the +1 attack upgrade. So what is he going to do? Is he changing things? Will we at some point maybe see a very fast tech for him?
That's entirely possible. I would not be surprised.
There have been several ways how you can approach this. We had a lot of Zerg players trying to... There's the Immortal, so we will see the Choo-Choo train again. A lot of Zerg players try to hit Mutalisk timings, Infestor timings. You can go for a job play with force fields to just make sure that force fields don't matter. Most of the time, Protoss are pretty happy about that because you just drop the units one by one into the army. And players like Mana, for example, pointed out several times when they were playing in the GSL that this is something that they're really happy with, because then they can take their opponent's army down quite easily if they do it correctly, if they target well. So there are a lot of options what you can go for. And these days, what Zergs try to do is flank and counterattack.
Yeah.
But it looks like Protoss is just too prepared for it.
Yeah, people have really figured out how to deal with that. A lot of people going for the double walls like we saw last game, or oftentimes multiple cannons. We have double evolution chamber. That's a pretty big variation here. But that's not something that's really going to be helpful against this type of push necessarily. He goes for speed. Okay, so he's actually going to go Infestors this time to try to hold. I say try to hold, but he doesn't even know what's coming yet.
At this point, he completely skips the roaches. He wants to go into a heavy circling style. And this might be the answer that he needs here. He will be faster with his units. He can bounce between flanking and going into a counterattack. And he knows, of course, that with this strategy, he needs he needs more lava. So he goes into the macro hatch as well. And as you pointed out, the Infestors. And let's talk a little bit about what we've seen in the last game against a Sniper. Massive amount of sentries and a double funnel on the sentries, and as I said before, they pop like pimples. You can take them out and all of them will die. There's so much resources lost. If he gets a double funnel, Parting cannot continue.
Color, I think that this may work, and it's not going to be easy, but this is the first Zerg brave enough to try it in this entire tournament. No one has tried it.
He's trying to buy time for his upgrades. He needs the 1-1. He's trying to bait force fields, but Parting is patient.
Parting is super patient, man.
Look at those lings. 30 lings being built. He has so many already. Here comes the Pathogen Glance upgrade, and he's buying time. Every second counts.
Parting knows what's going on. He knows this is a ling-heavy play where Infestors are going to be the choice, so he knows he needs to hit this timing. Those lings not trading very efficiently, but they do slow some of the Zealots down.
And Parting plays with a lot more Zealots than he usually would because he sees what he's up against. But the +1-1 upgrades are going to be done soon, and so far Parting has not moved in. The Infestors are already on the production tab. I feel like Life might be able to take this.
He might be able to do it, man. He might do the unthinkable.
But can he defend his third?
I don't think he's going to hold the third, but he's got the macro hatch, so he can let this go.
He doesn't even want to take save the third. He already built all those spine crawlers at his natural.
Yeah, he's just going to let the third go.
And the Infestors already will. Look at how beautiful this timing is. Pathogen Glance finishes, and a second later we have the Infestors.
Parting needs to walk away. If he actually tries to walk into those spine crawlers with infestors, he's going to watch his immortals flash before his eyes. He needs to walk away.
This is life. He has everything. Oh, what a beautiful funnel from the high ground.
He needs that warp prism for vision. The spine crawler finishes, an infestor pops. Those zealots are actually not going to really accomplish too much. He wants to target down an infestor. Nice micro.
Can he get the second funnel? He needs more funnels here. The spike roller is doing the damage. One funnel hits. He is ready. Those sentries, they pop, and now suddenly Parting is in a little bit of trouble. He still has the same supply. He has a lot of units on the high ground, but can he deal with those infestors?
He is losing zealots to the spine crawlers at the front. He's not microing as well as he could be. A lot of infested energy has already been used, though.
We only have 2 of them left.
I think he may hold here.
The Zerglings have to take down the Immortals, though, before they kill all the spine crawlers. That's the scary part here. He's trying to get more units in. The supply lead is for life, but for how long?
Yeah, for how long? The spine crawlers are going down. The infestors are exposed. More zealots warping in. He needs them for the Zerglings. A great choice here. But those things have 1-1. He needs to fight for the Immortals back. Where's the warp prism?
The sentries are gone. The sentries are gone. And now suddenly there comes another bundle. The Queens are trying to move in. Where are the Zerglings? They close the distance. The zealots, they die. And Parting, he might lose here. He only is at 70 supply.
He needs to pull that Immortal back.
He does not really have anything to reinforce those Immortals to support them. Finally a round of warp-ins. But is that enough?
He doesn't have that many hit points left on that warp prism either, so he's got to be careful. If he loses it, the Immortals can't be microed like this anymore.
Parting knows that a follow-up is going to be very, very difficult for him.
Oh, this is so smart. He's just going to avoid. He uses the elevator trick here. He just avoids the spike crawlers. He goes to the main.
He goes in the main, which opens him up against the surround. Here comes another
There's too many roaches, I feel.
The roaches now finally joining the battle. They can take down the zealots, and the Immortals, there are 2 left, but can they close the distance?
He doesn't need to be fighting that queen. He needs to be fighting the roaches.
The big problem for him is there are no sentries anymore.
He has 2,000 gas right now.
Oh my god, the Immortals, they survive, but now we have a lead in Harvester supply for life. He has pushed his opponent back, he has the tech that he needs, and Parting is trying to transition. He's in a position where he realized, I can't kill him, I cannot kill him, I have to transition. Robotics, Spay, and Twilight Council.
He's trying to transition here, but I feel like this is an uphill climb that's going to be impossible. The macro hatch alone gives him so much production. If he gets these Immortals lost at all, he loses everything. That hatchery survives with 29 hit points, by the way.
The macro hatch here important for him, and now is the time of life. He tries to move in, and he tries to, of course, deny this third base. He will get his own, and there it is, the hatch being placed down. Wolf, this is so close.
This is tense, and Parting he's got no real advantage in this game to hold on to except his gas.
But at the same time, Life stopped the Immortal push, but he hasn't won the game yet.
Yeah. And those Immortals are still doing work here. Life actually has to turn around. Plus one armor is on the way, and we have Blink now. He's going to try to hold the third base using these Colossi. Is he just going to go for a follow-up attack? That's also a possibility.
I mean, he could. Life is even double expanding here. He knows that at this point, he has the lava, he has also the drones, but he needs the additional mineral patches. He needs to saturate more bases.
That's so many sentries, but he's got the gas to afford it. He actually warped in so many zealots in that fight to fight the Zerglings. He built up the gas.
The big problem for Parting is, let's say for Life, is that he doesn't have a Spire. He doesn't have an answer to Colossi just yet. He needs to rely on those roaches and then on the fungals. So if Parting decides to push, he needs to be careful that he doesn't get fungled, especially with the sentries. But the big advantage for him are the Colossi. On the other hand, this is also true for him just defending the third base, which he tries to do here.
He's got those pylons to do a little bit of harassment as well. For example, I feel he could have, if he wanted to, warped in some units to attack that fourth base, but it's a bit too risky at this point. He can't afford to throw minerals away like that, not until he has his third base.
You know, with those extra bases for Life, if he gets the gas count up, he can transition into the Hive Tech. He already has the Infestation Pit. He has 10 Infestors on the map. He does not have to kill it now. Moving in now would, in my opinion, be taking too much of a risk, because if the force fields are good, he might lose his army.
I don't think he expects there to be this many sentries up here, but there are so many, and he can't break up against. It's not with the cannons finishing as well. The observer sees everything. He wants to try it though. This is a big risk.
It's a huge risk, but he takes it. He wants to take him out now. He wants to take it because he gets too dangerous. The Colossus is fungal. He can't move, and the Colossus, it is dead. And now suddenly there's no answer for the Zerglings and the Roaches anymore. So many infestors.
Blink isn't done. Now it finishes.
The third base, he doesn't cancel it. Will he save it? It doesn't look like it.
I don't think so, man. I think Life is going to take his first game in this series right now.
Life takes down the Nexus. He dodges the Force Sphere's attacks from 2 angles, and he takes the Colossus down immediately. Those Zerglings can still do the damage, and now Harding is suddenly up against a huge army, against a 4-based Zerg player, and well, let's be honest about it. Life now completing the Greater Spire, this gives him another angle against Colossi.
Yeah, Harding
sorry, the Spire, of course. Greater Spire, he wishes, but not yet.
Not yet, but he will have it pretty soon if things continue this way. Harding is actually just trying to do his best to stay alive. He's hanging by a thread of a thread right now in this game. He loses, of course, that Roach. Life does to that Blink, but he's up 50 supply. He has all the bases. He's got all the tech. Still could see some more bins.
Arcan's, of course, now a really good choice against the Zerglings. This is just so important for him to make the right choices now. But Life has such a lead in this game. He's not only 50 supply up, he has the creep spread, he has the 4 bases, and Parting didn't use those pylons. You pointed them out earlier with top left double pylon that he could use for attempted harassments, but he can't really use them. Life doesn't give him the room to breathe.
Yeah, I feel like Parting actually might not make any more Colossi. Think about that. If a ton of Corruptors get made before Broodlords, so of course Corruptors can be useful for Broodlords even if you have a surplus of them, but what if he attacks before Broodlords are ready with only 1 Colossus with 21 Stalkers and 3 Archons? He's building a pretty good composition if there's an overmake on the Corruptors. This is a great scout. You can see the composition with this Zealot.
And call me crazy, but there was no Hive Tech just yet. So Life is not going into the Broodlords after all. It's just, there it is. I was already worried for him. I was like, okay, are you really trying to take him down right now? I mean, he has the army, don't get me wrong. But the follow-up, that's something that he also needs just in case.
The Infestors are so key because even though there's only 1 Colossus, that means he has an over-saturation of Corruptors. He still has those Infestors, and without the Colossi, how is he going to deal with those Infestors?
And here we go, the Lynx closing the distance. The Blink away, the Arcan exposed, a lot of infested Terrans, the Colossus is gone.
Pulling back against the infested Terrans. But, you know, the damage output here for Life just seems way too much.
Oh my god, this is such a huge amount of damage output, and there's the GG! Starting to the top left is our Zerg player in red, starting of course for Team Startail. The hope for all the Zerg players out there, he is.
Starting live.
Showed a 6 pull on this map. Not going to be doing it today though.
He was up against the Immortal push. Zerg players were looking how to beat it, and Life, as they say, Life always finds an answer.
Certainly does. He's got to find more answers though against his teammate. The Frost player to the bottom right, is he unstoppable? Let's find out. He is.
Party.
Not invincible as shown in last game.
Not invincible, but still in the lead. Still in a position where he is ahead, 2-1. This 4th game might change things though. It's a big map, and it's cross-position. This is like, okay, well, if anyone in the entire world can pull off an Immortal push against Zerg on cross-position and Whirlwind, it's Harding.
Yeah.
But I think not even he is gonna try it.
I don't think so, man. That would be crazy.
That's like the worst map and the worst positions ever to go for an Immortal push.
He goes even Forge first here. You know, if he goes Forge first on this map, it's a little bit scary if you don't scout your opponent right away. It's hard just to see what spawning location your opponent's at, and also if he scouts a hatch first, which is a little bit more common on this map, he might be able to punish it.
And while we have those build orders just evolve in front of us, unfold, let's once again give a big of a shout out here to the players, and I want all of you guys, all the Zerg fans out there, all the Protoss fans out there, to add them on Twitter or at least send them a tweet. Their accounts are for Parting, ST_Parting, and for his opponent for Life, it's actually StarTail_Life. So add the 2 of them. They definitely deserve your support, and send them a tweet. Tell them that you cheer for them. Also make sure that you add the 2 of us at ProxyWolf and at Calder, and tweet at StarCraft, the Blizzard account, that you really appreciate this tournament.
Yeah, and also, of course, hashtag the GSL. It's the easiest hashtag to make. It's the shortest one. It's only always used for these finals. Hashtag it, talk about it, get it trending, and make sure that all your friends who follow you on Twitter who are non-StarCraft people know this is going on. You can even post on Facebook about it.
It's the finals, guys.
It is indeed, that much is for certain. Now, can see the win rates here for Parting at certain intervals in the game. The late game is one of his strongest, as is the early game. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's why he kind of has that middle ground where he wins most of his games.
Third base now coming up for life. And Parting, well, he has to change his build a little bit. On this map, we've even seen a Stargate on this map, which is usually something that a lot of players try to avoid and rather go into the third base right away. Reason being that the map is just so big that it takes an eternity for you to arrive at your opponent's base, at least if it's cross position.
Yeah, very true. Probe scouting away. And, you know, at this moment in time, we have to wait, of course, for that quarter finish. It's just started.
We don't have any gas for life yet, so right now he's playing a bit more this really heavy economy style where you want to get into the macro game and then overwhelm your opponent later on. And this is exactly what we could see here. If Parting isn't careful, he's going to be up against a Zerg player who's not only on 3 but soon on 4 bases. Will have a massive economy, getting his tech up, getting a huge amount of units. And the problem that you have is if you really walk out on the map with a timing attack as a Protoss player, there are so many ways where, in so many positions where a Zerg player can surround you. So it's very difficult to pull that off. I feel this is one of the toughest maps for Protoss now.
Yeah, this is a map where we're probably going to see a 3-base timing attack. I feel like this map is the one where most often Protoss players take a third early but don't use it to attack. I think this robotics is going to be for an expand, but it is the tech of choice. If he decides to go for an immortal push with this, it would be crazy. With the way he's rallied it, looks like it's going to be for an observer.
A lot of Zerg players actually argue that on a map like Whirlwind, especially with the cross position, it's already a little bit too big, especially when you try to go into, for example, Broodlords. It's really difficult because your Broodlords are so slow, and if your opponent plays it well, then suddenly he can harass you with a Warp Prism with speed. He can try to just run around your army and hit your base, and you have to kind of find out if you want to defend or attack. So one of the plays that we could also see are, for example, Mutalisks. Not that common, but still an option.
Yeah, it's more common on maps like this, like Tal'Darim Altar, like Whirlwind. They're big and open. We have Observer first. So don't be alarmed, Zerg fans. This is not going to end early. This is actually going to be a third base for Parting.
We don't see him here with any kind of immortal shenanigans. This is something that he just can't pull off here. We have him straight ahead. His opponent, by the way, that's the immortal after all, but this is going to be a third base. He's going to add the Twilight Council, and we will see a third base. I cannot see him push out with an immortal push.
No,
that would be suicidal.
It's not going to happen, especially not with the Observer.
The timings are also not really working for him, and as you can already see, Life is there with the Scouts, does have the Overlords, he's going into the tech, and there's the Twilight Council for Parting. So right now he's going immediately for the blink. He's going to try to get himself the third base up.
Yep, he's going to go for it. He's going to be able to get so many different tech paths going for him once he gets that third base up and gets those 6 gases going for him. But for now, it's really important for Life to not overreact. He's going for the double evolution chambers again, but this time, of course, with Roach support.
Exactly, he has the Roaches right now. He skipped them on Cloud Kingdom because it was a very different strategy that he was trying to hit there. But now we have the Roaches for him. He has speed as well, and there's the third base. Third base for Parting. To the left, something that he scouted, of course, he saw with the Zergling, not the structure itself, but he saw the move out, and he will confirm with the rest of his units.
Yep, here they come walking across the map. 5 Roaches. He wants to put a little bit of pressure on while he gets that infestation pit, so he keeps Parting's attention off of him, but he's not going to really commit to this attack because he knows it's a little bit of a risk, especially with this many sentries. He actually runs all the way in here. He's going to get out, though, as soon as he sees those sentries.
He runs in, and here come the cannons now, trying to secure it as fast as possible. 61 harvesters already against 55, and the infestation pit nearly done, but Life's still applying pressure here.
Yeah, he snipes a cannon without a cancel there. And the Roaches are actually coming in from another angle, so he's trying to hit this attack where he really throws Parting off, but with an Immortal here, it's not going to be able to work.
Yeah.
He tries.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, he goes for it. You know, he just is like, okay, well, maybe you leave your main open. And if you do, if I can get into your natural or into your main base, then I have such a nice momentum going for myself. I can just macro it up behind this, and you suddenly have to deal with this aggression.
We're seeing a third evolution chamber, and this is not for Vipers and Heart of the Swarm. No. This is so we can get 3 upgrades at once. That's a lot of gas, but it's going to pay off in the long run, especially because the Broodlings, he's got the ability to use the Broodlings. Yep. He's got the Zerglings, and then later on, of course, the Infestor can drop the Infested Terrans. They'll get the missile upgrades with the Roaches.
We just have him this time going into the fourth base. He has the economy, and he really tries to play this very, very upgrade heavy, as you already pointed out. And on the production tab, we now have all these upgrades that we just talked about. Armor +1 attack for the Roaches, the +1 attack upgrade for the Zerglings, speed, pathogen glands, infestors. He is really in a position where he knows, parting, you can't move out. You're taking your third base right now. There is no option for you to be aggressive. So I get all my upgrades. I skip a little bit on the units. I only get the energy units out. And as soon as I see that you really attack, then I can build the units that I need to defend.
Yeah. So you have 4 gates at the 4th base here. You know, is he really going to try to make this one work?
I don't think that he's trying to attack right now. He will wait for his side.
Yeah, well, he's adding 2 gates. I think he is going to attack off the 3 base, though, for sure. It's just, you know, he has shown crazy late game on open maps in the past, but on this map, he's just asking for trouble if he really wants to take that 4th base. I respect his decision to go for the timing attack here.
I would go for a timing attack if I was him. I would be very uncomfortable playing against Life in the late game when he has all the options and all the tech up. So hitting before there's an option for the Zerg player to get his Hive and everything up, I think that's the right choice. But Life is now pushing out. He has a lot of units and he wants to claim the middle of the map. He has already the Lings and the Roaches on their way. Parting with a lot to defend here, though.
Yeah, and I feel like with that Fleet Beacon, well, he starts Stargate first, of course. With the Stargate coming out, it indicates he is very willing to go into a 4th base on this map, which is pretty crazy to me. That's very brave. +3 coming out here. He's got that Colossus. Try to help zone out here. A good funnel, though, on those sentries. He needs a few more.
Nice trapping one of the Infestors. And you can just see how Parting prepares for everything. The Spire is up, but as already mentioned, the Stargate is not only on production tab, it's nearly done. And the Fleet Beacon will follow soon. So Parting on those 3 bases, already going into the Mothership again. This will help him later on. He can get the energy out earlier, but he has to defend here first.
Yeah, and the force fields are pretty good here. The Roaches can't quite get through, although Infested Terran energy is just going to be dropped, pretty useless.
Really good force fields here, and he forces Life back. Life is now on the retreat, and Parting, so far, has done a really good job with his defense. He has the 3 bases, he did not lose too much here, and now we have suddenly the
Fleet Beacon.
The Fleet Beacon up, exactly. With the Fleet Beacon now, he can get everything that he needs. He can get the Mothership out, and this is just so cool for him. Both of them playing really, really well in this game.
That Overlord finally taken out is actually going to supply block Life just a little bit here. The pylon going down here as well. Now, Parting just needs to keep his cool until that Mothership is out. If he really wants to take a 4th base, he is really going to have to make sure he has observers like he does right now.
And there it is.
Scatter across the map, and he's just going to do it. Yeah. On this map, he is going to take a 4th base on Whirlwind.
He takes the 4th, he is happy with the defense at his 3rd base, takes the 4th now. We have him with double Colossus, a lot of Stalkers. He already has the Colossi as well. And now we have him with a Mothership on the production tab. Where Life just now starts his own Hive attack.
Yeah. Trying to snake around here with his Roaches. A few Roaches get trapped on the left side. Roaches are not the concern. They're just a temporary annoyance for him right now while he tries to get this 4th up. He loses 3 structures without a cancel, but it's worth it to keep his Nexus alive.
Good force fields, trapping a lot of Roaches. Again, this is kind of what we see from Parting the entire time. A blink forward, he's trying to chase them down. He's trying to get them right now, blinks after them, but then does not want to overcommit here. That's always the risk of running into Infestors and being fungal.
Exactly. Now that Mothership is halfway done, there's a big Ling force. He continues to produce Lings. 24 additional Lings coming in here. He actually runs to the left side. But everywhere, Parting has such good cannon coverage.
Parting is everywhere with his observers, with his cannons, just with the structures in general. He has such a good defense, and Life lost so many more resources than his opponent. He has the better mining in general because of his earlier bases that he has, but this is just not easy for him to pull off. He's running against the wall every single time.
Yeah, Templar Archives coming up now, and of course this means that he will be able to get those Archons out for the Archon Toilet. The Mothership itself is not just there to look pretty and to cloak units, it's there to get that Vortex off, and you need that AoE damage in the Vortex to make it worth your while.
Greater Spire now on its way. Charge. Twilight Council is already done.
All the pieces of the puzzle.
Exactly. It's just both players are just trying to set their chess pieces into a position and go for the checkmate.
And this is a pretty good position for Parting. He starts to clear up some of this creep. This is really important on a map of this size. He needs to make sure he does not get flanked. Beautiful force fields. Never a wasted force field. Look at those hexes. They're perfect.
Yeah, they are really, really perfect. They have fantastic force fields, a fantastic micro by Parting throughout the entire series.
Just both players, you know? Even with the good forces, he still grabbed those stalkers, then tries to grab them again. Parting is on top of it, immediately pulling back.
And both of them just working at this bank now, going for 3,000 minerals even for life. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't have an extra base for life. He wants to stay on 4 at this point. Another base would open him up a little bit against aggression, against harassment. But I feel that at some point he has to decide to go into a 5th or just for a massive aggression.
Yeah, I mean, the bank is starting to get really scary for Parting. He's also adding all these gateways, getting a second robotics, getting armor. He's getting all the tech upgrades, so as soon as he's got those first 5 broods.
The Brood Lords are now justing off 8 of them.
Mothership has been spotted as well. He needs to make sure he has some extra Corruptors out because he just morphed a ton of his Corruptors now into Brood Lords. This game just gets, the economy for both players just gets bigger and bigger.
Parting takes the 5th base before Life does.
That is pretty telling. He's actually going to throw these sentries away. That's fine. He needs more supply for damage-dealing units.
Even the armor upgrades are now being started. The speed upgrade for the War Prism. There we have the Robo, another on the tap. Both of them gearing up so hard now.
It's getting +1 for air. This
and
is
3 additional Stargates.
3 Stargates, man. Those sentries are going to die here, but I feel like Parting is moving into... He's actually just a step ahead in almost all aspects of this game.
He built the Stargates against Violet. I feel it was Cloud Kingdom.
Yes, Cloud Kingdom. He never ended up using those
Exactly.
Stargates.
He never used them. He gets them because he has the bank and he knows at some point might be in a position where I have to be flexible enough to just change my tech entirely. And this is something that is always awesome for Zerg because Zerg can do that so easily. But he just prepares for the game. He already gets those upgrades up. Wolf, this is going to be such a great late game between the two of them.
Finally catches those lings and forces them to unburrow. He's got 4 cannons finishing here, now the 5th one. And Life's roaches are stuck between cannons and a stalker place.
He just gets rid of them. He tries to trade, tries to kill something, but he just wants to get rid of the supply.
Yeah, he wants to make more Broodlords, just like we saw earlier. That Graviton Catapult coming out. He's getting his +1 shields finished up now, additional cannons going down. And from here, Parting can transition into that carrier composition when he's ready, you know, when it's appropriate. This is not a time to start making carriers, not yet. He starts the 2nd core. He did this against Violet as well, but it never ended up coming to that.
It's just like him preparing for everything, and also one of the weapons that you have, we talked about the War Prism and the War Prism speed, and he's using it now. He's going in, he's moving in there, trying to take down as many units as possible, forcing the opponent's army to the top left while attacking one of the bases. His problem is that the Corruptors are already there. They're just waiting for it.
All the Corruptors are on him, but they don't pay attention for just a second. This allows these Zealots in, and now he can run the Zealots to that base and perhaps force a cancel. They've got so much armor.
And he's moving in now into the 3rd, or at least he tries to. He's going up, but he can't do anything just yet. We have in the main base a little bit of harassment going on with those Zealots, but still, the army, the main body of the army, is still trying to find an opening at the 3rd base, and here comes the fungal.
Life says no opening here. He's dropping Broodlords on those Stalkers like it's a rainstorm. Parting, though, has to come from the other angle. There are a few spines waiting for him with all these shield upgrades he has, though, for those Archons. He should be able to break through, and another attack at the natural.
Yeah, he's trying to capitalize on the immobility of his opponent, and there he moves in right now. The Guardian shield is up. Here come the defenses against all those Zealots. We have the Infested Terrans now. At the same time, the recall being used, but 3 of the Immortals are actually still trapped at the top left.
There's trapped there, but will they be able to get the base? I don't think so. We don't have a shot of it, in fact, but...
They didn't kill it.
Yeah, they didn't kill it. I want to see how many hit points it has left, because that could be another target for the War Prism a little bit later on, maybe with just even 3 Zealots. And the carrier transition, it's on. He's got +2.
He's going into the carriers right now. We have him with carriers on the production tab. He wants to transition here, and the +2 attack upgrade for the air weapons is already being researched.
Well, Zealot's getting a little bit distracted here, and he needs to turn them around. He does. This Protoss army is very fragmented. I feel like the core of life could actually shut him down hard since it's all together. The Infestors, the Corruptors, and the Broodlords, they're all together in a trio.
And life is trying to end it. He's at 600 gas and he doesn't have a 5th base. He's not trying to expand again. He's moving to the bottom, but Parting is just moving up to the top, trying to attack again. He has the mothership. He is actually using the mothership to the top right. He could use a recall later. What is he going to do with it?
Yeah, it looks like he just wants to use it as part of his attacking force, but I feel like we're going to have an elimination race because Parting cannot go home. Life sends his Infestors home, which is really smart, but leaves his Broodlords and his Corruptors to actually start taking out these bases where there are carriers actually that will spawn and die. This is the worst possible scenario with Parting's carriers.
This is wasted resources right there. He can't do anything about it.
He should cancel those carriers.
He can't really do anything about it right now. And at the same time, the third base is gone and Parting is now moving in. He's moving into the natural. He's trying to take down the tech. It's an elimination race. You said it best earlier.
Yeah, I really feel he should have canceled those carriers, but he wants to buy as much time as possible, so he actually has them out there as meat shields. The Archon's shields are getting really low, but they have +2.
He could always try to recall the carriers to the mothership, but only if there are 4 of them at the same time.
Yeah,
and now it's of course too late with the Stargates already gone. They are dead.
Now he's trying to break them through here, but there's too many spines, there's too many infested Terrans. The Stalkers come for a flank. Will he be able to break through? The Corruptors are nowhere to be seen. Now do come out.
It's really scary. All those Infestors, they have too much energy, and now suddenly the Spine Burst can't even attack the Colossi. 3 of them are dead, and look at the main base at the bottom right. The army for life is incredible.
It looks like he may actually do it. He may tie it up. Life looking unstoppable here. The Spine Crawlers remain alive. He's still got the better army. He needs a little bit more economy, though. Uh-oh, Infestors dying left to right here. Gotta be very careful those Infestors. The Observer is nearby.
This play by Life is just crazy. But Life has to think about if he needs to hide some buildings at some point.
Yeah, he will. Something to consider, though, is even with the mothership here, he needs Archons, and there they are. He had enough resources to make those Archons. He needs to keep those Archons with his mothership so that he can eventually kill those Broodlords. There's no other way to fight, though.
You know how many Archons there is? This would be such a 6 Archon toilet.
Yeah. If he actually gets those Broodlords into the Archon toilet, they're going to be not long for this world. A little bit of a cancel there. All these probes are not going to be found. The probes escape. Oh, does he see them? It's too late. They're going to get away.
The resources for both of them, the bank is gone. They are at very similar supply account numbers now. Where is the bundle? No, he doesn't even go for it.
He's just going to blink away. He should blink away.
He could, but he doesn't.
More and more bases being eliminated, but the drones have been pulled away.
And with the numbers of harvesters and drones, just in general, that we have 18 to 51, life has ended on this army. He can't reproduce anything.
He's gonna make 1 Overseer right now. That's actually the 6th Overseer he'll have. He's gonna make sure he needs to keep those alive, because if he doesn't have those Overseers, then suddenly the mothership has cloaking units underneath that he can't deal with.
He's taking down those last few bases that we have for Parting. And Parting is, of course, now in a little bit of trouble, but the army supply, that's what it's all about.
He needs to pull these Archons back. He cannot afford to lose them. And here come the Corruptors. I don't feel like there's enough anti-air. He just needs to target down that mothership.
Do we have Neural Parasite?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I didn't double check. And right now we can. But I don't think there's Neural Parasite. And with Neural Parasite, he has to dart in with those Corruptors and take down the mothership. He has 16, so he should be able to do it.
Needs a Vortex here! Double Vortex to save the mothership. Well worth it.
The Archon toilets are going in. If I was a Corrupt, I would feel pretty shitty now.
Yes, I would too.
If he's flushing, then this might be the end of the anti-air for life.
And he gets away with most of the Corruptors.
For a second.
But
still 11 left.
The Broodlords are still something he has to kill, and now he finds himself on no mining and also no vortexes.
He's starting to be a little bit low in buildings. He's getting the hatch now.
That probe is so valuable, actually. He needs to make sure he keeps that alive.
106 supply for our Zerg player. 98 for Parting.
He's just going to turtle here because he knows at this moment in time, how can he approach that location with so few units? I mean, yeah, he's got a big army, but the composition is not going to really let him go up there against Infestors and Broodlords.
He can't lose those Corruptors. If he cannot take down the mothership and the mothership gets a good fungal against the Broodlords, it's over.
Yeah, you're so right. That's why he's got to make sure he knows exactly where it is at all times so he can't get that angle.
And he's taking down spine crawler after spine crawler. They're hidden everywhere on the map. And this also opens up a weird scenario for Life, because if Life really has to defend like one point on the map, can he really move out with those Brood Lords? They are so slow, it's such an immobile army that if Parting is able to get past him, he will never be able to be back in time to save them.
Yeah. He can't move with the Brood Lords, I feel. I feel he has to hold that base. He knows Parting is not really mining. Parting has a base up to the top left, but it's not mining at all. He doesn't even have probes trying for that.
It's not even close, a mineral line.
Yeah, look at those probes. They're all just sad and shy. He's going to start working on this extractor, which is pretty smart considering that that's one of the structures that's away from Life's normal army, and he's not going to bleed out. Extractors don't bleed out over time.
Look at that army. 1 Ling, 10 Infestors. That's so many Infestors. But 21.
The mothership, he needs to protect it.
Oh, he goes in. He's trying. He's trying.
Oh, he's got a few energy left, and then he'll have that vortex available.
Both of them are so patient here. This is awesome. It's all about the positioning, and here comes the vortex again.
Yeah, but I don't know if he can stick around with the Brood Lords here. I think he has to leave. He can't actually fight here.
The Brood Lords, they can't fight.
Yeah, the Brood Lords can fight, but the Stalkers cannot.
No,
the Stalkers cannot kill those Corruptors.
Yeah, there is no way for them. Not without the energy. And once again, the Corruptors are dodging those Archons. And the Archon count is getting pretty low for Parting here. They only has 2.
Yeah, he lost those Archons. Now he tries to blink around and he gets bungled. This could be the end of this game. The Stalkers are getting eliminated here.
Oh my god, the anti-air is about to be done. He's moving in. He's trying to kill the Hedge.
He's targeting it.
That's still an extractor. He is still an extractor.
Yeah, there's the extractor that's being targeted. There's another extractor there. He will get the hatch.
This is it. This is it, Wolf.
I don't think he has enough.
GG!
What a crazy game.
To the bottom left of Entombed Valley at the Blizzard Cup 2012, we have the Zerg player for Team StarTale who was able to tie the series against his teammate. It is
StarTale Live.
StarTale Live. Such a great player.
Showing some dates, man.
That's Heart of the Swamp.
Yeah. Heart of the Swarm dates in March. Now to the top left, the StarTale Protoss, the king of all Protoss players. He is
StarTale Party.
We were talking about the king of the North. He's the king of the world.
He is on top of the world, potentially the best player in the world. He wants to prove it today.
This is such a crazy series. I love it. And I love that we are having Entombed Valley now. This is a map.
It's an iconic map, you know?
It evolved. The play on this map evolved so much. Vortex Valley at some point. It was all about the Neural Parasite against the Vortex. Then we had Seed suddenly come up with this timing attack of 3 bases where it goes into up to 11 gates actually. We had timing attacks with Colossi on this map. Then Parting suddenly starts against Violet with this early Mothership. So many different styles that you can play these days on this map.
We've seen other styles even. We've seen the fast Immortal push even worse on this map. We've also seen on this map people will go for Void Rail ones too.
You know, as long as you don't start cross position to your opponent, you can go for an Immortal push because you can take those pathways that are very narrow where you can use your force fields. Cross position, it's a little bit suicidal.
Yeah, a little bit, so not really want to go for that one. But we are not cross positions. The positions do favor Life, I feel, a little bit for defending his third base, but if an Immortal push occurs, he's going to just be hit at his natural, not at the third base. This is tense, man, and I don't know what Parting is going to do here. The one thing I can almost be certain of is that he's not going to go for Stargate on this map.
I feel after the 4th game, all the predictions have gone out through the window. It's just game after game for these guys. They take it one game at a time, and this is what we are doing as well. It is a really, really crazy series, and I hope that it goes all 7 maps.
Starts to look more and more likely that it will, but we'll see. Only time can tell us that. And again, I really want to stress the importance of this map. This map is so important for Life. If he takes it, he's got all the momentum.
It's the best map for Parting at this point. 3 bases, of course, scouted by the probe. No surprise for Life. He has an Overlord in position. He sends the Zerglings straight after the probe, wants to take it down. Yeah.
probe hides, tries to hide. There's the core. When that finishes, that's the parting tech timer. When that finishes, we're gonna find out what happens here. Just taking a glimpse into the main base, he doesn't have a pylon planted at his ramp, which is normally where you see him put his immortals. It's possible he just makes it at his natural in vision of the Overlord. If he goes for Stargate, that's something that we'll likely see. Core is finishing. He's got 200 gas already. What's it gonna be, parting? Everyone is silent right now. Everybody is waiting.
The Korean casters don't say a word.
The Korean casters are silent as well. And robotics.
It's the robotics. Right away. No third base just yet. What is he gonna do?
Stick with what works, man. I think he's gonna go for the immortal push on this map. But
Last
third
one
base,
attack.
You know, the thing is, on this map, you can take a third base with immortals, but it's actually just not even really necessary. Most people will go for the faster third with gateway units. Oh, he sees the third base with that probe. That was so close. Nice attempt of denial.
Yeah, well, he saw it earlier that it was building, but now he has the confirmation that it's actually there. And we are close to getting this one robotics done, and then we'll find out what's going on.
He's got enough resources for the immortal. Everything lines up. Immortal.
He's going for the push.
And it's totally hidden. Life has no idea.
Yeah, so far he doesn't. And Life is going for the tech at the same time that the first immortal has been started. Here come the additional gates. It is the Soul Train once again. This time, Life trying to defend against it with Evolution Chamber and also with the Roach Run. On Cloud Kingdom, where he won, he went into double upgrade circlings and into Fast and Fastest.
Yep. Here comes that Overlord to try to scout. That's what that probe's going to check. He's going to kill the Overlord first. He wants the Overlord, though, to see that he's killing the rocks. That kind of lets him know, oh, you're probably going to take a third. He's going to see the gateways, but that's not enough to tell. You know, seeing all three gateways, though, is a pretty good sign, because normally if you make 3 gateways like that, you're going to be making them at your third base as a wall, if you're making the third base at all.
This is once again one of those scenarios. If you get up on the high ground at the third base, for example, the third base is dead. You can't get units in there anymore. Here come the additional gates. Harding is preparing, taking down those rocks, and at the same time, let's have a look at his opponent. 55 harvesters going straight into Ling Roach.
He wants to make it look like there's a third base with that pylon again. He's attacking the rocks with his sentries. But he's not going to take a third. No way. Great scout denial. Oh, this is so tense, Scouter. Life
can't take a third base yet. No way.
Life is very aware, I feel, of what's happening. He's not taking the bait. He starts his links now. He's already got enough links on the map to slow this down.
The Parting Express is on the move, but it has been scouted.
Yep. One day there'll be children's books written called The Parting Express, and if you don't believe in him, he will blow you to bits. That phase disruptor.
The Warp Prism is on its way. Life knows what's going on. Oh wow, this pylon will never happen.
Nope.
Oh wow, this is brilliant for him. This is awesome. Now he needs to wait until he has another probe there.
This is so crucial.
And the probe can be intercepted by the Zerglings.
Exactly, and he's going to lose that pylon as well.
Ouch, and now he can't use the Warp Prism for weapons anymore.
I think he may actually just give up. He may give up the push here.
I think he can't.
It's so
Against
late.
3 bases? You can't give it up. You have to go through.
He has to, and you know, he stepped back for a second, but he's got his wits together now. He's going to hug the wall so the Lynx can't get us around. He doesn't need force fields on that side.
But he needs now the Warp Prism to warp units, and he can't use it to micro. And there we go. Everywhere, Zerglings, Roaches trying to go in. The force fields, of course, once again, brilliant. What else would you expect? But still, is it enough?
They are splendid force fields, but they're about to fade. He needs a few more sentries. The high ground vision is not there.
Well, he has it with the Warp
Now
Prism.
he's got it, yeah, and he's... Whoa, that was a sick pickup on that Immortal.
And he takes down the sentries. He's pushing his opponent
But
back.
he's lost so much already. He's lost a lot of ground here, losing another sentry.
Oh, yeah, Parting, yeah, of course. Life is doing a great job.
Life
here.
has a sick position here. He's even got that high ground, continuing to pester and poke.
He's getting even another flank out. He wants to attack from a different angle. He's setting 3 different attacks up against his opponent. Force fields. Decent force fields, trapping a lot of units.
Yeah.
Does he have the lava? Already spine crawlers. This is still scary. It's the best position for Life because he killed the probe and the pylons. But still, this is a strong push.
It is strong, man, and he's going to trap these units on their retreat path. But he's got to pick up these immortals. Where's the warp prism? There it is, just in time.
The sentries.
Oh!
He saves it. He saves all the immortals, but the sentries, they are running out of energy.
Left. That's it. This is about as threatening as a light show at this point.
And the warp prism is not able to save the immortal. One immortal down, 2 to go.
And here comes the floodgates. He comes around the right side. There's nowhere to run anymore.
22 Zerglings, and of course he has the roaches, and he's rebuilding them. He really has +1 attack upgrade. He's going for the second one.
Even on the high ground, the immortal.
Boom.
This is it. The sentries can do nothing but sit and die. GG.
He starts to the top left of Belgian Vestige here in the 6th game of the Blizzard Cup 2012. The Zerg player with 3 wins in a row against his teammate. It is...
Starting live.
3 games, 1 in a row. 1 more to go to take out his teammate. To the bottom right, started off great here, but now finds himself on 2 tough maps. He is...
Party.
All eyes on him now. What's it gonna be? 2 base timing, 3 base. What will we see? He has all the options. It's a tough map for him. He has to make a choice, and it's not gonna be an easy one. Not at all.
He's probably been thinking about it. He had that 5-minute break, you know, and that 5-minute break seems like an eternity when all you can do is sit in your booth and just think over your build orders in your head. And even though the 5-minute break ended, he may not have even been able to accomplish something. He may have to improvise here. Sees the pool first, of course, is something you want to force with his scout. He knows he's now in a position where he could die to anything, so he had to scout with a probe. There's no way an early pool is going to put an end to his finals life.
You are so right. Life is a player that just has no respect for no one. He could start with an early pool here. He could do anything, and this is something that Parting knows, so Parting will play it very safe here. But then, after his opening, after he has his forge, his second base set up, and his cybernetics core completed, he will have to make the choice that could just end his tournament life, or win him the game and force a 7th map.
Yeah, you're right. This is going to be the toughest choice. These next 2 choices he has to make. In fact, not just this one, but if he wins here, he has to play on the Abyssal City, whereas Life is sitting back knowing that he's got the advantage, he's got the momentum now. He took out Parting on Entomb Valley.
Yeah.
It's like, it should be smooth sailing from here on out.
Well, things went just south for Parting on Entomb Valley. His big problem was that he was scouted. He tried to fake this 3rd base, but Life never really fell for it. Life was in a spot where he saw with the Overlord, okay, the Immortals are coming out, we have the sentries, and then immediately, what did he do? Position those roaches on the cliff.
High ground, yeah.
And the problem for Parting was that this was exactly the position where he wanted to build his pylon. Not only the pylon died, the sentry too, sorry, not the sentry, but of course the probe.
Yep.
And then the Zerglings ran in, took out the 2nd pylon, and suddenly Parting was looking at it and was like, well, I don't have a warp-in pylon anymore. I have to use my warp prism.
It seemed like a lose-lose situation from there because, you know, falling back and taking that 3rd base is something he could do, but he would be so behind to do that. Yeah. It's basically impossible. You spent so many resources on gateways, then you have to wait for a 3rd to finish. Then he could have tried to force it through, but his opponent had all the odds stacked against him. He decided to fall through, which I think was the better choice, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, he tried, but he couldn't make it work, and now this might be his last map, and he has to make the choice what kind of tech he wants to show us. Is he going to go into another Immortal push? Will we see the 3rd base attempt? A Stargate opening, also possible here. A tough map to take the 3rd, but doable. Parting can make it happen.
I think he's going to have to. He can't do the Immortal push again.
You know, against Violet, I said that before we started the series, what impressed me the most was his patience with the Colossus play on 3 bases when he over and over again just waited a little bit, just a tiny little bit before, until the Corruptors were damaged, until they were down, and then he used those Colossi, and he took those fights so well. This is a style that we have not seen him do in the series. Yeah. It might be something that will be good against Life. Maybe he shows it.
Fast +1, no 3rd or 4th gas counter.
Yeah.
This is unique. This is special.
This is very, very different. This is not the immortal push that he shows. This is a different timing that we see from Parting here. And he has now, of course, the warp gate already on the tap. There comes the Robo, but this time I feel we are more likely going to see a Warp Prism and Gateway.
Yep. We're going to see a Warp Prism. We're going to see potentially some Warp Prism Harass, and then a third base. We could also see the Observer first. This is a long rush distance from the map. It's really hard to get information about what your opponent's doing otherwise. Overlord needs to stay away, stay where he belongs.
Stays put, and Parting knows exactly where his position. He's on the map with a Stalker.
Oh, nice trap attempt by Life, but Parting is also on top of things. The Overlord sees the timing of +1, by the way, which is something that's really important.
Yeah. Sees the +1 timing here. Top right, we have the third, of course.
Twilight Council very soon. Tries to get in here, just waiting for that Observer, of course.
It is the Warp Prism.
Yep, Warp Prism first. And there's the Twilight Council. Nope, that's actually another gateway.
Yep, he wants to go for the gateways with a +1 attack, present the Warp Prism and do damage. He has 3 additional ones, really gearing up here, going into 4 gates, trying to do some damage, and then we'll find out what his plan is. We might even see him to attempt to block the ramp with a force field. It's fallen a little bit out of the grid. It's not really in fashion anymore, but it was a strategy that was very, very popular for some time.
Double Evolution Chamber going down for Life.
No Roach Warren.
I think he's going to attempt the block if he gets away with it.
That's the Roach Warren.
If he gets in the main and unscouted, he might try it, but I think there's too many Overlords.
He goes for the third.
Yeah, he's going for the third, you're right.
This is what most players will do, go for the third base instead, and it makes a lot of sense.
You follow this up with Observers to pick off tumors as well.
He added more gates. He's not at 4, he's actually right now at 5. He might even be at 6.
He can actually warp in units here and try to go for an attack on the hatchery. This is a very fast timing.
Yeah, he's going in right now. The Queen
assassinated. Great micro by Parting.
That was really well done.
He's forced some units out, and now he doesn't actually need to warp in any additional units to actually make the attack worth it.
Immortal is being built. We will see a third base, most likely. I would expect the Twilight Council to be dropped very soon to get into the blink upgrade.
Yeah, +2 is also really important. But with all these Lings that he made for the defense, Life can now use them on the aggressive at the third base, which is so exposed. This is the reason why so many players dislike this map, because it's so exposed. Now he's supply blocked after losing those 2 pylons.
Yeah, he killed his own pylon. There's the Twilight Council, as expected. He's trying to do it. And Life, on the other hand, has the infestation pit nearly ready.
And he's not going to let that Nexus up for free. He's actually going to force these units into the natural.
This is a very aggressive timing of Life, and he has 1-1. He will have 1-1.
He's going to have 1-1, and he's just got... He made a lot of these Lings defensively because he saw that Warp Prism coming. He knew he needed some units. Now he has 60 Lings on the map. How is he going to take a third base? He's going to take perfect force field.
Oh, this is not going to be easy, Wolf.
Oh!
Close.
That was so scary.
Oh.
He's going to need to use some force fields. Nice baiting by Life, but Parting also not really taking the bait, being very calm and collected.
1 force field, that's all that he pulled down here. He has enough energy still. He's going for the Immortals. Roach just won't do the trick here. Even the Robotic Space now already on its way. He needs the cannons at the third, and that's what he's getting now.
Remember, this is a lot of gas spin on these sentries, which will not be used offensively, only defensively. A great trap on these Lings. That's what you need. That's worth 4 force fields any day.
Parting's force fields are just crazy. They are better than Seed's force fields.
They're better than MC's force fields, man. They're better than Force Field Mon's force fields. And now the probe is actually saved here, but the force fields go down, and such patience from Parting. Look at how he just moves his units around with like a slight push, like he's trying to push somebody in to jump on a bungee jump when he's scared.
I feel like Parting has been taking lessons from Automaton 2000.
That Warp Prism was just very quickly canceled. He was like, yeah, I don't like it.
6 Infestors now.
He's going to catch this Prism.
Yeah, he's still
Fungal should be able to hit it. Oh, barely escapes. If he had turned the path, he would have lost it.
Here comes the attack. Most of
this is such a scary push, Caldor. You know, force fields can only get you so much. He needs those Colossi over there stacked.
But I'm not sure if he has enough, if Life has enough. I'm not quite sure if that's going to work. He has to rely so much on the Infestors. If he gets good Fungals against all the sentries, then yes. But this is all about positioning right now. And of course now with the last patch that we had, you can force field those Infestors out.
Good fungal on those sentries, and he gets the second. Ouch.
2 Infestors die, 1 and 2. Now the Colossus is in.
And the Colossus is going for it.
And the Fungals are still effective, but he needs to be able to close distance to get those force fields. Since the sentries didn't die, he's still got those force fields available. Range is almost done for Colossi. Very fast weapon upgrades coming out for Parting.
Parting has 137 supply. He's nearly on the same as supply count as his opponent. Another Infestor that dies. These are units that life just can't waste.
I think Parting actually, you know, there's a Marine split challenge. I think Parting might have made a secret force field challenge. The way he force fields units is actually just art. It's not even abstract art, it's kind of in your face. It's like, hey, those infestors are dead, look at it.
Parting force fields are twice as effective as a normal force field.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not sure if they have a like 0.1 bigger radius or something, it feels like it.
This is what we used to say about Seed, but these days it's true for Parting. He's the new force field fiend.
Yeah, I like that. That nickname, you've used it before. Zealot gets trapped and taken out here.
+2 attack done.
Both players on even workers, 72 to 72, but the tech is actually getting better and better for Parting.
Yeah, he's on 3 bases now. This is the style that we saw against Violet, and this is just so good. He executes this so well.
And he's adding the gateways. He wants to hit that timing before Brewlords are out. The Spire is actually barely done. He's going to make the Corruptors now.
He just add 7 additional gateways.
Yes.
Is he now on 11?
I think he may be on even more than that. I think he's on 12.
Oh my god.
12 gates. And now he's going to go for the attack. He's going to have charge with this as well. It's going to be very useful. Of course, a closing distance on spine crawlers he may encounter.
He's supply block, but he really wants to go for it. And we don't have any high tech for life. He does not have Broodlords. He's far, far away from having Broodlords. He doesn't even have height.
Not at all. 3, 4 Templar going down now. 6, he's going to have some Archons with this for sure.
Oh, wow. Party. 170 supply already, a nice bank in minerals. Not just the gas that he wants.
Yeah, but he will have, all that gas he just spent was on the Archons. He's going to have a ton of Zealot Warpins at his disposal. Oh, this game could decide the entire tournament.
Yeah, life is on the move, so is Parting. Both of them meeting in the middle of the map. Not really willing to fight just now. Parting with a Stargate. He already goes for the mothership. We saw it against Violet.
Yeah, that's the first step to saying, you know, maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I don't have to commit. He's having second thoughts here.
Against Violet on this map, it did not work. He lost 3 motherships without doing a lot of damage.
Dumping that Zealot Bank, but he's spotted. Oh, this is a ton of Zealot Bank that's going to go to waste.
Yeah.
There's too many Fungals and Lings here. He can't do anything.
He even tries to charge towards the Infestors and take them out, but he's not able to do it.
War Prism goes down, but the Fungals are used here, and Parting sees his opportunity.
Parting moves in.
He's going to the right side. Yeah, he's going to take out that 4th base while he takes his own 4th.
Speed upgrade for the War Prism. A second War Prism being built. Stargate nearly completed. Parting moving back again. Just keeping life on his toes, letting him run from the left to the right to the left.
Fleet Beacon goes down.
He buys himself so much time, but life, he's everywhere, defending, building up a bank.
This is getting pretty intense, man. The War Prism speed's going to allow him to be a little bit more positional, just like he was doing in the main base, but he's got to make sure to make every single warp in count. The Infestors are here to buy time, and a great Fungal there, but he loses an Infestor in the process.
And we restore Fungal, but here we go. He can't move those Colossi back. He tries to do it, and he attacks those Corruptors immediately. A lot of Infestors formates are being used, and still those Colossi are alive and dishing out the damage. Suddenly the Corruptors are gone, and Parting can use these units. He's dropping in supply as suddenly life reinforces with Zerglings. Zerglings won't do it.
Yeah, life can't commit. He decides to pull back. He knows that he's out of Infestors. He's out of options. The Colossi shields were gone. The Colossi looked tempting, but he has to back up. Now Parting again is on the move, but he has still not taken out that base. And the Fungals here are good. He's got a concave with those roaches.
He moves in. The Colossi doing a lot of damage. There are no Corruptors in this fight.
Here come those Lings, though. He's going to try to go for the surround. It looks like he may just have enough.
Oh, there is too much. He blinks away. One Colossus is still alive, but he loses so much here. The rest of the Colossi, they die. We even saw a little bit of dancing there. 105 supply against 155. The Warp Prism being used to warp in the next round of Stalkers, but life has so much stuff.
The 4th base is still alive. The Stalkers blink and those Stalkers are gone.
Oh,
look at his face. He knows he may just lose it here.
Oh God, Parting is on the ropes. He's down for the count. Life is standing over the body of his own teammate, and he might just take him down and
he
kill
wants
him.
to finish him. +3 is so late. He actually cancels it to get the mothership. Warp Prism is shut down here.
No openings for Parting.
Parting needs to turtle, but there's an opening.
God.
And he gets into the main base.
Jeez, this could be it.
The nail in the coffin, the Zerglings in the main, in the natural. Zerglings everywhere. Life is everywhere.
Life is all around us. But right now, Parting is wishing that were not the case. He's going to lose his Nexus in the main. He already canceled his mothership and transferred it to another Nexus.
But he's losing so much here. The Nexus is now dead. We have the Greater Spire nearly completed. Parting is fighting. He is putting up such an effort.
Look at how cost efficiently he traded here, but the Broodlords are waiting. That Greater Spire is finishing. That bank is going to go to 0 in just a second.
The monkeys are listening. The Broodlords are waiting.
9 started, 10 started. That's where the bank goes. He goes towards that max, and now the probes have to be pulled again here.
Parting is trying. He's everywhere, defending, trying to shut down Life's aggression, and he still has 133 supply.
He's not
waiting
giving up
for the mothership, and why would he give up?
He does not want to give up. This is his last chance. It's Parting. He needs those Archons. He's low on gas, though. He needs all the pieces. He needs the Archons, he needs the Mothership, and he needs the Vortex. It's the Protoss trifecta of late game PvZ, and that's what he's waiting for right now.
This game is going to decide who is going to be the Blizzard Champion 2012, who gets this big check, and probably also deciding who has to wash the dishes today at the Startel House.
That's probably true, man. I think that no matter who wins, they may go out to eat, but I think there's probably a stack of dishes at home with all the players that have had to be practicing, preparing for this tournament. The Mothership is out, but again, that's only one piece of the triangle. He needs the Vortex and he needs the Archons, and with these roaches denying his gas mining, it gets a little bit harder.
Archons are now being morphed in. The big problem, the Mothership does not have the energy yet.
He needs more time, but the Broodlords aren't going to give it to him.
Oh, the Mothership is a little bit exposed here, but he does not have the Neural Parasite. He could Fungal. Does he have the Corruptors? No, only 2.
No Corruptors here. He's extending himself a little bit far out here.
He's going to sector space. He is not going to defend this 4th base. I think he can't.
He can't defend it. He needs more. He needs more time. He needs more Archons. Only 2 Archons is not going to cut it. He won't even be able to get into the Vortex with that many Infestors.
He needs more soul.
He needs it. Give him your Soul Pros players. He needs your support. The Nexus will fall.
Life is going for it. He knows that he has this game in his grasp. It is so close. He's one map win away from being the Blizzard champion.
His Broodlords are exposed, though. Life is playing such a good game here, but he can't let those Broodlords go down.
And once again, the defense at the bottom left. This gives Life the time to move back with his Broodlords. This gives him the opportunity.
He needs to remax with those Corruptors so he can take out the Mothership.
Look at the bank for a Zerg player. Nearly 3,000 minerals,
being
so
taken
much
out.
gas.
Parting for the first time this month has looked shaken in the booth.
Parting is trying. He's trying so hard. He's doing everything that he can. He's waiting for a mistake, and he's patient. He's waiting for a mistake. If Life makes one mistake, then Parting might take it.
He has the army advantage.
And Parting is sucking his space. He is ignoring the Lings at the bottom right. He's ignoring the Roaches at the bottom left. He is moving in.
He needs that Vortex. Can he make this happen? Warp Prism goes in to get some scouting information. This is not for a counterattack. This is not for a warp, and this is actually just his desperation scout. He's losing bases. He actually needs to pull some probes. He's only got 60 minerals.
He tries
to
get the momentum.
Can he make this work?
It's 140 supply
against 200. Going down. Life is actually pulling back. He says, come at me. And Parting says, I'll do just that. He comes forward. The Corruptors, are there enough? Not yet.
There's the Fungal, and he tries to make it up. There's the Vortex.
The Vortex is good, but not good enough. He needs to close the distance. He needs a blink.
There's just too much. Those Broodlords are in the sweet spot, right on top of those
spines are finishing, and look at Parting's face.
This is it. He stopped there. Look at Live at the bottom left. He actually stopped playing for a second. Oh my god, that smile. And Parting at the bottom right. He's done. Parting knows it's over. He knows this is it. Live is the champion. Blizzard Cup 2012.
The first Zerg to take 2 GSL champions. The first one being Des-T. He was the first one to do it. He's the second one now.
And Live again with this smirk that he's known for.
GG! Congratulations!
All right, over here in the red, up at the top of Terminus, we have our Slayers player. He is
Slayer Submit.
And Min. Pretty quick hands there, as you can see. Getting his hands warmed up, and he's going to need him warmed up to take down this guy. One win already for MVP. He is
MVP Genius.
And Genius, if he can get 2 wins, I'll be very impressed. Especially against a player like Min.
If he gets 2 wins, you can color me impressed.
Really? What color is the color of impressed?
I don't know. Hopefully purple.
You like the color?
I like purple.
There you go. Mole Trap facts. We learn something new every day.
MoleTrapSecrets.com.
You're at the GSL. That's right.
Yeah, and it does look like Genius is setting up for a Forge expand. And you know what? You remember what happened when we saw a Forge expand from Inca versus Nesty on this map?
Yeah, that's right. We saw something crazy, Mole Trap. We saw a spine crawler rush.
We saw a spine crawler rush.
Yeah. For those of you who may not have seen that game, well, first of all, what's wrong with you? Go watch it.
Go watch
Secondly, okay, pool first before Gasterman. But secondly, what Genius did was, or not Genius, what the Genius Zerg did, what ST did was fast tech the lair, drop some creep from an Overlord in front of his opponent's base.
Built 3 spine crawlers.
Yeah, just start poking away.
Yeah, they're able to outrange the Forge, stay out of the range of the cannons and kill off the Forge and the Nexus eventually.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
Cool.
Don't know if we're going to see something like that from Min. He's not the type of player thus far that we've seen to do kind of really out there things, but we certainly could see something a bit different than his older playstyles. He's actually, where is he planning on expanding? I kind of expected there to be an expansion by now.
He does have 300 minerals, although he was probably saving up for the Queen and Zerglings.
That certainly could be. Okay, never mind. Maybe I'm just...
Yeah, he might expand. Yeah, he's going to send a drone down now.
Never mind.
And interestingly, we did have Genius actually go for the Forge first when he saw that pool, but then he was able to kind of see what's going on with his probe. He sees that there's not a ton of pressure, so he gets the Nexus down and the cannons follow.
Doing a lot of damage to that probe as well. That one needs to run. He tags out. The other probe comes in to chase away the drone.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised he did Nexus first, actually, to be honest with you.
Oh, really?
Just because even though he saw that pool first, it wasn't like a super fast pool, and he didn't know where he was. I guess it'd be risky. It'd be risky, but if Zerg doesn't scout you immediately, you can get away with it. And here's those Zerglings. Cannon gets in just in time.
There's already a cannon there, so they won't be able to do a whole lot of damage. Maybe poke away at the Nexus. Nope, still too close. Really, really nice building arrangement by Genius, actually, that cannon can cover that Nexus.
He needs to be careful. A little bit of a run-by, though. He's putting down a second cannon. But that depot, that neutral depot makes it so you can't put anything, you can't put a building to block your ramp entirely.
Yep, that's right. Now, he could just send that probe to attack it. It would kind of gradually whittle it down, but some options. And look at that, Min just sitting in the mineral line right now. Any probes that come down there are going to meet a gruesome death. So preventing Genius from doing that. But really, Genius doesn't seem to have a whole lot of probes right now. How many does he have?
He has 22 probes.
Okay.
So 22 drones.
So
Min is now macroing up as well.
Yep.
He actually just getting his first gas, so he's nowhere near speed or anything like that.
And Zealot
been
will
making
be able
primarily
to chase those
drones.
So the question is now, where is Genius going to go from here? There's a lot of different options that Protoss players have after the Forge expand. A lot of players prefer to go air. But really, I mean, anything in the tech arsenal is really available.
And the core just came up, so we're probably going to find out soon what it is going to be. He's getting the warp gate research, although pretty much standard. We haven't seen if he's going to go for air or anything like that. He only has the one gateway at this point. And he is just going ahead and getting some more gases. He's got all 4 gases. So definitely thinking about some high-tech units here coming out, but we have not seen yet what it is going to be. Just being really greedy with his economy right now.
Now, Min has taken a third already. So indeed, this is the Min we've seen before with a pretty quick third base. Although a lot of Zerg players would be taking a third at that point after seeing an expand like that, where you know you're not going to be under a lot of pressure. This one Stalker is, of course, trying to pick off a few units here and there, but it's not going to really be able to do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah. And, he could pretty much anticipate there wasn't going to be too much coming out.
Yep. There's the Roach Warren just starting now for Min. We caught a glimpse of the ghost of the Roach Warren for just a second. Evo Chamber as well.
Huh. That's a good call. Get that Evo Chamber just
look
in
at this,
case.
though.
But there's more gateways.
Bunch of gateways coming up for Genius.
It is not going to be.
Yeah. And now this is actually something that, in my experience anyway, is a little bit less common after Forge Expand is to go mass gateway. Normally it's something a little bit higher tech from what I've seen in that.
And this Overlord wanted to see. But yeah, Min going ahead and continuing to power up.
Yep.
He's now getting +1 attacks and roach speed and burrows, so he's definitely going to be going very roach heavy at this point. He's getting a lot of upgrades for the roaches. Run, probe, or rather float more quickly.
It's like a lion chasing a gazelle across the Serengeti. Only it's metal,
Terminus Re.
and it's in space.
But other than that, very similar to the Serengeti.
Yeah, other than that.
Look at this probe. It's going to get all the way in here.
I like what Min is doing right now, getting roach speed, getting burrow. Probably going to see burrow movement for the roaches after that. And that Overlord's going to get taken out.
Yeah, he's definitely going heavy on the roaches. Now, on the other side of things, Genius getting a Twilight Council and ground weapons. Ground weapons first, very interesting.
Well, Blink Stalkers are very, very good against roaches. You can basically Blink Micro all day, keep all your Stalkers alive. He's also getting Hallucinate as well, just to make sure that he can scout the map. It's a big map, he can look for other bases. If he knows anything about Min, he knows that Min's probably going to try to take quite a few.
Yeah, it's if you don't go for the Robo, which he has not, he's just gone for the Twilight Council tech, you almost have to get Hallucinate, so you have some way of scouting the Zerg and finding out what's going on, seeing what tech buildings they have, seeing if they have the Roach Warren or the Spire or whatever, and you are indeed right. Tunneling Claws coming up right after the speed finishes, and a dozen roaches popping out.
Yeah, so basically what he's going to try to do is engage the army of Genius head on and get around force fields just by burrowing underneath them. And that's something that we saw Zergs doing for a couple weeks, maybe about a month ago or so, and it never really caught on too much. I mean, we've seen a lot of Zerg players, like Moonblade is an example of one who likes to get the burrowed roach movement quite a bit.
Oh, wow.
But it hasn't been
Look at that. Got Overlords all the way across the middle map, forming a creep highway. He is just massing roaches. He basically got exactly enough drones to almost fully saturate all three of his bases, and now he's just massing high-tech roaches with speed. He's getting Tunneling Claws. He's getting +2 attacks.
Yeah, is it going to work, though?
And I don't know exactly what Genius has to deal with this. Blink just finished, but he does not have a ton of Stalkers yet, and there are currently 44 roaches.
Look at the supply count right now.
Oh, my goodness, 165 to 103.
So, Min, talk about a macro Zerg. He may just be able to overpower Genius right here just for the simple fact that Genius does not have a lot of stuff.
He does not have a lot of anything, and there's the Tunneling Claws finishing as well.
Yep.
And he is going in. Genius is not going to be able to get a third. He's going to have to hide up here. Force field's going up, but he burrows underneath him, and there's no Robo! No detection. He's able to get right in underneath. He's going to pop up.
Now.
Oh! He's going to burrow right underneath the army.
That's right.
Oh, there's the cannon.
There's just so many roaches.
Doesn't even matter.
So many roaches. Genius forced back again, and if Min can pick off these cannons, there's going to be no way that he can see or stop these roaches. Right now, Min producing 14 more of them. The last cannon going down, and now Genius, there's nothing he can do to stop this.
Yeah, and he's just picking off whatever he wants right now. He can just power up so much with those roaches. He has dozens more roaches routed along that creep highway to join in this battle. He is going all in here with mass roaches, and he is winning. Genius forced back into his mineral line.
Genius was
Blink Micro doing nothing.
Yeah, it's good, but with this sheer volume of roaches, it's just not going to be enough.
There's just too many roaches. They can get so close.
Look at all that.
Blink Stalkers
has arrived.
Blink Stalkers forced up against the wall, and they're going down so quickly.
Producing 14 roaches, 16 roaches at a time. And yeah, I don't think Genius can catch up.
Yeah, he just does not have the production. He's only got 6 warp gates right now.
I gotta say, Genius is doing an absolutely wonderful job of holding this right now. But, you know, I just can't see this lasting in a longer game. Min does pull back, so Genius
only for a moment.
Amazing micro.
Only for a moment. Now more roaches coming in. He's able to produce so many more roaches than Stalkers. The Stalkers can blink around, but once they're all damaged, this doesn't really do much good to blink away.
And all those
creeping all over the front as well.
Yeah. Here comes more of the probes dying is to ensure that Genius can't replenish those Stalkers as fast. And Creep is going to make sure he can't put down any more cannons.
And Overlord's even spotting the high ground so he can hit the Stalkers on top. And he doesn't want to charge up that ramp yet. First, he's going to kill every single thing at the bottom of the ramp. Dancing the Overlords on top of Genius. And GG. The Dance of Death forces MVP Genius out of the game.
All right, here we have our red Terran player up at the top of Xel'Naga Caverns. They call him the Terran Sniper. He is.
Slayer Studio.
What opening does he have planned for our next player? We're going to find out.
Yep.
Very good Terran player. And here is our Protoss player. One of the best Protoss from early in StarCraft II. Can he get a win, regain his former glory? He is.
MVP Genius.
Sorry.
And
I'm laughing at some fans. We'll hopefully get a shot up here in a minute. But there.
It's one of our cheerfuls.
Talking about the different team leagues. I can't quite understand that. I think it's talking about how MVP has gotten farther. I'm not sure. The third team in March won. The winner of the third match won in the round of 8-1. So it's
and they won last season too.
It's establishing a pattern there. And speaking of which,
go ahead. You're reading my mind, Moletrap. One thing we were going to mention is that for some strange reason, be it mystical powers or magnetic forces or whatever it is,
or Picari
Sweat, who knows? But every one of our winners in the GSL Team League this season has been on the left side of the studio.
Yeah.
And today that's Slayers. So already a bit of an advantage, I guess. It certainly seems like it's an advantage.
They have the mystical advantage on their side.
Yeah, the left side.
And they're utilizing that mystical advantage to get a 1 barracks with a refinery. And MVP Genius stealing some minerals and getting away scot-free.
It's like, hey, come back.
Somebody put out a APB on that probe.
That's right. Only problem is it looks like all the other ones. It's hard to pick it out of a crowd. Put a lineup of probes up and it's
You think they all look the same? You're such a gathererist.
I knew you'd go there.
Sorry. So this is interesting. Slayer's Ryong, he's actually put down a reactor on his first racks and a second barracks as well. He is still mining gas, so we might maybe see a tech lab on that.
I think so. I mean, he's walling off with supply depots.
With supply depots,
Yeah, that in itself is a little bit interesting. But usually you don't see the barracks with the tech lab right away. With that followed by another barracks. A lot of times you'll see a reactor on that first barracks if there's going to be something like Banshees, if you're going to get a factory right away. Is that? Okay, that is tech lab going on his second barracks. So this could be a couple things. He could add another barracks on there, go 3-gate. Oh, hit Stargate though for Genius.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but you know what? The opening that Ryong is doing is actually going to be pretty good against that.
Oh, now he is getting concussive shells and a Marauder.
Yeah.
So he's not going to have quite as many Marines, but he's going to be making reactor Marines this entire time. His supply depot wall also functions to provide him to supply for making lots of Marines. So he's going to have several out. I think probably more than enough to deal with this Void Ray, or I'm assuming Void Ray. Could be something else, but in this position,
most likely
Void Ray is going to work better.
I would imagine Genius is probably putting up a couple more gateways right now as well, probably 3 or so. We can see that actually on the production tab now that I look.
There we go. Yeah, so he's going to be a little bit, cautious the way he micros it. There is the Void Ray indeed, because he does have those depots there.
Yeah.
And so they're in a spot where the Void Ray can kind of pick it off without the Marines being able to hit it if he applies ground pressure as well.
Uh-oh, and Ryong moving out.
Uh-oh.
This may be a little bit dangerous, but then again, he may be able to spot this too if he decides to go around and look for proxies. Now, this type of push usually precedes an expansion, so I would imagine that that's what Ryong is trying to go into.
Oh, man, he's checking the north for proxy stuff, but is he going to see it on the low ground? No, he does not.
Void Ray finished the probe. It's going to get up there but not see much of anything right now, and there's going to be some pretty decent pressure brought on by Ryong.
Oh, man.
Although it looks like Genius might just try to hold things and then attack with the Void Rays.
He's waiting. He's not going with the one.
Yeah.
He's waiting for more than one. Oh, never mind. He's actually sending one up.
Oh, is he?
I don't know. We'll find out soon. Now, it looks like Ryong is falling back, which is going to work out in his favor.
Yep. And he's going to need to defend against these Void Rays. Wonder if that got spotted. Might have been. Yeah, he's already putting up a bunker, so I think he does know about the Void Rays. He does have a good amount of Marines. He doesn't have Stim, of course. Oh, he is getting it now. It's about halfway done.
I don't pretty sure he hasn't seen the Void Rays yet. He may suspect.
Yeah, I think he's got kind of an inkling, because he is putting up the bunker, so he knows something's going on.
Yeah. He also might be worried about ground pressure as well, which is a legitimate concern.
Yeah.
He does have a lot of Marines and Marauders, though Stim is almost finished.
Yeah, this timing might work out very well for Ryung, actually. He's got a lot of bio. Stim finishing his command center's almost finished. If Ryung can hold this off, he's going to be in a great position. Taking down that pylon is certainly going to help.
Yeah, that's going to help. He won't be able to warp in, and actually supply blocked him too, which is nice.
And Ryung going around the outside.
He knows there's something around there. I think he suspects it. He's like hunting around, but he can't find it.
Looks like Genius is probably going to expand. He knows he won't be able to cause too much damage with this.
And Stim is moments from finishing.
Yeah.
So it's going to come down to Micro. If he can get some good force fields off and keep those Void Rays behind the force fields and the Zealots, it could work, but he's in a wide open spot here.
Here we go, Ryung splitting his units already.
I don't think that's where Genius wants to engage.
Probably not.
And in fact, he's expanded behind us.
So just putting a little bit of pressure on there, showing his army. And Ryung playing defensively. So not a lot going on yet in this game. Potential for a lot of excitement, but Ryung did a good job of doing an opening that was very safe against this. Genius, though, probably is still going to try to push. You can see he's adding on a lot more sentries. They'll have a lot of energy by the time he does decide to engage.
Yeah, he's already got about a dozen force fields right now.
Yeah.
And if he waits a little longer. Okay, now if he didn't know it before, it has been revealed. He saw the Void Rays. Still doesn't know where that Stargate is, but yeah, I mean, Genius, he's got a pretty good army. Again, it is just going to come down a lot to Micro if he's able to split his Marines and such.
Yeah.
If he's able to get shots off on those Void Rays, or if the Force Fields and the Zealots will keep the Marines back. And neither player really wants to engage, apparently. They're just both teching up, getting their econ going.
Yeah,
we have a Twilight Council and some armor going down.
Yep, so wouldn't be surprised at all if Genius did decide to go for the speed lot with plus armor that we've been seeing so much. Very, very good against Terran. Terran Bio can still micro against it okay, but the charge and the armor, of course, helps your army survive and do damage quite a bit longer.
Yeah, definitely.
Looks like Ryung pushing out, though. And no medevacs yet for Ryung. His factory just now going. And he might snipe off that Stalker. He's going to have to be very, very careful about attacking through that choke. If he decides to do that, that can be force fielded very easy. Might split up his army, go around both sides.
Oh, he
Here
is.
he comes.
Be careful. Force field. And the force fields are too late. Everything can attack.
Right
He's targeting down the ground units first.
Is it going to be enough? The Void Rays still have a lot of health. There's not a lot of Marines yet. I think Ryung is in huge trouble right now.
No, those Void Rays did so much damage.
Yeah.
I really feel like he should have targeted them down with his Stim Marines first.
Well,
and then polished everything off.
Yeah, couldn't micro against the Zealots. Even though the Marines had combat shields, they lost a lot. And Genius not losing either Void
Ray.
Ray.
Couldn't micro.
Yeah, that's really good for Genius. He is only about 10 supply ahead, a little bit less actually. So things are still very, very even right now.
Yeah, he didn't lose everything.
Yep. Plus 2 armor immediately started by Genius.
Yeah, man, he's going really bullish on the armor. Got that +1 really quickly. +2 now going down, and I don't believe Ryung. Okay, he does have one engineering bay that just started level 1 weapon, so he is way behind in the upgrades.
And Genius is getting hallucination.
Ooh, interesting.
That's interesting. You can do a lot with that. I mean, obviously you can scout your opponent, but a lot of players use it to gain vision on the high ground to warp units up. Now he already has some Void Rays, and he could make Phoenixes to do that too. But
or we've even seen players try and trick their opponent into thinking they have tech that they don't.
Yeah, or
like sometimes
just,
I've seen games where they like hallucinate a bunch of Colossus, make them go anti-air, and then go for more ground units in actuality.
Well, Ryung could just, or rather Genius could just hallucinate a couple extra Void Rays too.
Yep. And they're just good for soaking up damage, that's for sure. Especially if you have more than, let's see, he's got 7 sentries, which is pretty much infinite force fields.
And I really like where both players are going with what they're doing. I mean, right now we see Ryung getting his Ghost Academy. Obviously, EMP is hugely, hugely helpful in TVP right now. And there we have the Templar Archives going up for Genius.
Ooh.
we might see him decide to utilize either Storm or, even just go for Archons, as they are, a lot better right now, I think, than they used to be, and we've seen Protoss players trying to use them more and more. He did also get his third. Ryung looks like he wants to take his gold base. And has Ryung seen that Stargate yet?
No, I don't think he has.
I'd have to assume that if he knew it was there, he would take it out.
He still hasn't done anything about that.
Yeah.
It's not really doing much at the moment anyway, but...
Nope.
Uh-oh. Ring gets taken out. He does clear out those rocks. And so now he's got a command center building in his natural. He can float it over there and probably planetary that up. But, wow. In the long game, a little bit worried for Ryung. He's got a primarily Marine army.
And I'm
He's not going to be that good against force field with charge lots.
His third base.
Uh-oh.
Ryung, deciding not to push in, actually. Saw the units, and there are Archons indeed. Getting Storm now, but using his first Templar just for Archons.
Yeah. Pretty good. Yeah, he's got a lot of charge lots. He's got the sentries to force field the traps so the charge lots can do as much damage as they possibly can. And once he gets Storm, in addition to that, man, it is just painful to watch a group of bio units get force fielded in place and stormed and then crushed with zealots.
Yeah, they just get slaughtered.
It could go so badly for Ryung if he doesn't maybe, he is making ghosts. So get some EMPs off that could easily turn things the opposite way.
Yeah, I mean, charge lots, sentries with force fields, High Templar with Storm, Archons. The Archon just is like the bio-killing composition. I mean, that's what it does. There's going to need to be some pretty amazing EMPs by Ryung to survive a fight with that army.
Yeah, EMPs are... Yeah. He needs EMPs so badly.
Yeah.
Because he's chosen... This is kind of cool, though. He's decided to not go for the traditional Colossus route. He's going for the ground route with the Templar as well. And EMPs are going to counter all of that. The Sentries, the Templar, the Archons, if he can get enough of them. But again, only 2 ghosts, despite the fact that they are now a little bit cheaper with this patch.
Yeah. Now, right now, he's going in for the third. Is he going to get it, though?
Big stim.
It's going to be close. The Army for Genius is right there. This may not have been the best idea.
Oh, he does EMP.
Oh, wow. Not the best force fields either.
He does EMP half the Sentries and all but one of the Templar. There's only 1 Storm there, so it's actually a decent position, but he couldn't count on that, so he's actually going to fall back to a more open area, which is really good. Yeah. If he got force fielded in there, he would lose the game.
Well, Ryung was so lucky right there that Genius was that kind of left a gap in his force field wall for the units to sneak out of.
Yeah.
So right now, Ryung getting his ghost upgrade. Maybe going to take out a pylon here. We'll see if it dies first. I don't think it will. Nope. And so the question is, what is Ryung going to do about this? I mean, his army isn't terribly strong straight up if his EMPs miss. A lot depends on that EMP. A lot depends, of course, on good positioning as well. But I'm curious to see if he's going to try something like maybe starting to incorporate some drops as well. Got a lot of effects. Oh, losing a chunk of his army right there. And here comes Genius. Is he just going to push out?
Yep,
and look at that. That Stargate's still not destroyed by Ryung. I can't believe it.
Stargate's just chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all those units have now charged their energy back up. So those EMPs from before, thing of the past, all but forgotten. And he's going to need to get some more. He has 4 ghosts in play. Again, it is, like you said, it's just going to come down to if his EMPs land or not.
Stimming in a Marine to check out where the army is for MVP Genius.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's such a good thing to do that. Not a lot of people actually do this. Oh, wow, did he just get a huge EMP off on that army, actually? Thought I saw something.
No, not too big.
Oh, no, there are ghosts up there. He did just EMP that.
Oh, getting the ghost from the high ground.
Very, very smart move by Ryung, but will it be enough?
There's only 1 sentry there that has any energy left. He is charging down, though, and he got some, I think he got some feedbacks. No, he didn't, but he got some damage on those medevacs. He's having to kite back. There's just too many units there. The charge lots and the stalkers chasing things down, taking out the medevacs as well. The Archon's doing so much splash damage to these injured bio units. Ryung is on the run.
He's on the Ryung.
He's on the Ryung. Back to his base.
Genius's army just way too strong. He did out macro Ryung as well, I gotta say. And that is going to be very difficult for Ryung to hold off.
Yeah, he's up to like 60 supply.
Yeah.
He's up by 60 supply right now. Colossus in the mix as well. Yep. And a single Viking hoping it could do something about that. But this game is all but over. Ryung's base in tatters. whatever strategy Ryung had specifically designed for Genius, he countered it with some bold play, going for the Templar tech, the charge lots, instead of the Colossi until the late game, and the Archons as well, doing tons of damage, and MVP is going to go up 1-0 in the GSTL Finals, and at the base of Ryung, 2 Manor Nexuses have been planted. Oh, GG.
So,
man.
pretty good start for him. All right, here we have the winner of our last game. A fantastic macro Zerg, but can he keep the momentum going? He is.
Slayer submit.
Fans of his would say Min for the win.
That's what they would say, man.
Yeah.
They would say Min rhymes with win.
Yep.
And therefore, Min deserves the win.
Here's our blue Terran player from the team MVP. He's pretty...
MVP King.
He's pretty keen.
And Keen, of course, rhymes with green.
That's right.
And green. So MVP should get the green. The green... Money's not green in Korea, actually.
And, yeah. Mean Keen, we could call him. Although he's not a mean guy.
Some of the money's green. They have different colors.
Yeah, which is nice. It's easy to tell it apart.
Yeah.
So, Keen has shown to be a really, really stable Terran player. I mean, I would say out of Code A this last season, he is easily one of the best players. It definitely deserves to be in Code S. Could easily win this match.
Yeah, man.
And look at that. Oh, look.
There's
Day9. What do you know? Day9, you look a little bit different somehow. I can't quite place it.
And there's his faithful pal Notepad.
That's right.
Who's a frequent guest on the daily.
Yep. That's actually really funny.
He's like one of the characters.
Yep.
Along with the logo.
Not quite as annoying as the paperclip guy that like pops out all the time.
No,
hey,
much less annoying.
Do you need help finding the caps lock?
Do you need help finding the enemy base? Let me scout that for you.
That's right.
Min has gone for a hatchery and then gas and then pool. So something we saw yesterday a little bit. Good for a fast expansion, but you still get that gas first, and you're able to get Zergling speed pretty quickly.
Drone's like, excuse me, sir. MVP.
Drones are so
SCV
polite.
is like, yeah.
The SCV is like, pardon me, do you have any Grey Poupon?
He rolls up and like the visor slides down on the
That's right.
SCV suit.
It's actually a limo SCV.
Man, we are really dating ourselves if we make Grey Poupon references. Oh no, look at this though. That Overlord is getting very low. Is he going to lose it? I think he might. This could be bad for
30
Min.
hit points.
That Overlord.
19, 13, 7. One more hit.
Oh,
One more
he gets away.
Oh, but there's a Marine going down to the low ground. Is he going to get
turn to the right? Oh no, move it, Overlord. It's too late.
Boom.
Oh.
And the guts and carapace of that Overlord fall in defeat into that crevasse down onto the trees in the little cavern there.
And that is actually pretty bad for Min early in the game. That definitely slows things down.
Yeah.
That drone taken out, no more scouting for him.
Now, luckily, it took long enough because
look at
he
this,
saw it coming and he made an Overlord to replace it already.
There's already a Roach Warren on the way for Min.
Ooh.
Very quick. Now, Min did see the reactor on the barracks. He can assume that Keen is going to do exactly what he's doing right now, which is switching in to make some Hellions. So, a nice read by Slayer's Min.
Yes, indeed. He did not see the Roach Warren.
Yep.
So he does not know that's coming, and we could see a bust. Now, here's the thing: is Min might expect a fast expansion on this map because, well, it's Crevasse. You have an easy expansion to take, so he might expect that. But instead, he's actually going for major tech, and there's some Hellions get trapped actually against their own wall a little bit, roasted the tree.
Nice job minimizing the damage to the Hellions too there.
Yeah.
And it looks like we might see some Banshees here coming out in just a second as well.
Yeah. Which is
and there is indeed Cloak too.
Which is going to be interesting. He's got these Hellions coming out. Speedlings are on the way, but he actually doesn't have any Speedlings. Yeah, just those 2 Roaches and a single Zergling.
Now, wow, trees getting roasted all over. It's like the scene from Avatar.
Where is Captain Planet when you need him?
That's right. You'll never be one of the people. My favorite Avatar line.
Wow, so Hellions coming in here, doing some damage to these Roaches. and just soften him up a little bit.
And what Keen is doing is so smart right now. He's getting Min to try to overreact to the Hellions by making 4 of them, making Min think there's more on the way. And Min, in regards to that, is probably not going to be too prepared for these Banshees. Now, he is getting a lair. He is getting an Evo chamber. If he kind of can tell something's up, we might see him put down a Spore Crawler. We're about to see just how perceptive Min is in this game.
Min is
on the way.
Yeah, he has just enough roaches to block things, and he's gone back to making drones, and he is making Spore Crawlers, one in each of his supply lines.
That's right. I don't know if the Overlord saw that. He only has 2 queens.
There they both are. And the Hellions taking the opportunity to run in and pass the queens into the supply line. Spore Crawlers can do nothing against that. Oh!
They need a lot of kills. Roasting the drones at the natural, but really, Min doing a pretty good job of handling this. He did lose a lot of drones, but here comes the Banshee now. How far can it work in before the Spore Crawler is going to go after it? Min has to work against 2 very different kind of attacks right now, Banshees and Hellions.
Yeah, and the Banshee, of course, with the cloak, makes it much more difficult since he just got his flare.
He gets it!
Oh, wow.
You know, Min lost some drones, but all in all, did a pretty good job of handling that. But here comes the second Banshee. It's going to be impossible to hold that front with roaches right now with the Banshee out.
Yeah, he's lost a total of 11 drones from all his harassment.
Yep.
And an Overseer finally morphing. I'm surprised he didn't morph that earlier, just depending on his Spore Crawlers. For detection.
Keen doing a good job of staying just outside of the Spore Crawler range as well. The vision range, of course, does extend farther than the Spore Crawler can shoot.
Yep.
So if you can lure your opponent into it, your queens can clean things up.
Now, Keen went for a little bit less of an econ build by going for the tech first, but he did enough damage with all the Hellions and Banshees that he's actually even in Harvesters, and he's got his second base up as well, so their economies are about the same, although, of course, with the Mules, Keen's a little bit ahead as far as his mineral intake.
Now, Min's getting a Spire. That's going to do quite well against Banshees, of course, but Keen is already producing a Thor.
Ooh.
So if Keen plays this right, those mutants may not be able to do a whole lot of damage. So far, Keen just doing a really, really good job of switching things up, keeping Min on his toes, making his opponent react to him instead of the other way around.
Yeah, and that's the other great thing about doing Banshee Harass is you also end up scouting your enemy a lot. He's got 2 Banshees still floating around. They can, of course, come on the sides and try and pick off queens or wayward drones.
And Keen already getting +1 vehicle attacks, too, so he's planning on going into the mech plate, looks like, in a big way. Banshee out, or rather Viking out right now, and it's going to do exactly what we see doing right now. Taking down some Overlords. Making sure that Min doesn't have quite as much advance notice if there is going to be anything flying across the map.
Yep, very smart move. Viking pays for itself pretty easily.
Yeah. And Min getting roach speed as well, so he may try to do something a little bit similar to what we saw in last game, only adding some mutas on as well to that. Now, the ramp is very, very wide. The rocks don't have a lot of health, so if Min can break those down, he can get into Keen's base pretty easily. Getting a Baneling nest as well. Banshees still causing damage.
Yep. Total of 7 kills between the 2 of them.
Yep.
Not horrible. Not as much as we've seen other Banshees do, but yeah, mutas are now out, man. So they are heading over towards the base of MVP Keen, and he has turrets up. He's got that door in the background as well. These mutas aren't going to do a terrible amount of damage.
Yeah, they're doing a little bit. Got the turret to cancel right there, but they're just not enough to take on that turret. And look at that, 2 Thors already moving out for Keen.
Whoa, but actually, the Thors are in the middle of the map, so the mutalists kind of have free reign here for a minute. There's only a couple Marines in the base.
They can take out the gas.
Going to take out a gas.
Maybe take out a couple SCVs.
That is going to slow him down.
Yep.
But Keen going in for a push. And there are only a handful of roaches at the top of that ramp.
Yeah, this could be pretty tough for Min to hold off. And all these Overlords might get caught out in the open too.
Wow. Yeah, those Thors are going to need to soak up a lot of damage and kill those roaches off. Falls back.
He's got queens for transfuses and to go after the Banshees as well. It's going to be pretty difficult for Min to take, but I think he's got it.
He's targeting down the Thors.
Going
the
down
Thors
right now.
go down. It's just the Marines left. He transfuses one of the roaches, but the Banshee doing so much damage with the Queen's gone.
Yep.
And it looks like he will clear up the Marines.
So Keen's push will be thwarted, but the Banshee is going to get some more roach kills in. And Min pulling back there. Second Thor on the way.
Yeah, another round of reinforcements going for an attack, though.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for Min to reproduce those queens, too.
He is making more mutalisks. And yeah, he doesn't have as much production because he only has 1 queen right now.
Yeah. That's going to cut down on the amount of larva Min has as well, of course. And Min not really able to expand. Thor's being dropped on the high ground as well, some Marines. He trying to take control, but that is a lot of roaches for Min.
The Banshee goes down at least, and he's actually forcing him to fall back to the low ground. That Thor was not in the best place.
Yep.
He's going to get surrounded by roaches, so nice evacuation there, and he just does not actually have much to counter this, and that Thor is probably going to get picked off because there are no Marines here.
Picking it up, trying to switch it between the medevac and the ground, but the medevac. Oh, there's another Thor there, and all the mutas get eventually taken out except for that one. He's the lucky muta.
Wow. He's taken out so many units just by killing the medevacs while they're holding Marines.
Yeah.
And forced the Thor to drop out, killed off the Roach as well. Keen is on the run. We could see Min push him all the way back into his base. And
the
Depot
supply depot getting up just in
time, although it only hold for a short time, and he doesn't really have much to put out damage to take out those roaches.
He's gonna try to repair the Thor, but that's a lot of roaches. SCV's coming from behind. Does Keen have what it takes to hold this? It's going to be so dangerous.
He is only fighting with SCVs and a handful of Marauders. 1 Thor, he may be able to pick off these roaches slowly and steadily, but more Zerglings coming in to take out the SCVs as well.
And Slayer's Min. Wow.
May just take over the base right now. The Roach is doing so much damage, so buff.
Yeah.
Oh, the Thor had 20 hit points. Barely survives.
Keen holding for now. Min able to push him all the way back to his base, and the supply count is not too different right now. Min ahead by about 10, but Keen holding okay. Harvesters definitely favoring Min though right now.
Min's not done yet. Look at that. Banelings morphing, Zerglings rallied. He's gonna bust down the wall.
That's right.
And go for the kill whilst Keen is still vulnerable. And there goes the wall.
Both depots.
And the Banelings are going to come in, and the Marines are going to have to fall back from that as long as he doesn't waste them on the Thor. And Zergling's streaming as well. He actually held that pretty well. That was actually really good by Keen.
Yeah, Keen has some of the best micro I've seen come out of a lot of our newer Terran players in the GSL, and he's definitely showing it right here. And Min just can't make things happen.
That was actually really close.
Yeah.
And amazingly held by Keen. His front door was gone. He only had a handful of units, but he microed them well enough. They killed off the Banelings without losing too much.
Yeah, that's right.
And if you know what, I'm really surprised actually that Min didn't wait for another like dozen Zerglings, because if he had, that would have been pretty different too. He could have taken out the Thor at least.
Min taking his third now. Finally, that's probably the latest third base we've ever seen Min take. He does even have a macro hatch in his main. MVP Keen taking his third as well, so the players may decide to sit back a little bit. Oh, and Min, we're going to see it in a moment, but he is making an infestation pit.
Ooh, very interesting.
Yeah, we saw Lenok do some great infestor usage yesterday.
Yeah, Min has actually been playing really low econ. He has 42 drones right now, and that is the most he's had all game, I think.
Yeah.
He's been playing really, really low economy off just the 2 bases.
Oh, there's a drop at the new base.
Oh. And it is thwarted.
Yep.
Do not want to deal with those Banelings.
Yeah.
And
so right now, Min, if he can hold this and get his third up and running, maybe do a little bit of harassing in his opponent's base, he could certainly win this. And by the same token, too, Keen is in an equal position. Both players about even, but Keen is starting to pull ahead on supply a little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely starting to pull ahead. It is 124 to 95.
Yep.
And Min really...
What? That Viking must have, I don't know, maybe the Viking pilot was trying to hit the missile button and hit the land button instead. He was like, no!
Maybe he was planning on trying to get like 10 Banelings to blow up on it or something.
It could be, but the choke that he landed in was so narrow.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
I don't know.
Anyway, so Min getting his third base fully saturated here, but still behind in the Harvester count. Still behind, way behind in income at this point.
Hive on the way.
Actually, he hasn't even made any new harvesters. Min is just powering units right now.
Yep.
And getting his tech up. Yeah, Infestor's coming out now.
Well, his main is mined out, so he can just transfer those drones over to the third base.
Yeah, that's what he did.
So
that's what he did. Okay.
Doesn't really need as many, but he's gonna wish. Oh, I guess he isn't out of gas quite yet. Getting that Spire, and just a bit of a drop. Doesn't do a whole lot. Just a couple Marines getting liquefied there.
Now, he does have the Pathogen Gland upgrade, so all those 3 Infestors that just came out do have fungal growths.
Yep.
And fungal growths, when you have very few medevacs in play, can be very, very strong. There's only 3 medevacs right now. If he catches a group of Marines off guard, they are dead.
Yeah, he's going to have to be very, very careful to hold off this attack by Keen. If Keen's able to siege up on that high ground.
Speaking of which, Bailey's coming in.
Oh, wow, he kills the
Fungles
Baneling.
everything. Can he follow up to polish
Yes,
up
all
the
the
Marines?
Banelings.
Oh, man. That was so close. He almost lost all of his Marines, but those Marines are so badly damaged right now.
But he does have 4 tanks coming in from behind. This could be pretty bad for Slayer's Min.
Wow, those roaches need to get in there and start cleaning up those Marines. There's not enough medics in the backs to heal them, but the tanks siege up and start doing massive damage.
Yeah, between the tanks and the Marines, it's going to be difficult for Min to hold this. He does have some good roaches there. Thor getting focused out, but there is another one behind, and it looks like Keen might just take this game. There it is. GG.
Min loses his 3rd. He was mined out at his natural.
Aaron player at the 9 o'clock position on Metalopolis. The last hope for Slayers. He is.
Slayers MMA.
Crowd goes wild.
Yeah.
The Slayers' last hope.
Going crazy. Standing room only here. A little bit of a cheerful. Wow. And over here in cross positions at the 3 o'clock is the last hope for MVP. Can they win their first finals ever? He is.
MVP Dongregu.
Dongregu versus MMA. A true clash of the Titans.
M to the V
to the P.
That's right.
MVP, I guess.
Everyone making MVP acronym jokes today. Wow, so MMA starting off with a barracks into gas.
Yep.
Going for early gas here.
We're going to see a hatch first from Dongregu, I'd imagine.
Well, yes, it's looking like that actually. The first drone was to scout.
Yep. That's
second drone's going to go for the
right.
Checking for proxies with that drone down at the bottom.
And
Very
MMA already getting a gas too, so we're probably already in store for a little bit longer game. He's not going to 2-racks in the finals.
No.
No way.
No, this is going to be a game of epic proportions.
That's
Ladies
right.
and gentlemen, I hope you took that time during that break to use the restroom because you are not getting up for a while now. That drone goes right across the map. He must have something specific planned for cross positions or maybe for close positions because he did scout directly across instead of going for the closer corner first. And he's going to scout that tech lab.
It's going to be a Reaper coming out for MMA. And we got to state again, every one of the actions this player makes in this game could be a $10,000 action.
Yeah.
A click of the mouse.
So much is on the line
keyboard.
right now. And I think the teams probably value, even more than the prize money, I think they probably value the recognition.
Absolutely.
The pride, the... I don't know what else to go with that, actually. Recognition and pride pretty much covered all. But
the excitement.
All the status that comes with being the champion.
Yeah.
And of course the party you get to have afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. You can bet both teams are probably going to be partying. Even the loser of this team has gotten to the finals again. I mean, that is impressive.
The loser does get 5,000, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
5 million won.
Roughly, yeah. It's around that much, give or take the exchange rate. Reaper coming in right now for MMA. And looks like he's going to pick off at least one drone. He does.
Drone kill goes down very easily.
Hopping down.
Queens are not out yet.
And we might see a bunker here.
Oh, if he can put that bunker
on
the edge. And nope, not going to do that. Just going to chase down the Zergling with the Reaper.
Don't see bunkers and Reapers and bunkers too often. But how much damage will this Reaper be able to do? Now, there are 2 Reapers actually out on the field, which is a little bit unique. Most players just make one and then begin making Marines.
Yep. He is just getting the 4 barracks, so he's not going to go for any Speed Reaper shenanigans that we've seen in recent days.
And he's going to need to dodge that Queen. Getting up there without taking a hit. Nice job there.
Dodge.
And sneaking right back down.
Oh, watch out for that queen, though.
Oh, look out.
Squeezing around it, getting a drone while he dodges the queen. Nicely done.
Donregu doing a great job controlling his queens, making sure that those Reapers don't get any more kills than they absolutely can.
They did get 4 kills total, though.
That's right.
2 were Zerglings.
Yep.
But a couple drones.
So not a huge deal this early in the game, but every little bit matters.
Yeah. Now speed is upgraded for the Zerglings now, so the Reapers have to turn tail and run back home.
Yep. Factory getting started now for MMA. And Donregu pushing a little bit at the top of the base. He's going to poke up and see what he can see with those Zerglings. He's only going to see the barracks with the tech labs, so at this point, Donregu still in the dark. Oh, a fast third base.
Whoa.
Going up for Donregu down at the bottom of the map. That is a bold move considering Reapers are still out on the field.
Yeah. I think he just went in there and he saw just a few Marines and assumed, because it's standard, that it was going to be an expansion build.
Yeah.
And it is, in fact, an expansion build. Said, all right, well, if you're not going to attack me for a while, you spent some money on those Reapers, which aren't that good against Speedlings. Maybe I can take a third and get away with it. But these Marines are moving out. They do not want that to happen. He's going to put some pressure on.
Yeah. Round of drones going up right now for Donregu. Baneling Nest as well. Probably going to want to produce some more Speedlings after that. But it is a little bit of a fake push by MMA. He does pull back.
Yeah, he's upgrading +1 for his melee attacks. What's that?
Yeah, he's kind of looking around for Overlords, I'm sure, too.
Oh, yeah.
If you send one over there, there's not a lot of places they can hide.
Now, he's getting a reactor here on the factory. He's probably going to switch the starport over to that.
Yep.
And start producing medevacs, I imagine.
Yeah, and MMA, I mean, you've heard it a million times before. They call him the son of Boxer. He definitely prefers drop play. Wow, a macro hatch going up for Donregu.
Whoa,
He's going to be producing a lot of units in the near future.
He's actually up to 47 drones right now.
Yeah.
Compared to the 36
He's so many
SCVs.
drones, so fast.
He actually has a larger economy than the Terran player right now. Lots and lots and lots of drones. And still very low gas. He's only got the 1 gas in his main. He's just been droning hardcore this whole time.
Yeah, now there's a big group of Marines coming across the bottom of the map for MVP, or for MMA rather. So that could be some cause for concern. Oh, some Zerglings.
Oh no,
that is actually terrible.
Oh no, that was huge. He just lost all of his Zerglings.
That is
so
bad.
He has 22 in production right now, but he needed those other 10 along with those to really hold this off. Banelings are morphing, which could help as well,
and
but they are loaded up in dropships.
And Donregu needs to be so careful. He's got some Banelings now, so he's probably going to be able to handle this fairly well. Yeah, the drone not really doing a lot of damage.
And he needs to fall back from that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And those Zerglings and Banelings trying to give chase to make sure they're there wherever those medevacs land. Queens not able to get there in time, and the Marines dropping out. Oh, nice micro picking up most of the Marines, but dropping some to bait down the Banelings.
And looks like he's going to heal up those Marines for a second there. Donregu getting his lair, getting some gas. So far it's been just Speedlings, and
that is actually a lot of Speedlings.
Donregu, he might catch a lot of these Marines. Whoa, the medevacs not picking them up.
Loses all of his Marines, and actually MMA has 1 Marine one Marine in production. He has 10 Marines. They are falling back very, very quickly. They've actually stimmed to get back to his base because this counterattack could be deadly.
What's he going to do? It looks like he's got a bunker. He's going to be okay. Managed to grab the Reaper from the Zelnaga Tower as well, so he does still have that.
That was close.
MMA is getting siege mode, getting +1 weapons, so he's still in good shape.
And he's going to send out another drop to that third.
Donregu, though, almost 20 supply ahead right now.
Yeah, he's at 60 drones, man.
Wow, Donregu.
His economy is insane at the moment.
Yeah.
And so he really needs to do some damage with that drop going around the bottom.
Talk about intense macro right now. Got that macro hatch so early. Knew he would be producing a ton of units. Zergling's getting a little bit overzealous right there. But looks like he may go for the counterattack. That bunker's not going to be enough. Oh, the siege tank's getting sieged up.
No.
Not in time.
He's got no Marines back here to deal with this. The Zerglings surround the bunker. And everything trying to fall back. He needs to raise that depot.
Oh, more Zerglings coming in for Donregu. Is it going to be enough?
Oh, my
Pulling back for just a second.
Whoa.
He needs to be so careful.
This is balanced on a knife edge right now.
Yeah.
Either player could really easily get taken out if they make the wrong move. This right now, Donregu has the advantage. And that drop did virtually nothing down at the bottom.
Yeah. Wow. So, Dong Regu definitely ahead right now. MMA still keeping up, still at 100 supply.
Don Regu is at 70. He's at 80 drones, and he's got a macro hatch. He's got 4 hatcheries with queens.
Yeah.
He is able to pump out so many units right now. Centrifugal hooks is almost done.
And I thought Min was a macro Zerg. Look out, SCVs! Oh, why did you go out there? We told you it wasn't safe.
Oh my gosh. MMA's going to have to be so careful. He has to play defensively and protect this third and get that going somehow, or he's going to just get rolled over by massive Zerglings.
Not going to get started today.
No.
Look at that. So, Spire just finished right now for Dong Regu as well. Oh, look at that. Picking up a lot of Marines.
He does get that down.
Yep. Now, here's the thing. 4th base already for Dong Regu. There's a drop. There are Banelings and Zerglings there. Spire's finished. 15 mutas on the way for Dong Regu.
As well as Flyer Carapace.
Yeah, no more drops. I would imagine for MMA, it's going to be so difficult. And Dong Regu pulling back smartly, not getting the Banelings in. Here come more Lings right now.
Wow. Nice micro by MMA.
Yeah.
Making sure those Marines don't die. And
have to pick up those Marines, though.
Picks off the Banelings, targets them down, and
wow,
then lifts up out of the way. But now the Mutalisks coming in are going to pick that off. He should turn around at least, do some damage. Loses that whole medevac.
I gotta say, Dong Regu is absolutely dominating MMA right now. I am blown away by how good Dong Regu's been playing in this team league. This is insane.
This is insane. Now, actually, oh my gosh, he actually has +2 weapons on his Zerglings already, and only +1 armor just completed for. Actually, let me double check that for the Marines.
Now, Dong Regu, the MMA main, did get up his 3rd. Can Dong Regu take it out, though? We're going to find out.
Oh, my gosh. He's
right
trying to get a bunker.
No!
His forces are out of position. He needs to get up to that 3rd so quickly. He's losing so many SCVs.
Got a lot. Is he going to siege up his tanks in time? That's not a very big army. Dong Regu smartly only dedicating a couple Zerglings to this, flying the mutas away before they take hardly any hits from the Marine. His control is so good. Dong Regu, man, if he gets into Code A next season, we are going to be seeing a lot more of him.
Oh, losing a couple mutas here.
This may not have been the best idea, though.
Whoa, that +1 Carapace is not done yet, so those mutas are still pretty vulnerable.
Yeah, that'll come in handy in a moment, though.
They are getting some SCV kills, though.
All right, drop coming in there. MMA picks it up. And a lot of mutas actually being lost by Dong Regu right now.
Doa. Dong Regu has 100 Zerglings.
Wow, that's a lot of Zerglings. He has 60 food ahead right now as well.
He's got 10 Banelings and 20 Mutalisks to go along with it.
Infestation Pit on the way.
He is maxed.
I wonder if we're going to see. He is maxed.
He's maxed versus 137 supply for MMA.
Yeah, this is MMA we're talking about too.
Crush MMA's 3rd and take the series for his team in his next attack if he executes it properly. He is morphing.
We might see the final
ton more Banelings. Oh my god.
Very good move there.
That is an insane army. I do not know what MMA can do about that. He's got a lot of tanks.
Marines getting picked off almost one by one. Baneling getting taken out. MMA is so good about killing Banelings. And here he comes. That is a pretty scary army coming up for MMA, but not a lot of Marines.
Yeah.
He's been using a lot for drops.
If he's not sieged up when the attack happens, he's going to die.
Yeah.
He's going to die so hard to all these Banelings. He scans, so he sees it. He knows he has to siege up right now.
That's a lot of Lings right there.
Oh my god, and the swarm is barreling down on the force of MMA.
MMA's
Banelings,
nothing.
bearing down on everything. Banelings killing so much with the bio in the back, able to hold it up, and the Mutalist forced to run. If MMA can start taking out the economy of Don Regu, he might be able to get back into this. He's almost tied up the supply.
Those Marines came in at just the right time. The cavalry had arrived. This 4th base might be taken out. It's going down.
The tables have turned, and if MMA can start taking out all these bases, he will instead secure the entire GSTL for Slayers. So much is on the line. This is so close. Either player could easily fold at a moment's notice. Don Regu down to 3 bases.
MMA so smart, pulling back, not even bothering with the 4th hatchery. He knew that he would be a little bit overextended if he had continued pushing.
Yeah,
gathering up with the rest of his army.
He's low on tanks now, though, and there are a lot of Mutalisks.
Yeah, MMA, you got to give it to him. He's playing brilliantly. And down at the 3rd base, there's a big drop down the 3rd base of Dong Regu.
Oh, it
killing
does
a
get
good amount of
fought off.
drones.
Killed some drones, and
while to
MMA
get there,
is
though.
moving into Don Regu's territory, sieging up his tanks on top,
Oh,
and a
a pause
from
Oh
Don
my
Regu.
What could it possibly be right now?
Oh my God!
What a moment for a pause.
A pause in like
pause
the
at
most
this moment.
crucial moment of the most crucial game of the Team League. We're gonna find out in just a moment
Whoa.
what is happening here, but let's give you guys a few stats so you can see what kind of. I'm sorry, my voice is totally dying. I've been screaming for the last 2 days. Casting 4 days straight. We'll do that to you.
All right.
Don Regu, even though he just lost his third,
yeah,
he just got the fourth up. So if he can drone that back up, he can get his economy going again. He is also still ahead in supply.
A key on his keyboard.
Man, he's
may
got
have
so much
stopped
APM,
responding.
he broke his keyboard. That's
Gonna
hardcore.
do a little bit of emergency surgery here in the studio.
So Don Regu, even though he just lost that base, he's still ahead in supply. He's almost maxed. MMA has only 155 supply.
I know.
But
MMA has caught up so much.
MMA's army is scary, and he's at a good position right outside of Don Regu's natural.
This is a mechanical keyboard, so there are little switches in each key, and once in a great while, one of those switches can get damaged. Now, you can repair a keyboard, but you can't do it right there. I mean, it's usually not as simple as pulling out one and pulling it another. There's like little springs in there sometimes, little latches. So this could actually be really big. If he has to switch keyboards and it's one he's not used to, that could give him a significant disadvantage in a huge, huge, huge game.
Oh, man.
I can't believe it. Wow. Look at that. Fans.
Oh, my gosh.
You could hear a pin drop in the studio right now if we weren't talking. If the Korean commentators weren't talking.
This game.
This is so tense.
It's balanced on a knife's edge. It seriously could go either way. If MMA, he's got a good position right outside Don Regu's natural. He could easily use that to go in and kill the natural expansion and pretty much secure the game.
Yeah.
Or he could get surrounded by the superior-sized army of Don Regu.
Yep.
And if he loses that army, his third will get counterattacked, and Don Regu could easily take the game as well.
Yeah,
it
this
is going to
could
come
go
down
either way. And
it could come down to the battle that is going to happen moments after this
Don
unpauses.
Regu was so far ahead, but MMA is so good. Those Marines in that fight getting there just in the nick of time. I thought MMA was done.
He
I
almost
said
died a couple
nothing.
times.
He had nothing in that army. Those Marines showed up. You saw the great concave. He split them right at the last second.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful play from both players right now. This is one of the best games of StarCraft II I have ever seen, and it's not over yet.
I told you it'd be epic.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, and
Wow.
those Marines came in. He lost all of his tanks. That was kind of crucial, too. That actually, hold that thought. The game is going to get back underway in just a moment.
We're going to get back into it.
Continuing to mount his forces.
The game is going right now. We need to switch over to the game right now. All right.
The ramp there, and
There we
Fungal
go.
Growths are out now as well, by the way. He has 3 Infestors. He only has 2 Fungals left, though, on those Infestors.
Yep. Now keep in mind, Don Regu's second and third bases are not connected with creep right now. That doesn't matter a whole lot because the units are so quick, but it does slow them down ever so slightly, and every millisecond counts. Can't state that enough. Don Regu, though, close to maxed again. MMA continuing to macro. Hive on the way for Don Regu. And that about catches us up to where we're at in this game.
Critically, he only has 4 tanks.
Yep.
So he's not going to be able to blow up quite as many Banelings as he was in that earlier battle.
MMA's army, you can tell it's still very, very small. That fourth base denied.
Infestors caught out of position.
Oh, no. This could be huge if he takes out some of those
He
Infestors.
takes one out.
going down.
But he gets Fungals off to stop them.
Yeah.
And
oh, the hatchery goes down, the 4th hatchery.
Oh, wow. Nice drop by MMA. And
Here he
MMA,
comes up.
he doesn't care that all of his Marines have been fungled.
Here
He
he
is
goes.
barreling them.
This
There's
is
a
not the
huge
best
Zerg
position
army.
for Don Regu.
Oh, he does not want to engage that right now. He has no health.
Shots.
He has no health on those Marines from those Fungals.
No. And here comes Don Regu. Is it
He's
enough?
pinned against the wall. Don Regu obliterating MMA's army.
Look at that.
Absolutely slaughtering him. The
But
reinforcements
only
coming
Mutas,
down.
only Mutas. MMA's producing so many Marines right now. Don Regu needs to pull back again.
Whoa.
And again, punches traded. And MMA comes ever closer to getting close to the supply of Don Regu. Here comes the Marines. Oh, no!
Nice Banelings landing on everything. He's dodging back.
This time,
the Mutalists are going to be able to clean that up.
MMA may have gotten a little bit too aggressive with this push here. The tanks are going to be taken out. And MMA again needs to go back on the defensive.
Oh my gosh. Now MMA is going to float this out and take the gold. So even though Don Rico has pretty much secured that fourth in the bottom,
the upgrades,
if he takes the gold, MMA will actually still be ahead.
The upgrades for the bio are so good right now for MMA.
Oh, yeah.
He's working on +3 armor because he already has +3 weapons.
+3 weapons, which is doing so well against the only +1 armor of the Mutalisks.
Yep.
And the Zerglings as well. Let me see if I can find one. All right, +1 armor. So those Marines are doing so much damage to all the Zerg units right now.
If he can hold the gold, that is what he needs to win this game right now.
He is
Marines
going.
stimming in. The Mutas can't do anything.
He is going for the gold base and going for the gold medal in the GSTL for Slayers.
Yeah, and Dong Regu, his macro was so good, but he's been denied that 4th and 5th base so many times that his macro has suffered for it. Another large army for Dong Regu, but is it going to be what it takes? That planetary is going to be finished in time.
Planetary is almost done, yeah.
I can't believe this, Mole Trap. This is so tense right now.
Wow.
The Mutas are going to catch the drop too.
Oh no, the drop.
Yep, that drop, and the medevac is going to get taken out.
Oh, he's been doing so well with drops thus far, but the Mutalisks are in position. Unfortunately, MMA not in a position to take advantage of that.
That
just chilling by that gold.
It's going to be so hard for Dong Regu to take.
Yeah,
MMA.
Tanks, turrets, planetary fortress, Marines.
Yeah. MMA, look at that. Continuing to try to keep control of the Zelnaga towers. So good,
no.
It's amazing. Losing
Tanks
a
getting
tank
picked
there.
off. He only has 7 tanks, which is not a lot in this kind of
And
situation.
Here comes the
He
drop.
needs every one of them.
This may do some damage.
Oh, he's dropping.
Dong Regu's army leaving as the Marines come in.
Exact wrong moment.
Stimming
There's
in.
a lot of drones there.
Every drone killed is so important. He's going for the hatchery. Those are going to be enough. Marines
the
doing
Marines
so much damage.
Mutalisks trying to save things. Are they going to get him in time?
Not going to get it. Medevac going down. MMA moving out across the map. This may not be the best idea. That is a small army. I believe that Dong Regu can crush it.
God.
Oh, yeah, easily.
He's got a lot
so
of
risky by MMA right now. Dropping again, though. Keeping Dong Regu on his toes.
Yeah, and Don Regu is maxed, though. MMA is not maxed, so he really can't afford this, but he's dropping a huge amount of units to the top.
A mass drop.
But at
He's
the
gonna
bottom,
lose those units.
he might lose that half of his army.
Sieging up.
Fungal on everything! Fungal on everything! The Mulus forced to fall back, though, from the firepower of those highly upgraded Marines, but he's going for a counterattack.
He's going to go for the gold base. The tanks are not sieged up.
Banelings crashing into the planetary. Can the Mulus finish it off? Turrets and Vikings driving the Mutalisks off! And MMA has just taken the supply lead for the first time in this game. Lost it for a moment as well.
It's so close though right now. 4 Broodlords on the way for Dong Regu.
Broodlords are in production. Those can
why did he pick up the Marines? Oh, he didn't want to use that.
Mutas barely driven back.
Dong Regu has lost nearly all his mutas. He's down to a couple Zerglings. MMA ahead by 20 supply. I can't believe it.
But the Broodlords have just popped, and MMA is forced to fall back. He did his damage. He took out the 4th, the 5th rather, and held his own.
MMA is getting +3 vehicle weapons right now.
Oh my goodness, those tanks are going to do so
the upgrades
much damage.
Are
the
amazing.
upgrades are doing really well.
Wow.
The Broodlords are only at 1-0. They have no attack upgrades.
Oh,
they have only 1 carapace.
Look at that. Nobody's taking that gold base. I don't care if you put MC, Marine, King, MVP, everyone together on this map at the same time. Throw an Idra there as well. Why not? That gold base is so secure with all those tanks. Dong Regu, he is on the ropes right now.
MMA is up 180 to 144 supply.
Yeah.
He has been on the back foot with a lower army count the entire time.
Yeah.
Now he's got almost max. He can take his 5th base and hold the gold and max out and make a push, and I'm not sure if he's going to be able to stop that push, Noah.
It's going to be so huge. He needs to make sure that he has tank siege up. That's the big thing. Dong Regu gathering a little bit outside the gold base. I can see on the mini-map, but not going to do it. More drops coming out. That medevac is such low health. The Marines need to make a last stand here. That is going to be the end of that group, but so many great drops from MMA. Another one in the main. Gets cleaned up, but somehow he keeps doing it. Here he comes, taking out some creep tumors.
MMA, he's not ready to make his final push yet.
No.
He's still going to chill back, make sure he's completely maxed, make sure he protects his bases and has some money in the bank.
That's
and
right.
he's actually, he's so far ahead, he's getting building armor for his planetary fortress and high-sec auto-tracking for his turrets.
Wow, MMA taking the 12 o'clock base as well. He is on 5 bases. to the 4 or so of Dongregu. The Mutas doing a little bit of damage there. Another drop from MMA, may be able to clean this up, but he flies it away. Doesn't want to lose.
The Mutas are distracted by the SCVs. The free
he's got
SCV
Vikings
kills.
up for the Broodlords. MMA is so good.
Yeah, he's got Vikings. He had them before the Broodlords did.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure what happened to the Broodlords earlier, actually. I don't know where they went.
Yep, they're flying around the map. There they are right now.
Oh, okay.
MMA moving in at the bottom of the map. If he can again deny the 4th and 5th, I don't think Dongregu can take too much more of this.
His tanks are stacked back in portions. They're in perfect position.
Yep.
This is an excellent point of jumping off. He actually moves all of his tanks.
He's going to try another drop, and there's another drop at the main. Mutas are distracted. MMA right now down at the bottom of the map.
Oh, he needs
It's
those mutas at the
elevatoring.
bottom. He needs those mutas at the bottom. Tanks sieged up on the low ground. He's going to try and take out that 5th one more time with Marines. Scans and sees that army.
That hatchery is going down. Dongregu needed that.
Oh my goodness.
If he can take the 4th base, that is going to be a bungle on the Vikings.
Oh, nice bungle.
Great job taking out the Vikings.
Oh, the Mutalisks is cleaning up the Vikings. Bungle on the Marines as well. There's still a lot of tanks. But if he loses those Marines, there's nothing else on the
Here
in the
comes
air.
Dongregu.
And he's going to come in and crush
Is
the
it gonna
tank
be enough?
with Zerglings
No,
and
so many
Terrans.
tanks.
Oh my god.
Vikings taking down the last Broodlords.
Oh. One more Broodlord.
Oh wow,
left.
their armies are so even. Look at that, only Vikings left for MMA. Marines finally coming in.
MMA has a little bit better production. He's actually up to 150 supply. Dongregu at 100.
Pulling ahead.
Dongregu somehow just does not have the economy after losing all these bases and drones to keep up with MMA and his fuels and his 5 bases. MMA establishing position again.
Oh, and look at this. The Mutas enough to kill the Vikings, I think. One of those Vikings slow low. He could make more Broodlords. But Dongregu, the income is so low right now for Dongregu. MMA, I think he's about to wrap this up. Here comes the Mule.
Dropping drones on the 4th base, saying that I have control of the territory. GG! Slayer!
All right. He frolicked over from the Slayer's bench. But can he get the win? He is.
Slayers frozen.
Slayer's frozen. You have the garden you always want to watch for when they say it might get down to freezing so you can cover your vegetables. Don't want any frostbite on the pumpkins. And up here, the top of the map, it is our MVP player.
MVP King.
Keen, of course, has proven himself to be quite impressive in both Code A and the Team League already, but can he get another win? Good to see.
Masters of Victory play.
That's right.
Clearly an MVP fan. Earlier, I don't think we got a shot of it here, but there are actually 3 girls with M, V, and P pasted on their foreheads with post-it notes.
Wow.
So some more MVP supporters in here.
Yeah.
This place is packed, man.
Yeah, honestly, it's only a few times have I've seen so many people in here. One was for the Team League Finals last year, or last season. Seems like a year ago.
Last year.
So long. A little bit of pro brass going on from Slayers Frozen.
SCV number 2 says none of that.
Yep. It's like, get out of here. Probe's like, give me your wallet.
Now we do have Slayers Frozen going for pretty standard build, and Keen is scouting the wrong direction. So even though Frozen got a really good scout in there pretty early, Keen's not going to find out what Frozen's doing for quite a while.
Yep.
Not going to be caught off guard by anything too sneaky though.
Yeah, so both players opening very, very standard. It's a map where cheese is, I would say, cheese is fairly easily found on this map. The places where you would hide a lot of things are, not that out of the way. There's a lot of paths.
Yeah, and it's really large. You're not guaranteed to scout your opponent very early either,
too.
so it's hard to really target your cheese in the right place.
Yep. There's Day 9 again. What's he doing that? I didn't know he knew how to write Korean.
It's not the real Day 9.
Really?
No.
Looks like him. I don't know. Probe hiding in the bushes.
Eating some shrubs.
Looks like it's going to be a fast expand for
Picking
Keith.
some vegetables.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very large map, and larger maps tend to favor that economy style, getting fast expansions. And so I wouldn't be surprised if both players actually did some kind of fast expansion. Although actually, Slayer's Frozen is chrono boosting out Warp Gate, and he's got 2 gas going already.
Makes one wonder, doesn't it?
It makes me wonder, and I am certainly one person.
Now, Keen does, of course, see all this going on. He's got an SCV just kind of chilling out in the base, and Keen is also doing some searching for any sort of hidden tech or proxy pylons or anything like that.
Yeah, when you see the 2 gas there and nothing in the base, you might think, uh-oh, hidden Stargate or something like that.
Yeah. Now, I would imagine Frozen might be going for DTs. That's kind of thinking, oh, actually, production tab does show a Twilight Council, so this could be DTs. Then again, Blink Stalkers are quite good on this map. There is no ramp, so they can just walk up and hit whatever buildings are being used to kind of blockade things.
Yeah, and a couple more gateways going down.
Yeah. Could also be, you know, very fast Zealot charge as well. I mean, a lot of different options.
That'd be pretty fast.
Most likely Blinker DTs, though.
Yeah, he's definitely going for something really aggressive here because he still has not gotten an expansion. He's not saving up money for an expansion either.
Looks like it will be Blink.
And he's continuing to chrono boost out Blink.
Yeah, and early Blink Stalker push like this can be pretty powerful.
Yeah, especially if you can somehow get sight of the high ground. You can go in and blink on in the back or something like that if you want to.
Yeah, just bypass the bunker altogether. I'm sure that's probably what he's planning. I mean, it's a nice big ramp.
Sometimes players will even actually, like, suicide a stalker, run it by, and blink it over just so they have vision of the high ground to get the rest of their stalkers in there.
Yeah.
And, wow, he's expecting something. Keen putting down 3 bunkers in the front.
But they're not going to be too helpful if all those stalkers blink in like they're planning. Oh, he could actually blink across there. He would need some kind of way to get vision. That's probably just forward pylon, but it does get spotted by Keen, and now Keen knows that something's coming.
I wonder if that pylon, even though the warp-in radius is not that big, I don't know if he can, I think he can maybe see the edge and blink.
I don't think so. Well, I mean, he would need something to gain vision. That's the thing.
And, well, let's see if he can get up there with a single stalker.
How is he going to do this? Because he doesn't have any way to see up there.
No, he does. He had vision of the edge like I thought, and now he gets all the stalkers in. He's going to actually target down the tech lab. Tech lab goes down. Stim is canceled, and he can actually get away over here and
killed
blink
quite
back.
a few SCVs as well.
Wow.
Blinking out. And, wow, so I guess you can get just to the edge of that other side, and all the bunkers are empty.
Bunkers going down.
Wow, what a great build from Frozen. I'm so impressed. I had no idea that you could get vision across there with a unit.
And some really nice blink micro, blinking back the damaged ones. That was actually really, really good blink micro.
That's so interesting that you can get a unit right to the edge of there and see across. That blows my mind, man. All right, so that bunker, it's going to go down.
Not enough repairing.
Yep, and now Keen's definitely in a bit of trouble here. Nice blink micro. More stalkers are going to be on the way soon. And I think Keen might get taken out. We're going to see an even score again.
Frozen might be able to use this special strategy to take him out. He's warping in more stalkers to join into the battle. The Marines are slowly going down, and he has nothing left. Keen with only a few units in production. More stalkers going all the way into his main, picking off the mules as they run for cover. And this is going to be it. Keen pulling his SCVs. And it can't save that bunker. Can't save Keen.
More stalkers blinking across just to spite Keen. And wow, that is it.
Wow.
Hot 6. Up in the top, right of the map.
KT Roaster Zest.
I'm actually drinking a Hot 6 right now.
You are?
I didn't get one, actually. I should have gotten one. You guys might hear me open a can every now and then. It means I'm drinking a Hot 6. All right, over here at the bottom left, a red player.
SK Telecom T1 Party.
But yeah, I'm a Hot 6 drinker.
Yeah, as am I. Yesterday, I think we had like 3 cans of Hot 6, actually.
Yeah, that was a lot. SK Telecom fans.
Yeah. Fans holding the papers that can be turned into fans.
Yes.
Just before, in the matchup between San and Parting on this map, San in the bottom left decided to go for Dark Templar in the bottom right of the corner of the map. And Parting was able to scout that so easily. And both these guys from the Korean server, they know that this kind of play is not... You're just not really going to get away with it against a good Protoss.
You might be able to get away with something like that on Frost if you hide the pylon on like some other main base location or something like that, but
yeah,
or on Alterzim. But on a map that's this small, it's just not going to happen. You're not going to get away with it. Oh, I'm liking the hat still. I don't like it any less than I liked it before. Now we know whose side he's on.
Yeah. Observer pointing out the fact that Parting is mining more gas right now. If you look at the, the plus sign and then the amount of gas that's being mined there every minute, every StarCraft minutes, you could see that the amount is greater for Parting as he does have more workers and gas.
Yeah. Zest was getting a little bit of extra minerals. Now he's evened it up. It's going to 224, 240 per minute. It's fluctuating ever so slightly. As you know, the pro mining is not perfect, it's not constant. I'm just going to rotate that way, but we'll see how these two players open against each other tech-wise in just a moment. Well, trap and a probe. Nice job there, Parting. Twilight Council goes down.
And back at the base of Zest, he has this double gateway build coming up here. He's going to make 2 more stalkers out of those gateways. Or no, decides to put down the Twilight Council first.
The thing is, he's got those extra minerals from only mining for 2 gases. So that gives him the ability to have this, which means he's going to have the stalkers out faster than Parting does in higher number, which gives him the ability to pressure and control Parting's early game pretty easily. But his blink will be slightly behind. But I feel like this is if these two builders collide, the way that Zest has done it is better in this case. But it is actually a Dark Shrine from Parting. And this is not very Parting-like. They didn't really show us this type of Dark Shrine play per se in the previous series. It was a counter Dark Shrine that we saw, but not an aggressive, like, this is my build order Dark Shrine. Oh my.
The Micro right now.
He actually could still get it. I think he will.
Oh my god.
4 hit points left.
And he gets away.
And now he could actually kill this Stalker. If he can catch it, I think he's going to at least damage it pretty critically.
Uh-oh, Zest.
Oh, Zest is losing a lot of hit points there. And with Blink,
turns around the corner and takes an extra hit.
This is that safety robo I was talking about, where you just have it just in case you need it. Kind of like the life vest under your seat on an airplane. It's just there, just in case. And I mean, granted, the robo's pretty late. He might still be able to get damage on here, especially if he makes an immortal first or something, or rallies the observer across the map. Let's see how much he gets done here. 1 DT first.
Blink at about 2/3 done here for Zest.
It's really unfortunate for Zest. He just took so much damage early on, despite having the faster gates.
Yeah, okay. He kind of lost his advantage in that. Just being a little bit too out on the map and not paying as much attention to the map as his buddy over there Parting.
He knows, traps the DT inside, and the observer will come out here, and goodbye DT. Not even gonna get that sentry. Great control here. And they are both just putting down their forges and saying, all right, it's time for late game PvP.
This is what happens in PvP. We have a bunch of shenanigans in the beginning, both players putting down various techs, and then we transition. And it's going to be a while here before they get across the map and start to attack each other. Usually, some players might get an advantage in upgrades for one reason or another and get the Chrono Boost out and get a +2. We saw Parting do something like that similarly to San. But both players getting their forges at very similar timings here. So there's not really going to be a timing in that. We're going to have to see mainly what kind of compositions these guys go for. They both have a Robo. And so far, Parting has made his first Immortal first. So he's going to have that as a small advantage.
Yeah, 2 observers out for Zest, which means he's going to have a little bit more vision on the map. Tech-wise, there are Dark Templar for Parting, which could be used later on in a drop. It's some sort of late game harassment. And also the blink research for Zest is something that we need to mention as well. Probably not going to be too significant, but he does have that chase factor with those 4 stalkers that he has right now. Probably won't be making any more stalkers for a very long time, but say he sees this observer, for example. If his stalkers are there, a blink would have actually been useful, or if a warp prism comes into the base later on, might be able to snipe that. It's not like he's going to be able to get some big harassment done. It looks like he's going to try for a little bit here.
This is cute.
It is cute. That's a good way to describe it. He's actually going to deny that scout, so that's what he decides to do instead.
And with that, he'll get his own scout, so nicely done here by Zest, not committing too much to the attack he had in mind.
Second scout goes out for parting. He's going to see anyways what's happening, which is, at this point, both players going into basically the same comp. Or, okay, he's going to go into a +1 blink stalker. It looks like he's just going to go all in on the blink. So it's starting to look like, ooh, loses a stalker, making it a lot harder to actually commit to this now.
Yeah.
What else could this be for? I mean, he's not, okay, 5 more gates, and the Phoenix sees all of this.
Phoenix has all the information, and I don't know, he's not really making the stalkers.
Yeah. Makes a cannon. He's going to need, you know, immortals. Those are going to be necessary if he wants to play a longer game, okay.
Takes a quick third base.
The way he's playing this is, we saw this in one of our groups either yesterday or the day before, where you look at the situation in the game and you're like, okay, well, I'm in a weird place tech-wise, but I'm going to take a bunch of greedy decisions, like taking a third base and, you know, cutting immortals temporarily, just so that I can catch up, because the defender's advantage is so strong. It's going to be hard for Parting to actually commit to an attack. If Parting knew that, hey, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense, what are you doing? He would come and punish.
I think he does know, though. He's been scouting so many times, and look at that army. 3 immortals right now, 4th one on the way, 1 Archon as well, and he has a probe with that army. Look at this, Stalker's getting caught out as well, and Zest doesn't really have an army back at his base.
There is a tiny window, like a window on a dollhouse, that's how small it is, man, where Parting is going to have +2 faster. I don't think that's going to come into play here, but let's watch that closely. With the game heart, you can see at the right side when the upgrade's about to finish. It's about to finish right now. Charge is finished for him as well. And he's going to break down those rocks. And during all this, you know, Zest is trying to take that third base. He's trying to get enough units out, but he doesn't have any immortals. That's a problem.
He has 0 immortals to the 4 of Parting. We see army supplies 15 up for Parting. Very nice time warp right now. A second one goes down, but there is the overcharge.
That Phoenix at the back taking a few shots here. The overcharge does go down, but Parting has way too many units. And Zest is going to roll over here and die. Great scouting by Parting. Really smart reaction to what he's seen. Dances the units. And we're going to go on to game 2 because there's nothing else to say here. GG.
Up here in the top left in the teal for KT Roaster. Down 0-1, he is.
KT Roaster, Zest.
Zest saying that he doesn't consider SKT his rival anymore, winning 10 games in a row against SKT players.
Parting here to break the streak. I said his name, but let's say it again.
SK Telecom T1 Party.
So we are cross spawns. Doesn't necessarily mean we're not going to see the islands. If you look at the map though, the island bases in these spawning locations are pretty far away comparatively to, say, you know, if you spawn right next to the island. That's like a scrap station island then. Yeah, I said that word. I know it's like in most countries, like, it's actually banned to say scrap station on TV, but like we're okay here at Gomdu. We can mention that. We don't hide the past.
Oh boy. Both these players are doing a good job scouting. Zest scouting mostly at the bottom of his ramp, and Parting scouting this entire base, making sure there's no shenanigans, no forward gateways, nothing like that. Build we haven't seen, at least in this tournament, in a while, is actually a build like what Hero did, where he put a gateway and a cybernetics core at the bottom of the ramp, and just like got super fast, like right in your face Zealot Stalker, and just had too many units.
Yeah, we don't really see that all too often, but it does happen sometimes. That's something we could see going forward in this best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, when you go into a best of 7, like compared to something like Pro League, you know, where it's like a best of 1, you prepare for the matchup for so long and stuff like that. This is a best of 7 against a guy you weren't exactly sure. Like, Zest has a better idea of like the matchup he was going to play, but Parting, you know, has the practice, and it's very different in a long series like this. So many different strategies can come out. You know, even cannon rushing
could happen. Counter rushing 2-gate proxies, the proxy you're talking about with the rushed stalkers. On this map, both players taking that second gateway, allowing a little bit more pressure on the map and also a little bit of extra safety. And they both scout, so no one unaware here. Now, Parting sent his probe not back, but to the third base. And that's something that Zest might notice. He actually leaves his probe on the watchtower, waiting for that to happen. So Parting sends out a unit here. He's going to send out his mothership core, as well as, I believe, a stalker there. Chase that off. So if Zest is, like, super cognizant of everything that's going on right now, he's like, wait a minute, I don't think you sent that probe home. So you might know that there's a forward pylon right now going up to the right side.
Parting is adding another gate here. He's chrono boosted out of 2 more stalkers. He has a big advantage of stalkers here. And once he gets that 3-gate up with the warp gate timing and a forward pylon here, he can definitely punish Zest, because Zest's gateway is going to be a little bit later. He's going to be chrono boosting Blink. He has less stalkers. And if he doesn't find that pylon, or even if he does, it might not even matter. He's going to be in trouble here.
It's a billowy 3-gate, really, you know. He's going to come over here and he's going to try to punish for any sort of tech, be it Blink, Stargate, anything you make like that, then you have less units. So, makes the Twilight Council at home, interestingly enough, so it's not quite the same. That's going to cost him a lot of resources. He needs another pylon before he can warp in any additional units, but he has that 4 pylon from earlier. And with that Mothership Core and a great time warp on these Stalkers, might be able to come up here and chase. Does get a little bit of damage under one of the shields. He needs to get out of here ASAP. He loses a Stalker. They're a bit sloppy, and now it's 4-2. Mothership Core not going to be able to do anything here.
Yep, he's got to group up the rest of his Stalkers. I feel like that was a little bit overzealous there. And now the Time Warp not doing much, and Zest has more Stalkers here. He's going to fight this easily and push back, but Stalker kills 2 and takes the Stalker lead.
Parting has done it again, man. He's got a Dark Shrine. This is how he might be able to win this. And Zest is probably really confused. Like, no, it's over. You're done, man. You're not pushing up here. He just keeps attacking, which means he can't make a Robo, or he's gonna die. But if he doesn't make a Robo, then he's gonna die.
It's actually so true. Like,
really smart.
He's putting on so much pressure here. Well, actually, now Zest is going to try to come down the bottom of the ramp and see that there's only a pylon. So maybe he throws down the Robo now. There it is. Zest knows, man. He knows Parting as well. He saw this happen against San as well.
He's supply blocked, actually, right now, Parting, that is. He will be able to get that pylon done, though, before he can start the DTs. Now, he needs to actually, I would say, kill several probes here. The thing is, he can use DTs defensively against this. Even 1 DT at home is going to be fine against this. The Observer's going to take way too long to come across the map. He needs to make 2 Observers, so keep that in mind too. There's also not a very forward pylon on the map right now for Zest. 2 DTs going to the main base.
He's
and the Robo isn't done. He could actually try to target that down. I think he might do that. Let's see. Stalkers blink in here. He's going to need some of those defensive DTs back at home. Mothership Core now is enough for the overcharge.
There's the overcharge, but still so much damage getting done. Now the DTs are in the base. The probes have to be pulled. They cannot mine now.
This game is about to get crazy.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going to just fight, actually, these probes here. Does not try to kill that robotics. The DTs actually do not want to fight the Zealots if they can help it. That was a bit weird. Into a good spot there. They don't just try to run around and kill some more probes. These Stalkers are going to have to leave. And it's still a massive lead in Stalkers right now for Zest, and he has Blink. But Parting has the better economy, so he's going to have some time to try to even that up. And he's going to kill even more probes here. He gets 3 more, 28-13. So game is more even than it looks. It might look like, oh wow, Zest is dead here, but he has still this army to work with, and as soon as he has 2 observers, 1 at home and 1 with his army, that's when Parting needs to really, really defend, somehow hold that off.
Yeah, that's going to be crunch time. That's going to be the big question of where exactly this game goes and which direction, who gets the advantage. Zest definitely has to make something happen here, though.
He's spending all of his money on reprobing. Parting sees the Stalkers coming in with his ground observer that does damage. All right, so he's fighting here. Way more Stalkers, kiting against the DTs.
And blinks away.
Every Stalker counts for both players right now. Love this. Love, 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 love this. Forcing an overcharge. He's hoping to force units at home. But anything he can do here with those Zealots is going to be good for him. Great micro here. And he's got that Observer. That Archon at the front doing some AoE. This is so intense. All right, another Stalker comes up to join. He's got double the Stalker, plus he has Blink. And Parting's already used his Overcharge. He has to pull probes. And Zest is finally just fighting and killing probes here. Starting to blink those Stalkers down the ramp.
Nice targeting out of Parting right now. Gets a couple of them down at the bottom. Almost gets a 3rd one there. Very nice targeting out of Parting.
Might actually just have enough to blink forward now, though. Let's see. He's blinking again away from that Archon. Now he's got an overwhelming number, 9-5. This is not a day job. This is Zest coming in here, killing the last of the Stalkers. And he's actually taken a probe lead. GG. We're going 1-1 here.
Nice layering there. Up here in the top left, in the teal for KT Roaster, he is.
KT Roaster, Zest.
His eyes burn with the fire of crushed nerds.
I thought you were going to say 1,000 Suns. To the bottom right in red.
SK Telecom T1 Party.
I'm like, now that I think about it, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. The fire of 1,000 crushed nerds.
Yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't make any sense, actually. His eyes are fiery, though, as is his hair.
So were Mars yesterday. There's a lot of eye drops.
His eyes were watery, man. That's the water element there.
Now, let's see. This map, obviously, we've seen it a lot in Pro League. Just recently got adopted into the WCS pool. And it's a map with basic features. The most unique part about the map is it's natural, which faces the main base. So it's a little bit different. Some of the other bases, you have rocks there, so there's 2 attacking locations. Not usually important at all, or even a little bit. Not even slightly. Protoss versus Protoss, but could come into play in super late game, harassment-oriented situations. So more gas mining here for Zest this time. Parting is actually going to be cutting down a little bit, getting some extra mineral mining. So you can see it at the top right just how much this affects things.
Yeah. Parting just going for 2 in each gas. That's something you guys can do in the ladder as well, but it's kind of a little bit more technical. It's when you specifically want a little bit more minerals out here in a very short window of time. So if you don't really know what you're doing with it, don't just do it just to be like a pro player, because it's very specific to what they're trying to go for in the game.
Just know that if you do it, you will have more minerals and less gas. The basic principle of it. About, just a little bit more efficient for mineral mining, because you still get you still get the majority of your efficiency on your gas. So you get about 80% or so.
So if you want an extra gateway, doing that will give you some more extra minerals and get you that gateway.
So Probe comes in here, checking things out.
Sees the extra gateway and knows that Parting would have gone for the less gas earlier on. Zest, on the other hand, chrono boosting out a sentry. So he's going to be sealing Parting's build here, get that early sentry, get the hallucination on, and get the scouting after the tech would likely go down.
Dark Shrine is what we've been seeing a lot of today. A little bit more technical, the way they've been playing it, though, than just a blind DTs. Kind of like what we saw from San, actually. He's the one who went for blind DTs, and that's also how that worked. It didn't work, I guess.
Parting saw everything. There was no hidden units.
No. That was like the deadest DT of all time we saw. Nexus goes down, so I think we might see a Dark Shrine here for Sue. Or not Sue, excuse me, Zest. Might see a Dark Shrine for Sue.
Sue suddenly switches to Protoss and joins us here in the
Grand Finals. Well, we might see Sue put like a Dark Shrine figurine on his desk.
Yeah.
But what we're not going to
put down.
He's going to put it down. What we're going to see in this game is Blink.
Yeah. Blink's on the way. Parting with that extra gateway, he's Chrono boosted out the 2 extra Stalkers, so he's going to have the advantage for now. Chrono boosted out his own Blink as well.
Well, this Mothership core is going to have to recall, but he sees the Blink research. He doesn't see it in such sexy fashion as the game heart shows us, though, as observers. And there it is, actually.
Yeah, well,
he's going to place the Dark Shrine here, and he's going to pressure his way into trying to get DTs to do something, but Parting is... Did he just cancel his rope, or did it finish? He canceled it, I believe. He's like, wait, I don't need this. Uh-oh. He might actually need that.
I think what he wanted to do is he saw the Blink coming his way and maybe get some Immortals, but now that he sees the Nexus, he's like, I want to punish for this, actually. I'm going to get my Blink, and I'm going to come in here. And that could be his undoing here, as he is not going to have any detection for the Dark Templar that are slowly coming out here. Right now, hitting on this Nexus, but the overcharge goes down. Is actually going to push him back for now.
He's going to have to wait a long time.
He's going to wait for the Blink to finish, and he's going to Blink up here.
Brendan, is that a probe on the map? Hold that thought. Parting is going to kill that Mothership core, and there's no Nexus overcharge here. I think that's a probe on the map for Zest, where he could actually use to make a forward pylon. He sees the Dark Shrine now. He's got a lot of time to react, because there's no forward warping point just yet. He might actually just be able to win the game here before that actually comes into play. Let's see how much more damage he can get done.
Yeah, there's no units here for Zest.
All right, needs to warp in... What?
Warps in 3 Stalkers and leaves the game. GSL Hot 6 up here in the top right of the map in the teal for KT Rolster. He is currently down.
KT Rolster, Zest.
1-2.
Staying focused. Up against the Soul Protoss, the top left.
SK Telecom T1 Party.
Also very focused, of course. These players want to win the money, they want to win the fame. This is their job, their livelihood. They practiced and probably stayed up really late last night in order to do well today.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Today started at 2 p.m. So coming down here a little bit earlier than normal to the studio. It's just one of those days where, like I said before, it's more like a weekend event. And it essentially is what it is. This tournament took place, over the weekend for the last part of it. And it's a tournament about limited preparation and really just how well you can play a best of 7 on the fly. Yep. How many builds can you come up with in such a brief period of time? Stylistically, can you keep yourself fresh enough to where your opponent doesn't get too many ideas about exactly how you want to play it? Now, we have a much faster core here for Zest.
Yeah.
Had an early gate, so he might actually run with that and go for that billowy 3 gate.
It could be very, very efficient on this map, very useful here because the rush distance is very small. Getting a pylon over there isn't too hard, and you can get the rest of your Stalkers that you build at the gateway before it's a warp gate over there pretty fast. Parting is going to come over here and notice this. At least he should, but instead of that, it is going to be a very quick Stargate here before warp gate research.
Yeah, this is a good map for it because of the rush distance, so...
The only thing about this is that Parting scouts, and he's going to see it. That's the usual location there in the bottom left, but actually Zest puts it a little bit back over there, and Parting knows this is on the way now.
He's also, with this scouting it pretty uncharacteristically. Parting oftentimes will skip a scout, so I think this is part of the idea here for Zest. He's probably played more PvPs without a scout than any player I can think of. Mothership core is going to come over here. get a little bit more information.
Oracle started right away, right at 150 gas. Going to be chrono boosted out, and of course rallied over to the base of Parting. The only thing about this is that Parting has the Mothership Core. He's going to have Stalkers over there. He's going to be totally prepared for this.
Yeah, he will. The question is, does this Oracle give him enough control to take a natural, though, and then transition out? Because that's the idea here. Yeah, adding 2 more gates at home.
And a Twilight Council. Very interesting, as I scratch my chin.
Well, this will kill a few probes.
Nice micro so far. Gets 2 and stays alive. Wow.
It doesn't use the overcharge.
Yeah.
So there's the drawback to this is he doesn't kill it, but he has that energy for later on for other things. Most notably the Blink Stalker timing attack that might have Time Warp assisting it. They're both going into Blink now.
Nice scout over here. Knows that location, a very nice location to put down that pylon. You can warp down there on the low ground with that.
Warp gates are done.
And with that Oracle, he actually got a scout on the base of Parting as well. So he knows this is coming. He has to prepare for this now. He's just going to do it with his own defensive blink and a bunch of Stalkers, but he's going to have less Stalkers right now. He's down 4 to 6. Loses a probe.
Well, that Oracle actually comes in here, and he keeps the energy so that when he doesn't have the Stalkers at home, he can do this. Oracle's still out there, though. And we'll come back later. 50 energy. Ooh, sentries are coming over here. Looks like he may want to try to contain. The problem is his opponent's also going to have blinks pretty soon.
Yeah, Parting doesn't know about the blink. That's very important.
Yeah. Starts a Nexus here. Just going to get that base up faster. He has less Stalkers right now, though, because of those sentries. He needs to be very careful. Doesn't even really want to poke. And this is that 50 energy Oracle I was talking about. Let's see what he gets done.
Parting getting up the Nexus now. He's just backing off here. I would have liked to see him keep the map control, but he's bringing his entire army all the way back.
Well, I think he realizes, like, something's not right here. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not going to stick around. I might actually just end up losing my Stalkers. Going to take a Nexus, which is going to be hard for him to assail with any sort of unit composition because he has that Stargate, right? So those minerals and gas are missing the Stargate and the Oracle for making units. You know, there's only so much you can mine on one base. This is what we were talking about earlier, where Parting was like, no, I don't need this Robo. Because if by some weird chance you have a Dark Shrine, there's just not enough money on one base to actually have everything. There's just not. Even if you have perfect saturation, there's just not enough money on that base. So at this point, he's like, something's not right here. I'm going to move back. I'm going to have the defender's advantage at home. Your opponent will be able to counterattack me or kill me on my Nexus, and he's able to contain you and pressure you a little bit. Energy on these sentries will give him Guardian Shield, Force Fields for the defense, and also then later use them to scout further what it is exactly that Zest is doing, what sort of composition he's building. That
Very
tagged
nice.
A lot of info.
Yeah, there's a lot of info there. Charge on the way here for Zest. Gonna go into that Zealot Archon style, most likely. I don't think he has the Robo yet. No Robo yet, and that means no Immortals for now.
I wonder if what Zest is going to try to do here is poke a little bit while he starts getting a charge on the +1. Then maybe with some sort of soft contain, try to take the gold base. No, he's going to double expand here, okay? Double expanding on Protoss versus Protoss. A world first we're watching right now.
And now, if Parting has any inkling that this is even possible, he's going to send the Phoenix down here, but actually it gets denied by Zest.
If Parting scouts that base, it'd be the most unlike Parting thing that we've ever seen Parting do. There's no reason to believe ever that anybody would be crazy enough to take a fast third base in Protoss versus Protoss, especially on a map like this where it's not so far away. And I mean, the thing is, if it's going to be a fast third, you're probably thinking, you're going to try to take the gold base because I'm ahead of you in income, and you're going to take that risk. But No, there's no way he's going to scout that.
Yeah. I wonder if part of the reason he put that down so early is because he knew that Parting wouldn't scout it. He's just saying, like, okay, I can take this risk. I got to get ahead in this way. And Parting isn't ever going to believe that I'm going to have a base there.
What is interesting, though, that our observer just pointed out, is he scouted that there were no gases at the natural. At that time when the Phoenix came in, that's not too weird. But when he comes in here again, he sees that, that's when he's going to be like, wait a minute. Okay, so he comes over here. Phoenix is killed. He snipes the Phoenix because he's scared the Phoenix might actually see the third base.
Yeah.
But he could have maybe let it see that there were no gases as well, so he wants to deny that too. Because at this point, Parting is like, without that information, how can he even guess? Looks like he might even have Zest go for a timing attack off of his 3-base economy with all those extra minerals, with a few Archons maybe, and a ton of Zealots.
Yeah.
Does he even have actually a Temple Archive? I don't think he does yet.
No, I don't think so. But he does have the +2 on the way for his attack. I think he might wait for that. He's going to deny this.
Now he sees there's no gas, and he's like, all right, what's going on? Okay, now he knows.
Now
Parting is probably in panic mode now because there's nothing he can do to punish this base anymore. It's already gotten its use, and now he's got to be in defensive mode like, oh, you have so many extra minerals. Everything that I've accepted to be true about this matchup and everything that I know that I'm doing at home no longer is exactly accurate. Parting actually moves out to attack here.
He's going to go out and attack, but look at Zest minerals. He warps in 4 Zealots, and he still has 1,200 minerals.
He's going to have so many more Zealots when this hits. Yep. Parting doesn't have a massive Archon count. His 2 Immortals that he has in his army are pretty useless.
Zest right now is supply blocked. He's about to get that pylon up. Thankfully for him, the charge up on the warp gates isn't really that far behind. So he's going to warp in a ton of Zealots here now with charge. This is the big fight.
He's going to go over here and attack the 3rd base now. Doesn't matter if Parting kills his base if he loses his whole army. Alright, he's considering the attack. Parting does not actually commit to this. Not fully. There's so many warp-ins here for him to use.
Oh, wow.
Now starting to get his own Archons out here. Actually, he can break these force fields.
Yeah, needs that Archon. And now he's going to come down. Nice time warp right at the bottom of the ramp. Even catches an Archon, and now it's being charged on by a bunch of this and even blinked. That's a big catch.
Yeah, that's a big blink, though. He's going to be careful about this. He's about to have +2. Buying enough time for that. This Nexus should go down this time, but this could give Zest the engagement he needs. Let's find out. Here we go. That time warp is so clutch. Perfect placement there on the Mothership core. Probes are off the line here to fight on the right side. And does he have enough warp-ins here? It looks like he might. He's got so many more Zealots coming down. There's a lot of Blink Stalkers for Parting here left over, and his Archons look overwhelming. He's got to target those Immortals, and he does. It looks like Parting actually has enough.
Parting is going to have enough. The Warpins also helping out so dearly now. A bunch more of these Zealots, and he has a ton of these gateways, but the army of Parting stands.
I feel like a little bit of timidness and also the supply block that you talked about earlier is what cost Zest this game. GG. Round 6. Our teal Protoss player to the top left of the map for KT Roaster.
KT Roaster Zest.
The Kingslayer. Very serious look as usual on his
Korean
face.
version of Jaime Lannister.
Yes.
Over here in the top right in the red.
SK Telecom T1 Party.
There he is. There he is.
There he is. Found him.
And I was in the bathroom before this finals got started, and so were Zest and Parting, and they were peeing next to each other, and they did not say a word. It was really awkward. There's some obvious tension between these guys, like going into the finals. They don't seem too friendly.
There's right at this moment in time, some tension is developing between me and you because you didn't invite me to your bathroom party with the GSL
the third
finalists.
floor or something. I don't know where you went.
I was not invited to the bathroom party. I would have gone, but you know, bathroom party without me, that's fine. Next time I would like to be invited. I'll give you another chance.
I'm not sure what that's supposed to be.
Is that a banana?
I think is it an umbrella? I didn't read what it said in Korean because it's in Korean handwriting, and for some reason that impairs my ability to read it.
It said Parting's name, but besides that, I didn't.
I think it might have said Usan, but I don't know. Anyways,
that was a weird drawing.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what it was. It looked like it could have also been like women's underwear or banana. Any number of things, like a slightly oddly shaped melon.
Yeah.
Well, it's a mystery to us. Now this probe taking a almost ninja star shaped scouting pattern on the map.
And the reason he goes from bottom right to top left is because the probe of Zest got to his base too fast. So he knows that it's not cross positions.
Yep.
So he's going to send it up to the top left now and get the scout down.
Map is huge, and this map is not your normal PvP map. It's so big. Sometimes you can get away with a risky expansion that you wouldn't normally on a map like this.
He tried to hide the sentry there. I don't know if you caught he put it up there in the top right, and I think the probe got a vision on it for a slight second there.
I think he was considering blocking the Nexus with the pylon. Decided not to do it. He's going to go get his Nexus at home. Really similar timings here for these two players.
Yeah.
On the Nexus.
Zest going for double sentry, whereas Parting was going for one sentry.
Stargate goes up here for Parting. And a robotics now for Zest. And the Stargate gives you a lot of flexibility on this map to harass, get some damage done early on. The robotics is Zest's way of saying, you are not going to kill me with anything. It's very obvious to Parting that Zest has an expansion, even though he lost his probe before it was made, because he showed the probe. Whether that was a mistake or not, Parting knows. So for him to make the robo here, I think it's kind of like, if you try to kill me, one of these timings that you've done so much in this series, I'm going to hold it. And he's going to have, Immortals out to deal with this, if need be. But now he comes in here, Scout, sees that there's an Oracle opening, so he's going to want to keep his Stalkers close and his Mothership Core closer. The Oracle comes across.
Does that make the Mothership Core your enemy, then?
No.
Stalkers close, Mothership Core closer, Friends closer, enemies closer.
No.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I see. Thing is, actually, I misspoke because you want to keep your Stalkers closer. The Mothership Core has a pretty large casting range on the overcharge.
Yeah.
And it's been heavily discussed by people in balance threads that are really unhappy. Now, here comes that overcharge. In fact, since the Mothership Core is close enough, and the Stalkers, they're closer. You might actually kill this. One more shot!
Wow. A little bit of miscontrol there. I think it got 2 kills. Yeah, that's it. And if you notice, Zest has put down a very sneaky pylon down here and adds 2 Stargates. We're going to see this happen right now. Sky Toss.
It's the Choya Phoenixes. The reason I call them this is because once in a very famous GSTL game on Calm Before the Storm, which is actually basically this map. It's basically this map, except it's like slightly differently shaped. And everyone said that map was terrible. For some reason, everyone's okay with this map. I'm really not sure why, but this is definitely my least favorite map in the pool right now. Anyways, on a map like this, you can hide these Stargates in Protoss versus Protoss, make a ton of Phoenixes, and then suddenly come into your opponent's base and kill everything he has. And if you have enough Phoenixes, you can actually beat Colossi straight up.
Yeah.
Oracles are going to have no chance.
Get up to 15, 16, 18. And Phoenixes, they're good against light units, but they start to do a lot of damage. Second Oracle comes in here, gets 2 kills. Tries to get a third one, does not get it. Takes a bit of damage there. It's forced out by the Stalkers. Very nice splits by Zest here. Controlling all of his bases here, defending it very well. Also doing a very good job of denying the hallucinated Phoenix scouts. Just wants to make sure that Parting has as little information as possible. Oh, one more hit would have done it.
Good control there on the Oracle. And he could just use one of these Phoenixes to go kill it, but obviously that would spoil his plan.
Yeah. If Zest, or rather Parting, was paying attention like so much, he would see that the Chrono Boost energy is going down, but it's not being used on anything in the base.
Oh, that's a really good point, actually.
But that's like, he would have to be looking so close.
Well, he's going to come over here and kill these sentries. And he might even actually take an Immortal with him, too. Let's find out. Sentries first. And it's just going to go for Stalkers because there's such a small count of them. There's the Immortal lift. Or no, actually, that's a Stalker. Yeah. And there's that Immortal going up. Immortal looking silly in the air. It's right outside the Oversearch.
He's like, no, help! Gets killed. And he's got 2 at a time, still getting Chrono Boosted. You see Parting... Looked like he was mouthing out the words of the F word, but I don't think he'd be speaking English in the booth.
I don't think so.
He's gonna be saying some other stuff in Korean as this happens to his base.
I think you're right. This Oracle is found, by the way. Goodbye.
Dead Oracle. Templar Archives here.
Yeah.
Could get a lot of Archons.
Archons is the answer.
Yep. Can't be lifted. Very good against low health Phoenixes, especially when they group up.
Upgrade lead for Parting is only a slight lead. Whoa! Got some of those feedbacks off on the Phoenixes. Those Phoenix actually not able to kill that Mothership Core. Killing a Stalker that was like not even fully phased in.
Yeah, still blue. Ground weapons here about to finish Resist.
It's so funny to actually see a High Templar try to fight Phoenixes like that. Didn't get any kills. Speaking of kills, a few probes going down here. It's actually evened out the worker count to 45. And with all the map controllers of the Phoenixes, I'm a little bit surprised Zest hasn't started third base yet. I think he's scared that there's going to be some weird, Charge Zealot, Archon timing that comes across the map, and then he doesn't have enough units to defend.
Yeah. I mean, especially...
Ooh, he's getting away with these feedbacks.
Yeah, very nice so far. I mean, we've seen it before, players that go Phoenix, and they just don't have enough on the ground to defend, and then the enemy player just goes for a big push and ends the game, but I feel like on this map, it's going to be a bit harder, and that's why we see Parting throw down that third.
Well, he can't kill the third base of Parting with these Phoenixes. They can't quite lift the Nexus. Even all of them together couldn't do it.
I heard a rumor that if you get 110 Phoenixes, you can lift a Nexus.
Yeah, but only on Tuesdays. And
really?
Yeah, it only works on Tuesdays. And if it doesn't work the first time, just restart the whole game and then try it again. And the thing is, sometimes it doesn't work the second time either, so you have to try it the third time. But it'll definitely work on the third time. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you just gotta keep trying it. It works eventually.
What was the name of that website? Was it like gamecheats.org or something? It's terrible, all the things that were written on that website that I'm sure little kids tried all the time.
Yeah, I think it was like Game Cheats or something. Continuing to pick up. GameFAQs was good. The walkthroughs on that site were good.
He gets that Mothership there. It's very annoying, very expensive, difficult to replace.
Very comfortably taking that third is Zest. It's going to be behind, or no, actually no. I'm going to stop that thought right there. Incorrect. Same timing here with Parting.
And +2 Lance finishing here for Zest. And he's going to go into his Archon a little bit later. Just has so many Phoenixes that they don't really care about the cannons.
Yeah, they regen shields, they go in and take like a couple of hits, and that's it. Looks like Parting wants to go for an attack here.
Yeah, at this moment, there's about to be a third Colossus. The charge is almost done. These Phoenixes don't have a ton of energy left, and he's going to use it on probes here. I guess he's got still a few more lifts back in him. The thing you would want to lift here is the Immortals, so that they don't actually do the damage to his Colossi. He doesn't go into Void Rays or anything like that. He's just purely on the Phoenixes right now. Let's see if he can actually make this work. Zealot Harass here is going to draw the army back. into the main base. At least that's his goal. And maybe he can hit an attack at the third base while he's in the main.
Gonna drop those 4 and warp in 3 more, but a big warp in back there for Zest. It's gonna be more than enough to defend here.
There come the Phoenix. I was a little bit surprised those are so late to the party. Parting has taken a hidden 4th base during all of this. Protoss vs. Protoss doesn't usually work like this, where it's like, well, he's had that 3rd base for a while, and he's killed a lot of my probes. I need to take a 4th base, then I'll get ahead. That's usually not how it works. If you take a 4th base and you die, but on Altazium Stronghold, throw all the rules out the window.
Possible.
Anything is possible.
You just do whatever you want. Well, here comes those Zealots. He warped in, and look at this. Warping in a bunch more down here.
He actually sees the base with that pylon. He's going to actually...
That is so unfortunate. Zest warping in 3 Archons. That is so much gas that he just lost. But look at this. Going to get a bunch of these probes if he goes for them.
This is one small victory for Parting, getting those Archons. Getting a few feedbacks off here as well. He has a lot of Archons he can make himself with those High Templar. He's just waiting to do it in the last second. Wants to feedback as many of these Phoenixes as he can. Oh, great forces here. You know, Parting is really trying to swindle his way into a win right now with this micro. He's like doing everything he can. He's doing it a lot better than Zest is. Zest is playing the numbers game. Parting is like just trying to do anything he can. He's picking pennies up out of the couch right now to try to come back to this game.
That he is. Warps in a couple more. High Templar going to make that into an Archon.
He's not just looking for quarters, Brendan. Anything he can get.
Nice
well, here we go.
For Zest.
If he can connect with those Colossi, that's everything here. So many Archons ready to be made here. He wants to feed back the Phoenixes instead first. Now he starts those Archons. Damage output here is a lot right now for Zest. He has those Colossi untouched, and his Phoenix fleet, even though it's destroyed, did its job. And I think that is going to be just way too much damage. Took a gamble. It paid off. Choya Phoenixes, man, reminding us of Calm Before the Storm. And that's all she wrote.
That's going to be it. GG. Down here in the south, in the teal for KT Roaster. Needs to win 2 in a row. He is.
KT Roaster, Zest.
And his opponent to the top left in the red.
SK Telecom T1 Party.
Big crowd here today.
Yeah.
A lot of SK Telecom fans. And Parting fans. That as well. Parting, a guy showing a lot of emotions, a lot of emotion at a lot of different times. Garners a lot of fans. He's a very fun guy. Always says hello if he sees us at any time. He knows we speak Korean, but he still just says hello in English.
He's, yeah, he does do that. He's been a little bit cold to me since I once predicted against him in Pro League.
Oh, God.
But,
that happened. You know, were you the only guy who voted against him there?
Yeah, I think so. I think he won too, so it was a bit awkward, but no, we all just trying to put it behind us. So,
Parting's
won the game. That's what's important, right?
Parting's just trying to forget, man. You traumatize him. He doesn't want to relive those past memories.
I know he really looks up to me. But,
he knows how good you are with the Void Ray All-Ins.
Yeah, he knows.
He's seen your play on the ladder.
He's always asking me if I can give him that build order for Protoss versus random Void Ray All-In, where it works against anything. And it's still a secret. Well, he lost, but he's still watching. Son.
Yeah. A small cheer going out for him in the crowd. They have not forgotten.
They have not forgotten. Second gateway goes up for Zest. Whereas Parting keeps it singular. And Zest scouts correctly. Parting does not.
Yeah. Zest going with the plural gateways here. Not singular.
Yes.
Chrono Boost on the gateway for that Sentry. We've seen this a lot in this series.
Yeah, it's quite nice to actually get that super fast scout.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could use it for other things like I mentioned earlier, but it seems to be much more scout oriented. It's not a creator Sentry.
building that energy. And a fast Twilight comes down here as soon as he gets that gas.
Oh, they are going to fight.
Parting's probe a little bit less brave.
Well, the thing is, it's better to live to fight another day. No matter what your motivation is to fight. You know.
Yeah. If you're going to fight, make sure you're going to win.
I guess that's true, but
don't fight a losing battle.
Yeah, okay. I like that. I like how you phrase that.
It's like Zest trying to do like a second aggressive play against Sue earlier today. And he saw that gigantic army of roaches and hydras, and he was like, I'm not going to fight this battle. He still died, but...
Yeah. Well, we have a Dark Shrine, actually, again for Parting here. Shows a sentry. This Mothership Core is poised to scout.
That's a sneaky Mothership Core.
It's like Parting knows when Zest is going to do Blink, and then he goes DTs. This has been pretty consistent throughout this series. All right. He's going to see it.
Yeah, he is. That Mothership Core can't attack the other Mothership Core, and now he gets all of that information.
Even if he had enough energy for an overcharge, like he wouldn't have been able to stop it from seeing.
Gonna have to recall out of here.
Yeah, he will.
There he goes. Bye-bye. And here's the hallucination that we were talking about with that sentry that came out fast. Sees the blink coming up.
If you hallucinate an Oracle fast, too, instead of a Phoenix, it can often be misleading. Not when it gets into the main base, because then when you attack it, even if you make it look like, oh wow, my Oracle has barely got away, and then it didn't do any damage. When you attack it, you could tell how many hit points it has. But if you see before, like the Oracle flying across on the edge of the map, then it looks like he's actually maybe going Oracles. Okay, so he's going to attack here. Now he has a robotics going up at home, so Parting is going to have DTs for the defense here, but I don't think offensively his DTs are going to do a whole lot for him. If he loses this next, this is going to be so painful right now.
Yeah, and I think he is. He just can't defend this right now. Too many Stalkers here doing too much damage.
Actually, it looks like he... Oh. Whoa.
Eat my own words there. Parting with the warp and the Stalkers, and the pylon of Zest is not close enough, but now he's going to come up the ramp.
Actually going forward here. Parting has his own blink, but not going to hold his Nexus this time. He canceled the Dark Shrine, I think, by the way, which means that no DTs for the defense. And he doesn't have his own blink yet. This is starting to look bad.
Blink is not here. The cancel on the Nexus. Parting is way behind. And we get a look at his disappointed face.
Zest might claw his way back into this finals, man.
Looks to be that way. He's got an observer now for vision.
Blinks
on the high ground. Photon overcharge goes down.
2 Stalkers, and he saves his. Parting can't chase on that. He's getting way too close to the edge there. Woo! That 1 Stalker is so low. Nice pick off there by Parting. Gonna get this pylon though.
So Parting does best in Stalker versus Stalker battles. He is so good at targeting.
He knows exactly not to over target. Doesn't waste any DPS. Just targets what he needs to get done. Robo goes up now. He also realizes himself, hey, well, what if he goes DTs? Because he has Blink. And also, if I can get some Immortals out, that's going to be how I secure this base. This Observer is so clutch, so important. And he can't kill it. Just going to follow his Stalkers. He knows it's there.
Zest also knows he has the Nexus now up way ahead of Parting.
Yeah.
And he's just going to be content to back off here. May pressure, may blink in with 4, as he is actually doing over here right now. Going to get that Observer for the high ground vision and just blink into the back here, maybe. Try to pick off some probes. Here he comes.
Yeah. Parting is not in his base fast enough. Does pull his probes away very quick and drops the overcharge, so only a few probes going to go down here. Ooh, he's actually going to lose a lot.
Yeah, that's actually not worth it.
Yeah, now he's going for another attack, though, at the natural. Nexus has too many hit points by now. It's at 600. Can't really get anything done there. Doesn't want to stick around.
Loses a lot of Stalkers there. 4 Stalkers for, I think, maybe 3 probes.
Parting also killed the Observer when his Observer popped out.
Wow.
So that's something else of importance. That's a little pop sound you guys heard. The game resources lost at this point are pretty similar, but that faster mining for Zest means he's mined probably almost as many resources more as he's lost at this point.
And the other thing here is that the Forge is a lot later here for Parting. The +1 for Zest is coming along. It's going to be about halfway done by the time that Forge is even completed for Parting. And he's going to have the +2 a lot faster than Parting does, which is very big.
That's true. Possibly
usually when we see a lot of timing attacks.
Yeah. Those timings come down when you have the faster upgrades. Now, at this point, I mean, it's tough for Parting to actually accomplish anything. If he catches these 2 Stalkers, though, or rather these 2 Immortals, doesn't want to commit there, because if he does and there's anything else nearby that he just hasn't seen, then he loses everything. But getting those sentries is totally okay.
Yeah, basically free. Took a little bit of damage. Now Parting going to come in for the scout, sees the Forge and just how far behind he is. Doesn't really know how far along that +1 is, though.
Yeah. But this is like, okay, you're getting +1, I'm getting +1. Yeah. Actually, he might think he's better off than he is right now. He might be thinking, oh, you started around the same time as me. Because he didn't get to click on the unit to see they already have +1. The next time he scouts, though, he will see that. In fact, with this observer, he might be able to get that info. I like how he hallucination scouts even though he has an observer, which might actually lead Zest to believe there's no observer here. So he can keep it alive and then scout exactly how he pleases a little bit later. It's on the skirt here of the base, so that basically with this observer he's going to be able to float around and get the information that he wants without being worried about being chased. Probably not going to be noticed this way.
Yeah. Again, this ragtag group of Stalkers out on the map wants the pressure at the front, sees that there's not many units there. Most of them are back. If he could snipe a Colossus, oh my god, as I say that he goes for it, and he's gonna get it. Oh my god.
For 1 Stalker, maybe 2? Nope, just 1. Well, okay, he's gonna blink forward here. Using his hit point advantage to try to fight this. He's actually gonna lose a lot more than I think he bargained for, though. Oh, wow. Good micro from both. Oh! Stalker micro here, amazing by both. Parting getting the better end, though.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Sick micro out of both of those guys. 5 gateways on the way now. Parting. He's got the charge on the way. He has the Templar Archives. He's going to have the +2 a little bit later than Zest. That is the big problem here.
I wonder what he's got planned with this. Like, is he going to use this powering of all these structures to take a more secure 3rd base, or is he going to try to attack here? Because if he attacks these positions, I don't, even though he killed that Colossus earlier, I don't really know if that favors him here. I think it might be better fitted for him to take a 3rd base. He's down on upgrades. I don't know if he really realizes that.
It's hard to notice that, even if you're in the game. It's much easier for us to see little loading bars coming across. Those players have no loading bars.
Right. I mean, they have their own, but they don't have their opponents.
Yeah, they can only go by clicking the units.
So unless he keeps popping over this observer and clicking on it, then clicking on his units to see what's happening, there's no way for him to know. He's going to actually lose this obs. So probably didn't get a chance to click on those.
Yeah,
now
great S
really
+2. Finishes for Zest. Killing that pylon actually supply blocks Zest.
So he's going to take that 3rd base. And he has the Warp Prism counter. So when he sees the army of Zest move out to try to punish him, if that happens, he has the Zealot drop to just come into the base and say, hey, turn around, or I'm going to kill all your stuff. He is catching up. No +3 started yet for Zest. He can't quite afford it yet.
Zest making the Warp Prism, and he finishes +2. May want to go for an attack here. Chasing after a Blink Stalker with 2 charged Zealots. With his Observer over here, he's going to get a great scout on this army. But he is actually going to lose it, as I say that.
What? He sees the composition.
And here comes the Warp Prism into the main.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. 2 cannons, a Stalker, and a Zealot, though.
Yeah, and a Blink forward gets the Warp Prism as well. Probes want to witness.
Probes are like, we could take this chance to get out of here. Oh, whoa, that probe transfer gets caught here. And we're actually going to have a fight that might decide this entire tournament right now. He has 4 Archons here. A group of 4 Zealots come from the right side. And it looks like Zest just has way too much for Parting here.
Oh my god, he's actually going to take this to Game 7. Too many Zealots here for the Immortals. They cannot fight against this. GG. got 6. Up here in the teal, the top left.
KT Roaster Zest.
Zest has a lot of fans in the audience. He's as focused as ever. Playing 6 games in a row, it's hard to keep your focus, but never seen a more focused player.
Down here at the bottom right.
SK Telecom T1 Party.
Player most known for his immortal timings. Has a lot of fans coming down to support him today.
Parting definitely looks a lot more stressed than Zest does.
Yeah, he does.
Going up 3-1 and losing twice in a row, you have the championship in your grasp. And you're like, okay, one more game and I got this. And you're talking to yourself so much in the booth. And then you lose 2 in a row. That is a huge hit to your confidence. You're playing against a guy like Zest, the most recent GSL Code S winner. And it is so hard to deal with those emotions when you're just trying to play a game of StarCraft.
Yeah. No, you're so right. Well, let's see, because this is a 4-player map. It's hard to scout. It's hard to get information about what your opponent's doing until the hallucination scout comes out. And they're both going into identical builds here so far. Only is it still early, as the Cybernetics core hasn't even been planted yet. But let's find out, first of all, are they doing 3-3 or 2-3? Or 2-2, excuse me. Both? No. 5 here for parting. So just like a slightly better mineral income for a slightly reduced gas income here.
Yeah, super slight. May still be able to get out that second gateway. No, adds another one to that gas. So now all equal up here in the gas. Of course, Blizzard Entertainment making this game.
Yeah,
thanks to them, or else
we
wouldn't be watching this right now, or casting it, enjoying it at all.
And they made a lot of other great games. StarCraft 1 is pretty good.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's
pretty
decent,
good. Pretty good game. And without a StarCraft 1, there couldn't be a StarCraft 2.
That is true. Chrono Boost on the Stalker there for Zest. He wants to make sure that Scout is totally out of the base. Follows up with the Sentry.
Okay. And Twilight Council goes up at home for parting. Do you think he's going to do DTs again?
I don't know. Could go for it. It's hard to get DTs in the base on this map. Get a pylon all the way across there. Zest right now has the watchtower as well.
This map is the one map, like I said before, where you can really hide the DTs like in a main base or something.
Yeah.
I think this is the reason why we see this probe over here. He checks, he brings up Mothership Core, makes sure this can't be scouted. Okay, no, never mind. He goes Blink. He's going to be able to maybe get a pylon up over here.
Yeah. But Zest is
checking.
Oh, and they're going to run into each other. Did Zest see that, though? I don't know if he did.
Hard to say.
He targets that probe, and he's just going to sit in there, not following the probe that just passed by him, so maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he wants to make a pylon of his own.
Good scout here by parting. Sees the sentries. You'll be very happy about this, because sentries don't really do a lot of damage. The robotics here for Zest is really important, because with that, you know, if he gets those immortals out in time, that's how he's going to hold this. He still has his Mothership Core ready too. This is super all in by parting. 4 gates.
Goes Observer here. Zest, he needs immortals to hold this off.
Yeah, he actually doesn't know what's coming. And this could still work. He has some ideas, right? But he doesn't know exactly how much of a commitment it is. Okay, there's the immortal.
He's Chrono Boosting that out. He's going to need it here as soon as possible. 4 gates, the 4th one about to be finished here for parting. He has a forward pylon right at the front of the base of Zest.
He's Chrono Boosting the immortal again. He knows how badly he needs it right now. 4th gate is done, and Blink is soon to follow. He's going to have so much warp-in potential here. Going for sentries, though. He's actually going to try to transition out of this. By the way, back at home, there's a big counterattack from Zest. See how much damage that gets done. He's going to get this Nexus. I think he should.
At what cost, though? He doesn't get it. Here come those Zealots into the main base. Uh-oh, Parting. You're in a bit of trouble right now as you just use your warp in somewhere else. He recalls. That's how desperate he is to defend, which means the Nexus is held by Zest. He even targets down additional probes here.
Yep, he's going to get the probes. Has the robotics facility for Immortals now and the Nexus. One thing he doesn't have is Blink. That's what Parting has. But you know, I don't know. It's not looking good.
Not looking good at all. Very good assessment.
Parting warping in 3 sentries as well. It's not really going to help in his comp right now. Was supply blocked for a bit. Trying to warp in now and come back for the attack again. There's going to be 2 Immortals here with a 3rd on the way.
What can Parting do here? A second follow-up attack? With more Stalkers? Some good force fields. We've seen this work before. Zealot harassment is going to tear him a new one, though.
Look at the setup here by Zest. In a line is his army. Here we go.
This is everything. Colossus over here for vision.
Messes up the blink. Not every Stalker gets up there. And again, the Zealot's in the main base, and he doesn't have anything to defend. Has to warp in 3.
Well, this is only one Immortal here. He's got those sentries, so he's basically trying to get Zest in one side or the other so he can force them out. Zest is going for the attack here. And there's a great time warp. Force field isolates the Immortals here, but can he target them down? Does he have enough DPS? That Colossus, of course, not being real, is being completely ignored here. Few Stalkers warping in, but he had to warp in those Zealots at home, so he doesn't have as much power with this as he would like to.
And now it's the Stalkers against Immortals right now. He's forced to blink back. All those Stalkers so low.
This is so close, and he commits 3 Zealots again for the warp in, but they're actually on move commands. They're taking some extra damage here. Now Parting, chrono boosting his gateways. They think he's going to do one more forward warp in here, because if he warps anything else at home, the attack ends, and if this attack ends, he ends, and the files are going to go to Zest. I think this might be over. He's losing his forward pylon. He doesn't have any natural. He has no tech. His hands are off the keyboard. He's down 20 supply. Now drone drilling his probes. And it looks like Zest has made the comeback of the year.
Looks like it, man. What great play. He warps in 3 more Zealots here. And all of these probes are going to go down. They can't mine.
It hurts.
Bringing back his Stalkers right now. He's going to defend the push, but he has no Nexus.
And he's been not mining with his probes this entire time. He knows he's defeated. Zealots will be killed here, and that might be the end. Parting's actually up against a counterattack now. He knows since those Stalkers are at home, they're not actually being used to, harass or do any sort of counterattacks, so he can move across the map like this no problem. I mean, he could basically do whatever he wants. He could, make a Manor fleet beacon in his opponent's base. That's how ahead Zest is right now.
Parting's actually going to try to put up a Nexus here.
That's exactly what Zest is going to try to put down.
Yeah, that's how desperate he is. He's like, well, if he just doesn't attack me, maybe I can win.
That Nexus for Zest has been up so long that even if somehow Parting did get a Nexus, it wouldn't save him. These 2 Stalkers not even interested in that one chasing them.
No more force field energy. Zest is going to come up the ramp and
could right-click the Nexus with this army. Probes off the line here. Parting showing us a pretty finish here with these nice colors. But that is going to be all she wrote. Targeting now with the Immortals. Well, not as good as he could be, but now he is. And that is going to be game. Even if you press a button and kill every single one of Zest's units, it wouldn't be enough. Parting is crushed. He's defeated here.
He's been defeated. That's the best word for it. Zest has come back and defeated him. Now
Dancing
he's dancing
the Stalkers! Kill the last probe. Can't even make another probe. And he's so defeated he can't even manage to type those 2 letters. GG's.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is HD.
And this is Pain User.
And we're both back here for the grand finals of IPL Season 2. I am so excited, man.
As am I. We have such a great series in store for you guys here between Nurchio and the fan favorite Protoss from Ukraine, White Raw.
I know, man. This is gonna be so insane. Honestly, it's almost like I could feel the electricity in the air. It's almost as if we were in a stadium, an arena, if you will, with thousands of fans from around the world, all chanting for one player or the other. And let me hear it right now for White Raw!
Oh, you can hear it for White Raw, but the player I'm looking at right now is Nurchio. What an impressive run he has had throughout this tournament. Getting knocked into the loser's bracket by Cloud in round 1, then going on to defeat Kiwikaki, Minigun, Vibe, Goody, Rhett, Idra, and Mana. And oh my god.
Oh my god. Nurchio is gonna be going for an 8 pool? A 7 pool?
So he's not going 100% all in here. He's going with the early rush. He's probably going to try and break down the wall. But White Raw's definitely going to scout him before the lings are out. And it's going to be very difficult for him to tear down this wall, especially on Shakuras. I can't help but think that White Raw is going to get up either a second gateway. He's going to put up double gates and he's going to fully wall. And the question is will one of the gateways go down before the cannon gets up?
Okay, well, White Raw comes in here with the latest scout possible. Of course, scouting to the north end first. He does see the spawning pool going down, and I wonder if Nurchio's 7 pool, I'm going to call it a 7 pool. It possibly was an 8 pool.
It was an 8 pool.
Is he going to get in time, man? He's produced 6 Zerglings right now. They are on the way. White Raw immediately responds by throwing down the gate and the forge, and he saved up 105.
No, he's going to wait for another gate.
And he's going to throw out a second gateway, and he will wall this off. So the 8 pool here, it may not do enough damage, man.
Before this happens, let's not take anything away from White Rock. Going all the way through the winner's bracket, defeating Coco, Bratok, Select, Straylock, and Mana, winning the upper bracket finals, and he has earned his spot here, but now he is under pressure. Nurchio is threatening to take this first game very early.
Nurchio is showing what kind of grit and strength it takes, as well as balls, to play in the loser bracket. I mean, he's survived all these players all throughout, hanging on and fighting by tooth and nail, and he's showing right here he can do the 8 pool, and is he going to get the gateway down?
I think it might go down. White Raw's going to have to wall off the left side here. His probe can't get around. It's stuck. His probe is stuck in position there. He's going to have to pull probes off the line here. The cannon will go up, but the Zerglings are in the main, and that is absolutely terrible for White Raw. These Zerglings are going to wreak havoc in his base. They're going to continue to harass, pick off probes, and poor White Raw. What a terrible way to open the first game of the series.
Oh, no, but White Raw coming back with the cheese of his own, man.
I see it.
I mean, when you're in this kind of situation, you have the forge, you know your gateways aren't going to really be able to produce much units at all, and you've got to deal with these Zerglings in your main. Go for the forge, the cannons on the natural of the Zerg player, and that's what he does, but will he be able to hold off these Zerglings that are inside his mineral line?
Well, he's denying mining for so long here. It's going to be very difficult for White Raw to recover from this, but he does have that cannon going up behind the mineral line, and he already has a zealot out, so he's recovered. He's managed to stabilize here. Nurchio is up by 3 drones right now, 2 now, but he does not know about that cannon in the back of the mineral line, and if he can take out that hatchery, White Raw is going to be in an amazing position here.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to force the Zerg into one base, and it doesn't look like Nurchio has scouted the cannon. It is too late. The cannon has come up. The cannon has come up, and White Raw is going to warp in an additional cannon on the northern edge that makes it darn near impossible for the Zerglings to strike the cannons. Meanwhile, back in White Raw's main, the last Zergling has been disposed of, and White Raw's situation has stabilized for now. However, Nurchio can't say the same for him.
Deposed of. The Zergling received a deposition from White Raw, and now he is out of the game. Is this hatchery going to go down? The second cannon will be in range. We have 3 spine crawlers going up right now from Nurchio. He's probably going to try and wiggle those into position next to the cannons and hopefully take them out, but
does he have enough time?
He does not have enough time. He's going to use the Queen to try and delay here, and some drones possibly, but that would not be a wise decision. This Zealot going to run by and probably sneak into the main and go after drones, and what a cute play here from White Raw.
Yeah, but Nurchio doing the best he can right here to figure out how he can survive this situation. He does get his spine crawlers up here, but there are 3 cannons just pounding away at those spine crawlers.
Gonna go
and
for
the
the
first
pylon,
crawler
it
gonna
looks
go
like.
down. Oh, that pylon, if it goes down, could be a big blow to White Raw, but the Zealots and the cannons are going to be able to take that last spine crawler down, and Nurchio will fall at the natural.
Yep, the natural hatch will go down. That pylon staying alive with 41 hit points. Oh my
the
god. Hit points.
2 HP.
You have got to be kidding me. That is such a sour way to not kill the pylon. It looks like he's going to send in the drones here. He's going to lose so many. The Lings might not even get to it.
Oh
my god. The pylon stays up. The shield regen, able to get it back up. And these zealots are going to go to town on these drones here. And I think White Raw, the grandpa toss, going to take game 1 with some wise decision making.
Yeah, showing how it's done in the old school, showing why he has not dropped a series at all throughout the IPL of Season 2. He's been beating players left and right. Nurchio now is in a devastating situation, man. He doesn't have a hatchery up at his natural. If you look at the army tab as well, Pain User, he's down by over half of his supply. So White Rose in a commanding position, and guess what, man? He's getting a Stargate.
He already has that Stargate on the way. He's also gone up to 2 gate here, and I love this play from White Raw. You would see a lot of players go ahead and grab that Nexus and try and macro out of this, but it's not even necessary. He's just going to end the game here, and he can do such. There's really nothing Nurchio can do at this point to prevent White Raw from just stomping in there with these zealots and that eventual Void Ray that you know is going to be coming soon. And there we have it, the Void Ray and an additional 2 zealots. And as soon as these come out, he's going to go in there for the coup de grace and take Nurchio out in game 1.
I honestly feel like even though this is the grand finals and maybe the safe comes up.
GG! Guys, we are back. This is Pain User.
And this is HD.
And we got game 2 for everybody. Wow, what a crazy first game.
I know, man. We were in the middle of doing our nice little introduction. We're talking about what players have beat who, doing the announcement and everything, and boom! You can't talk, HD. Shut up, Pain User, because I'm gonna 8-pull. And then Nurchio, unfortunately, he tried really hard, but you know, on that map, it's so easy for Protoss to wall it off. It was a ballsy move, though. It was really ballsy.
Indeed. Nurchio gonna be spawning as our red Zerg over at the 9 o'clock position. His opponent in blue, we have White Raw, our Protoss player over at the 6 o'clock.
That's right, man. It's going to be another ZVP here, and it's going to be on Shattered Temple now. I can't help but feel that White Rose feeling very confident after that win. Nurchio may be a little bit concerned that his cheese didn't really do all that well, and to be honest, there's no one to blame but himself for that. When throwing down the hatchery, you always need a unit here to spot the area around the hatch. So it's a little bit unfortunate that he didn't see it, and kudos to Whitera for doing such a crazy and very highly experienced veteran move, which is when dealing with the cheese to build a cannon behind the hatchery.
The gateway. Yeah.
Yeah,
and the cannon behind the hatchery.
Yeah,
that was
that's what I was talking
as well.
about. Yeah.
That was sneaky. I don't think that Nurchio was expecting that at all. He was going to try and macro out of the cheese, take that early advantage, and then just run with it. But White Raw didn't want to have anything to do with that. And I love the fact that he didn't drop his Nexus. He followed it up with a Stargate. And then as soon as Nurchio scouted that, he left the game.
Yeah, the greedy cat will get killed. I don't know where that saying came from, but honestly, when you're ahead, you don't want to necessarily always grab that Nexus, especially if you know the Zerg's on one base, he's not getting another hatchery. Most likely, he's going to all-in you.
Well, if Nurchio's in the all-inning type mood, this is a really good map to do it on, and we already see White Raw going for the very quick expansion here.
This is
Pylon
ballsy.
and Forge below the ramp. He's even going to drop the Nexus before the first cannon. This might be a little risky. Is it going to get blocked? No, the Nexus does not get blocked. Nurchio, though, has now scouted him. He knows what's going on. Is he going to be able to inflict some damage here? We see 4 Zerglings on the way right now. He's getting gas for speed. The first cannon on the way now for White Raw. How is he going to wall this off if Nurchio's in the all-inning mood? This is a great map to do it on. Like I said earlier, he could do some sort of a 2-base timing push here with Speedlings and Roaches.
Somewhat good as well against the Protoss wall. But Nurchio, for now, he's going to get his hatchery. Doesn't necessarily mean that he isn't going to all-in the Protoss player. There have been many, many different discussions on the ways that Zerg can do an eco attack, such as a Roachling all-in, Baneling bust, all those kinds of things. Looks like the Zerglings will get in, Pain User, and they will be able to possibly make their way up the ramp and harass the Protoss mineral line once again.
Well, White Raw has probes in position to deflect this, and what great moves from both players here. I mean, just so aware of what the other player is trying to do, and White Raw blocking that ramp perfectly. Gonna kill one of those Zerglings. No, great micro from Nurchio, and he's gonna try and sneak in up the ramp here.
Oh, he gets two
of the Zerglings will make it in, but that's not enough to make up for the fact that he went pool first and invested in these 4 Lings. The Lings will stay around for quite a bit, however, and they will get some vital scouting information in White Raw's base. Now, Nurchio, getting his natural expansion up here, he has produced some additional Zerglings, and I really wonder what he is trying to accomplish here with the Lynx. He's just going for map control, it looks like, going to grab the Xel'Naga and try and deny any scouting probes from getting into his main.
Well, here's the thing that Nurchio has got to deal with, and it's really a decision that's quite crucial. Is he going to try to play a macro game with White Rawr, or is he going to try to all-in this two-base play from White Rawr? Because he knows that White Rawr went for that Nexus right away, so immediately the Protoss player has a great advantage over the Zerg. Nurchio has to decide if he wants to hatch or if he wants to go and be aggressive, and that's quite a situation that he's got to decide what he wants to do. Now, we do have a Zealot coming in here. Good micro from Nurchio, keeps the drones away. It looks like he will lose one drone, make that possible.
He's already lost 2. That Zealot has 2 kills. He will take out 2 drones right there. Just rallying his first Zealot in. I love that move from White Rawr right there. Nurchio not really prepared, didn't have enough Zerglings to deal with that.
Yep.
But he does have speed now, and he's trying to harass in the main with these 2 Zerglings that he has had alive virtually since the beginning of this game. Now, the wall at White Raw's natural is not complete. It's going to be difficult for him to plug all the holes there. He's going to have to add another building on the far right, which makes him vulnerable to some kind of a timing push here. And we have an early layer coming from Nurchio.
Not just an early lair, man. It's also an early Stargate coming out. So we are going to see a quick take to the skies by White Rawr once again.
Yeah, the Stargate I expected. The early lair like this, I didn't. He's not taking that conventional early third. He's going for a very quick layer here. Now, what does this signify? Are we going to see early mutas, or are we going to see early hydras? I think we're going to see early hydras here, and he could potentially use those for a really powerful bust at the natural.
Well, the fact is, Nurchio is building a spine crawlers at his front door, and a lot of times when Zerg players build spine crawlers at their front door, that means, hey, I'm worried about the possibility of a ground attack.
Absolutely.
And on top of that, it usually means they're going to go for mutas. Yeah. The thing is, when a Zerg player goes for 2-base hydras, they don't really build spine crawlers at the front. When they're going 2-base Spire, then they will build spine crawlers. So
I agree. So he's taking the defensive pose, getting the mutas up so he's safe to some sort of a ground attack, and then he's going to take to the skies. Is he going to have the Mutalisks in time to deal with the Void Ray? That's the question.
I think he will. The Spire is about 60 seconds out. This first Void Ray is only going out to scout for Overlords, and this Phoenix has made its way in, and it has scouted into the main. Now, there will be Spore Crawlers coming up because the Evo Chamber is going to be just a few seconds away from completing.
Now,
so I think White Rawr won't really be able to do that much damage with his Air Forces.
Well, the thing is, though, is he will be able to almost entirely neutralize the Mutalisks. Phoenixes are so good against mutas. I don't know if that's really the best tech choice for Nurchio right now. The Stargate tech is already there. He's going to be able to continually produce Phoenixes here, and we see that's what he's doing.
3 kills on that Void Ray, man.
I know, and he's also going to be able to deny the third for quite a while here. And there we see him transitioning back. He's going to get those missile attacks. He canceled the Spire, and he's going to get that Roach Warren and a Hydralisk Den. So trying to fake White Rawr out here, going to switch back into Hydras. And now the question is he going to go for a bust here? White Rawr still hasn't scouted this, so he doesn't know about the switch. And, oh, that is a lot of Phoenix.
Yeah. White Rawr right now does have a lot of Phoenix, obviously opting to go for the more air-based play. He may be able to pop off a Queen. Yes, he will, and possibly make that too. Now, there is a Spore Crawler coming up, and with the Spore Crawler, I think Nurchio will be able to hold simply because the Phoenix will not be able to hit the ground, and the last Void Ray goes down. That's a huge
White Rawr
mistake.
Getting really sloppy right there in his control, not pulling out anywhere close to early enough, and he's going to lose his Void Ray as a result of that. So that's too bad for him. It's a very expensive unit that he invested in early on, and he could have used that to deny the third, actually, that we now see going up in the top left-hand corner. It would have been great to utilize that Air Force to control the space on the map and try and deny that third.
It's extremely costly, man, that initial first Void Ray, especially if you're only making one and you're just using that to pop Overlords. All the things you could have killed, the hatchery, more additional Overlords, there's a lot of different things you could have done with it, and now White Rawr is is really only limited to a Phoenix air fleet. And unfortunately, while Phoenix are really cool and everything, I'm afraid they don't fare all that well against an entirely Hydra-composed army. And that's what we see coming out of Nurchio. About 7 Hydralisks right now.
Well,
and that's a pretty large army.
They can do pretty well against an all Hydra army. It just depends on the engagement. Phoenix is obviously ripped through Hydralisks. They get that bonus damage and they just cut through them like a hot knife through butter. But once Hydras reach that critical mass, they can start to take down the Phoenixes. Now, we've seen a lot of players go with this charge lot style to support the Phoenixes. The charge lots
are pretty good against Hydras.
Oh, absolutely. And the charge lots engage on the ground, combined with sentries, that Guardian Shield, and then you use the Phoenixes to just swoop in and pick up as many Hydras as possible during the battle. It really just comes down to the engagement and who gets the better jump on the opponent and how many units he's actually able to lift. And we see these Hydras coming in and picking off one of the Phoenixes.
That's pretty huge. Well, that Phoenix had a lot of energy right there. That's going to limit the amount of Graviton Beam that White Rose is going to be able to launch out. Now, Nurchio, do note his macro here at 78 drones, man. Only 13 minutes into this game, he's got a very large economy, but we are going to have a big battle here. The Phoenix going down once again. White Rose with the uncharacteristic blunder right there. He needs to save his Phoenix for the Graviton Beam, and we have a really big battle right here. The drones are coming off the line.
Has so many units, though. I think he has more than enough to crush through what Nurchio has right now. Nurchio gravely underestimating the size of White Raw's force, and he is just gonna plow his way through the third right now. Nurchio pulling all of his drones off the line, but it's not gonna be enough.
It's not gonna be enough, unfortunately. Nurchio is gonna have to forfeit the expansion at the top left-hand corner, and I can't help but feel with that expansion going down, will he be able to recover? Because he invested so many drones, so much minerals into that hatchery. His army now has really just broken down into just lings and roaches, and I'm afraid that it just isn't gonna be enough.
I mean, look how many stalkers we have out right now for White Raw. I mean, his army just absolutely exploded, and I can't help but think that it was that early Nexus that he really capitalized on, and now he is going for the throat here. Nurchio is wounded, and White Raw smells blood. He's going into the natural right now with everything he has. Can Nurchio hold? I don't think so.
I don't know, man. This is the grand finals. Nurchio is fighting valiantly, but like you said, White Rug going for the jugular. We have a fungal growth going down from Nurchio's Infestor. Not bad at all, but those shields will regenerate over time, and there just isn't enough fungal to continually lock down those stalkers and whittle them down to a death. So White Rug is gonna take a victory right here in game 2 as well, and we have Nurchio, the man who's been fighting through the loser bracket relentlessly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is HD.
And this is Pain User.
And we're back for game 3 in the grand finals of IPL Season 2. I just want to thank you guys all for tuning in here. Once again, the players are fighting for either $10,000 or $15,000, man. So much money. You could buy a new car with that much money.
You could buy a couple new cars with that much money.
I don't know, maybe a couple used cars. I don't know, a couple of new cars. I don't know, what new cars are you looking at?
Hey, it depends on how high
are you
class
looking at cars made in North Korea or something, man? Come on now.
Well, I mean, hey, my car is honestly only worth like $6,000 used, so I'm a little bit on the cheap side of things right now.
I would not want to be riding in your car in an accident.
Hey,
here we are.
It's accident safe.
All right, we'll see about that. We'll have to do some research. Here we are. It's game 3, man. It's White Rug versus Nurchio. White Rug taking a quick 2-0 lead in this series, and here we are in Terminus. White Rug is going to be spawning at the 3 o'clock position, and Nurchio is going to be spawning at the 6.
Now, on Terminus, I think Nurchio is going to have an opportunity here to really play his style. He can get into that macro game, and he can start using his strategical play to his advantage. We haven't really seen him really have an opportunity yet in any of these games.
Absolutely, man. I feel like Nurchio really prefers to play the late game style. This is a map where he can play that late game style. However, the players haven't exactly spawned cross-spawn. They've spawned close by air in some respects. I mean, they're right next to each other in terms of, 3 to 6 o'clock. And we've already seen White Rug opt to go for that quick Stargate 2 games in a row. It would not surprise me to see him take to the skies once again.
No, not at all. It's a very common trend in PvZ right now. A lot of players going for that quick Void Ray followed by some subsequent Phoenixes. It allows you to get some control over the map, and it allows you to harass the Zerg while trying to deny that third. You can kill the drones on the way to build the third, and you can kill the third itself if you get lucky and he's not ready or if he's out of position.
Absolutely, and sometimes those Void Rays can be very annoying because they can also pick off Overlords. I think last game there was a Void Ray that was going Overlord hunting, man. It was Overlord hunting season. Killed off about 3, I believe, and it set Nurchio back in supply by a considerable amount.
Yeah, Nurchio was constantly getting harassed throughout that game, which made things very difficult for him. You noticed when the eventual armies clashed over at Nurchio's third that his army was lacking. Yeah, he didn't have nearly enough to hold it off, and I think partially he was caught off guard, and he had been droning for too long. And also, I think it goes back to a lot of those Overlords getting picked off. Yeah. I mean, he did lose quite a few Overlords there. And that will affect your overall supply later on in the game.
Yeah, not just because Overlords, obviously provide supply for your units, but also because you gotta invest another 100 minerals and a larva to reproduce that Overlord, and it costs time. So it was quite painful for Nurchio. This game, he will have Zerglings out once again, but he's going to go straight for the backdoor rocks rather than trying to run by the cannon. And I actually like this because no player really expects those rocks to go down immediately.
Yes, and also this game, he doesn't have nearly enough range to run around the cannon. It would be way more difficult for him. He'd probably lose all the lanes, but hopefully he's not sending that Overlord into the cannon. Okay, he's going to stop that over the Nexus. We have seen players
it happens, man.
Forget about that Overlord and send it over the cannon. It does happen from time to time, but White Raw really getting an early lead in all these games with that super fast Nexus. He's dropping that before the first cannon, and yes, it's a little bit risky. I'm surprised Nurchio hasn't actually tried to, perhaps metagame him a little bit and go for a super early pool. We did see that in game
first
one,
game.
But that's on Shakuras.
Yeah.
The Protoss player has enough time to scout you, and he also has enough time to react if he sees the Lings coming. On a map like Terminus, it would be much more difficult for White Raw to do anything. If he saw those Zerglings coming, it might be too late. He might have already dropped the Nexus.
Absolutely right. And it doesn't look like either player is going to go for that early rush you were mentioning. Maybe Nurchio will do it again. Haven't seen him do it quite yet. Also,
he's actually going for the early third this game.
Yeah, he is going for the early third. I was going to say just out right now. He's going to play that eco game, and this is a game where you can hold on to that third hatch very easily. But I wanted to point out, guys, that the Zealot was able to push those Zerglings away earlier, and White Raw is so intuitive, man. He knows that, yes, there may be Zerglings hitting these rocks. It's a danger. So he brought the Zealot out, but now there's a lot more Zerglings, and White Raw cannot afford to pull this Zealot away because that forms a blockade for his wall.
It does indeed, and he may indeed pull that Zealot as these rocks get closer to death. He needs to be careful, though. Yeah. Nurchio really staying active, and he will pull that Zealot out to come assist. Might be a little worried about a run by here, but I think he has enough units to prevent the Lynx from getting in there, and he will thwart that attempt at blocking. And wow, White Raw already had the back entrance blocked off just in case those Lynx were able to take down the destructible rocks. And we once again see an early Stargate here from White Raw. He will be getting a Void Ray out now, and he's going to head across the map and try and clean up some of those Overlords, but this game, Nurchio's done a much better job spreading his Overlords around, so it's going to be difficult for White Raw to really to find all those Overlords. I only see about 2 that are in the immediate vicinity of Nurchio's base.
It may be possible here that White Raw isn't going to reveal the Void Ray quite yet. We can see it's just parked right now on the cliff overhanging over outer space, but he's maybe waiting for a couple more Phoenix, and here we go. He's going to move in with 1 Void Ray, 1 Phoenix. This is enough to kill off a Queen, and that may be what he's looking to do. He's going to wait for the Void Ray to come in, look for the Graviton Beam, and the Void Ray begins doing its work, but 2 Queens are coming.
We have 3 Queens in position. I don't know if he wants to stay here and continue to fight this Queen. He's going to lose that Void Ray. They are on creep, and they will get that last shot off.
Yeah.
And that's a 4th Queen joining the mix. So Nurchio having none of the air harass this game. He says, White Raw, I don't want to have anything to do with it. He's going to stop that right off the bat and not sustain that heavy damage that we saw him take last game.
Yeah, last game, though, the Stargate just did so much work against Nurchio. It set him back in Overlords, it set him back in drones, it caused him to just frantically scramble around, trying to figure out what he would do to defend against that. This game, though, He held it down with his queens. He suffered no damage at all. He even killed off the Void Ray outright. And I have to say, for the first time in this series, it looks like Nurchio has an advantage to start things off. He has 93 supply over 68 right now.
Yeah, but White Raw ahead in probes right now, 49 to 48. And that just shows how great his macro has been throughout this series. He's really staying on par with the Zerg player and gets another Phoenix right there. He's done such a great job throughout this series picking off Phoenix, but still, White Raw finds a way to do damage with those Phoenix and the Void Ray. But he can't lose too many more of those. Phoenix are very expensive units, and now we see Nurchio moving out with a pretty big squad of roaches here. Speed is actually about to finish. Is he going to go on the offensive at the third here? He's probably going to head back and try and finish off those rocks, and White Raw has not very many units to hold this off. He only has 2 Stalkers and 2 Sentries, but he does have an Immortal on the way. Is that going to be enough?
Well, he only has 2 Warp Gates as well, so this really slows down the amount of units he can reproduce. He does have 4 Sentries, and that may be enough to hold off in terms of force fields for a while, but the Zergling's able to find just a little nook to come in,
the force
and
fields.
he is going to lose the cannons at the back door. White Raw in a lot of trouble. He has to warp in more units, but I don't know if he's got enough, Pain User.
He has been caught off guard here. It looks like the third will go down immediately, and now Nurchio taking a huge lead in this game. We do have a Void Ray out for White Raw. That will be able to eventually kill all of these units, but how much damage is going to be done before he can get rid of them all? That Immortal doing a great job picking off roaches right now. He's just going to town.
This Immortal right here is Scarface on the top of the stairs. He's like, you want some of me?
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, he's taking out those Immortals along with the, taking out those roaches along with the Void Ray doing the same as well. Will the Sentries force field? Yes, they will. A gateway goes down. White Raw is just barely hanging on right now, Pain User.
Did you like that, HD?
I like some of that.
Did you like that?
I like it.
Okay. There we go. Now the Immortals holding that off in conjunction with the force fields, but so much damage taken right there. I don't know if he's going to be able to recover. He's going with a mostly Void Ray, Immortal, Sentry, Stalker composition here, and that's perfect for dealing with roaches, but he's only working off of 2 base right now. Nurchio, sitting very pretty, is going to fall back to his main here, and now he's getting up some defensive structures just to prepare for an eventual counter, because he knows he is so far ahead right now. 132 supply to 104. What's White Raw to do?
Well, White Raw is going to have to figure something out. I mean, yes, he can grab the Nexus again and try to play that macro game, but he's taken some significant damage. That's a lot of money that he would have been making right now if he hadn't lost that Nexus. So he has an option. He can attack, or he can try to outplay his opponent and sit back and wait. But he does have this Air Force, and the Air Force is mobile, so he will maybe possibly be able to deny this hatchery. However, the attack squad of Hydralisk is coming, and I think Nurchio has enough Hydras to push away the Void Rays. So, wow, Nurchio here is on top of everything, Pain User, and I can't help but feel that Nurchio is about to take this game, man. He's really looking solid.
Well, he does have an eventual death push on the way right now. Gonna try and take out that Void Ray. No, he's not gonna catch up to it, because, God, those Hydras are slow off creep.
I know, man.
Slowly lumbering their way over to the base, but White Raw actually putting together a nice little squad here. I think he might be able to hold this off.
I think White Raw will be able to hold it off. However, Nurchio doesn't need to necessarily commit because he killed off the Forge. The thing, though, is he has Hydras, and they're really slow at retreating, so perhaps Nurchio...
well, he can afford to trade right now.
Yeah, this may be a one-way ticket. He may not have a way to come back out of here, so he is going to engage. He can't afford to trade, however, like you pointed out, Pain User.
He can indeed.
And it looks like the Colossus is going to come in here, and that may be enough to push away the Roaches and Hydras. Note, Extended Thermal Lance is on the way.
Nurchio just doing a great job right now, though. Most of the time, we will see the Zerg player get caught up in those force fields and not be able to do much damage.
Nice pull.
But Nurchio running in and out, baiting those force fields is getting so much cost effectiveness out of this group of Zerg units right now. He has killed the Colossus. He's killed all the air units, the Phoenix, the Void Rays, and he continues to stream in units here. Yes, White Raw might hold this off, but he has taken heavy damage in terms of his army and his army composition.
This is one thing that Zerg players never really notice, is when you're attacking and you looks like you're about to win, why stop? Why macro up another hatchery? Just keep attacking. Rally all your hatcheries over to the opponent, and you will eventually break their back.
I agree. He is saturated on 4 bases right now. He has taken that middle 4th, so he's going to be relatively ahead in that regard. Well, he's way ahead in that regard.
He is
White
so
Raw
far
has,
ahead, man.
He has reestablished his 3rd, and he is holding on. He's back up to 129 supply, but Nurchio soaring at 168, and he's really just going into that Sauron Zerg mode right now. He has 4 hatches up. He's rallying to his reinforcement point, and then he's just sending wave after wave of attack. If we see him take a 5th base here, and
things are going to go crazy.
Things are going to go crazy.
Absolutely nuts, man. And did you say he's soaring?
Sauron. Oh, I said soaring in supply. Soaring like an eagle. He's up in the 189s right now.
I want to fly like an eagle. What he's doing, man. Space Jam's up in here. He's going to come in with more roaches. And I think he's going to be able to take the Protoss army out. White Raw not even bothering to pull his
3
Colossus back.
going down immediately.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't pull his Colossus back, man. White Raw being very careless with his units this series. And I think that may cost him the game right here, right now. He just doesn't have enough firepower to deal with the roaches and lings, man.
You couldn't have said it any better. Just getting careless right there. Not paying attention to his units. Those Colossus will go down, and those were his saving grace in this game. If he was going to come back into it,
the holy beacons of light, man.
I had visions of, 7, 8 Colossus stomping their way through Nurchio's base, and Nurchio not having made the Corruptor switch and being ready to deal with them. But all those Colossus go down. Looks like Nurchio's going to get the 3rd again here.
Ooh, that's disastrous.
And that could spell doom for White Raw. I don't know how he's going to recover here, folks.
Well, if the Nexus does indeed go down, yes, it will.
And so does the GG. We're back. This is Pain User.
And this is HD.
And we got game 4 of this series in the grand finals of IPL 2 between White Raw and Nurchio. Nurchio going to be spawning in the top right-hand corner as our red Zerg. The map is Tal'Darim Altar. These two are set to go head-to-head. White Raw spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. He's going to be our blue Protoss for this evening. And wow. These past games have been intense. Nurchio taking that last game in a pretty intense display of macro where he just started pouring on the hurt with an attack and just didn't let up. He just kept going.
I know, man. He never let it off. You even called it the Sauron Zerg, and then I started singing about Michael Jordan and Space Jam. I don't know how those two things are related, but sometimes the HD-isms come out, as you like to call it.
I love the HD-isms, man. I'm going to write a list one of these days and compile all of them.
Oh, yeah?
Actually, that would be a lot of work.
Taylorisms then.
There are Taylorisms.
Oh, there are many Taylorisms.
You just got to catch me, man. You got to catch me at the right time.
I just don't want to put you on the spot, my friend.
Oh, I would never do that to you, HD. I love you too much.
I love you even more, man.
Is he going to go for hatch first?
I don't know. I don't think you can hatch first against Protoss. However, it is Tal'Darim Altar. You can if the Protoss scouts the wrong way first, and it looks like White Raw did.
Ooh,
but
White Raw
going down.
is sending out that second probe that we see a lot of players doing this day and age, and he actually sent it around the drone to the left of the Xel'Naga, and what a brilliant move from White Raw there. He might be able to sneak this drone into the natural here, and he could potentially get a wall up, preventing Nurchio from getting out and drop a cannon behind, which will delay that natural expansion by quite a bit. Whether or not he goes for that is entirely up to him.
It's really hard to do considering Nurchio's already got the pool up, and the Zerglings will probably be coming out along with the Queen in a couple moments. White Raw he could throw up some pylons and maybe even throw up some gateways here if he wanted to do the ultimate cheese. Doesn't look like he will, however. Nurchio flipping the script a little bit, gonna try to block the Nexus with his very own drone, and White Raw, on the meantime, just doing a little bit of scouting, and he's been a gangster, has stolen 5 minerals from the natural of Nurchio.
Every little bit counts, especially at this level. It's just extra annoying. Oh, that probe getting down to 3 hit points. Is he gonna bring the other probe over? No, he's gonna get that Nexus down, not too worried about it. Had a small window of opportunity there to maybe kill that scouting drone, but not a big deal, doesn't really matter, and he's gonna keep that other probe on the far side of the map at that northern Xel'Naga tower, maybe to bring that back later. possibly build a pylon.
Not only that, but it's really smart because in this early stage of the game, control of this tower gives you vision of all the units that may try to run up on the northern edge. And if you can control this tower as well, you get full vision of everything going on between the two players.
It does indeed give you full vision of the map, and that's very important.
Random fact 101.
It's very important. Well, like you said, in the early portions of the game, it's super important because any potential rush or anything of that nature, some random pylons going up, proxy pylons, anything like that.
And not just that, but also if the drone decides to take the short route to go for the third expansion, the probe will see it as well. However, wow, nice move by Nurchio. Nurchio was looking to grab the hatchery, and he just juked the probe by a hair right there, and he's going to get that hatchery down, man.
Yeah, he's saving up right now for enough to eventually get that down, and taking a very, very quick third. I'm surprised he's actually not working those rocks down and going for the safe expansion. It's just a little bit risky to take that far expansion. You never know. White Raw might send out a probe, and wow, look at that brilliant move from White Raw right there. The probe getting chased back as he sends out another one over to the fort.
No!
I don't think they'll get in.
Nurchio gets one Zergling in here. That's actually really good.
That is good. He can get some vital scouting info if he's able to sneak into the main.
And I think he will be able to sneak into the main. Not a single gateway unit on the floor right now. And Nurchio gets a full scout off, sees a double gas going down, very indicative of a Stargate. And there's the Stargate.
Oh my god, White Raw with that sneaky special tactics probe is going to get into the third and find out exactly what Nurchio is up to. And he pulls it away very, very quickly there. Did Nurchio see it? I think he did. He's going to send that to the back. So
yeah, Nurchio also showing a very high level of awareness here, realizing there could be a second probe coming out. And he kills off the probe that was constructing the pylon. White Ra's special tactics.
Is he going to let it just? Is he just going to let it build here?
Possibly.
There is no.
There we go.
He doesn't have enough warp gates to support any kind of a push like that.
Nurchio's going to lose the Overlord here, Pain User. He really could have just scooted on over to this ledge. A lot of pro players have been using that
position,
and unfortunately, he's not.
Yeah, well, he will lose that initial Overlord, but
he gets a scout on the Stargate.
He did see the Stargate, although the Stargate is very close to the front. He probably could have spotted that with a Ling at the front door or something along those lines. And no Void Ray or Phoenix yet from White Raw. He's going to open with a Phoenix, so now we do have that Phoenix on the way, and he's also following that up with a Robo, so getting much earlier Colossus this game.
And I kind of like that. All the games so far, we've seen him go for that really, really fast Stargate play. However, in this game, the map is very, very wide. On top of that, I just don't feel like Stargate units are as effective on this map. I mean, if you look here, the natural and the main are very close together, easily defendable with queens and spore crawlers, and I just feel like going for the faster Colossus play may be the right unit to go with, especially considering if you get Colossus up chilling right here, and you get a unit to spot the high ground, the laser beams can start hitting the drones as well.
Well, it's a good thing that Colossus can see the high ground, so he can snipe the drones from behind the mineral line there.
Sometimes we forget.
But I couldn't agree with you more. That position below the natural is the sweet spot on this map. It's just absolutely essential in almost every matchup.
Yeah.
You see Terran players putting siege tanks there, bunkering it up, taking control of that area however possible, especially against Zerg, and Colossus can also get into that sweet spot and do some serious damage. What a crazy proxy position from Nurchio. I doubt that's going to get scouted, but if it does, he's going to have to run a queen all the way over there and drop a creep tumor.
I highly doubt it is going to get scouted as well, Pain User.
I'm surprised he didn't go for that sentry.
Yeah, well, he's going to get a couple Zerglings in here, and he's going to see the robotic support base, so all suspicions confirmed. There are quick Colossus on the way, and I actually really like this because Nurchio went for the Spire first, and I think his Mutalisk may come as a huge surprise. And look how many probes are actually pulling off the line to deal with these Zerglings as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of probes right there. And the Zergling's still harassing in the main right now. Gonna continue to, and that Stalker will clean them up. So White Raw now just scouring the map with those Phoenix, gonna take back control of those Xel'Nagas. Nope, he's just gonna fly right over those Zerglings and not worry about it too much. And if you see that Zergling, it's really well hidden right there, actually a little bit under the Xel'Naga almost, making it very difficult to spot. And we do have an Overseer down in the bottom left-hand corner, just kind of hanging out for now.
And the Spire has now finished. However, not a single Mutalisk in production nor a Corruptor. There is +1 weapons on the way, and I was really curious if Nurchio was going to try to go for some kind of a 3-base Muta attack, and he will. He's making 7 Mutalisks right now, Opinion User, and I really like this. This is going to give him the possibility to surprise Whiterun, because, you know, Mutalisks are very, very unexpected, especially considering Whiterun's gone Phoenix. However, when you look at the flip side of things, Phoenix are so good against Mutas. I can't help but feel that this may be a bit of a build order blunder.
Yeah, they're phenomenal against Mutas, but he is sacrificing several of those Phoenix right now just to get a few drone kills. I don't know if that was worth it at all.
Yeah.
Gonna lose 2 Phoenix right there, you know, in lieu of taking out a couple drones, but...
What really matters is the fact that his Phoenix number was depleted when he's got to deal with Mutas.
Absolutely. The Phoenix are gonna be so essential in holding off this Mutalisk attack here, and he's just going with some mass Mutalisk